optical illusion.
Boomerang
No,
thing.
yeah.
It's in a refracted position, but it is water. The fact that it takes a curved path
It's
to my
not
eye
water.
doesn't make it not water. That's silly.
It is not water.
What do you
Like, I'm
mean
not going
it's
to sit
not
up here
water?
and buy this sophistic nonsense. I'm just a average person listening to this. And
Ruth,
you're sitting here telling me that the atmospheric optical illusion is not the illusion. It's the real water itself. It's not the real water itself if it's just the atmospheric optical illusion.
right,
You can't have
exactly.
it both ways.
It's not you're saying, Ruhif, that it's bent light that's just floating in the environment. It's not actually water.
Yes, it is water.
Hang on, the actual water that you're looking at is supposed to be on the other side of the curvature of the sphere. So you're not supposed to see that at all, but you're telling us
because light bends. The light is taking a curved path to my eye.
No, it doesn't.
So you're
Light's
not
not
looking at
bending,
water,
it's
you're looking
deflecting.
at some curved you're looking at some curved path of light. You're not looking at water.
I'm looking at water, and the path that the light has taken to my eye.
No, you're not looking at water.
Is
Light is not water. Water is not light.
Okay, but then if you want to make the argument that technically
you're so smart, but you
Gregory,
can sit up here and say this equivocation of two very different substances.
Well, Gregory, if you want to play that, then technically everything we see isn't what it is then, because all we ever see is light. So I think that's kind of a weird argument to...
No, that's not the implication of my premise. I'm looking at my table. I'm not looking at an optical atmospheric illusion of my table.
You're looking, but you're not really looking at the table. You're not looking
at my hand in front of my face.
Okay, but
it's not an optical atmospheric illusion.
But technically,
your hand in front of your face is in the refracted
my hand
position.
in front of my face, my hand is actually there.
Okay,
if it was an illusion, my hand would go right through it, or I'd eventually not perceive the illusion.
It's in its refracted position, but it's not an illusion. Right? It is water.
It is an illusion. It's not really water there.
All right, let's just make a compromise. All right, I think we could all agree that light, is entering our eyes. All right, and that's what we're seeing. The light from the water hitting our eyes. Is that fine?
This stuff.
That's how it is.
Let's just make a compromise, right? Because this is silly. All right, the light from the water is reaching our eyes. All right, I think that's fair to say, right?
I don't really think that's how it works. No, I don't think that light. I don't think light travels from something into your eyeball. That's not what's going on.
All right. Well, the globe, okay, for Globers, that is how it works. So, I mean, I don't know what we got to say something. We got to come up with something, all right? Some kind of compromise, because otherwise this isn't going to go anywhere.
Well, the premise needs to be justified. I mean, our human experience, we don't have to worry about our eyes overflowing with photons.
You're just getting pelted with photons all day and virtual photons and magnetic field.
Yes, you are.
Wow.
What?
You believe in virtual photons?
I have no idea what a virtual photon is.
No one does. It's a made-up concept, but they say it's what causes magnetism.
All right, well, let's not change it. We're going to deviate the convo. I already see this happening. Let's stick to the refraction, the light. Come on.
Arma for moderator.
I'm just saying, because I noticed that we'll bring up one thing and then it just deviates, and it never goes back.
Yeah, don't ever give me mods, Gio. I will most certainly abuse mods.
Yeah,
you'd have half the server muted and banned within about a day or two.
Demok could be number one.
Oh my god. Anyway, I think it's still fair to say that whether you want to say light is traveling or bending or whatnot, visually, all right, the visual information from the object is, from the water is traveling to our eyes, all right, and we know this visual information can move, up and down from, this thing called refraction, right? Flat Earth or globe Earth, because we do see images of, the oil rigs, half, cut off or whatever, and then somewhere they're just up, and it's the same location too. So we know that visually it is moving up and down. So yeah, let's stick with that kind of thing. All right. So visually, information from the water is traveling to our eyes. All right, and that's what we call refraction. Okay. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of a misconception of the nature of the controversy. As it concerns empirical facts, compromise is out of the question. It's not like a pragmatic issue. Either this is the case or it is not the case. It's not an issue of compromise.
Anyway, so
Right. Like if getting to the truth is the truth, it's not really about being like, oh, I'll just take a little half truth.
I mean, I guess when I say compromise, I'm talking about just like with words and accepting certain definitions. I don't know. The point is we're getting stuck on one thing. All right, doesn't matter. All right. So anyway, what was the point that was being made anyway?
What was the point that was being made anyways?
I don't understand how you reject refraction when there is that GIF where the oil platforms are lined up horizontally and they clearly change position with respect to each other.
Sasha didn't reject refraction. He rejects your ad hoc appeal to it.
That's not ad hoc. We have a density gradient. Light bends through a density gradient.
It is ad hoc. For
No, it's not.
thousands of years, because you want to say that this top paradigm has been believed for thousands of years. You people were not saying that. If we had never mentioned that we are seeing things that should be obstructed by Earth curvature, you would have never said this. Yeah, of course we
People
don't
say
see
it should.
it behind Earth curve. Now that people are mentioning it, now you want to appeal to quote unquote refraction, which necessarily implies this appeal necessarily implies an absurdity where you
What's
could
the absurdity?
legitimately see the back of you from in front of you.
Oh, theoretically, but the light will be scattered away.
The only reason that this is said, just like gravity, mass attracting mass gravity was concocted, was so to patch. It was an ad hoc appeal to patch a glaring error where how do you account for people walking upside down on the bottom of a ball in the midst of a vacuum?
Why we
Because
keep
it's not
moving
the bottom.
stop moving the argument, guys? Come on, back to the refraction. What the heck?
Do
The
you think
only
I'm on the
reason this
bottom?
appeal to refraction is made is because we're seeing things that you know should be obstructed behind Earth curve.
No, the
But then
reason why
you want to sit up here and deny. You want to
no,
talk about people denying things. You're denying that
no.
you're actually seeing the water, that you're actually seeing the
I'm
island,
not
that you're actually
fucking. How
seeing
many
the
times?
city,
But
that you're
we
actually
know
seeing the
that's
tower,
that's BS because once
that
again
you're
we have
actually seeing the
images.
ship.
No, that's BS because we have literally
Not some
images of oil
optical
rigs.
some atmospheric optical illusion.
Yeah, and that's BS because we have images of the oil rigs, all right, in different positions vertically, all right. Either the
It's
oil
not
rig is.
BS.
So then, what is the oil rig doing? Is it physically moving up and down, or is it visually doing that?
So you
And
want to falsely equate. I'm not even that educated or
It's
smart on
not
the issue,
false.
but you want to sit up
Fuck.
here and equate the crookedness in the photo because of the atmospheric disturbance, the way it appears in our eyes, with
so,
something that isn't really there, but we really see it because light is doing this bending thing.
well, something has
Is
to be
it
happening,
concerns
right?
when you look at the oil rigs? There's nothing obstructing your view of the oil rigs except the atmosphere making it look a little wonky. As opposed to your side, you're saying things that should be entirely hidden behind a whole ass Earth is actually still visible because light is curving through the air. That's not
The
equivalent.
oil rigs change position relative to each other. The end.
Yeah,
What is that retort supposed to mean? Did you understand that?
it means
You
okay.
can't deny refraction when they are changing their vertical relative positions. You just can't deny it.
Gia, what is that retort supposed to mean? Someone interpret. What is that? What is that?
I think it
Who's got
means
the
go-go gadget refraction.
Oh, come on. It's funny, but come on. I mean,
I was thinking about that one. It popped in my mind. I had to remember to say it right. Come on, it's good.
all right.
who's got the position of the oil rigs GIF? It's here somewhere.
I'm just joking. No, yeah, Ruhif is just not establishing his premise at all. It's just
Does anyone have the GIF?
affirming the consequent.
Let me see if I can find it. Well, which one are you looking for exactly? Which GIF? Like
The,
one
the
that's
GIF that shows the relative vertical positions of the oil rigs.
let me see. My dude
Excuse
has image.
By
That's
implication, if you appeal to refraction saying, well, that thing that is obstructed behind Earth curve, well, we
fuck
still
off,
see
Devil.
it because light is
Jesus.
refracting. By implication, we should be seeing everything. That's the real implication. You want to
How do
accuse
you?
the flat Earth position of implying that when it doesn't. That actually is implied by your position with this appeal.
We should see everything. How did you come?
We
How
should
did
see everything upon the whole face of the Earth, because no matter where you are behind the Earth curvature, the light is refracting it up behind the Earth curve, and now we can see it.
how did you hold on? How did you conclude that? Because last time I checked, all right, it does it. It doesn't raise the thing entirely up. It sometimes raises it a little bit up. Sometimes whole lot. That's why the black swan is the black swan, because it was like this really rare thing where it brought up the oil rig and like the fucking water behind it and whatnot. All right, so it's not like it just brings it up like 100%. All right, like how are you?
How do you justify that limitation? I mean, it's bringing it up partially. Why not all the way?
Because there are images where it isn't brought up all the way, or just hold on. So okay, let's logically look at this, right? So we have one image,
Mind
right?
you, this isn't my logic.
Okay, just hear me out, right? So we have one image, right, where the oil rig, right, is hidden behind like a horizon, like the water, right? We have another image where it isn't, all right? So let's logically think about this. If we're gonna go from one to the other, right, there would have to be some sort of transition, right? So where it's rising, right? And that's doing that over a course of, let's say, I don't know, a few hours or whatnot. I don't know. All right. I think it's fair to say that there could be an in-between point where it isn't risen all the way. All right. And that could be, objects in general. I guess the point I'm trying to get at is we don't have to assume that, refraction always brings things up 100%. I think that's a little
Yeah,
weird.
it doesn't.
Because
Just
the fact,
arbitrarily limiting the implication of your premise.
I'm
It's
not limiting.
already
Not arbitrary.
500-foot tower in the distance, the 500-foot tower by 50 feet wide. It's behind 1,000 feet of curvature.
It's
It
not
now it's pulled up
arbitrary.
by
You
refraction a
can
little
measure
bit.
the
Like
gradient in
I
the
don't know
atmosphere.
what 70 feet is pulled up behind curvature. However the hell this actually works. I mean, why not the whole tower? What is causing the limit?
The type
Because
of,
that requires an extreme density gradient, which can only happen close to the surface.
So why not bring up the whole tower?
Because it requires an extreme density gradient, which only can happen close to the surface. Verbatim, what I
The
just said.
tower's on the ground.
Okay.
How much more close to the surface can you gonna get?
Fuck. The gradient, the density gradient
Fuck,
in
my
the
sophistries are
atmosphere
working.
needs to be extreme for it to raise it up in line with the curvature of the Earth, to look flat. That doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
So how dense
But
does
it
it
can
need to be?
only
Does
happen
the
close
air
to the
be
surface.
turning into liquid or something?
Right.
oh,
What'd you say?
How dense does the air need to be? Does it need to be on the verge of turning into liquid or something?
No, just the gradient. Right? If the gradient is extreme, so it goes from more dense to less dense quickly, that's a steep gradient. If it takes a while to go from dense to less dense higher up, that's a slight gradient.
Yeah, sure.
And we
And
can
so
measure
now
it.
this object that is totally hidden behind the Earth curve somehow being refracted upward.
Yes.
So why not the whole? Why not the whole building? Oh, because it's not.
Oh,
It's not dense enough.
Jesus. Do I have to repeat it again?
Because supposedly it's not dense enough.
The
okay.
gradient is not
BS, man.
strong enough.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Okay.
Y'all bless you.
No, hold on. I think
Y'all
I
have
get
mercy
Gregory's
on me.
argument, but I don't think he understands the whole thing though. So he's saying, oh, I think he's thinking that only like the tops of these objects are being risen and not the whole thing, whatever. But that's not how it works though. You have to understand on the ball Earth, right? Things are, dropping, right? Roughly 8 inches per mile square, right? And the thing is, right, if something, let's say it dropped roughly, let's say 30 feet, right? But if it only rose up 15 feet, then yeah, there's still that 15 feet from the 30 that's still hidden. All right, so it's not that the tops of these objects are being brought up. It's that the entire thing is being brought up, but obviously some of it's still hidden.
Yeah, the light from the bottom half is not being curved enough to reach your eye.
Anyway,
All right?
it's arbitrary. Where in the
It's
world do
not
we see this
arbitrary.
really?
We can measure the gradient
Like
in the
where in the
atmosphere.
world
I've
do
done
we
it.
really see where an object is behind another object? Object A is in front of me, object B is behind object A, and the density of the air, well, whatever however the hell you articulate this, is actually making some atmospheric optical illusion where I can see the object above, where I can see object B, some optical illusion of object B coming up over object
Yeah,
A. Now I can see
the
object
oil
A,
rigs. The GIF
object
of the
B.
oil rigs. That's what I'm looking for. Who's got the gift of the oil
Where
rig
else in
changing
the
their
world?
vertical
No, I
relative
said
position?
where else in the world?
You
Where
trying to
else
find
in the
them?
world do we really see this?
I'm sure if you point a camera somewhere in a time lapse, it'll happen.
Wait, is it this
Close
one?
to the
Hold on.
surface.
Is it this one? Or
Well, not that one.
when it was
It's
more
the one
like,
where it shows the relative positions.
hey, hold on. Let me see. Relative positions. Okay, I'll look for that. You guys continue. Wait, is it a GIF or is it just an image? Like, is it like actually
The
animated?
GIF, yeah. Oh, maybe it could be an image. Not sure. Maybe.
All right, let's see.
Fucking alarming. Hold on.
I'll see if I can find
You guys, I
it.
put my heart rate up to 121.
Oh, jeez. Let me see. Okay, I don't know if I can find it. How about I just keep posting until you say it's the right one? I mean, you said it might be an image, so I don't know. I'll just, okay. There's that one.
Hey, that's the one. There we go.
How long has this argument existed?
What do you mean?
This appeal to refraction. It should be hit by earthquake, but we still see it because of refraction.
Probably
Well, how long has this argument
2017.
existed?
2017, I guess. Thereabouts.
So, for an infinitesimal fraction of the history of this paradigm, now
No,
the
of
appeal
the
to
flat
refraction
Earth
is made.
debate. Of the flat Earth debate. Right, refraction's been known about since the 1500s.
So,
Are you talking about the Nathan Oakley guys, or you just said that? Just
No, just the whole debate.
in the whole history
community.
of this paradigm, when has this argument been made? Because it's always been flat earthers.
Well, wait, what's going on with those guys? Are they doing shows over on that other platform now?
Gilded or something, yeah.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay. I was wondering what
I
happened to
haven't
that server.
applied.
Yeah, I don't know if
I didn't hear this refutation at all when I was in school. I didn't hear the teacher telling me about one of the arguments the globe earthers made against the flat earthers was that in
Neither did
spite
I.
of in spite of it appearing that we should not be seeing these objects, we do see them because refraction.
Yeah, neither did I, because it wasn't talked about. It's not part of the syllabus.
It's a modern day ad hoc. There you have it. They did it because of us.
No, refraction has been known about since the 1500s. Since
Yeah, but
Gauss.
not in this wonky way of bending Earth to make it look flat.
You see how you do that? Look. You see how you do that, Raviv?
What?
Refraction has been known about. The point wasn't about refraction in general, and you know it wasn't. You know full and well the point that I made was about this argument, this appeal to refraction to defend the globe paradigm against the critique of the flat earthers. You know full and well that's what I meant, but you want to chop off
2017.
all that argument and just focus on the clause refraction being known.
Yeah, and I said 2017 in this context of the flat Earth arena, debate arena, 2017.
So, an infinitesimal fraction of the history of this paradigm.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I
just said refraction has been known about since the 1500s.
So, are
and
you
then
hard-headed?
asked,
Are you
and then
stupid,
asked,
simple, or slow?
and
You're
it's
sitting here
become an
condescendingly
quote-unquote
retorting your
excuse.
answer to me when I just told you I didn't ask about refraction in general. I asked you about the argument where you appeal to refraction to counter the flat earthers' objection to the globe paradigm.
Well, there's three.
How long has that argument been around?
Yeah.
All right, so flat Earth debate stuff started in about 2015.
Hang on a sec,
about,
guys. Merle's trying to get in, guys.
Well, just since Lake Pontchartrain, the Black Swan, and the Chicago skyline, they're the big three that kind of really brought it to the forefront of the debate, especially in people like Nathan Oakley's Gregory.
Yeah.
So when has this
argument?
like
500 years.
No.
Right.
And
not 500 years, not 2,500 years.
Fuck's sake. No. Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, Gregory, you're not getting the context. I mean, I don't...
I'm saying that the flat Earth debate only started in like 2015, 2016, and refraction as an argument has been around since 2017.
Okay.
Hey,
So
fuck.
again, like I said, like so again, like I said, an infinitesimal fraction of the history of this paradigm,
Oh,
not
fuck.
since 1500.
I give up. I give up.
Well, you should, Ruhif, because it is it's pertinent to those three things, right? Like
Hang
it's
on.
used
Doctor's
as
here.
an argument to refute
Oh, yeah.
what's happening with light.
Hang on. Doctor's here.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you're right to press him, Gregory. No, that was
Well, I'm still here, so let's go.
I mean, just like I don't do that often, but like just in a phone call, let alone in person, like I'm just like burned within me hearing him talk. The smug arrogance. Like
yeah.
I'm slow and dumb, especially when I have genuine curiosity and want to get to the bottom of the matter, and I have my position that I hold with critical consideration of the arguments against my position, and this is the kind of treatment that I get.
Well, I don't personally. I didn't hear smugness. I mean, I personally, I mean, I don't think you were. And this not me. Not, it's not me being rude, but I don't think you were listening. Though I mean, he was saying things and I understood it. So I mean, I don't know. Just
The end. Da-da-da-da-da-da, bro.
Food for thought.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm on the globe side that I don't hear it. But whatever. Anyway, back to refraction now. Okay, so let's figure this out, guys. All right. So yeah, what's the
Well,
issue?
dude, I mean, your refraction, it has to make a massive amount of water and earth all move through time and space to look like a flat earth.
Well, first off, I mean, you say
I
flat.
probably said this like 20 times tonight.
Maybe locally it kind of looks flat, sure, but there's still that cutoff point afterwards. So to say it's flat is a little, I don't know, a little silly. But here, hold on. I don't want to tackle this just yet because there is a good point to be made about that whole relatively, looking flat or whatnot argument. But I want to go back to real fast. Yes, the horizon being brought up. Do you know the actual math of like how refraction works and whether or not it could bring up the horizon? Like, do you know if that's possible, or are you just kind of guessing? Like, you're kind of saying, well, I don't think it should be able to bring up the water behind those oil rigs, or do you actually did you actually do the math yourself and you know that it should without a doubt not bring them up the water or whatever? I might have to say that sentence again. I kind of fumbled my words there. So, wait, let me say it again because I probably okay. So, Gio, have you yourself done the refraction math to know for sure if the horizon should be behind those oil rigs or not? Gio,
I am aware of the math that exists.
Yeah.
But what I'll say is that I have never seen any substantiation on any level that entire fields of view that go around curved Earth can somehow straighten out and lift up and bring it up to be at horizontal.
You haven't seen evidence of that?
Never seen
granted,
any validation or substantiation for that effect even being possible whatsoever. It would be like being able to see around a corner or see over a mountain.
so
Hey, Arma,
what's up?
you know what I think might
Can
help?
you see
I
over
think might
mountains?
help.
Can you see around corners?
Hold
Like,
on.
okay,
bro.
Arma,
What's up, Dave?
let's just say, what's up? I have an idea, just to explain it, because I think Arma is just having a hard time understanding that you don't see, or we don't see that the evidence for it, because it's not, if it's a presumed it's a ball, then what we're seeing has to happen that way, right? But let's just say, Arma, pretend like it you found out it actually is linear and stationary, like it seems. So let's say that's the case, and then you'd be like, oh, well, that explains it. It does look flat, I mean, to think that the image could be somehow giving us just the illusion that it's horizontal and it would look just like this if it were flat, but now we're looming up. So would you say if that is the case, then you might have to suspect that the reason that the maths are the way they are was to reverse engineer it, and then the optical illusions that we normally see would fit the ball narrative?
Maybe I can maybe see that, but there I feel like there still is one issue, and unfortunately, I don't think I have any real evidence on me per se. I have like a picture that sort of suggests what I'm about to say, but if I did have that if I did have an image though that showed what I'm about to talk about, that you guys would have to explain a whole lot. So so let me actually get into that now. So the thing is, right? That's all fine and good. Reverse engineering that I guess that could possibly work, but
It seems like the only way it would work, right? Like that, like if that is the case, that it's actually flat, it's not like a mistake. They actually had to go in and figure out the reverse engineering of it, and that's the only other thing that makes sense in my mind, right? It wouldn't just be like if they thought it was a ball and they were just mistaken. I mean, this is an actual precise measurement with the 7/6R giving the leniency that they need for the ball to be within the curvature to be within a certain range, right?
Okay, but if I did have evidence of light bending over, let's say, a curved, thing or whatever, right? Then to say that, to say like, oh, like basically, I'd be able to make that argument at the very least that it could happen, right? If I have evidence that light can bend over, a curved surface, then it's totally reasonable to assume that that could also happen with the Earth's surface if the Earth was, curved, right? Is that fair to
I
say?
don't think anyone's arguing that there's not lighting effects that you could demonstrate, right? But the idea of looming an object like a whole mass of land, just looming it up as if it were just straight out in front of you is something you'd be really hard pressed to demonstrate.
Okay, well, have you guys? I mean, whenever time anyone brings this up, you guys hate it. But have you guys seen like the sugar water stuff? By
Sure.
any chance? Okay.
Yeah, there's refraction. We're not denying refraction. We're not denying the effects that you're talking about. We're just denying the fact that it would always just happen to seem like it's horizontal instead of like a lot of these other variations that you would expect.
All right. Well, the reason why I brought that up is because in one of the sugar water videos, there was like that they put like a curve and they put like a little image of like buildings behind it, and then when you look through that, right, it literally brings up like it more or less flattens that curve pretty much visually, So that's the reason why I brought that up is because also good for Ruhef who doesn't have cancer. But anyway, but yeah,
Yay.
Isn't it kind of like the same? It's similar. Like where we stand on this is like you guys have like one small demonstration or idea of this possibly being true, like one linear direction in an airplane. Oh, okay. Well, you don't feel that, so you could just then think, well, okay, you could be moving several different directions. It doesn't matter what speed, as long as there's no acceleration. We could just max out the numbers, and it's the same exact thing. It's one small example, and maybe they even saw that this refraction that you're talking about is possible to be horizontally lifted up with some special condition that they the sugar water or something like that. I mean, these men, if they were planning on selling us the idea that our reality is the opposite of what it seems in almost every way, then that would be necessary. They would have to predict that people are going to look into it at some point, or people are presently trying to doubt this. So we have to make sure that our maths are somehow plausible.
Yeah. So that's why I asked, earlier if Geo, like, I'm assuming whatever. Yeah, that's why I asked Geo earlier if, like, he actually knows if the horizon behind those oil rigs should be lifted up or not. Like, I mean, I feel like you guys should at least know how refraction works. Actually know the math and whatnot to see if that's see if it's even possible. Hello, Merlin.
Someone might be hot. Someone might be hot micing. I'm not sure.
Is it me? My monitor's beeping. I don't think it's hot liking though. Is it me?
No, it was. I think it was Merlin accidentally. But anyway, I think it's fair to say though that if you're going to definitively say that this can't happen, right? That you should at least know the topic, right? If you're going to say you can't have the horizon lifting up behind the oil rigs, you should at least tell me why that's the case. using the theory of refraction. Like if you understand the theory of refraction and whatnot, like how it all works and whatnot, then explain it to me and show me why it just can't work. You can't just say, "Oh, it's a gut feeling."
Hang on. I'll link you to this GeoGebra thing in a sec.
Gio probably want to respond to that, but I'll say that I don't think he was saying that it's impossible for it to happen the way you're saying, but for it to happen so regularly that it's just like makes it seem as though it's horizontal to us rather than like some of these variations that you would expect, like the prediction of it. I mean, you're talking about refraction. There's so many variations. To say you can predict it means that you've got a range of play that the reverse engineering is allowed for this to seem plausible, right? But then
Not
once you
reverse
realize,
engineering.
so that's what you do believe, right? But
It's not reverse engineering.
You can't prove it is, and I can't prove it is, right?
Okay,
Yes, I can. We can measure the density gradient in the atmosphere and predict how much it will bend.
Well, hold on. Let's hold on. Let's go with the idea that it is reverse engineered. So then, what's the argument then? So it's just we don't know then, right? So then then we should just totally ditch this argument then. The whole point was that it can't do that. And
optics are the worst argument on either side.
Backing out now. I could see that. Like now it's just we don't know.
No, I'm not speaking for anybody. I just got it, but I'll let Gio respond if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little anal about this kind of thing, yeah. Because that was the whole thing, is whether it can or can't happen. But if we're gonna move it over to we don't know if it can or can't happen, then that's the end of the debate. I mean, there's nothing to argue about because obviously we're unsure, So if anyone wants to come forward and say why it isn't possible, then go ahead. Here's the thing. I'll admit, I'm a fucking noob when it comes to this kind of stuff. This isn't my thing. I don't even really know refraction that well, but at the same time, I'm not making the claim that it can't happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm kind of saying this. I'm kind of saying, if you do know, tell me.
Like I said, I just got here, but I doubt anyone's making the claim that it just can't happen.
Okay.
Another thing as it concerns this field is that it presupposes a ontological doctrine as it concerns the nature and function of light. That is, these materialistic atoms, atoms, that are flying around in a vacuum. What is the justification for those premises? Every time I mention this, people just get petulant and hand wave me and bark at me rather than giving me the argument that justifies these metaphysical doctrines. Because if light is not the nature that is presupposed, and does not function in the way that is presupposed, then the argument cannot stand.
Perhaps, but then you would have to, I guess, disprove then that it isn't that way. Otherwise, once again, we're just kind of, I mean, I guess you can make the argument that we don't know, but that's about it, though. I don't think you can't really disprove this unless you just what?
It's an appeal to ignorance fallacy. As a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. It's not my job. It's not my duty to justify these metaphysical premises because I don't hold them.
Not metaphysical. We can measure the refractive gradient in the atmosphere. Measurable.
Steelman, what I just said to you.
Not metaphysical.
Do you understand what I just said?
Well, to be
fair, did you say the word metaphysical?
You said a lot of words, but
yeah.
More than
okay, necessary. So you really don't understand what I just said to you, but you gave me another smug retort. I'll try again. The metaphysical doctrine, as it concerns the ontology of light, you presuppose that light, in and of itself, the nature of light, are little, quote unquote, photons, these materialistic atoms called photons, flying through space over time. That's what you believe about light. The ontological nature and function of light. These premises must be justified. If they are not, the argument cannot stand.
Okay, but once again, you would have to disprove that they aren't these things, because otherwise, then what's the argument?
It is not.
So what's the argument?
Duty.
So what's the argument then? So are you saying
that retort is an appeal to ignorance fallacy? It's not. It's true because you haven't disproven it. No, shifting the burden to proof policy. It is not my duty to justify those premises because they're not my premises. They're yours.
I feel well. Here's the thing. I feel like okay. So this is tough because when it comes to obviously the theory behind like particles and whatnot and photons and whatnot, right? Obviously, it's been studied, right? And there are people who do know it, right? I obviously don't know enough to argue about it, but here's the thing, though, right? For you to make, I don't know, this is tricky because I don't know. I'll get back to me in a bit, but this doesn't quite feel like a good argument. Though. I feel like you're sort of making some weird argument where you could
Not
just
even
say,
make
oh
an
well,
argument. It's not really an argument. It's a scrutinizing question. What is the justification for these premises? What is the justification for this metaphysical ontological doctrine as it concerns the nature and function of light?
well, how about this? What if what's that one fallacy? What if I was saying what if I told you that you're making like an error here, like because you're saying pretty much that they have to be photons or whatever for this to work, but what if that's not the case? I mean, I once again visually I'm still seeing this thing, this image, the oil rigs moving up and down, so and there it has it's predictable, right? We can predict these things and whatnot, right? So I don't think I have to know that they're photons and whatnot to 100% realize that visually things are moving up and down. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's still, I don't know. I feel like there's still room to argue without having to
You're kind of
prove.
straying away from the argument. I asked the scrutinizing question, what is the justification for the ontological doctrine concerning the nature and function of light? Because the predication from the globe side is that light, that the whole universe is a materialistic, atomistic world.
Okay, so
And that light included in this world are materialistic atoms called photons traveling from A to B.
okay, so what if my argument was, or what if I then said I don't know enough to argue on that? Where do we go from here? Are you going to claim victory?
You
Like what
stop
is?
right there. You go do your homework.
So then, okay, well, then we don't have an argument. Then okay.
You know what's interesting about this is I don't think that the most flat earthers think about a conversation like this as like I win or you win, so much as like, and even if like someone were able to claim victory, if it wasn't valid, if the points that they won on weren't really the case, if it's not truth, right, then it doesn't matter who wins, right? The debate, because like you guys are gonna have a problem actually, because we were talking about this the other night. That it's like there's only a certain percentage, I think, of people that can really hold themselves to believing their reality is determined by the calculations or the measurements that the possible reverse engineering tells them they must live on. I think there's only a certain amount of people. Like, I think if everyone in the world heard all the information that everyone here has heard, I think a very large percentage of them would not be able to believe they're on a ball again just from the calculations saying so, right? There's only a certain percentage of people that can really rely on those to just like, completely abandon all of their sensory experience in trade for that. So I think you guys are, I mean, like say it's even not a ball, right? Like say that it's not, I mean, say it is a ball, right? Which I think is like impossible at this point. But even if it was, I think that there's not enough proof on your side to convince somebody that feels like they've realized the reason they don't feel like they're spinning is because they're not spinning. There's no turning back from that point. No measurements are going to convince anybody that they're on a ball again once they feel like, oh, my reality is more like it seems. That makes so much sense.
I don't know.
What?
Maybe.
God bless you. God
No,
mercy
I
on you
agree
all.
with that.
Thank you
I
for the
agree with
combo.
that, Dave.
You can't go back from, you can't unrealize something.
Good night, y'all.
You have to gaslight yourself.
Yeah.
My
You
check.
guys are, I mean,
It's awful.
even if it is a ball, I'm sorry, you guys are going to lose. You guys are going to lose in the long run because the words out. Too many people know now, and there's not enough evidence to show on your side that would convince people that feel like they've realized something.
Mm.
My check. My check.
Yes. Good night.
Yo,
Okay. Good night. Good night, y'all.
Later, sir.
good night.
I'm Gregory.
Anyway, what's the argument now? What are we gonna be debating about now? Come on, let's fucking,
All
one
right,
after
I'll
another.
give you one. I'll give you one. Explain to me this. And this is for you, Arma, not Ruhif. He's not going to come in with like, oh, this is the reason. Just do the calculation. Please just let Arma handle this response to this, right? Even if he's not familiar with it, just let him think on it a little bit before you jump in and start giving your calculations and the reason that you think it must work. But here, I'm just going to post something right now. Just give me a minute. I think we might have DM'd about this, that you and I at one point, Arma.
Maybe. Let's see.
All right, here we go. It's an oldie but a goodie, and I have yet to get adequate responses. And it's not just a nah, in my opinion. But I gotta scroll through my pictures here. Merle's familiar with this, I'm sure. Okay, here it is. All right, so you have a time-elapse photography, right?
Oh.
Creating perfect concentric circles.
Yeah.
Now that can only happen, my opinion is that it can only happen if you have one motion with one steady camera, completely motionless camera, right? One motion of the sky with one completely still, because you bump that camera, your whole time lapse is fucked up. Just a little nudge in the camera, right? Now it's presented a lot of times as if it's just an even argument. Well, it's either the sky moving or us moving. Well, but when you talk about us moving, you're talking about all of these different motions that will not create that same effect, in my opinion. And your side says what about that? I'll let you answer first before I even try to say what your side told me. What do you say about that?
Your question is whether star trails should be circular, right?
Of course, Ruhif has to jump in already. I'm asking Ruhif.
I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer. You are a pussy for not asking me, but I'm not going to answer.
Well, I'll let you go after him.
Right?
It's not that I'm scared of your answer. I just want to hear his answer first.
Yeah, but that's what you talk about, circular star trails. All right.
Perfect concentric circles being caused by either one motion of the sky with a completely sturdy camera, and I would say the only way to make it work for the camera moving would be to have that camera focused, aimed straight at that North Star, and turn that camera very, very steadily. It couldn't be motions in all different directions, thousands of miles. And we're talking about an orbit, as well as the sun moving, as well as our axial rotation. To get those perfect concentric circles like that takes one consistent motion of the camera. How can you explain that, Arma?
On a ball Earth?
Yeah.
It's
over an 8 hour period.
Actually.
Think about it. 8 hours, right? 8 hours.
It's pretty easy. So that circle pattern you see, right? That's because the Earth is spinning, right? And you have
What? Wait, let him answer, please. Just let him answer.
Who said no? Hold on. Who said no? Who's the wise ass?
But wait, let him answer fully. Let him answer fully, please.
Yeah, I'm not being a wise ass.
I think you are. Anyway, so okay, no. So anyway, yeah,
it's instant. It's instant.
What? Hello?
He's contesting your point in an instant.
Right.
Yeah. All right, anyway. Okay, so back to this.
Wrong.
Okay, so yeah.
Wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, so we have the Earth spin, right? And if you're on the Earth, right, then obviously you're gonna be spinning with it, right? And so you have your camera set up, right? Point at the stars, right? And as the Earth spins, you along with it, right? Then obviously everything around you is going to be spinning, relative to the Earth, because that's how spinning works. If I spin, then my surrounding spins around me, right? Anyway, now you're saying, why isn't it like this crazy mess to the side that you have over here, this fucking scribble everywhere? And that's simple, all right? Pretty much, we're on Earth, travel, around the sun, whatever. Yeah, that is traveling on its own path, whatever. But I imagine,
in a different direction.
yeah. And now I imagine, all right, that a few things. Now, I actually don't know. I don't think I know enough to 100% say this is the case. But if what I'm about to say is the case, then it checks out. So I imagine the stars that we do see in the sky, right, are
That's all right.
pretty much. I imagine the stars that we do see in the sky are pretty much traveling, relative, to us. It pretty much, as we're moving with our sun and whatnot, right? That the stars are also doing something similar as well, in a similar, direction and whatnot, right? So as long as everything is sort of like relative, right? If everything is sort of relative, moving along with the sun, right? And also, if we assume, crazy distances, I know you guys hate that. If we assume crazy distances, right? Even if we are moving, right? Like the solar system by itself, we wouldn't expect much, motion going on, right? So it's a combination of, everything relatively moving with us, and a combination of these vast distances, right? To a point where even if we are moving a crazy speed, right, you're not going to notice any parallax, right, or any movement. So it's a combination of those two.
Well, I put something in the live stream just now that'll help you out with like the miles per hour that they say we're moving in all the different directions and such, right?
Okay.
So it's 1,000 miles over 8 hours. You'd be turning 8,000 miles in one direction. Then it's like 536,000 or something like that miles in another direction, right? So then we've got two directions right there, and the rest of the universe or galaxy is not moving along with those two directions because it's our orbit around our sun and our rotation, right?
Yeah,
now, if the star trails are caused by the rotation of the Earth, right, which is very minimal, it's only 8,000 miles over an 8 hour period, very minimal compared to the other direction we'd be moving over 536,000 miles in a separate direction, right? So once you have two different vectors, your time elapse is fucked automatically. Now, if you're talking about a disproportional vector where you're moving literally over 500,000 miles, right, in another direction than where the star trails are coming, and you're saying that the movement of the Earth is causing these star trails from these fixed stars, right, that are quote unquote an infinite distance, doesn't matter because they're fixed, right? Now you could say the angle is very, very small relative to the full rotation around the sun, but that makes no difference. You're talking about over 500,000 miles in another direction as you're trying to take a perfectly steady camera time elapse, right? You can't move two directions, much less three, because then you're going to be trailing along with the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. Times that by 8. So, I mean, we're talking about three directions at least. Doesn't matter if the other stars are moving relatively along with us, or if the math makes you think they're so far away, we wouldn't see any parallax or shift at all in the camera. It would turn out perfect concentric circles. No, once you have just a nudge of the camera with a completely stationary camera, just a little nudge, right? That messes your whole time. You don't get those perfect concentric circles. But you're talking about the circle of the planet is causing the star trails, but then there's no star trails caused by the movement of 500,000 miles in a different direction.
Okay.
So once you have two movements, you're not gonna get the same. You can only have one movement with one stationary camera, or one perfect camera movement with one stationary sky.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's why I also brought up the vast distance thing. I know you also kind of brought up in your argument, but it didn't really make much sense. If they're at a far enough distance, right, and you're traveling, 500,000 miles an hour, even if you're traveling like, a million miles an hour, if they're far enough, all right, and where they can still be seen, then it doesn't matter if you're traveling a million miles an hour, because, you have to worry about parallax and shit. That's like the whole thing,
But the star trails are caused by the Earth moving.
The Earth's rotation.
The reason that you get, the Earth rotation, right? With the camera moving on it.
Yeah.
Right? And then the Earth is also moving 500,000 over 500,000 miles in another direction, regardless of how relatively small that is in angle. It's still the movement of the camera in two directions, and you wouldn't get those perfect concentric circles, no matter how hard you try. Because if your movement of the planet, which is only 8,000 miles, is causing star trails, then you would also have streaks that are like massively longer than that from moving around the sun. Because the movement of the camera causes the star trails, and you have two movements.
Okay, so here I don't know enough of the galaxy, like the how the stars are moving around it, so I can't say for sure. But even if I assume, right, the solar system is the only thing like moving, right? Like it's moving relative, like, to the the Milky Way, where it's actually just like, imagine the Milky Way was still, and then the solar system was moving through it, right? If the stars are far enough, right, then you're not going to pick up that parallax. And I get your argument where, okay, you have the rotation of the Earth, and you also have the movement of the solar system, and therefore it's going to mess up
the
the perfect circle.
Yeah, the orbit and the rotation of the Earth that aren't included in the movement of the rest of the solar system.
Yeah,
Those are our own individual little movements, and both of them should create star trails.
Yeah.
Both movements.
Wait, both?
Just the rotation creates a star trail.
Yeah, see, you want to claim it's just the rotation, but then just say, oh, well, because relative to the whole rotation around the sun, the angle is very small. It doesn't matter. You're still talking literally 500,000 miles in another direction, which would cause star trails of their own.
It's fucking zero.
Yeah,
500,000 miles is fucking zero.
Zero. You want to convince me of that?
Hold on. New perspective. Hold on. I just noticed you made an error there, right? So you were saying there was the orbit and then there's the Earth's rotation. You do realize the star trail is literally only because of the rotation, right? Because the orbit is a physical movement, like your physical position in space, right? You're moving around the sun. But with rotation, right? That's what causes the star trail, because your actual angle to everything is sort of changing, right? You're actually rotating, all right? So when I spin it, right, if I was to get up right now and spin on my feet, right, my surroundings would fucking spin around me, right? So I mean, like, I don't know, man. I get what you're getting at, but you're mixing two things.
The one thing people say is, like, you could be on the Earth and spinning. Just get in an office chair and spin around and look at the light, and you can see how it would work just the same. That the stars were moving. You're moving, or the stars are moving. Well, that'd be fine if it was just the Earth rotating. If it was just the Earth rotation, you might have a better argument. I'd still say it wouldn't work. But regardless, now you're moving 500,000 miles. I don't care how small that angle is. It's still literally over 500,000 miles within an 8-hour period in a different direction, which messes up your star trails. It would cause its own star trail.
I got a question. Let's say we're not rotating.
Now, if you slid across the floor, wait real quick. If you slid across the floor in that office chair, if you slid across the floor, your angle would change. And I don't care how distant they are.
That's the math I want you to do. Do the math for that in your perspective.
I'm not doing anything.
If we're not rotating and we move 500,000 miles an hour, how much does the star change position?
Well, it doesn't matter. The star changes position, because the stars are stationary, right? They're stationary relative to our movement over 8 hours, right? Yes. And the only reason you're seeing star trails is because of the movement of the rotation, supposedly, right?
So let's ignore rotation.
So then you have to figure in the orbit. Or when you're doing time
rotation, right?
Two directions messes it up, no matter what you say.
Let's ignore rotation. What do you expect to see if we're just moving in those two directions or two components?
No, this is where you can reverse engineer. Well, this is where you can reverse engineer this too. If you had a camera looking down on a table, filming a record player of the record revolving, right? The record and player is stationary. You're filming it. But we have to include the orbit, which is a different vector. If we just had the rotation, it all fits perfectly. But we've got another vector as well. That's the issue.
Incorporate. Let's assume we're not rotating. What do you expect to see if you're just pointing in one direction?
We're rotating. That's exactly what perfect concentric circles.
No, we're not. We're not rotating. Do you expect to see streaks if we're not rotating?
Well, from the stars that are moving. Yeah, that's exactly what we do see.
No, we're moving in an orbit, but we're not rotating. Do you expect to see streaks?
For a time elapse, that's what we see, yeah.
Okay. I dare you to do it.
Well, people do it all the time. We always see perfect concentric circles with these time elapse.
No, you're not getting it. Assume we're not rotating. Assume we're not rotating. Do you expect to see streaks?
That's what I'm saying. That's what we get every time people do time elapse. So that's why wouldn't I expect that?
Okay,
we don't get streaks.
Huh?
If you have an equatorial mount and it's correctly aligned, you do not get streaks.
Okay.
The end.
What do you get? It's not the end. You have to explain that.
If you have an equatorial mount which counteracts the rotation, right, you do not get streaks.
So all you're saying there, Ruhif, is that the equatorial mount is moving at the same speed as the lights in the sky. So what?
Yes.
What's your point?
There you go.
That if
That's
we're
why you don't
just taking into account the movement in the orbit, that is 0 compared to the distance to the stars.
Well,
500,000
Does it also
miles.
counteract the?
and
Does it
0.
also counteract the orbit around the sun? Does it counteract that as well?
The equatorial mount, no. That's what I'm saying. Is
Oh,
if
yeah.
we move 500,000 miles, you will not get streaks because the stars are very far away.
Right, but either that or we're actually not moving 500,000 miles.
Sure, but your expectation for what we should see on a globe is wrong. You think you're debunking it, you're wrong.
Draw me a picture.
I'm sitting in a hospital bed. No.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
Oh, I just got to get checked out for cancer, which I do not have, but I've got to stay overnight.
good.
So, yeah.
That's good.
But yeah, I mean, new perspective. I don't think you get the scale of this.
I get your argument.
if
I
the
get your
scale-
argument. You're saying
No.
the angle to the star is so mathematically infinitesimally small that you wouldn't expect any parallax. So therefore, that's why you only see the streaks in one direction where you're rotating, right? But under that idea, you shouldn't see streaks at all. The star shouldn't. It shouldn't matter how much you move. Even with the rotation of the Earth, it shouldn't matter because the stars are so far away. Why would their
No.
position change at all?
You don't
The
understand how
rotation
works.
causes the star trails.
I
Yeah.
understand that. That's your theory. But you have an
Yeah.
orbit. You have another vector. You're just
Yes,
ignoring,
which is
because of the
0.
angle. Doesn't make any difference. You have two vectors. You can't have
Yeah, you
stars
can
in
combine
concentric
vectors.
circles like that.
Whoa.
It wouldn't
Combine
work.
those two vectors into one vector.
My brain is starting to hurt now. New perspective. Are you saying that if something
I
is
know
so
you
far
think
away,
the angle
no. Are you saying that if something is so far away that if I rotate, that it wouldn't turn away?
No,
Like,
listen. The
that's-
reason you get the star trails is because your position of your camera has moved with the Earth, correct?
Because it's
Rotation.
rotating. Yeah, rotation.
Right. Yeah, because the camera moved just with the rotation of the Earth, which is a very small movement compared to the 500,000 miles of moving in another direction.
Oh, Jesus.
It's not
So
about the
it doesn't
movement,
matter.
though.
Just that little small movement, making those stars move and cause streaks. You can't say that it's just because the angle of this orbit is so small relative to the whole, or relative to the distance. You can't say you wouldn't get movement of the stars in that direction as well. You can't do it.
Ah, Lordy.
I know how you think about it, but it really doesn't work when you actually put it in reality.
I don't think you do. You're saying a lot of weird stuff right now.
I think maybe if it made sense, you would have to agree with me, and you're scared of that.
Yeah, if it made sense, but it doesn't, because everything you just said doesn't make sense.
Okay, you think 500,000 miles is very little compared to 8,000 miles?
It depends on the
Oh, it's
scale.
not.
All right?
I know it
Listen,
depends on the
listen,
scale in your mind, but it doesn't matter. The stars move.
Listen, it does, because if I move
With the
5
camera.
miles
The camera
an hour,
makes it look like the stars are moving. I'm not saying the stars would actually move. I'm not saying there actually would be parallax, but you move that camera, it would cause a streak in your result.
Here's how to destroy it. Sit at the North Pole, you're not moving at all. You're just rotating. Moving 0.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
Oh, Roddy got me.
Yeah, that's
So
how
you
it
get
would
star
always
trails
be.
at the North Pole, you're not
We're always
moving at all.
moving 0. We're always moving 0, Ruhit. We're not moving.
No,
Under the globe model.
Okay.
Under it. I thought we were on.
You know whatever.
Now we're under the globe model. We're
Something
under the
like that, yes.
main of
What about the tilt? What about the
the
tilt and
globe
the wobble?
model has you taken under.
Yeah,
What
the
about
tilt
the
doesn't
wobble?
change so much over 8 hours.
You ever see any wobble in those 24-hour time lapse?
No.
Oh, where'd the wobble go?
How much wobble is there at 8 hours? Fuck all.
I don't know.
Wobble.
You tell me.
Wait, if there was wobble, I mean, wouldn't there not be perfect circles? I mean, well, come on, man.
What, perfect circles? Wobbles causes perfect circles. I don't get that. What do
No,
you mean, wobbles would cause
that's what I was
perfect circles?
that's what I was on about. I'm saying if there was a wobble, or at least a noticeable wobble over a short time, whatever. How the hell would we be getting?
Because
perfect
we're not on a
circles?
ball. We're not
No,
spinning.
it's because you
It
don't know what
works
you're
the way it
talking
does because
about.
they have one stationary camera with one sky movement. The reverse engineering doesn't work here, guys. Sorry.
No,
You can think about the
Yeah,
angle. You can think about it as relatively small angle. You can think about it as a relatively small angle, but it doesn't matter. Your
Yeah.
angle to the stars, just the movement of the planet is supposedly causing streaks. So you can move it.
Maybe you need to do the math.
You can't move the camera in 2 directions. Literally, you can't. Show me a time elapse where you move the camera at all in 2 directions and get the same exact result.
because you
Just do
okay.
the math.
Listen, yeah, seriously, do the math, man.
I
Because
know
you are
it's all
talking.
about the math.
You are
There's
no.
not that many people that can always depend on the math to make this make sense. Because I know the math that you're
Usually
talking
can't.
about. I've seen it, and it still
You
doesn't work.
don't. If you understood it, you wouldn't be making this shitty argument.
No, I understand the theory, but it doesn't work still because you're talking about two
If you
vectors.
understand the
As soon as
math,
you have two
you
vectors,
wouldn't be
you're not
making
going
this
to get the same
argument.
result. That's what you say about everything. There's
Yeah.
refraction included, right? So there's only
Yeah.
a small percentage of you guys that can actually just think mathematically is the only thing that matters, right? That's the only thing
How
that
will you
matters
come up with an
to determine your
expectation?
reality. That's all you
No.
can find out.
You know what?
Anything else about your reality, the way it seems, completely out the window as soon as the math makes sense, right?
Show me the prediction using your mathematics for how much it should move in 8 hours. I guarantee you can't.
I can show you the prediction with two vectors that you're not going to get to
Yeah.
perfect concentric circles.
Add those two
That's
vectors
just the way it
together.
works.
One's like 2 million
The way
miles
it
an hour,
works
isn't it?
with the camera.
I could.
I would say even just that small 8,000 mile rotation wouldn't cause the same effect. I say
Fuck.
you have to have a sky moving with a completely stationary camera. That's the only way that works.
I could probably
The
do this in Blender.
rotation.
You know.
Hey.
Would you?
Say
Yeah,
again, sorry.
Do it in your computer program there, Arma.
Are
Give
you
us a
fine
little
with that,
visual.
or are you fine with that, or are you like what? Like you're gonna be
Sure,
like,
yeah. As long as you're showing 2 or 3 camera directions and still getting the same result.
all right, give me a day because I'm kind of busy with something else though. But yeah, give me a day and I'll come back to this.
Yeah, because if you could put it in a visual, that'd be great. The mathematics, they can always seem negligible if you make the stars far enough away.
All right, I'll do that.
Anybody else here want to help me out with this? Merle chimed in. Gio, what's your opinion on this matter? Anybody? If this meme that I like to post is actually straw man, let me know from a flat earther's perspective.
Yeah, maybe ask one of the flat earthers that knows math. Maybe.
Yeah, I think you guys are a rare breed. Actually, that's the interesting part. People that can just think math is the only thing that matters, or
How are you making your prediction for what you should see?
I'm saying 2 camera movements doesn't give you perfect concentric circles.
Yeah. What are you going to do to make a prediction?
You need one consistent camera movement. You can't say there's one consistent camera movement with all those different rotation speeds and orbits and rotations and all that. It doesn't work.
Add those vectors together, the 2 million miles an hour and the 66,000. Add them together. Make a
vector
prediction
math.
for what we should see.
I don't know how vector math ever convinced you of anything. Just combining 2 vectors mathematically doesn't make them one direction.
No, it makes it the
You can
combined
think
direction.
of them as one direction. Yeah, a combined direction, right? You want to think of it as one direction because that's what you need to do to make it one smooth,
then treat them separately.
rotation.
I don't care. Just show me the mathematics.
You have 2 different directions. Not only do you get a messed up time elapse, but you have the feeling. Change in direction is what you would feel, as well as acceleration, which we have as well. As well as momentum changes.
How much
All
you would
of
feel.
those. And you want to get your infinite distances to make it seem like it would be negligible. And you can use your vector maths to make it one motion in your head, but that's just the vector maths that make it that way. It's not reality. Sorry.
Show me your prediction for what we should feel.
2 directions. What we should feel, we'd be dead, bro. We're not moving, bro. We're not moving.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I guess the math
is wrong.
I guess the math that make it all one direction in your head is the way you have to think about it. I respect that. You have to think about it that way. You can't treat it as 2 directions, or you would actually feel it, and you wouldn't have perfect concentric circles.
Calculate what we should feel. Like, what sort of acceleration should we feel?
I don't calculate.
Of course you fucking don't.
The reverse engineering had to be infinitesimal, but I can't calculate 2 vectors as one vector and convince myself it's one movement. You can convince yourself it's just one movement because mathematically it can be shown that way, but it's actually several different movements in different directions with acceleration changes.
Well,
how much?
The exciting thing is the concentric circles speak for themselves. You don't require mathematics to make a simple observation of a direction in one vector. When you add 2, it's obvious from the cognitive dissonance stinking out of people's brains right now that this is where the confusion is.
Yeah.
Because you have two separate directions. You can't escape that. You just can't.
So what?
Combine them
Just the
or
way
not.
cameras
I
work.
don't
Just the way
care.
cameras work.
Show me how you're getting your prediction. You won't do it because you can't.
Ruhip, are you getting your prediction by using vector maths?
I do combine vectors, yes.
Then there you go.
Okay, then
'Cause it's
don't
not
do it
one
that way. I don't care.
You can convince yourself two different movements can be combined into one movement, but that doesn't make it a reality. That's my point.
Yeah, that's fine. Treat them separately. I don't care. Just do it.
Okay, separately, you're going to have two different directions, and your time elapsed
Okay,
won't work.
then treat
I
them
don't even need to
separately.
calculate that.
Show me your prediction.
I'm saying we would have streaks in one direction
Okay.
as well as
How much?
another, because you'd have
How
your
much?
rotation. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. It'd be
calculate.
500,000 miles in one direction and 8,000. It's just ridiculous. I guess if I only can convince you by showing you some kind of calculation, then I guess
Yes.
this isn't the conversation for you. Maybe
That is exactly how you'll convince me.
that's how you have to think of it. You have to be you have to be like so determined that the calculations are all that matter.
And I test them in
Right,
reality.
but doesn't that drive you crazy? You're going to have a heart attack in that hospital. You're a good thing you're there, because it really is.
So
It really is not
It's great to
possible.
see someone so
But
passionate.
you've got no numbers to back it up.
Hey, Ruhif, will you at least admit that it's possible on a flat Earth, or it seems more likely on a flat stationary Earth surface, that all the stars are moving around in circular fashion above us?
Do I think that's more likely? No.
Well, according to your experience on Earth.
My experience, I don't feel rotation, and I should not feel rotation. I can measure rotation, but I can't feel it.
Okay, hang on. You don't feel rotation, but you should not feel rotation according to the model. What if you don't feel rotation because you're not actually rotating?
I can measure rotation.
How was the threshold determined? We were trying to figure that out with Matthew Learns the other night. Ruhip, what was the test that they did to determine this threshold? Like, did they put someone in like a tilt-a-whirl and then move it at several thousand miles in different directions, and then said, "Oh, okay, well, there was no acceleration, so they didn't feel anything."
All right. If you weigh 200 pounds, right, and you went to some other latitude, would you be able to accurately give me your weight?
If I weigh 200 pounds and I'm moving 1,000 miles per hour in one direction,
if you move to a different latitude,
66,000 miles in another direction, and then 500,000 miles in another direction, where's the test that is comparable to those movements that determine this threshold of what we wouldn't feel? I want to hear the technical data that convinced you this was the case.
Yep. The weight of an object changes with respect to latitude predictably based on the centrifugal force.
How much?
That's
how
all it
much
took for you?
predictably?
Yeah. No, and gyroscopes
weigh?
and Foucault pendulum and
Ruif, can I ask a question?
Where are the actual tests?
Can I just ask a question to Ruif? Could that not also be an effect of electromagnetics?
It matches the prediction of a rotating balloon.
Could it not also be an effect of electromagnetics, Ruhif? It was a direct question, yes or no answer.
I'll be back a minute.
Oh, he's got to feed the dogs.
I got to have to feed the dogs. Really?
Has he taken the dogs to the hospital with him?
The dogs have been cornered.
Oh, fucking the dogs are got to be fed. Hang on a sec.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's great.
It's funny. And he said the test was only to measure the rotation, right? It's all about the rotation of the Earth still. Just like the concentric circles. They want to just think about the orbit as not counting in every possible way.
That's not how it works. If you understand how it works, right, then you wouldn't even count the orbit. Orbit is the orbit is a physical position around the sun. Right? That is in no way does that create star trails. All right, star trails is strictly the rotation of the Earth. All right, because when you rotate, everything around you, relative to you, is going to be rotating around you. All right, that's where the star trails come from.
Even if you're rotating around the Earth, even if you're rotating around the sun.
Yeah, even if you're rotating around the sun. All right,
your rotation around the sun doesn't cause star trails.
No, imagine.
For 8 hours, you move 500,000 miles, right? Approximately in a straight line.
Can I get an answer to my question, Ruhif?
Yeah, say again, the doctor came in, so what's up?
Really?
He had to feed the
Very
doctor.
quick.
You made the analogy about weight changing with latitude.
Yeah.
And I asked you, could that be an electromagnetic effect?
If you could make a prediction using an electromagnetic effect and test it, that would be great.
Why are you so hung up on predictions, Ruhif?
Because that's how you validate models. If I have a model that makes all these predictions and they bear out in reality, it's pretty likely that my model's true.
What's your
Pretty
primary assumption?
lightly.
Yeah. Can't prove
pretty
it.
lightly.
Yeah, sorry. Ruhif, when it comes to the model, what is your primary assumption? It's either one that the Earth is moving, right, or else the other is that the Earth is rotund. But what is your primary? I reckon that. What is your primary assumption regarding your model? That if that doesn't hold, then the rest of the model is gone. What would you refer to?
Primary assumption. I don't know. Rotating globe.
Well, that's a dual assumption, isn't it? So for something to be moving, one thing, for it to be a
It has to be rotating and a globe for the weight change.
It's a rotating globe.
At least you're not assuming the entire model. Oh wait, you are.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I have an answer for that actually, and this is for flat earther.
Oh, hang on, doctor's back.
Einstein,
Time to feed the doctor.
The Earth is moving or not, different matter. So this is a key little clue as well. The primary assumption is, but it has to be that the globe is actually, or the surface is actually moving. That's what I think. And when you take that movement away, then everything else is in motion in the sky, which gives us the circular trails as the skylights move around us on a continuous basis over a flat surface.
Yeah, the 12 houses of the zodiac.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vector mass thing, I'm surprised that people can really just, do the calculations for that and not realize that it's just taking all of those angles, those different rotation directions and making them one direction mathematically. And why that suffices as, okay, we'll just think about it that way, so it must work.
I mean, that's kind of how motion works, but I mean, you can ignore that.
Wait, how is it work? Actually, you're saying it's not two different directions.
Well,
the orbit and the rotation aren't two directions. You're saying they're the same direction.
Can I just add one thing here? On a clock, you have 1 to 12, right? In the sky, you have 12 houses, and they revolve around the Earth. That's how they got the clock, based on the sky. Right?
And the hands to the clock, Merle, are located at the center, the very pivotal center of the clock.
And it matches. It matches.
Yeah.
Amazing. I mean,
yeah.
What do you do with that? I mean, Arne, can you see why certain people would arrive at a revolving sky rather than a rotating Earth?
Not really.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
It's a little, I don't know.
Why is it a little what? How far have you considered an alternative to spinning ball Earth in a true scientific sense, bud?
It's just that when everything in the sky is rotating pretty much at the same rate, it makes you wonder if, every, thing, because there's like thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of stars. Okay, there's bajillions of stars in the sky, right?
Yeah,
that's not a word, but hear me out. There's so many things, so many stars in the sky, all moving pretty much at the same rate. All right, and you mean to tell me that that's just what's happening instead of I'm just rotating instead, because that makes more sense. If I rotate right now, everything around me moves. Am I supposed to assume that everything around me is just started to move? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
So the problem is here,
I assume I'm moving.
The problem is here you're mixing models. Whatever applies to the ball Earth model does not apply to a flat Earth model. Everything is fundamentally different, so you kind of compare things. Most flat Earthers will talk about sky lights, so not solid things, but lights that are in motion. Would that change your mind somewhat if you considered that might be the case?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm kind of working on Blender in a second.
Most flat earthers will consider the stars as lights in the sky, not things, not solid bodies. In a sense, if you consider that, will that change your mind somewhat, or would you be able to?
I mean, yeah, it works in that regard.
Yeah.
I guess, but it's still just like you also have like you have like the sun and the moon, and they relatively well, actually the sun pretty much does, although I guess the stars are slightly off from that. That's that's how you get the different constellations during the year. But just the fact that these other things are also kind of moving in that same kind of roughly the same speed or whatever, it's just, I don't know, it's just a little fishy for the flat Earth side.
Well, if you consider the night sky with all of the millions and billions of stars, there's only about 7 or 8 different things that are separate. That's the solar system and its associated planets, etc. So for the most part, we have a separate backdrop, a few anomalies then in terms of the solar system, and then we have the Earth's surface itself. So you have to disintegrate. But it seems to me that you haven't tried to test your model, that you're just here to just sell your model, come hell or high water. I think in that case, you don't need to be here. We can just go to Google.
Oh, wait, are you guys
Google, the official explanation?
Aren't you guys here to sell your model too? I mean,
no, we should be here for the truth, man. Every man
We're
should
only
be
here
for
for
the
people
truth.
interested in
okay.
and if you're interested in figuring out why it is that we think that the ball model doesn't add up, that's fine. But we're not here to try to spread it. The worst thing that could happen for flat Earth is if it became mainstream. That's the last thing we should ever want.
Okay, well,
and there's a key thing.
The mainstream will just use it to sell us more lies. Go ahead.
Oh, there's a key thing here too, Anna. Like, no money's being exchanged. So there's no model to sell. It's sort of like, for a lot of us, it's been a thankless task. I mean, those who will listen and even consider doesn't even have to be a flat Earth position, but those who will, give us fair hearing and take our questioning seriously. I mean, that's appreciated, but again, no money's exchanged. It's just human to human interaction, right?
All right.
This is your reality, bud. You should be trying desperately to figure out what the heck is going on. We all realize we've been lied to on such a monumental scale that it's hard to credit. But I guess if I asked you some simple questions about other conspiracies, you're going to answer the same way as Ruhif and all of the rest of the anti-conspiracy Ball Earth crew will answer, which is sort of, what do you do there?
Hey, Arma, if you were say you were trying to get those perfect concentric circles, right? Let's say you're aiming the camera out of the window of a plane, right? Do you think you'd be able to get perfect concentric circles if you're moving in a plane as well as moving on the planet?
Yeah, as long as you keep the direction. All that matters is the direction. You need the as long as you're not changing any angle. That's all that matters.
And you think 500,000 miles in one and another direction wouldn't change the angle whatsoever?
Yeah, you wouldn't change direction because you're moving. That's how direction works. If you're traveling in a straight line, right? Then, or even if you're traveling in a circular path, whatever. Wait, hold on. Okay, so you're saying, okay, let me get this real fast. Okay, so you're saying if we're in a plane, right, and I have my camera looking out the window, right? As long as I don't, there's no bump, obviously, like air or whatever, bumps, like the plane's like, oh, like kind of shakes a bit. As long as none of that happens, all right, then I should be fine. I should be able to take, what do you call it? I should be able to get star trails, right, from my camera, from the plane. That checks out, all right? The only issue is, if there's like a bump or something, right? So if I'm in a car or something, the road can be bumpy, all right? And at that point, it may be, I'm not going to get like a perfect, like circle, all right?
Are you thinking that you'd be able to just like turn your camera aimed at the North Star the whole time?
Well, that's what I'm saying. As long as you're able to keep it pointing at the North Star perfectly, then sure. But once again, I get your argument, but we're talking about in space, right? Where there really is no other forces going to be acting on the thing, on the Earth besides like gravity and whatnot, right? So if I'm just traveling around the sun, right? And the sun's traveling in its own direction and whatnot, and of course it goes without saying I'm traveling in that direction as well because I'm traveling around the sun. Then I get what you're getting at, but like, I don't know, man.
If you move the camera to try to stay aimed at the North Star as you're traveling in a plane, it doesn't matter if you were able to perfectly aim at the North Star, you wouldn't get the same result. Just from those two
I think you would, as long as you're able to point it at it.
You wouldn't.
Well, what makes you say that? You said you wouldn't, but have you actually done it? I mean, that's a bold claim.
Because you can only have one stationary camera with the sky moving, or one perfectly perfectly moving camera. You can't have two directions to have a perfectly circular motion of the camera.
I think you can.
You can think of it that way. You can think of it that way, but literally it doesn't work, bro. It literally doesn't work.
I think it works because here's the thing, right? If we assume, all right, we're on a ball, we assume it's rotating. All that matters. Oh, welcome back. All that matters is that we're pointing at that star or whatever, the North Pole, the North Star, or whatever, and we're keeping it centered on that. All right, that's all.
Well, you don't have to keep it centered. You just let the camera sit, right? You don't have to aim the camera at all when you just have it on the Earth when you're taking your star trails. You don't aim the camera at the North Star as you're rotating or as you're orbiting. You just let the camera sit.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so there's one issue with that argument, though. Right, the issue is that, because I'm thinking about this now, if we were to be on a plane doing this, obviously the plane's traveling around the Earth, so then that would be having its own little rotation, in a way. You know what I'm saying? But as long as it was, but here's the thing: as long as it's going along with the rotation of the Earth, though. All right. So if it's going along with the rotation of the Earth, then we're pretty much good.
Yeah, but the orbit doesn't go along with the rotation of the Earth. You can think of it as one direction. You can do the vector math to make it seem like one motion, but it's literally two different directions. And over 500,000 miles in one direction, and only 8,000 miles causing the streaks.
Well, let me say something.
Hold on. Okay, you're throwing a bunch of various. Look at you first, and then I'll go to my thing.
Okay, well, I was just going to say that, okay, it's somewhat understandable when we take just the backdrop stars into question or into consideration with their massive distances. But the whole of the night sky seems to move in unison in general. So it would be, you would have to explain how this circular motion is still in place regarding the moon or any of the other planets, that you see the same exact sort of trail layout. At the moon and all of the planets are sort of obviously much closer than any of the stars are. So we should definitely see some sort of spiraling pattern or something like that when we look at the moon on its transit across the sky in the same time lapse.
And you agree though, Arma, that you agreed. You said it yourself. The plane would have to be moving in perfect unison with the rotation of the Earth for it to work in your head.
Well,
right?
hold on. So
but if it's moving in another direction, it wouldn't work, right?
So let me elaborate. So what I meant is, all right. For example, if we were to, so we have to travel either with or against the rotation, right? But here's the thing: if we travel with the rotation, then obviously at that point we're going to be either getting like a really slow star trail or no star trail at all. Because if we're following the rotation of the Earth exactly, then there's no star trail, obviously. Now if we're traveling in the same direction but not the same speed, then we're going to get a star trail, but it'll just be kind of slow. It'll be slow to form because normally the entire circle. Well, actually, I guess you never really truly get a entire circle unless if it's the inner circles thing you do. But anyway. So
let's say the orbit's in the opposite direction of the Earth turning, completely the opposite direction.
If it's in the opposite direction, then that still works though. Yeah. So then you would get even faster circle. You would get a faster circle.
No, you get streaks in two different directions.
You would get a faster. You're saying the opposite direction. Okay. So as long as you're not
the orbit is not the same as the rotation. They're two different directions, two different movements, completely two different directions.
Okay.
Two vectors.
How about this? I'll give you two scenarios, right? So in the one scenario where we are traveling north, right? Or maybe not north. Well, I guess north. Let's just assume we have the camera in the front of the plane, right? So in the one scenario where we're traveling north, right? The plane is literally just facing north, right? And we have the camera in the front of the plane. In that example, we wouldn't get circles because at that point we're changing latitude, right? And at that point, literally the North Star is going to be rising up, right? So as it's completing its circle, it's also rising. So we're going to get this weird, like swirly little, looking effect, right? Now, if we're traveling,
you're getting closer to them relatively, right? Because your angle will be changing just from getting. I know relatively it's not that much closer, but just if you walk across America, your angle to the stars is going to change just from walking across America. Right?
Yeah, the angle. Yeah, but
your angle's changed, right? So you change your angle, then it doesn't matter. Your concentric circles are fucked.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. So here's the thing, right? The angle changes though because you're actually traveling around. And once again, we have to stick to the ball model, right? So on the ball model, when you're walking, right, you're changing your angle because you're literally changing your angle on the ball. You're at a different angle now. All right. That's the reason why it changes the angle. All right. If I was to
you're saying the orbit doesn't change the angle at all. The orbit's over 500,000 miles and it doesn't change the angle at all. Does that
the orbit No, because the orbit is a physical position, right, in space. All right, you're changing your physical position in space, right? If that's not a rotation,
Right.
rotation is what causes the star trails. All right, you rotate.
So the rotation is not physical, and the orbit is physical. What do you mean?
I mean, if you want to get technical, then yeah. I mean, like technically,
technically both physical.
But then you can make the argument.
I don't know why it's technical to call them both physical.
Okay, so then you can make okay, hear me out. So then you can make the argument that if do it at the North Pole, right? Like literally at the point where the Earth spins, right? That one point, right? That point, there is no like, real like. Yeah, you're rotating, but you're not actually changing your physical position in space. Because you could argue that if you're at the equator, then you are traveling around the center of the center point of the Earth. Technically, you know what I'm saying? Like you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour around the center, of the Earth. But if you're at the North Pole, then you're not really changing your physical position. All right, you're just rotating. All right.
Well, if we were on a ball Earth, right, it should matter where you are. You should get totally different time elapses if you were at the equator as compared to closer to the North Pole, right? Because you'd be moving less distance over less time. You shouldn't get the same result no matter where you are on the planet, right? Because if you have different tangential speeds tapering up towards the North Pole where you're not even supposedly supposed to be spinning at all, right? Then you're going to have different results from your time elapse because you've moved relative to the other guy at the equator, not as much in a different time, right? You may be moving 500,000 miles or 5,000 miles. Wait. 5,000 miles per hour, or 500 miles per hour compared to 1,000 miles per hour, right? So over 8 hours, it's going to mess up your whole thing, and you wouldn't get the same result.
It's not because
Jesus Christ, do the math.
You're not understanding how rotation works. It's rotation, all right. The whole point is that you're rotating, all right.
Okay.
There's nothing to do with the speed.
It's a matter of degrees, right? Okay, I can take that.
Degrees,
I'll take that. But you still can't account for your orbit.
You're not supposed to account for
if I'm standing under a building, right, and something's directly above me, like some fucking tower, and I move a millimeter, am I going to see that tower move?
So you're going to convince me that 500,000 miles is a millimeter?
Do the
relative to the distance.
Do the math.
Maybe. I don't know.
500,000 miles in a different direction is going to mess up your time elapse. Even
do the math. Why won't
star,
you do it?
You can think of it. You can think of it as math, but it's not. It doesn't work, man. It's just camera. It's just the way the camera works.
No. All I hear from you is nah.
Yeah, I mean,
you can make your stars infinitely far away, but that's ridiculous.
That's the model. You can that's the model if you like.
Because you're talking about 8,000 miles compared to 500,000 miles, right? So you're saying that 8,000 mile movement
How do you measure that?
causes the streaks. But this 500,000 movement causes nothing.
Right.
Both physical directions. Both physical.
One's a rotation. One is a rotation. One is a linear direction.
Right. And
rotation
one's
causes the star trails.
The only thing that causes an effect is the little movement, not the big movement.
Yes, the rotation causes the big move. It's 360 degrees in 24 hours.
Right.
That causes the star trails.
You can't think outside the math.
You can't think inside the math.
Otherwise, you have to. No, the math does not. The vector math doesn't work anyway. Vector math
only it does. If you want to take them separately,
vector math don't make it one movement literally. You have separate directions.
If I have a camera and I'm moving it left at some speed and I'm moving it forward at some speed and it's pointing at some fucking pebble on the ground, what path is that pebble going to trace?
Both.
Yeah. So you can add vectors, right?
It's gonna also that your time elapse would be messed up because you wouldn't.
No, it's not. Show me the fucking math.
You'd have two motions. You would see two motions.
Show me the fucking math.
If you bump your camera, if you just nudge your camera a little bit, you're gonna mess up your time elapse, right? Yeah.
Hang on.
So you're saying 500,000 miles in a different direction isn't even close to a nudge.
Correct. It's fucking zero.
That's insane.
Ruth, you want to see the math, Ruhif. Can you tell me how you actually measure millions of miles away? How would you do that?
This is. I don't care.
That's millions of miles
away. This
No, you
isn't
have to
about
care because the
me
math has to be
justifying
consistent.
distances to stars. It's you trying to find a flaw in this model. You have to accept the model as it is to try and find a flaw in it.
Your
If you
model is
think they're
already
close,
debunked,
then you
bud. I
just
already
storm any
debunked your
model.
model with the initial
It's over.
assumption that you have to have
Been
the
over
Earth's
for a
surface
long time.
moving.
You
The
can
model
strawman
is
the
already
model if you
debunked.
like and say their stars are close. I don't care.
Ruev, are you not interested in truth? You're just interested in,
Yes, I am, Pete.
projecting a model, all aspects of the model that you
Yeah, the model
can
matches
to their
reality, Pete.
individual component parts.
Reverse engineered to make it seem as such.
Yeah, I don't care if you call it reverse engineering.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to admit it is. That's the only way to figure it out, right? Even if you're
You
right.
have observations, right? And then you think about what possible model could explain those observations. If you want to call that reverse engineering, fine.
Right. Okay. At least we're on
Reverse
the same
engineering
page
doesn't
there.
even make it doesn't even make sense, right?
But one second, the foundation of every model has to be things that we can relate to ourselves. This is what science is about. If you start saying that we don't experience this, let's assume that this is the case and then take it from there, then your model can go into anywhere, any be clarifying it. There's no way of experiencing it. So every model to remain consistent has to agree with each and every one of our experiences on Earth, right? That's where you take a beeline and you every one of your contingent component aspects of your modeling, none of us can experience. It's a complete belief system. It's a venture into the ideal mathematical world. And as Dave said, New Perspective said, yes, it is reverse engineering in a sense. Yeah. Model has no backbone, bud.
Well, if anybody doesn't claim reverse engineering, isn't that an implied? Aren't you implying that something has to change because that something doesn't match the other? I.e., something that we observe does not match what we should observe, which is a tacit acknowledgement that we observe something that is not or does not comport with a flat Earth. That's the only way you can imply or say something was reverse engineered.
I actually don't go along with, maybe New Perspective wants to answer. I don't go along with reverse engineering. I think the truth is known from the start. Everything is metaphor. So everything presented to us in the form of the spinning ball Earth, blue marble model of the Earth is, just built on the truth and pure knowledge of what's happening in reality. So it's not reverse engineering. It's more like a deception. You know what I mean? It's just a mirroring of what's
That's what I mean
happening.
by reverse engineering. The deception is they had to reverse engineer what we see to fit the model.
Yeah.
And that's why they had to make the stars infinitely far away so that they could have these negligible maths.
Yeah.
But that's not reverse engineering.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's why the term is a bit loose then, yeah. I don't think that's the appropriate term, but you get what would be negator.
Yeah, I understand this. Technically that the reverse engineering would be another way of describing it. Yeah. That's maybe not even the right word. You're right. It's more like rigging the maths.
Yeah.
Rigging the distances and the numbers to fit the model, yeah.
Okay, but rigging still implies that you're doing something artificial. And all these guys are explaining to you is what we observe in reality.
In reality, we observe a stationary Earth surface, negator, and we observe all of the skylights to move around us in a circular fashion on a daily, nightly basis. That's what we observe and experience in reality.
You don't observe the stars infinitely far away. That's your interpretation of the star's distance.
To make it work, to make the model, or actually to make the assumption that the Earth's surface is moving.
King's Dethroned does a great job explaining. If anyone's listening that hasn't read King's Dethroned, it shows perfectly how they basically made a choice. You know, we could make the stars infinitely far away and make this model work. That was the
Is there a way that I can interpret the stars as being close? Is there a reason for that?
Well, they would have to be somewhat. The distance has to be somewhat far away for them to be actually moving 15 degrees an hour in the way that they do. So I have to admit that.
So there is no interpretation of the stars that you could conclude that they are close.
Well, but everything we observe is exactly what we observe. We're not moving. We're not rotating. We're on a stationary plane. So the way that it works has to work that way, if that's the case, right? So.
Right, but
whatever the distance has to be, 15 degrees still works.
Okay, but you said this was our interpretation, as if there was some way to draw another conclusion. What I'm asking you is there an example of us looking at the stars where the logical conclusion is that they're close? And if you can't give me one,
The
that
perfect
also means
concentric
you can't tell me, sorry?
the perfect concentric circles that either we're moving, right, or the sky's moving, and we're not moving. That's the only way to get those results.
But this, remember, we're talking about distance and perfect concentric circles, and then going on to tell me about movement doesn't tell me anything about distance.
Oh, I don't think we can know the distance necessarily. But if you're talking about the inverse square law of light, it doesn't seem to match that. That's for sure. Those stars would have to be huge. And I know you want to say that all the P900 video footage is just a out of focus issue or in camera effect, but you'd be hard pressed to really convince yourself if you looked at all that footage and said, oh, that's always just some kind of camera malfunction that's causing these very detailed looking frequencies of these stars and lots of anomalies that are just like, wait a minute, that looks like an actual like ridge to it that has definition with a cross in the middle. That can't just be an in-camera malfunction.
Okay, so again, zooming in on a star doesn't tell me anything about its distance, right? My issue with what you've said so far is that you implied we sort of made up, right? That's what you meant by interpret.
Not you personally.
Well, I'm with these guys, and we're with the accepted science behind it. So if you're going to assert that,
we're with the government representative. How's it going, Decatur? It's been a long time, brother. How you doing, man? How's Kuwait treating you? Still over there?
No, I'm in Korea now, actually.
You're in Korea? Oh, better?
That's all right. But you understand what I'm getting at, right? Like for you to assert that we're just picking and choosing and that there's evidence to the contrary is kind of silly when you can't provide evidence to the contrary.
Well, you've read King's Dethroned, right? Have you read it? Negator?
No.
King's Dethroned? Oh, I'll link it in the live stream. Good old friend of yours, Cathex, is reading it, in fact.
So
yeah, I'll pass on that.
The power,
hey, Pete, it's weird, man. Like the guy was talking to me, and I know I sort of jumped in too, but I don't understand why you feel the need to jump into the middle of every.
I thought he was looking for something to post for you. I didn't know he was continuing to talk, Negator. And don't be acting all high and mighty here, bud. We all know what you are.
I don't know. What am I? What do you think I am?
You're a military agent. You're a military agent, Negator.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
And Dave, apologies. A new perspective. I thought you were.
No worries. Yeah. I posted it. Cathex is reading King's Dethroned. What they basically explain in there, if you make the stars infinitely far away, you can make it work, because you can make all these little numbers, make these numbers completely negligible seeming with their, angles and their distances, somehow mathematically allowing it to be somehow plausible for the people that are just completely convinced by the math.
I did. Me first.
No, go ahead.
What I was gonna say was I actually did something in a Blender real fast. What's your name? Perspective. I did the I did pretty much the orbit without rotation. And I made the stars really far away, and yeah, there's no, you wouldn't expect to see it spin, nor do you expect to see any parallax because it's really far away. So I could probably add spin now if you want, see how that looks.
Did you get? Yeah, add two different directions with the camera. Yeah.
All right.
Separate directions, not just one swirly direction. It has to be two different directions.
Hey, Armour, can I get you to do something for me in Blender?
Maybe.
I mean, Kosho's offered to do it, but I've got absolutely no faith in Kosho coming through with the goods. So
yeah, take over. I'm falling asleep. But thanks, guys.
Yeah, nice one.
I'll check it out. Armour, post it when you get done with it.
All right.
Can you do something for me?
Maybe, depending on how complex it is. Or is it?
Well, Kosho said it was really simple and would take him 20 minutes to do.
All right, what is it?
I need you to model the predicted Here's a prediction that Ruhif likes to throw out there. Can you predict the amount of drop of the level line from a horizontal plane over 1 mile? And can you do that as a graphic representation in Blender that we would be able to play around with?
Maybe only because I might have to do some math for that, because I can't. It's not as simple as just making a giant sphere. But I think I could maybe figure that out. You might have to give me a day for that though, just to figure out the maths.
A day?
Like a 3D renderer, DP.
Sorry?
Like I've got a 3D renderer that does that.
You've got a 3D... Well, all I want is a visual representation of your predicted drop of the level line from an established horizontal plane. Now, if Armour can do it in Blender, he can just send me the STL file, and then I can load it into Blender and play with it on my screen share and demonstrate exactly what I need.
Do you want an optical or like a physical drop? Like how much drop you'd see if you're looking through the atmosphere?
Over a mile, Ruhif.
Yeah, with refraction or without refraction?
No, I just want to see how your level line would drop from an established horizontal plane over the course of 1 mile.
Okay, if you're looking, it's 7 inches per mile squared. If you're sort of doing some physical measurement, it'll be 8 inches per mile squared.
So you got 2 different measurements for the same amount of curvature.
Yeah, one of them's optical because our atmosphere bends the light.
No, of course it does, Ruhif.
Yes, it does.
No, just the physical measurement. I'll only be dealing with physicals. I won't be going into optics and getting lost in that zone of confusion where you like to dwell, Ruhif.
All right.
I won't be going off into that part of it.
As much as I'd like to, I also feel like you're gonna only use the physical argument, and it's like, do I really want to do that for a guy who's gonna only make that silly argument? But I'll think about it.
Hang on. So you're putting up an objection because I want to use the model in the way that it's modelled. There is no optical drop in that model.
Because
I asked you to model it for me, and told you that I want to use it in the way that the model is modelled. There is no optics. There are no optics within Blender. You can add them as filters.
Looking through an atmosphere, it changes how we model it.
Ruhif, I'm only interested in the physical numbers. Yep. You can argue about your refraction and your optics and your this and your that afterwards.
For somebody that's asking for help from other people, you're being mighty confrontational about it.
I'm getting nothing but resistance from them.
Please help
and
us.
I can't understand why. He agreed to do it, and now he's disagreeing to do it because I'm using the physical measurements.
No, because I feel like you're gonna prance around these fucking calls, whatever. Like, I got this model that Arma did, right? And then you're gonna be like, oh look, this is what happens when you don't account for refraction, and it's like, why did I make that for? I'm gonna be a dickhead about it.
I'm not gonna. If you think I'm gonna be a dickhead about it, don't do it then, Arma. But
I'll do it for myself. How about that? How about make it for myself, and you could tell me what to do every time you want to do it. But I don't want to. I feel like I don't want to give that to you though. I feel like you're gonna be a dickhead about it. I don't know.
How many times have we spoken, Arma?
I don't know actually.
This would be the second or third.
Yeah, probably. But
I've never been a dickhead to you.
I know, but you're flat earther, and you're gonna make a very argument.
What constitutes being a dickhead for you is being a flat earther, is having a different point of view to the point of view that you hold.
No, it's just that
anybody who thinks differently to you is a dickhead. Correct?
No, okay, I was just joking around. Look, what I'm really saying is that because I know a lot of flat earthers, they just ignore the refraction argument, and so I just feel like you're going to do that, and it's like, once again, I'm gonna be wasting my time. Like, here's the thing, I'll make it. Maybe I'll do it for myself, or whatever, and maybe I'll give it to you if I feel like whatever, sure. But yeah, I'll make it though.
Well, from the get-go, out of the gate, I'm telling you, I am not using refraction. I am not going to the distances where refraction would come into it. I want to concentrate on the physical measurement, the physical drop of the level line, according to you, from that established horizontal plane. That's all I'm interested in.
You know what? I guess you might. Okay, it is only a mile, so I guess that is kind of a good point. You probably won't get too much refraction at that. Yeah, I don't.
Right, and then afterwards you can extend that mile, extend your curve, extend the plane as far as you like, and argue the toss about refraction and how it gets lost in the optics. That would be Ruhif's pinnacle there. So
I don't
after
think
my
that's what you're gonna do.
presentation, you can argue the toss about whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah, you're just going to leapfrog auto level shots, right?
Well, we'll speak about it later, Ruhif.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see what I can do though. It may be a bit tough though, because once again, there's no way I could make a sphere as big as Earth and Blender without, because I don't know, polygons and whatnot. It's a huge thing, but I might have to do the curve math wise. Like, okay, how much curve and then bam.
I'll tell you what.
Do
Do me
science it out.
do me
Science
a
it out through ray
2D
tracing.
representation, Armour. Just your
2D
curved
representation.
line and then your at a
science it out.
mile.
Wait, what about you, Ruf? What were you saying?
I'll send DP science it out ray tracer.
Oh.
Where is it?
Ray tracer. Yeah. This is light, yeah, Ruhif?
Yep. You can control how.
I'm not interested in the light. I want the physical measurement. I want to see that curve dropping away from the established horizontal plane over the course of a mile. How come this is difficult for you?
Okay, never mind.
I really don't understand how you claim that that everything is tangent to your curve. Everything is at a tangent to your curve. And when I'm asking you to give me a visual representation of that tangent against the curve, all I get is kickback. Why is that?
I just know what you're going to do.
You don't know what I'm going to do.
Okay. You're going to take...
That's the joys of me doing a presentation.
Ruhif, how about comparing it to reality?
Yeah, but he's going to do like 500 feet auto level shots, and then he's going to get a...
Ruhif, don't second guess me. Don't sit here and predict what I'm going to talk about, because it's not a good look for you.
All right, whatever.
Can somebody give me what I'm asking for or not?
I will attempt it.
Thank you very much, Armour.
Kid, man, it's a really weird way to come and ask for help from other people.
Well, that's your opinion, Negator. You know, I'm sick of talking to these people and getting bullshit answers and gum flapping excuses. Sick of it.
I mean, you could just learn how to use Blender.
I am learning how to use Blender. Thank you very much. Next question, Negator.
No, that pretty much summed it up.
Thank you.
Why did you call yourself Negator? It's an interesting question, isn't it? You seem to do nothing else but negate any and all thoughts of possible flat and stationary Earth surface. Anyway, you don't have to answer that. Can I just say something about...
I'm glad you recognize that. So.
And well, you don't have to answer any of my questions. You have to do everything that your military bosses tell you to do, whether you like it or not. But me, well, I'm only the true power on Earth here. But maybe you'll have to answer to the rest of us at a different point. But can I just say to whoever was asking about the Blender thing there, Shubal Larry, who is an engineer, also an army man, I asked him on a straight level road, you point horizontally, do you have to take account for perspective? How much do you have to drop? He said you have to drop per mile, you have to drop your horizontal by about 0.02 degrees or something like that. But the more miles that you're surveying, the more horizontally you have to drop the line to account for just visuals perspective. I thought that was a very good admission by him. Because of course we hear lots of times that if you're a flat earther and you point horizontally, everything at 5 foot right now will be at 5 foot all the way to eternity. So yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work.
Horizontal to eternity. But I just had an admission from Larry Schubel that no, that's not the case. You have to drop a certain degree per mile to account for this perspective. I
don't know. So I just linked, Walter Bislam has something that sounds like it would do what he's asking for. You can't. You may not be able to do as much as you can in Blender with it. But.
Walter Bislin isn't in this server and won't be at the presentation, and I'd like somebody to see what has been done. There is a physical drop of the level line being the surface of the water from an established horizontal plane. You say that hydrostatics conforms the law of hydrostatics, the physical law of hydrostatics, conforms to the surface of your ball. Now, if we established a horizontal plane and can measure that drop of that surface water surface, from that horizontal plane, then yeah, if you live on a ball, that is what you will see. That is the measurement, the physical measurement you will be able to make.
Yeah.
If
I'd link to a video of somebody already doing that. This is groundbreaking what you're doing here.
If the surface of that water doesn't curve and adheres to the horizontal plane, then the surface of where we live is planar in nature. It's not flat, because there's hills and valleys, but it is planar in nature.
And again, what you're saying has been done countless times, and I linked you a video of somebody doing that.
Does it involve a water level negator?
You can look in the video and find out.
Does it involve a water level negator?
You can look in the video.
Why can't you give me a straight yes or no answer? See, this is a dancing around that I am pissed off with. You dance around a correct question.
Maybe don't be a lazy fuck. Watch the video.
By not watching a video and doing other research online, I'm being a lazy fuck, yeah? By putting my presentation together for tonight, I'm being a lazy fuck. And you just sit there and copy and paste a video link, negator.
No,
what
it sounds like you're asking for other people to provide all the information you need.
I'm asking people in this arena, in this server, to present something that represents their belief system. And you're giving me kickback. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I'm a fucking prick, and that's your best response.
Yep.
The answer is no, anyway.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. We've hardly spoken, Negator, and we had a reasonable conversation over on That Flat Earth. And now you're in here, and I'm trying to get stuff together for my presentation tonight. I've asked Kosho to do it. He said he would. I have no confidence in him coming through with it. And now I've asked, who was it, Armour?
All right.
And he said he would.
It's just, let me say, I'm just trying to, let me see if I can try working on it now real fast. But it's gonna take some maths.
But I'll tell you what, right? If you want to do it, if you want to put it together, fine, great, thank you, appreciated. Right, I shall leave now because I'm obviously a distraction to the conversation. So if you want to put it together for me, Armour, that would be much appreciated. And please, gents, carry on with the conversation, and hopefully I'll speak to most of you later on this evening. I know there's some of you that just won't want to hear what I've got to say, and you won't. Even if I do say what I'm going to say, you won't see what is there, and that's not my fault. It's really not my fault. If you can't see what's there, that's down to you, not me. And if the geometry and the hydrostatics demonstrates that we live on a surface that is planar in nature, then there is no sphere. End of story. The geometry proves it, and the hydrostatics prove it. And then through through looking at the optics and studying the optics and finding out what is happening in the optics, you'll be able to find where the curve is. And it's hidden in that confusion zone. That zone of compression and where the air or the ether, whatever you want to call it, fucks around with what you're seeing.
Oh, real fast. Just give me the details one more time. So you want 1 mile of curvature of the Earth, and what else?
But just the deviation of the curve from that horizontal plane.
Oh, so you want me to also add like a plane as like a reference too, right? Like you could
Yeah.
about. Okay.
Yeah, so if you take the top part of your curve, where you're supposed to be standing, if you want to put that magical tangent line on the top, yeah, and then project it out, so you've got the surface of the curve dropping away, and then you've got the tangent line at the top, then that would be good enough. If you can do that as a sphere in Blender, so we can mess around with the plane and look at the plane from different angles, that would be a bonus. If you just could do a 2D graphic that is to scale, that would be perfect. So the drop from the plane over 1 mile.
Alrighty.
Yeah?
It should be pretty straightforward in Blender.
Yep, I would have thought so. Thank you very much, Arma. And as I said, I'm going to drop out now. As you can appreciate, I've got a busy day ahead of me. So, yeah, nice to speak to you, gents. Catch you later.
All right, DP. Catch you later, man.
Hey, Bandsaw, what do you think Rumpus would think about the surveying journey?
What would he think? Oh, with the horizontal line? Is that the line you're talking about?
Yeah, he's here. I wonder what his thoughts were on it. I don't know if he's at his mic.
And the water level? I don't know.
What's the question?
All right, Rumbus, are you confident that a surveyor can create a horizontal line from a point?
Well, they'd have to allow for refraction, but if they did that, they can do that. Yeah, to with a certain limited, with a certain accuracy, but it's they can't do it exactly because of refraction, but they can do a reasonable job.
Oh, they'd get it. They'd get it pretty much spot on though. Over a couple of mile, they'd be able to get it within half an inch. You would think, wouldn't they? Definitely. Come on, these are professionals, Rumpus. It's what they do every day, day in, day out.
Yeah, but you're asking for horizontal, I suppose.
Yeah, This is what they deal with this every day.
No, they do not do horizontals. They generate things at the same level. That's what they do. They do not try and create horizontals.
Definitely, they create a horizontal from
no,
a
they
point
don't.
every single time.
Really? That's what the auto level does, but unfortunately, that's subject to refraction. I was just thinking how you would.
So are you saying every time they set up that their machinery, they're not creating a horizontal? That's not what they're trying to do.
No, they're trying to create levels.
Mm.
That's what
horizontal.
They do.
Horizontal line.
No, it's not horizontal. It's level, so it's curved. But within a reasonable. But if it's over a short distance, there's very little difference. But if you're talking about 2 miles, that's tricky. Because
you would say every time that they move that machine, Rumpus, that they are creating a curve, right? Because they are creating a new horizontal under your model, right? Every single time they move that machine.
No, they create a new level. The way I mean, the auto level itself tries to generate a horizontal line, but that's subject to curvature. So, for instance, if you're doing it over something like 2 miles, then you're going to get what? So that would be the drop would be for 24. 32 inches. So that would be nearly 3 feet. So you'd have a drop over 2 miles of 3 feet. So the refraction on that would be about 15% of that, or say 10. So about 6 inches, 5 inches. So you'd have to be out by 5 inches if you just used the auto level and you didn't make a correction for refraction. And you did it over 2 miles, you'd be out by 5 inches. Now, if you did try and correct for refraction, then you could get closer. But it's not exact. But you were talking about, it depends what resolution you want. If you want it to be within 2 or 3 inches, then yes, you can do that. But if you want it higher than that, then you've got problems.
Rumpus, if a surveyor was creating a horizontal line from a point, number one, right, they wouldn't be shooting it over 2 miles. Right, a professional wouldn't do that, Rumpus.
Yeah, okay. but then you're not using horizontal. Then you have to rely on the curvature of the Earth. If you're not going to do it in one measurement, then you have to start assuming the curvature of the Earth. Because if you do multiple measurements, you're going around the curve of the Earth. So you cannot generate a horizontal with unless you're going to take into account. If you're prepared to take into account the curvature of the Earth, then yes, you can do it. But if you're not, if you're going to dispute that, if you're not going to allow them to do that, which presumably you wouldn't, then the only way to do it is with one measurement, and say I'm going to look through my auto level, and this is my horizontal, and then in the distance 2 miles away, I'm going to say put this whatever it is you want to put there at the horizontal to the auto level, but you'll have to do it in one go unless you want to take into account the curvature of the Earth and include that in the maths as you go along with your auto level.
So you're saying, so you're indicating that a surveyor couldn't create a horizontal line from a point.
They can, but they would include, if they wanted it over 2 miles, they would have to take into account the curvature of the Earth. If you allowed them to do that, then yes, they can, but you would object to them doing that.
We just want a horizontal line. No curvature.
Yeah, well, okay, a surveyor can do that, but they would, I'm telling you, to do that, they would include in the calculations the curvature of the Earth.
Why?
Okay.
Because the Earth curves.
Not for planar surveying.
No.
Yes, but you're going over 2 miles. That's out of the range of planar surveying. And if you wanted to do it in if you did not want to do it in one observation. So if you've got one problem with one observation, in that you've got to account for refraction, which is going to say over 2 miles are probably about 3-4 inches out. If you want to do it by lots of little steps, as Bandsaw wants to do it, then to get the horizontal point, then you're going to have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not how I want to do it, Rumpus.
You have to do it one way. You've only got those two ways of doing it.
It's not how I want to do it. It's how
that's how a surveyor would do it. A surveyor would use lots of steps. Then he would say, right, with allowing for the curvature Earth of 3 inches, I know I've got, or I would have said it was 6 inches. I would then have to add on 6 inches to the far end. So he would do the level calculations, go over 2 miles. He'd end up at the other end of 2 miles, and then he would add on 6 inches to his position he's got, and then say, right, that will be horizontal with where I started at position A. So at position B, he would then add on 6 inches from his knowledge of the curvature of the Earth to then say that would then be horizontal with position A. That's how he would do it.
That's how you think that they would do it, and
no, that's how they do it. If you read any surveying book, that's the calculation they have to do. If you've never read a surveying book, you don't know anything about surveying. I do. I've got several surveying books, and I understand them, and that's what they would have to do.
Oh, congratulations! You've got several. You've got several books. Congratulations! You've read them. Well done. I'm glad.
Apparently, you haven't got any books, and you haven't read them. So much worse. Yes, I'm easily well above you. Yeah. Correct.
Well, yeah. Look,
Good.
know.
I'm glad you're in agreement. So you're not educated. You know nothing about the subject, and I know
Rumpus,
something
so
about it. Excellent.
Rumpus,
So
Well,
yeah,
look,
that's good.
I've probably done a little bit more with the tools than probably what you have, Rumpus. Like I
You've
don't
not read any surveying books, though, have you?
I don't strap my auto level
Have
to
you
my
read any
rack.
surveying books?
Take
Can I-
3.5 hours.
Have
to
you read
strap
any
my
surveying
Can I
books?
cut in
auto
like
level.
Rumpus is and
Well,
say this is horrible for an audience? I thought we were going to do away with this. I mean, he's putting you down. He's
Okay.
interrupting. As an audience member,
I was asked a
applaud.
question, and I gave an answer, and then I had to explain
He's
why I was
interrupting
doing it. I
me
did.
now.
Yeah,
It's no
don't
big
even-
deal. It's no
don't
big
interrupt.
deal. Rumpus
It is a big deal for an
Rumpus
audience
has
member,
surveying
it is.
books that he reads. He also has
Yeah.
books about how to be a condescending schmuck that he reads and you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, I've got to
That's
do that in
not-
the
you
face of
shouldn't be
people who are
calling him
willfully
a
ignorant.
name.
Unfortunately, I've got
You
to
should
do
not
that.
be
It's a
calling him
requirement.
names. You
Okay,
should not
okay,
call
okay.
Rumpus names.
Yeah, okay. Rumpus, have you finished the paper
We're not
yet that you
getting-
did with Philip?
We're
Have you
not
done
getting
that,
any
Phil? Have you-
further.
Have you finished
I'm
your
on
paper?
page 200 of that thing. Unfortunately, I've just started on another document as a guide to the globe that I said I would do on
Okay.
Bevs about 3 weeks ago, and I'm just in the process of
Oh.
providing a beginner's guide to the globe, and it's turned into a 50-page thing,
Very
which
good.
hopefully I'll finish within the next week.
But I wasn't
and then do a
asking you
video
about
on it.
that. I was asking you about the initial project you were.
No, I
working
haven't
with
done
Philip.
that one. No, I'm still only.
So that's in the wings for about 4 years now. Do you remember we were
I
on-
know. Well, it got very
hang on,
complicated.
please,
It
hang on,
turned
please.
into a
Remember we were
monster.
on-
It's bloody 200 pages worth of stuff.
Yeah, but remember we were
Why
on,
are we allowing
one
Rumpus
second,
to Rumpus
please.
everyone?
Yeah.
He was
Anyway,
asking me a
hold-
question, Rakia.
Remember-
Stop being
Yeah,
objectionable.
yeah.
Can I
Hold on.
finish, please?
No,
Remember
just
we
hold
were
on,
on-
Pete. Hey, Pete, you just kind of just derailed because I just want to get to the end of my point
All right,
first
once.
before you bring up another one,
Okay,
and then I'll let you go. So what you're suggesting, Rumpus, is that a surveyor would with his auto level shoot that line, okay? Then to make sure that it's horizontal, right? He would go up to all those pegs. Okay, there's one peg at 100 meters, another one at 200 meters, 300, 400, so forth along the line. He's made all his marks, and then he's got his little black book, right? And he's got all his calculations, right? And he goes up to that little line, and he says, "Okay, here's my first line. So now that line is not where it is. I'm going to measure up from that line a quarter of an inch, and that's where
What
my
line are you talking about? The only thing you've got of pegs at the moment,
Well-
all you've done is to put in lots of pegs. There's no lines involved just yet.
Yes, no. You've created the horizontal, and you have said that once he's
No, we haven't
the
created a horizontal. No, we haven't
Yes.
done that. That's exactly what we haven't done.
Okay, Rumpus, let me finish.
Why?
Right?
Rumpus. I don't get
Right.
it.
He
Yeah.
randomly said I created a horizontal, and I absolutely said he hadn't.
No, you
Oh.
indicated that he would be right. I wanted him to create a horizontal line from a point.
I
right?
gave you two ways of doing it. You didn't listen to
Listen,
me.
Rumpus,
One way
I am
is to make
listening.
one measurement
Can I
with
get
your
a mod
level.
here?
The other way is to
Right.
make lots of little steps, as you suggested, and at the very
mod
end
step
of
in
your
and take
last
care of
step,
this,
you then
so I
add
don't
on the
have to?
curvature of the Earth. It's very simple. Try listening to what I said to you.
Right.
There's
I
a
also
really
moderate.
calm person called Bandy that's trying to have a conversation, and there's another person that's cutting him off. Can I get a mod?
He's
I'll moderate the
describing
conversation.
something
Well,
I didn't say. He
I
didn't
don't.
listen to the answer I gave, and so I had to clarify my answer that I gave to him, which was the two ways of doing it. One, with
down.
one measurement at an auto level, then having to allow for a fraction, or two, make lots of little steps along your 2 miles, and then add on the curvature of the Earth. Those two procedures you were not talking about. You introduced some other procedure that I'd never mentioned.
No. In both cases, Rumpus, right, you have to either A, allow for refraction, or B, allow for the curvature of the Earth. In both cases, you have to allow for something, right? So all those points, right, at that 1, 2, 3, 400 meter mark, all the way along that two odd miles, you now have to go up to each individual stake where you've made that mark, look at your little book, right, and say, okay, that first mark I now have to measure up a quarter of
No,
an
you
inch.
don't. You don't know anything about surveying. If you use back sights and foresights,
Rumpus,
Dixon,
Can we get a mod about that?
Rumpus,
You've just made an error, and I'm trying to correct your error. If you use back sights and foresights,
Hold up,
don't
Rumpus.
please
Let him
do
finish
that.
his point.
Oh
Let him
my
finish.
God.
I can't be modding my own conversation.
But
It's
you're
not
just
a good
spouting drivel.
right?
You're adding in things that are
No.
not correct.
Rumpus.
Dennis,
Okay,
that's
then.
Bandy asking you to mod.
Rakia, relax, man.
No, I'm not
Go
going to
ahead,
rely. I'm
Bandy.
the audience member, and now Bandy is asking you.
Now, Rumpus, all right? I want a horizontal line created from a point. Now,
To a point
if
2
we
miles away. Yeah.
to a point 2 miles
The
away,
first
Go ahead,
time he
Bandy.
starts talking again.
Please stop
All right.
interrupting Rumpus.
Yeah. Now, all the way along that 2 mile mark, we're going to have stakes, and they have to be marked. Okay, so we know where our horizontal line is in free space. Okay, then.
But
Now,
no, you don't. Hold on.
No.
Do you want
The
all
second
the
time he
stakes?
started
interrupting
talking,
Rumpus.
Rumpus.
Hold on, we haven't
Let
established.
him
Hold on.
finish his point.
I know that. Do you want all the stakes in between, all those 100-meter stakes, to be horizontal as well? I thought you only wanted one point at the end to be horizontal.
we
Or do you
want
want
to be able
all
to
of the intermediate points
How can
horizontal
it be
as
a
well?
point be horizontal, Rumpus?
exactly.
Can you
We
answer the question? Do you want all the stakes in between that you put down to be in a form a horizontal line, or I thought you were just asking you wanted 1.2 miles away to be at the horizontal for the point you started from?
No,
Which of
he
those two
said
things do you want?
start at one point and
How
create a
about letting
horizontal
him
line.
tell me what he wants?
Well, I'll
Okay.
prove to you that you weren't listening because I was listening.
No, yeah, well, I'd like him to answer. Which do you want all the stakes in between to be horizontal as well?
Yes, Rumpus.
Okay, that's another.
What I would
Okay, then
like.
you will have to do what you said, and you will have to raise each one. Yes,
Thank you. Thank you.
but you
Now,
don't need to do that if you just wanted the end point B to be horizontal. And then you could look, say that point over there, 2 miles away, is horizontal with me.
okay. So, regardless whether I want all the stakes marked or the last stake marked, I have to go up to that mark with my little black book, right, and go to that mark and go, I now have to go up 16 inches at the 2 mile mark, or I have to go to the first mark and go up a quarter of an inch. The second mark, I have to go up,
Yeah, whatever.
half an
Yeah,
inch,
yeah.
so forth, and so on. I've never known a
Correct.
surveyor my whole entire life creating a horizontal line, ever.
Well, that's because you do it over a distance of 2 miles. If you ask them to do it over 2 miles, they would have to do what I just
Okay.
said.
So what happens if I was to do it over a distance of 200 meters?
It would be so clear. The drop would 200 meters. Let me just go and see what that drop would be. It's probably so small as not to. I think it's probably just a meter, millimeter. It's a couple of millimeters, so they wouldn't bother with it.
You wouldn't bother with it.
Well, it's only
So
a couple
when-
of millimeters.
So,
So they wouldn't
so
worry about
at
that.
what point, if I'm trying to create that horizontal line from that single point, at what point along that line do I start to worry about it, Rumpus?
Well, what resolution are you interested in? How accurate do you want this horizontal line to be?
I want a horizontal line, Rumpus.
To what accuracy?
A
Do you want it to
horizontal
be within
line.
a millimeter over 100 meters? Do you want it to be half a millimeter over 100 meters? Do you want it to be 0.1 of a millimeter over 100 meters? Or are you happy with a centimeter over 100 meters? What resolution do you want?
Over a couple of mile, I would give the surveyor a grace of half an inch.
Right. So
That would be plus or
hold
minus.
on. We were talking.
Yeah.
You were asking over a couple of hundred meters, weren't you? You were asking. You said, "Well, I don't have to worry about that." And then we said, "Well, okay, if you're only doing 100 meters," I said you wouldn't have to worry about it. So, what distance do you want this to be accurate over? I thought you were talking about just like a moment. We just got onto moving talking about. You said you've never done that, and I said, "Well, that's because you only work over 100 meters."
No, he asked you, can I interject? He asked you at what distance would the surveyor have to start worrying about
Well,
it.
it
Now
depends
you're
what
avoiding.
resolution he
Yeah,
wants.
you
Look,
cut me off.
yeah, but you're generating a new question.
Not yet, but you
Yeah,
cut me
I'm
off.
talking to him, not you.
Moderator.
I'm talking to him, not you. He
Can
and I
I
are having a
interject?
conversation, and you are interrupting it.
Yeah,
Come
so
on,
y'all
Rumpus.
allow this here? Y'all allow this here,
Bansor,
right?
I'm talking
Mod.
to Bansor. I'm not talking to you at the
Rumpus.
moment.
I didn't know it was a
Bansor,
one-on-one. I'm sorry. I
what
said,
you
can
say,
I
no,
when you
interject?
say you don't have to worry about it, what distances are you
Rumpus.
Wow,
concerned
you'll
with over
still
which
let
you
me
think?
talk.
So, Bansor, what
Rumpus.
distance do you want?
I'd have been
you
muted
concerned
5
with?
times already.
Rumpus, right? It is an open forum, and Rakia is allowed to join in the
Yeah, but
conversation.
I'm just trying to get the point out of you. If
So
I'm
if
happy
he
for
wants
him
Still
to,
to,
talking.
I'm happy to
Still
talk to
talking.
him, but not until I've got from you the information
Yeah,
I
let him
require.
Rumpus,
control it.
shut the
Let
fuck
him
up,
control
Rumpus.
your
For
service.
fuck's sake.
I'm
Alright.
happy for
Shut
you
the
to
fuck
talk
up,
to you,
Rampus.
Raki. I'm happy to talk to you,
Hold
but I
on.
would just like to get out of bandsaw. What
Anyway,
distance?
Rumpus, just hold on 2 seconds, please. All right, go, Rakia. Just get your. Oh, now I've cut.
Oh, that's what he does.
I'm not. What? I don't know.
No,
Why
I'm
is he saying
sorry. I
the
was
wrong
talking
thing?
to somebody else. No, they were asking me about who this guy was. I was like, that's Rumpus. That's what he does. But it,
Yeah, I
part,
ask questions. Yeah, I get to the
yeah.
heart of the matter.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it's not
Rumpus.
your turn to talk, Rumpus. Are you crazy, man?
Well, you're just going on about me now. You're not talking about the sub. I try.
Oh my God.
Go, Rakia. Go,
Thank
Rakia.
you. So the question was, at what distance would a surveyor, right? So no matter what distance you're creating a horizontal line, which he didn't get for 20 minutes now. He thought you just meant at a point, which is terrible in itself because everyone heard it. Creating a horizontal line over 2 miles. Now the question you asked is, at what distance in that 2 miles would the surveyor have to start taking in all these things that he's bringing up, which aren't true? And I don't know why he's avoiding the question. If we could pin him down on that question, would be nice, because we've always asked local, right? Local horizontal, or doing planar surveying. Now he said is 2 miles is beyond their planar surveying capability, which is craziness because LIGO did it. But anyway, he's saying so many things wrong. We need to hold him to point on these things.
It doesn't matter. He's cracked a hissy fit because I muted him. So.
Yeah, he does it until you mute him, and then he leaves usually. But I mean, he can do
Yeah.
what he wants. But as an audience member, you can't. I mean, that's the whole point of what what's been done here in the last couple of weeks.
Oh please, Ricky, you interrupt all the
I
time.
was listening in as an audience member as well, Ricky, and as soon as Rumpus got it turned into a shit show. Why can't he have a civil conversation? He just talks over everybody.
That's what he's paid to do, man. For the last 7 years, Rumpus is the Rumpus. Come on.
Well, I had a question for Rumpus as well. I've been listening in. I was in earlier. I've got things to do. I ducked out. I've got a question for Rumpus.
No, he's on. He deafened himself because I muted him.
Yeah, when he has to be muted after 30 minutes, however long it's been of him just rumpusing the shit out of Bandy as a mod too, and then Bandy even had to ask, "Can my conversation be modded before something happens?" That's ridiculous. I'm not holding Rumpus responsible because he's the character, right? We know what he does. I'm holding everyone else responsible. I mean, come on, man. This is not what we're here to do.
I can't mod my own conversations, Ricky.
I know. That's why I was saying there's got to be another mod here, right? I thought Percentage was a mod. Now, he did try and calm him down and mute him, but after we all, get excited and the conversation gets, everybody is just amped up now, right? You know the characters. Y'all are smart people. Take care of this. Rumpus is not here to teach you and help you. He said so many things wrong. It's like he doesn't own a surveying book or hasn't read them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing.
It's a total homo.
Yeah. You could go through that one clip right there and show it to a surveyor, and they're gonna laugh. I mean, to say a surveyor can't create a horizontal line or a plane over distance is laughable.
Yeah.
To say they're going to create a horizontal line and then add 6 inches to it because of the curvature of the Earth and or refraction is entertainment. I mean, if that's what y'all want, that's what we got. That's entertainment, right? That's laughable. That's a comedy. He hasn't read that in any surveying book. They might say the curvature of the Earth. If you're surveying on a sphere, this is what you do. If you have refraction over a long distance, this is how you calculate. But when surveyors are taking horizontal lines into an account, they're doing that. They're not taking angle measurements. They're just doing a horizontal line for elevation. They don't do those methods. They do other methods which don't, those those effects don't affect their measurements because they want to be accurate.
Rakia, can I just ask you a question, right? When you're out on a job and you've established a plane, do you triangulate positions within that plane to make sure that you are still working within that plane? You obviously... Go on.
The only thing we do with triangles is making sure we're square. I don't take any angle measurements to check elevation or do any of that.
And if you wanted to extend that plane, how would you do that? So you've got a building area, say you're building a house and you're given the job next door and they want it built on the same plane. How would you extend that plane?
I would just put my auto level in the middle of the two points that I want to create a plane with, shoot back, check a couple of points on that plane, make sure I'm set right. After I made sure my tool was working right. But then you could just shoot a couple points and then, you can go in any direction with that horizontal plane.
Right. And so you're given the job of the house opposite. So that you've got two houses next to each other and there's a house on the road, on the opposite side of the road. How would you project so you're building on the same plane there? Would you have to do from both sides?
No, you could just take it from one, but to double check, you could always go in the middle and shoot both of them and then shoot your next one. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you don't have to because you already know that plane has been extended. That's the whole point of the methods, leapfrogging, double back, closing the loop, all that makes sure that everything is on the same horizontal plane.
And forming, so you've got the 2 points of the triangle, and then the third point being the house across the road, you can establish that horizontal plane from any one of the other two.
Any point.
If you use both of them, then you're kind of double checking your work and establishing that plane. There's no doubt it's in the same plane, yeah?
It's just a way to make sure that your plane is closed.
Yep.
So you know for a fact that all three units are going to be the same height.
And if you wanted to extend that plane sideways, then you could use either one of the 2 points on that side of the triangle.
Yep.
To establish.
You can go in any direction, and the time doesn't matter. You can come back a year from now and do it. You can set up in different spots and do it. The height of your unit doesn't matter because you're taking that point of that plane or several points on that plane to reestablish horizontal. So, and it doesn't care what's under you. That's the whole. That's why they create horizontals above a surface, to know what the surface is doing.
And that plane can be any width, any length.
In any direction and at any length, that method can be used. And that's called straight line segment, extending the horizontal plane. You're double back, you're closing the loop, you're double backing, you can leapfrog, you can do all types of methods that assure you that you're not making a mistake. And when they say you're following the curvature of the earth and blah, 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 nobody ever thinks of that. The only person I've ever heard even mention that is that guy Larry or whoever it is that shot a building from 2,500 feet away each corner. The building was like 1,500 or 1,000, and he was 1,500 feet away, and he shot the first point closest to him and the point furthest away, and he got like 2 inches difference and called that the curvature of the earth. That is ridiculous.
All right. Well, I'll look forward to later on this evening. Thanks.
Never
close my mic again.
Yeah, too easy to be. Never, Rakia, have I ever come across anyone that has had to allow or adjust for the curvature of the earth on any of their points. They haven't had a little black book that they've had to pull out of their pocket. They haven't had to go up to any of those marks and go, you know what, I'm a bit low because of the curvature of the earth. I need to make this mark higher because of the curvature of the earth. Never.
Nuts, man. I mean, I don't know where, they have to say it because that's they think they're on a ball. You know what I'm saying? But especially when you're doing, okay, let's say we were on a ball. When you're doing these types of planar surveying, you would not take it into an account. Refraction, you would if you were shooting long distance, which that's why they don't do it, because they want to be accurate. They don't want to do a calculation if they're trying to be very, very accurate. They're going to take their time. Like if you know what I'm saying, if you're not taking your time to be accurate, you'll just do a one shot and do a calculation. But if you want to be, if it's life or death, or it has to hold water or whatever, then you're going to be super accurate, and you're not going to use that one shot over a mile or two. Never. Like, no way. Now for drainage, on like I have one big development going right now that it's it's my development, and we have surveyors come out there and shoot our benchmarks and manhole covers and all that. We have to make sure our streets drain and all that. And from one end of the property to the other is almost a mile. Well, to shoot to check your drainage, right, where you have a huge variance of plus or minus of being off, they might shoot it and just check it, right, just to make sure. Okay, we're supposed to have 4 foot of drop here of slope, and if they're within 3.5 foot, or 4.5 foot, they don't even think about it, right? They got it. You see what I'm saying? Because on one day.
Hello?
Yeah, was that me? Oh, that wasn't me. That must have been
No, he
Ricky.
just cut out.
Oh, he might have got a phone call. Oh, he might have got a phone call. Yeah, every time he gets a phone call, that's what happens.
Anyone else's internet sort of sporadic at the minute? I mean, I've never had any trouble except until recently, and it's you get the spinning circle more often than not. It's taking longer for pages to load up. Is anyone else experiencing that?
No.
Okay. My own conspiracy was telling me they're getting us used to, or it might be getting me used to difficult internet connections. Ultimately, the internet being out for a while for whatever might come in the next while. But no, okay, that's just me.
More potato in the.
Anyway, Pete, sorry for cutting you short before.
I got a phone call, so I got cut off. But I'll conclude by saying this: we often go into a situation where we will shoot over to a known elevation and say we want to keep this at the same elevation. So we'll set up at any point, shoot several points of that, whatever it may be, foundation or runway or road or whatever, and say we want the center of this road to be the same elevation as the center of the road, a mile away, and we'll do that. Or the building, that's on the other side of the land, we want this building to be the same elevation. We'll shoot and make it the same elevation. But we're always double checking, but it's creating a horizontal line. It has nothing to do with what that other guy was saying. It's ridiculous. Rumpus. Just a character, right?
Don't question it, Ricky. He's read books. Don't question it.
That's why I asked him.
Yeah,
that's why I asked him, Bandy. So, and I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation as well. I just heard Rumpus going off. But that's why I asked him about the work in progress, which is going back 4 years now, 5 years. Himself and a guy called Philip, and they're breaking new ground in terms of science. Covering area science hasn't covered, but he still hasn't finished it. I was just going to remind him of a particular image that Jose J.G. Gonzalez showed of his own taking over in his channel, and I offered up an explanation, flat Earth explanation, mirroring water over an extended span. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He's still working on it. What is it? 45 years later, 200 and odd pages, and still not reach a conclusion. Yeah, that's what I want.
Well, he's been working on.
One day.
He's been working on his test. He's been working on his test for 2 years, promising all these videos and live stream this, and we haven't seen one picture. Like I you start to kind of try and figure out, and the story adds up that he's just a character, right? He's just here to rumpus, cause havoc, make promises that aren't, and have people talk about him. It's a weird thing, right? But I never thought that existed.
He is more than a character though, because he has actual contacts and he has work to his name. He has an education, so he's actually representing the best that science has in a sense. I didn't know anything more about that, but I knew when he mentioned that on Ranties, immediately, if you go back and listen to wherever he mentioned that first, he was doing the canal experiment. I said, listen, none of that shit is going to happen. I said it from the very start, and well, months and months of discussion later, it never happened. As you see, you get to see Diddley Squat, Dave. You get Diddley Squat from him.
He's not representing science. He is representing a narrative.
No, I disagree. He's actually representing science more than any other man of science. It's just that it's such a tough gig being a baller. They can't answer any of our questions because all of their fundamental principles are built on belief, not experience. Everything that they claim is a fundamental aspect of their model, none of us can experience. We have to venture into. So yeah, I don't think, he's doing the best he can, but he's one of the best that they have, Bandy. That's what I would say, definitely. It's a tough fucking gig. It's a tough gig.
Well, I would say that someone like myself and Rikia, our belief is built upon our experience.
Yeah, but me too. I've known Rumpus from the start. I was here before. I was talking to Rumpus before any of you were here. I knew anybody.
I'm not talking about Rumpus. I'm just talking about what we have gathered. Right, okay. to form our beliefs, our practical experience.
Yeah, but that's my point as well. Yes, it's a tough gig being a baller. Obviously, the Earth's surface is stationary and flat, but to sell what he's selling and all the rest of them, it's a difficult character to play. And of course, they know they're playing roles. They're all military men to some degree or other.
It's actually very easy, Pete. It's very easy when you have every single page of Google on your side, right? Every single paper written on your side that you can cite left, right, and center. It's actually a very easy gig, not difficult at all.
No, it's not. How can it be? He's here in the front lines talking to flat earthers who have a keen interest in the topic. He can't handle a flat earther worth his salt. My point is that because they know they are selling a lie, and because the lie has been exposed, that's what makes the gig more difficult to make what he has to say believable. You know what I mean? Because it's not good. I know the general public, but he's not going to be convincing to any of us here or to any audience members. Definitely not. He's not going to turn any flat earthers back into globe earthers again. Let's put it that way.
He's following a script. Yeah. Comes here and spouts what he thinks he knows, or nonsense is what I call it, because it doesn't make common sense, against an opponent who has practical experience, like Bandy, then rumpuses the shit out of him the whole time. No respect for the server or the mod that he's talking to, or the person that he's talking to. And when he is modded, he puts himself on dep and he leaves. It's every time he's anywhere, that's what he does. That's what these characters do. They all follow the script.
Yeah. And if you think Rumpus is anything different than Kosho, Negator X, Nudhug, any of the rest of them, in a way, it's sort of an insanity on our behalf to have the same arguments with these different characters who will all play their strict roles. Rikia, every one of them has a role to play, and they'll just reset on every new day. New day.
I never really thought of that, but I see it more and more now. It's growing on me, that idea. I know I watch movies, and I had a nephew that was engaged to a lady that dealt with the Navy, and she ran kind of like people that did this, right? She said she didn't know anyone doing the flat earth, but they went into all groups and infiltrated and just did psyop stuff, whatever. And that's definitely something they do. I don't know if that's what we're dealing with here, but it could be. But it doesn't matter, right? I think the audience can decipher. That's what I did. I just listened And I used my common sense of just how I knew how conversations went on who seemed to be genuine and who didn't. So that's up to the audience to do. That's why I don't mind Rumpus and all that having a take, because I don't want them to be silenced. I just want them to have a civil conversation, because when you do, when you can get Rumpus or someone like that, if you could, to have a civil conversation for like an hour, the audience would then know that he's full of crap, right? They can go check on some of the things he said and know that it's not true. But I'm not going to talk about him anymore. I did want to talk about Bandy. You know how, what did they use? What was the measurement tool they used to make the LIGO a horizontal line? Do you remember?
Look, off the top of my head, I can't remember, but Zanuck turned around to me and said that they built that by forcing the line.
I thought they used a GPS.
Well, I've been told that by Blue and other people that they used GPS, and that they had to calculate in the curvature of the Earth and whatnot. But Zanuck said to me a few weeks ago that they actually built that by forcing the line. So they built section by section, and then just continually force the line. Now, I'm not really too sure one way or the other. You know, there seems to be a couple of different narratives going around now. Which one is accurate? But I think GPS was the common one sprouted there for a while.
Well, I thought GPS took into account the curvature of the Earth, like they did at Lake Pontchartrain.
Yes.
So then they would have to adjust against the curvature of the Earth, and over 2 miles, if it's curving 6 inches, they would have to make each end 6 inches higher than their measurement. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they would have to take the center point, the tangent, right, and then over a mile each way, it would be so many inches down at each end. Then they have to lift it up to make it a horizontal line. That's that's totally ridiculous. I mean, you know.
That was actually, Dave, that was actually Nudhug. I challenged him over in Gem Pandas that I would get him to admit that everywhere on the ball Earth is downhill. And he said, no way, no way. I'd like to see that. That's actually part of my argument. I was going to suggest, so a 6 mile long road, one is perfectly straight, one is contoured up and one is contoured down. So we have the flat earthers, ball earthers, and concavers all incorporated, and just set out a scenario then regarding pouring water at the center and which way water would go. And eventually, I think he would have to admit, I know for a fact he'd have to admit that everywhere on a ball is downhill, which is an obnoxious thought to him to hear. But yeah.
It's a tough one. We're always on top of the ball, and everything from your point of your feet. They don't say that as much anymore. Would have to be curving away from your feet. Taken for example, Lake Pontchartrain, when you draw a chord line through the water, like from shore to shore, from your toes to your toes, if you're on the north and south shore, and then you put a tangent line at the center point of that lake, those lines would be parallel with each other because they're both horizontal lines, and they would be 90 feet. In the middle would be 90 feet. On the shoreline would be 90 feet separated, right? So extend that chord line. So at Lake Pontchartrain on the south shore, the land is, New Orleans is actually below sea level. And then it slopes down to the Gulf, and then on the North Shore, the land goes up, right? It gains elevation, so that chord line would be underneath the Earth. You know, even though it was at the shoreline, right, at the North Shore, if you extended it out, it would be underneath Earth, like underneath the land. And where would it come out? Of the ball, like. Tell me what state, or would it come out in Montana, or Canada? Where would that chord line, that horizontal line, come out?
Hey, Rakia, if you were to employ a surveyor, right, to create a horizontal line from a point, right, say 2 miles in one direction and 2 miles in the other direction, or just 2 miles in general, what instructions would you give the surveyor? What would you ask him to do?
I would ask him to create a horizontal line.
Point blank, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the only, what's the scope of work? I need a horizontal plane created from this point, like give him a benchmark, a starting point. I want it to be 1 foot above this manhole cover, or I want it to be 1 foot above this water level, right? I need the flood zone. That's what we go by here in Louisiana. Floodplain, right? Plain. So we have to build foundations, floor height has to be at floodplain. Well, it has to be above, but we take the floor plane and we add to it. But I want to create this horizontal plane, at floodplain and extend it out because my building to get insurance, it has to be at this level so I don't have to pay flood insurance. So can you do that for me? He would say, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, sure. Now, do you think you would have to stipulate to that surveyor that that line would have to be flat?
No.
No. Well,
apparently
you do. Apparently you do, Rukia.
Well, no, I don't. I'm telling you right now, I never have in my business career. Well, I'll be writing another check today to an engineering group that hires surveyors. I'm going to a project right now. We're pouring concrete that we created a horizontal line on, and then introduced slope so the water would flow off. Later on, I formed up a 9,000 square foot building with no slope. Right, it's completely a horizontal plane. We had a surveyor come out and double check to make sure we were above grade, above the benchmark that we need, the floodplain that we needed to be at, and that our building was horizontal. It's been stamped off on. This is what we do every day.
Yeah. Well, we were told this morning that if we were to ask a surveyor to create a horizontal line from a singular point, that he wouldn't actually know that that line would have to be horizontal and straight. That he would go and create a curved, level line that followed
That's
the curve.
nonsensical.
Yeah,
That's the whole point
I
of
know.
creating a horizontal, is to know
I
if
know.
something underneath is curved.
I know.
How do you know something's curving if you don't start with a baseline of horizontal?
I know.
It's funny because over the years, I mean, this doesn't prove anything, but I was on a lake one time, big lake house, and we were like shooting grade. I was like, how would we know this instrument is accurate? And the surveyor goes, well, just go shoot a couple points on that lake right there. Like, that's your baseline. I thought I had it recorded. I can see his face. I know his name. His name is Ronnie. I remember his name and I remember his face. I remember him saying it. I was just laughing because he didn't even know the conversation I was in, at the time. But he was like, just use that water as your baseline for horizontal.
Yeah.
To double check your instrument,
Yeah. There's your calibration right there, the water.
Yeah, and he's, it's crude, you know what I'm saying? But, water is the baseline. That's how all these tools were created. What baseline do you think they're based on? They're tools to create horizontal. Well, how do you know that they were horizontal in the first place if you can't make a horizontal line?
That's right.
It makes no sense. And your baseline is water. Well, I'm pulling up on the job, so I'll talk to y'all later.
Too easy, Ricky.
I think the issue is here, it's about scale. So the bowler, the typical bowler will come in and say, well, it's a matter of scale. You don't need, because on small scale projects, it's infinitesimal difference, and you don't need to take it into account. It's only when it comes to greater scales that all of these factors have to be incorporated. And ultimately, if you show them a tube of water seemingly along a straight road, let's say 4 or 5 or 6 miles long, and say, look, that proves horizontal, they'll say, no, that proves that we're on a globe, because the water will always adhere or cling to the surface of the globe according to the rules of gravity. Did you ever ask, Bandy, since you're here, did you ever ask a bowler to how a spur level works? How a bubble, the air bubble in the center measures out what's the mechanism behind it? Measures out horizontality or levelness. Do you ever ask him? Do you ever get an answer for that? Because their answer is fucking hilarious. If you don't recall,
No, I don't.
pull of fucking gravity. The pull of gravity. I've often mentioned it myself. The pull of gravity. That's their explanation. Keeps the bubble exactly centered when you establish the zenith point from from the center of the globe. I've often said this. I say to myself, do you know these mini spirit levels you can buy made in China? And one of those $2 mini spirit levels made and calibrated in China, working perfectly well here in Ireland for a paddy, making a table or a chair. Proves we're living on a horizontal surface. It proves we're living on a horizontal. As you have to recalibrate it with every new country you went to. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Oh, that container full of all those little 20-cent spirit levels all have a different horizontal.
Yeah, depending where you take them in the world, yeah.
Well, even in the container. Right? You don't have to take them anywhere. You've only got to move them 1 millimeter apart, and they're different.
Yeah.
Apparently.
It's ridiculous, though, and once again...
Those bubble spirit levels have got they're not very accurate. They're only, they have a certain level of accuracy.
Oh no, those all cheap ones are only, they're good for the purpose that you use them for.
Exactly. For very, very short distance horizontal. They work by having if you see the ones with the little tube, on the top surface of the tube, there's a tiny little bulge in the inner surface, so that the air bubble is effectively trying to get to the highest point. It's only marginal, but what it means is as you tip that thing, it kind of tries to get to the middle of that tube, the bubble. Whether you call it gravity pushing the water down and displacing the air up, or you call it displacement, doesn't matter. There's an interaction between the water and the bubble.
It's calibrated in China on a horizontal surface. It is calibrated, so it's as if there's an absolute horizontal. Because the minute, as Bandy said, the minute you take it away from its calibration point, the bubble will go off. It's like holding that on the top of a beach ball, moving it around. You'll see the bubble moving vastly to the north or to the top. If you just blow up that beach ball to the size of the Millennium Dome and keep blowing it up, yes, as you move around, that bubble will continuously have to move. But I know what you're going to say then. Yeah.
And like Rakia just said, it's pressure. You won't move anything unless you apply pressure to it. So that bubble will only move because of the pressure. And once that pressure is equalized all the way around it and underneath it, it'll find its center point every single time.
That proves it's stationary to me, and then more to the point. Then it's about decoding. It's about getting to the truth and what they have built the lie upon, which is the knowledge of the truth. So I think that's the keener point. To get stuck here talking with, is that Pazza? I think it is Pazza.
Yeah, it's me.
How you doing, bud? You're sound, but I mean, I know what you're doing anyway. So to get stuck here or get too seriously engaged on a new daily basis is sort of insane in a sense. You got to be moving on and trying to figure out for yourself what the actual fuck is going on, as opposed to what isn't, which is what we know.
Hazza, what are you doing here? I've heard a lot about you. Never seen you here.
I was here before I went over to Gems. I ping-ponged between the two. I don't mind talking to either side. It's all a bit of fun, isn't it?
No, it's deadly serious in a sense, actually, Pazza. Deadly serious.
I know. It's a serious topic, and we all have our different opinions. But it's good to go back and forth.
You might be an eternal being, Paz.
I feel like it sometimes in the morning.
Immortality.
That's the story, morning glory.
Yeah. The ether. Electromagnetics. Goes on and on.
As long as I'm not expected to pay taxes forever, I'm not bothered.
So when you go for your morning run, Pazza, right, and you're running through the park and you go to the beach and you look out, wander out to the horizon, do you think to yourself, damn, how have I tricked my brain to think that I'm on a big spinning moon testing? Like, do you ever think that? Like, how have I actually convinced myself to think this?
I don't have that particular thought, but I do have in awe of the majesty of the whole thing, the size and
Okay.
the scale and the grandeur of it all.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's as close as some people get to spirituality just by looking into the world and thinking the complexity and the diversity and the absolute aesthetic beauty of it all. You know.
Oh, it's definitely a beautiful place. I'll grant you that. Most
The
definitely.
I
difference,
agree with that totally.
I think the difference is at the end of the line and end of that thought process. Do you think what you just said, or do you think another thing? You know, that's the same as when you look at the world. People look at the world in its majesty, and they some people think there's a god, some people don't think it's a god, some people think it's a particular type of god. You know, everyone's conclusion may fork off, but we all have that awe and wonderment when we look in the world.
So hey, I gotta. You seem to be a very.
You say fuck off. What's your
Pazza.
language, please?
You seem to be a
Well,
very knowledgeable fellow, Pazza. So I got a question for you that I am seeking the answer for. Right, been seeking high and low.
Okay.
So we had this fella about 2,500 odd years ago, right? And he
Yeah.
was sitting on the beach and he was looking out and he was scratching his head and he thought to himself, damn, you know, I ain't where I think I am. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to that olive tree over there, break off a couple of sticks and whack them in the ground, right? And we're going to find out exactly where we are. So he wanders over in his toga and breaks off a couple of sticks and whacks one in the ground and then goes for a bit of a hike, or his mate does, and they whack that one in the ground and they measure a couple of shadows and voila. Right, 2,500 years ago, right, with a couple of shadows, right, he thought ball. Right now, 2,500 years ago, right, they were scared. Like when they jumped in their little canoe, right, and they paddled out, like they were paddling off the edge of the earth, right,
Absolutely.
Plonk, right off the edge, right, blank,
Yep.
splat, right, and now all of a sudden, this fella in a toga and a couple of olive branches stuck in the ground said, you're not paddling off the edge of the earth. You're actually on a ball, but be wary, my peoples, right? Because you're on a ball, right? So what kept them from paddling over that ball and sliding right off the edge of it, right? Because they're only very simple people, because gravity wasn't around then, Pazza, right? It wasn't around, hadn't been discovered, right? Did they have like a really long vine and they attached it to an anchor on the beach shore so when they paddled out there, they wouldn't slip off the edge of the ball? Like what kept them from sliding off the edge of the ball? And what kept that water that was on the top of the ball from running off the ball? Like I know he had his couple of little olive branches that were stuck in the beach there somewhere about 500 odd mile apart, or leagues or whatever it was, but that's about as far as he got. Right now we've got primitive people, they are worried that the water, like their oceans that they fish in, all this water is going to disappear. It's going to slide off the ball. What kept the gravity? What kept the water from sliding off the ball back then? Because they didn't have gravity back then. What was it?
Well, they didn't. I mean, no one invented gravity. It's just a name they stuck on something. Yeah, there's a phenomenon they stuck it on. So let's assume that things have always dropped down to the surface, because that's pretty much. If it didn't, it'd be a pretty disastrous place. And the guys and the Greeks who were doing the experiments and relating to shadows and stuff, it was as a consequence of a long period of astronomical measurements. Where it kicked off is that the Greek Empire was quite wide. Yeah, they conquered a lot of the Mediterranean and even Mesopotamia and the Middle East to some extent, and they They were fascinated by the stars and astronomy and astrology and you know, the mystical nature of the sky. But they did notice that at dawn or dusk, as you know, with astrology, they look at where they're one of the things they look for is where, like, the wandering planets like Mars and Venus are in the constellations at dawn or dusk. You know, Venus rising, this sort of thing, and it gives them some sort of way of characterizing the shape of the sky. And they did notice that if people across the Greek Empire would see the constellations rising or falling differently on the same day, so their predominant interest really was understanding the nature of the mechanics of the sky, and the efforts to contrive sundials and stuff were all part of that particular time, and understanding why the shadows move and how they move so they could build accurate timepieces. But at the same time, they realized that actually between different positions, separated a significant amount, the shadows align differently. So they were the original effort really was to try and understand where the sun was and how far away it was, or the nature of the sun. He didn't. The narrative that they picked up sticks because they thought the shape of the Earth was the leading concept isn't quite true. They were really looking at what was going on in the sky, and they drew a conclusion back from that.
Okay, that's fair enough, but still, regardless, they got a couple of olive branches and all that sort of stuff because they made these observations. Okay,
Yeah.
and they worked out apparently
No telescopes
that
as well. Yeah.
that it was in fact a ball. Now these are very primitive people, right? Now all of a sudden we've
Yeah.
worked out that it's a ball. Now I look around my surrounding area. Okay, now I notice these things like waterfalls, like or rivers. You know, water going from a higher elevation to a lower elevation. You know, I go to my
Yeah.
little Cooper. I get him to make me a pail. Right, I fill that up with water. I go to this big boulder that's on the beach. I go to the beach, fill it up. I go over to the boulder. I pour the water over the boulder. Guess what happens to that water? It all goes off the top into the sand. Now I've got a bit of a problem because I've now just worked out through a couple of sticks, a couple of observations that it's no longer flat. Stuff doesn't marry up. Okay, and
Yeah.
water is going to be going from a high elevation to a lower elevation, right? Now,
Yeah.
exactly right. So, but I don't worry about it. So what you're saying is we don't worry about that at all. We worry about Venus and Mercury and some stars and the timepiece in the actual sky, rather than what's in front of my very nose that I'm going to be petrified about. Right? Because when I get in my canoe to go catch, you know, that night's feed, that I'm going to be sliding off the edge of a ball, or if I wake up in the morning, where is all the water going to be? Like, where's the idea? There's not even an idea that I can find chiseled in any tablet anywhere that what kept that water around the ball. Right? Because this idea didn't come for another 2,000 years later. It took 2,000 years to plant the seed in people's mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, we've got the answer for you now. It's gravity. So for 2,000 years, we let people live in absolute fear. They were petrified that every time they got in their canoe, they were going to slide off the edge of the ball. Like, what idea did they have that wasn't gonna happen? Because you want to place in our head, right? Not you, I mean the royal you, Pazza, right? You want to place in our head that people were petrified. They were absolutely petrified that they were going to sail or canoe off the edge of the earth, and yet they weren't petrified of sliding off the edge of a ball.
Sure, I totally get what you're saying, and for a very long, you've only got to look at very, very old engravings of, you know, you've all seen them, the pictures of the perpetual waterfall with the sailing boat tipping off and all the sailors jumping off in dismay, you know, and that was before, you know, I mean, if you think the Earth is flat, what is at the boundaries has been open to interpretation for a long time, and now we, you know, that we in the most contemporary model of the flat Earth, it's the Antarctic wall, so to speak. When the Greeks and the people of that particular echelon of academics started proposing the Earth was a ball, they didn't really. It was more an exercise of mathematics than it was anything else, because there was an extent to which the Greek Empire covered the Earth, and outside of that, they had no real concern. So they were toying with an idea. They didn't really understand how what the ramifications were, or they weren't particularly bothered, should we say? Because at the end of the day, at that particular time, you're right. Nobody was bothered about what the nature of gravity. There was instilled in all those ancient civilizations an almost unwritten understanding that things just drop down or fall down, water settles down, where down is the earth where you are, you know. So granted, when they started thinking about the Earth being round, they had this gap, if you like, between, well, is down the same everywhere? And clearly then you open up discussion that down is just localized, and that's what they were wrestling with from then on in. But I think that's the idea that it was curved, and ultimately when the Greeks got hold of it, that it was ultimately round, was the first point in the long thought process where they were wrestling with ideas. So you are right, there was a lot of fear, and people very early in ancient civilizations, for instance, that may prehistoric, maybe looking on an island out to sea, may have seen the horizon and thought that was the edge. But as soon as civilizations started, like you say, fishing, going out into deeper waters, they kind of realized that the horizon moved, you know what I mean, like a rainbow does, you know. It's just an apparent thing, it's a personal thing to you. So they kind of, the local idea of the horizon being the edge was kind of allayed quite early on in civilizations, I'm led to believe. But nonetheless, the idea of there being the edge of the world somewhere in the remoteness was a definite real concern and fear.
Okay, so their horizon moved, right? And they accepted that, but they're on a ball, right? So what alleviated their fear that they weren't going to slip off the edge of a ball?
There
What
wasn't one
alleviated
really.
that? Well, there would have
There
to be
wasn't one.
because on a ball,
Lunar eclipses, man. So lunar eclipses. Also, what Paz has said just isn't right. You know, the Greeks had no link between gravity and Earth being a sphere. What the Greeks believed in were these two concepts called gravitas and levitas. So they thought things that sank in the air had this mystical property called gravitas, and things that floated in the air had this mystical property called levitas, or they could levitate, you know. But the idea that Earth was a sphere was fundamentally from two observations: things disappearing over the horizon bottom up, and lunar eclipses. The person that linked the idea of gravity, things falling on the earth, to, you know, mass and how celestial bodies in the sky move was Isaac Newton. Before him, there wasn't this link, you know.
I didn't say there was any. I said the Greeks were quite happy with the notion that things just fell down or they rose up, depending upon their nature. But locally, they didn't really. When it came to the idea that when they came to the concept that the Earth might be round and there might be an underneath, they weren't actually initially that philosophically concerned about what was happening there, because as far as they was concerned, everywhere they were, they had the same shared experience of things dropping straight down. Now they used plumb lines to build buildings, and they understood that the plumb line must only be representative of where you are, rather than representative of what it would show you 1,000 miles away. So they were already wrestling with the idea of these concepts of levitation and falling as being local, but they didn't really make any significant effort to work out what the nature of it was.
well, according to legend, yes, gravity was first discovered by Newton, which is very interesting phrasing, according to legend, not according to fact. It's not a fact, it's just a legend.
Well, I mean, a couple of things there. Newton really didn't discover anything in terms of he didn't discover a thing called gravity. He used that word because as I said, gravitas was kind of used as a term for things being attracted to a larger thing, but it didn't mean. What he really did is he postulated the idea that, you know, the nature of things, the mass of things, or the density of things had some part to do with relationship. But then that's very similar to Archimedes in the narrative of history, working out about displacement. Boats floated before him, and heavy things sunk in the water before him. But he mused about it and conceptualized that there was a relationship between the weight of the water that something displaced and the nature of the ability of a thing to be buoyant on the water surface.
Hey, Pata, let's take what you say as given. First of all, they had no optical instruments as far as we're aware, so these were all just vague notions that they see ships disappearing over the horizon. When's the last time you saw a ship disappearing over the horizon? But anyway, if we take it that the idea was followed up on, then there's real technologies, real engineering built in that. And we all know about the Roman aqueducts. I've always understood that there's a massive problem with how aqueducts work. Can you address that? Have you any problems with how aqueducts built by the Romans, associated with the Romans, especially worked over long distances?
What's the problem?
Water transported? Well, the problem
with
is
aqueduct?
well, the problem is, you go to the start. Let's say an aqueduct is 100 miles long or something like 70 miles long. You go to the start, you go to the end. Now you go to the very center. Which way is the water flowing from either side? Which is it below you on either side? Is it above you on either side? We know it works on a flat Earth. You have to have a higher elevation at the start, and no matter how gradual the slope is, the water will always flow.
Hold on, Pete. I missed what the issue was with the aqueduct.
So aqueducts, right? So you go to the source, the starting point. You go to the end point, right? You have a flow of water, continuous flow of water. Now you go to the center point. If you're on a globe, right, you have a curving away on either side. So you'll have a drop on either side. So the water from the beginning would have to be traveling up, around, and then back down.
All right, listen. Let me explain, Pete. I don't. There's no problem. I think the problem's in your mind. Whether it's a globe. Hold on, I'm gonna explain it to you. Whether it's a globe or a flat Earth, water works the same way. Water flows from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, despite what Xanax says.
Yes.
So that's how it works on a globe. There's no issue with aqueducts. They have the water source at a higher elevation. They make it flow to a lower elevation.
But you're standing at the center. You're standing at the center point of the 70-mile-long aqueduct, and water is rising from one side, according to the ball earth theory, and it's falling away at the other side towards its source or destination.
And when you're at the middle point, let's say you start at 100 feet elevation. I mean, these things would only go down a few inches over miles, but so let's say you're at 100-foot elevation at the starting point source of the water. Then you go halfway. Now you're at 99 feet.
Yeah.
Lower elevation.
Or say 40 feet, even half the height of it, until you get to
whatever.
ground.
You're at a lower elevation. It doesn't matter.
I think the issue is that there's plenty of things you can argue about the shape of the Earth, yeah, but you have to get that basic tenet of what the globe Earth is saying in your head, is that the notion of level is local, and it's shared amongst all local points to make effectively the same shape as the surface, because there's all the lines of the downward force we feel, which is called gravity by some and dismissed as just something else by others. If you've got a flat Earth, they're all going parallel in the same direction, and if you're on a globe, the precept is that they're all going tangential to the surface to some position in the middle of the shape. So, in that sense, the aqueduct does have a bulge in the middle if it's viewed from outside the entire Earth system. For instance, if you were out in space or on the moon, if you believe you can do such a thing, and the Pacific was if you look at the Earth and the Pacific was in front of you, then yes, the water in the middle is nearer you on the moon than the water at the two edges of the coast if you're looking at the center of the ocean. But on the ground, clearly, the water is by and large level across the whole thing, because level is only an elevation. They're only meaningful in the local sense.
I mean, there was no problem with what I said. What you said is crazy, but anyways, I mean, Pete, we all set with the aqueduct.
Well, look, I know I'm
You still
dealing in
think
the
there's a
impossible.
problem with that?
Oh, hang on, please. Oh, yes, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but it is problematic. But of
How
course, it's
so?
impossible. Well, it's impossible in the first place. It doesn't work on a ball. Any aqueducts work over a flat plane where you have a higher elevation at the beginning and then a lower elevation at the output. So this is how water will flow. Of course, it doesn't work on a ball, but their explanation, well, I don't quite get it, Jeremy, because if you are standing at the middle and you drop a bottle or you drop some water, it's going to fall away on either side, right? Eventually, either side, because you're at the center
No,
point.
it's going to fall to the lower elevation. It's not
But
going to
on a
fall on
ball,
either
there is.
side.
Yeah,
The water's in the aqueduct's not on a ball. It's inside a pipe or a ramp or something. It's not just you're not just dropping the water on a ball.
I mean,
There's
in
no
this
problem
case,
with
you've
the
just if
aqueduct,
this
Pete. Hold on one
if this
second.
is
There's
your
no problem. Hold on one second. There's no problem with the aqueduct, Pete.
It's like
There's every
if you have a Spalding basketball and you drop a drop of water at the top of it, you'll see it fall along the grooves of that ball. That's just how it's the same with aqueducts. They just work based on gravity alone. Like I don't see what's so controversial about
It's not the same with aqueducts. Every time every time, hold on, Pete. That's not the same with aqueducts, Pete. Don't listen to that. Every time I do something, somebody comes in with some other analogy or some other goofy shit, trying to, I don't know, help me
Jeremy, you
or.
literally sound like you just woke up, bro. Have you had breakfast yet?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he's grand. Go on, Jeremy. You're
All
grand.
right.
Nate,
So it's
Jeremy's
nothing like
making complete sense.
dropping
Complete
water
sense.
on the line of a basketball. All right, because in that case, it can go either way. When you drop it in the aqueduct, it's going to go from the higher elevation to the lower elevation.
Same on the basketball. It's going from a high elevation to a low elevation. It's just that, I don't see what's different, Jeremy.
All right, go ahead, Pete.
Okay, so that would only work at the top of the basketball. If you put that same drop at the side of a basketball, it only go one way, which is down.
Yeah.
You're never going to see that droplets as seeping upwards.
yes, but that's the trouble,
same,
isn't it?
Same on the globe.
When you
it
look,
goes down, and down is just a direction of the vector of gravity. Down is the direction in which time flows slowest. I mean, come on, man. What's so controversial?
Slowest. Okay.
When you drop it in the aqueduct, it goes one way down to the lower elevation. You drop it on the grout with a basketball, it's going to go
It
both
goes
ways.
one way down to the lower elevation.
And then when it hits the ground, and then when it hits the line on the basketball, is it going to go one way or both ways?
It's going one way down to the lower elevation.
One way down. Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to do this because I have a basketball in the shed, and I'm going to show you that it'll go both ways.
Only from
Yeah,
the
do
top,
it.
though. Only when
Do
you drop
whatever
it,
you
drop
want
it
to do. But you ain't saying anything different from what I'm saying. Like, I don't see what the issue is here right now. It's like, to simplify it, if you had a triangle and you dropped a drop of water on the top of the tip of that triangle, it's going to go down. Whether it goes down taking one path on one side or it goes down taking two paths on both sides of that triangle, it doesn't matter. It's going down.
And then when you start letting water flow into the line of the basketball, is it going to go, what's going to happen? It's going to go both
It's going
ways
to
on
go
the line,
down.
right? Yeah, but it's going to go both ways on the line, right?
It doesn't matter. If it takes two paths, if it takes 8 paths, it doesn't matter. It's going down.
It's not going down anymore. It's spreading out over the surface.
It's still
of the
going
ball.
down from a high elevation to a low elevation. It's
Once
maybe taking
it's on
8
the
different
line.
paths to go down. So what? It's still going down. None of those
On the
paths
line of the
go up.
basketball. Oh, this is fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
but none of
Once
those
it's on the
lines
line of the
go up.
basketball. Once it's on the line of the basketball, it's no longer going down anymore. It's at the same elevation. It's just spreading out over the surface of the ball in multiple directions.
Isn't that the path of least
Nothing
resistance?
like an aqueduct. I can't
It's going
stand when
down.
people do this shit. I can't stand when I fix something and I got something right and I'm trying to lay it out and people come in with that goofy shit like this. Fucking annoying.
Yeah, but yo, Jeremy, quick question,
Going
dude.
down.
Isn't
You're
it
just
the
being
path of least
pedantic,
resistance?
doing that thing you always do, where you look for like a simple, silly victory and try and create a silly argument
Listen,
out of nothing.
Jeremy, you just started today. Take it easy, bud. Don't let anything.
Yeah,
get
take
you.
it easy. It sounds like you just
Shut up,
woke
you
up.
Nathan. You're
No?
I did just woke up. I just woke up and I fixed Pete's aqueduct problem, and now here you are trying to make a mess of it again.
I don't think
Respect,
Pete
Jeremy.
had an aqueduct problem. Did you, Pete?
Respect, Jay.
Yes, I did have it,
I
and I
think
don't
Pete
believe
just
it's
said that
quite sure.
it doesn't work on a
Nate.
globe. That's all
Pete,
Pete
tell
said.
Nate your
At any time in 24 hours, Jeremy's on point. Okay, whether it's in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, or at
All right,
12
bro.
noon.
I think the only issue Pete had was that he said aqueducts don't work on a globe. That's all Pete said. He didn't say anything else. You came in with something that had nothing to do with what Pete was saying.
No, Jeremy was on point. He was explaining how it would work on the globe, and he justified how it would work, and I had a bad argument.
Oh, did he? Okay, then if Jeremy understands how it would work on a globe, and I'm using a basketball to represent a globe, I don't see what the issue is.
The issue is, in an aqueduct, you're starting at a higher elevation and a lower elevation. When you start filling up the lines of a basketball, now you just have water spreading out across the surface of a basketball in multiple directions.
And that water's
Not
going from
like
a
an
high
aqueduct.
elevation to a low elevation. It might be taking 8 different paths, but it's still going from high to low. None of those paths go from low to high.
Once it's on the surface of the basketball, oh my God, whatever, go ahead.
Yeah. How you like them apples? Catch that out, bro.
Jeremy, in reality,
Bro,
do you
your
agree?
shit's not analogous. It's not analogous.
It is.
Once you're on the surface of the basketball, once the water's spreading out on the surface of the basketball, it's no longer going at higher elevation to lower elevation. It's all at the same elevation, right, Nate?
Okay, while he's waiting to come back, the one thing we can agree on is that there are aqueducts.
Yo, can you hear me?
He's not responding though.
You guys heard what I said though about when the water's on the ball, it's spreading. Okay.
Can we get rooted in reality first of all? We know there's aqueducts in existence. Jeremy, I think you'll agree with me. Over a flat stationary plane, what's happening is there's a higher level at the source as it goes to a lower level at the output. We'd agree with that, right? The problem is when it comes to the explanation as to how it works on the ball. I know what you said. It isn't quite satisfactory, but we already know that the ball is an impossibility. So saying that it would work that way is a bit redundant in a sense because it's sort of impossible. The ball is impossible, you know what I mean? But that's why I got. So we have the output, we have the input, and then we have at the center point. At the center point, where we look at the behavior of the water in either direction as everything is dropping away from us, and in one sense it has to be flowing uphill and then downhill at the same time. It's a contradiction, but get your point, generally.
But Pete, if you say, right, if your position is, whether it's right or wrong, that the model of the globe Earth is impossible, then it's redundant talking about viaducts, egg whisks, kitchens, cars on the globe because you've already dismissed the basic foundational tenet of what you're evaluating.
Yes,
there's no difference between a viaduct and a long river or a long drainage trench. It's a conduit of water. It's on stilts. That's it. So if you've got a problem with viaducts, you've got a problem with rivers on the globe Earth because you've got a problem with the globe Earth.
Oh, of course, I got a problem with the globe. It's not that the globe model is untenable or it's not there for presenting. It's the globe itself that's not real. So you're modeling an unreality, and that was a comment I made towards Jeremy. I think he'll agree with me in terms of how aqueducts, viaducts actually work. That's my point here, ultimately.
No, I don't have a problem. Actually work. But the water flows from a higher elevation to a lower elevation. And I do have a problem with one river on Earth. There's a river on Earth that Xanax says starts out at 1.5 feet elevation. That's at where it starts. Then it flows to an area that's 8.5 feet elevation. That's a river I have a problem with. But there's no problem with aqueducts.
What about the path of least resistance? Isn't that what you guys are really arguing at this point in time? It's like when the water hits the basketball or when the water hits a triangle, whatever, the water is going to take the path of least resistance, is it not?
Yes.
I agree with you 100%. It's going to take the path of least resistance. It's going to go from up to down.
Aqueducts are
According
hard
to
to.
Jeremy, though,
But hold on, the
that's not
principle.
what's happening. Jeremy's
The
saying it's
principle.
not going from up to down. It's just spreading out. That's just the way it should.
But spreading out is
When
actually technically
when you
he's right as well, because again, spreading out is a measure of least resistance. Because again, if you observe a drop of water hitting a table, right, it's going to roll out, and if it hits any undulations in that table, it's going to stop and it's going to start going the opposite way.
when the
You're getting
water's
muffly
in
there.
the channel, when the water's in the channel of that basketball, it's all at the same elevation. There's no more going from higher elevation to lower elevation. It's just spreading out over the surface at the same elevation of the basketball. Your analogy sucks. It's not analogous to an aqueduct at all. It doesn't solve Pete's problem. In fact, Pete could argue with you on this, and he'd be justified if his argument was correct.
Yeah, Jeremy, why don't you go and do what you said you was going to do? You were going to drop a few drops of water on a basketball.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said
record it.
about how it's not analogous?
I heard what you said, and that's like the 8th time you've said it. So I'm not going to try and come back at you on something you just repeated now. Instead, you did say you were going to go and put some water droplets on the basketball and record it. You should do that.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary because it's not analogous. This is dumb. It's not
That's
going
the
from higher
9th time
elevation.
you said it.
It's not going from higher elevation to lower elevation. We've already established this. It's just spreading. It's
10th time.
Let me try
I mean,
something.
I don't know how you think just repeating yourself and saying it's not analogous makes you right.
What's
Let
up?
me try something with you guys. If you were to build
I
an
didn't hear what
aqueduct,
Go ahead.
if you were to build an aqueduct halfway across your basketball, in other words, from the top part, you have like a dome, right? How do you guys foresee this water flowing?
What I see?
You have a basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
You build an aqueduct halfway across it, like a dome. Pretend it's the earth, right? How does Jeremy see the water flowing, and how do you see the water flowing?
I'll tell you. I see water flowing from higher elevation to lower elevation. Let me just say, when you have the water on the basketball, it's all at once the water's in that channel and the groove, it's all at the same elevation.
On
right,
the
Nate?
basketball.
Yeah, on the basketball, the water in that groove, it's all at the same elevation, right, Nate?
I don't agree with you, but I would like
You don't
SC
think
to
the water you want SC to take on with his shit, so I can't point out how your shit's stupid. I know. Go ahead, SC.
Yeah,
No,
Jeremy,
you're
that's
right.
like
Listen,
the
hold on.
11th time.
He's
You
right.
just repeated it.
If you reference the surface of the basketball, right, the water is at the same level. Yes, but is that really how you do it? If you take a basketball and you pour water on it, what's going to happen to it, Jeremy? Is it going to spread even all over the basketball?
Nope.
No,
but we were
around.
using it as a. Of course not.
If you use, but this is the point. You've got two choices. You can either hold a basketball in your hand, yeah, and understand that it's not representing the forces at play on the earth as it's proposed, and that if you tip water on the top, it just flows around and falls off, yeah, which is what happens with a basketball in your hand. Or you can at least accept that the model that the globe Earth proposes doesn't actually say that everything is down from the top to the bottom, and that all forces of all notion of down is local, so it's all going towards this, it's tangentially perpendicularly towards the surface of towards the center of the sphere. And in that situation, if your basketball behaving like that, if you tip water anywhere on it, it would spread around and seem to defy gravity to you, because you're looking at it from an external framework.
You see what Jeremy's doing? He's taking the ball position where gravity clings the water on the ball. That's what you're doing, right, Jeremy? That's a yes.
I was giving him that. I was giving him that for the analogy that water would stick to the whole basketball evenly. Yes.
No,
but I was
that
trying
was
to
not
point out.
that was not the analogy I was trying to present. I wasn't trying to show that this proves gravity and water sticking to a ball. We were talking about aqueducts and how with aqueducts water flows from a high elevation to a low elevation due to gravity. It wasn't about the water sticking on the surface of the ball. It was about the water flowing from high elevation to a low elevation. It doesn't matter how many passes it takes, it's going from up to down. Whether it sticks on the ball or falls off of it is a totally different matter. That is not what I'm arguing.
Well, then that's
It's about
even worse for your basketball analogy.
How is it worse? That's what I've been saying the whole time. Like, did you not get that? We were talking about aqueducts, right?
That makes your basketball analogy even worse because
You
the
didn't even
water's just
understand what
gonna
it is I was talking about.
fall off.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're saying
That's
Earth
what I'm
is the
saying. You
basketball,
just
right?
woke up. You
Is
should go
Earth
have some
is Earth the
breakfast, bro.
basketball? Is Earth the basketball?
It's an analogy, Jeremy. Go have breakfast.
The
Bro. Go drink
basketball is
some
an
water.
analogy for Earth, right?
It's an analogy. I've heard you come up
Basketball
with the
analogous to Earth.
craziest, wildest analogies, Jeremy. Don't even start. Don't
Basketball
try me.
analogous to Earth.
I've heard you come up with wild analogies, but in this scenario, when we're talking about how aqueducts work, there's nothing wrong with me using a basketball as an analogy or comparison towards Earth. Nothing
Fine.
at
Why
all.
did it take you so long to answer that yes or no question? You know what? I'm done with you, Nate. I'm done with all these fucking Globers. It is so annoying talking to you guys. It took that whole time for me to get to you to admit that the basketball was an analogy for Earth. It's
What you talking
annoying
about?
and ridiculous.
What do you mean it took you all
Mad
that
What
time,
you talking
annoying.
Jeremy?
about, Jeremy?
Since the beginning of this conversation, I've
Annoying,
used the
dude.
basketball
You
as an
guys are
analogy.
mad
It is
annoying
funny
and
because he is
obvious.
talking about your model, bro. It is funny
Yeah,
how
but
you're fighting him.
hang on. Jeremy's being, super disingenuous right now. Because since the beginning of this conversation,
That's
I've used the
another
bas.
annoying
being
thing.
pretty
It's just
authentic.
now you're
Please let me
lying.
finish. Please let me
Now you're
finish.
just
Please let me
lying
finish.
about me.
Please
I'm
let me
not being
finish.
disingenuous. I
Please
just
let me
asked
finish.
you 4 times.
Please let me
I
finish.
just asked you
Please let
4
me finish.
times.
Please let me
Oh,
finish, Jeremy.
Four
You are a
times
mod. You
if
should
the
know this.
basketball
Please let
was
me
an
finish.
analogy for Earth.
Wow, this is
You
crazy.
would not answer. You're
This is
being
crazy.
disingenuous. You're
This
being
is
disingenuous,
crazy.
and then you call
All
me
right, Jeremy,
disingenuous.
can I
This
respond,
is crazy.
please?
hey, go
Can I
This
on.
is
respond?
crazy. No,
Yo,
you're
Banso,
doing some straight up scumbag shit to me,
control your
dude. That's
boy,
what this.
Banso.
If we were in the streets, Nate,
New York.
Control
I
your
would
boy,
physically
Banso.
assault you.
He's threatening my life now. Banso,
Calm down.
control your boy.
I did
Oh,
not.
you
Jesus.
did
I
it
didn't
now,
like.
Nate.
It's
I would
crazy.
slap you in the face, bro. I would
It's the Friday morning.
back
He's
You
talking
riled
about
up the
Alright,
beating me up.
Jeremy, man.
alright,
Banso,
guys.
please,
Come on.
control your boy.
No. Now, you know what? Let him have his moment, Jeremy, and then come back and destroy him.
Just breathe,
So,
bro.
since the beginning, I've been using a basketball as an example for Earth and how aqueducts work. Since the beginning of this conversation. The reason I didn't answer Jeremy when he's asking if I'm using the basketball to represent Earth is because it was obvious that I was doing that since the beginning. So for Jeremy to ask me that question 4 times was just stupid and silly. All right, that's what I'm saying. He's being totally disingenuous because since the beginning of this conversation, I have said that I'm using the basketball to represent Earth and represent how aqueducts work based on this principle of gravity. Since the beginning, I've been clear about that. But clearly, Jeremy didn't understand what my argument was or what it was I was talking about, and I could tell. That's why I kept saying that it's real early in the morning. You sound like you just woke up. You should go have some breakfast, Jeremy. You shouldn't be here first thing in the morning as you wake up
Okay,
wanting
that
to
doesn't
argue on
help.
this.
Come on, alright, you
Are
gotta
we gonna
wrap
let
it
him
up,
just
mate.
monologue or what?
I'm
No,
done.
no,
I'm
I'm
done.
not.
If you were
No,
using
no,
a
I'm not.
basketball,
I'm
if you
done.
were using a basketball as an analogy for Earth, it would have been easy, super simple and easy, instead of having to obfuscate and derail the shit out of this to just say, yeah, the basketball was an analogy for Earth. Now we're totally derailed because of your guys' totally disingenuous debate tactics. I'm done with you, Nate. All right, I'm not dealing. Don't ever talk to me again, for real, straight up.
You wildin', bro.
No, I'm
Calm
not
down.
wilding. All the
Wild,
Globers,
like
I'm done
I
debating
can't
with you
believe you
guys.
said you would clap me if you saw me in the street. Like, come on, man. Relax yourself, Jeremy.
You
It's
just did
not
to
that
me.
deep.
You just did to me, calling me disingenuous after you were being disingenuous. Yeah.
Because you were being disingenuous, Jeremy. It was pretty
Oh, I was
obvious.
asking you a
I had
question.
said
If
it
the
before.
ball, asking you if
Alright.
the basketball was an
If I
analogy
had said
for
it
Earth.
before that I'm using the basketball as an analogy towards Earth, and then you go and ask me 4 times, is the basketball an analogy for Earth? Like, what the fuck, Jeremy? Like, why should I even answer you? You know?
I know. Why should you answer when you're trying to be disingenuous with your with your
you being
with your
disingenuous, bro.
disingenuous debate
That's why
tactics.
S.
I waited for him to stop. I waited for him to stop doing
Disengage, both of you.
what they do.
Disengage.
This is what they do. They come in here, they stir up a
Yeah,
shit
I know.
show with their disingenuous
Yeah.
tactics. It's
Yeah.
just really
Yeah,
really like
whatever,
shady.
Jeremy.
It's really
Go
shady
drink
and
some water.
slimy.
So even Essie knew I was using the
Hey,
basketball
Nate,
as an
Nate.
Okay, cut it out, guys. Come on, enough.
I'm asking you guys to disengage, right?
All right, but I'm not talking to Jeremy anymore. I'm talking to
Doesn't
Essie.
matter. It doesn't matter.
So I
You
shouldn't
would
talk.
never, Nate. Fuck off.
So I shouldn't talk at all.
Hey, Jeremy.
So how about that space rocket launch today, guys? What do you think the chances are?
What? There's another one, SC. No way.
I
Yeah.
hope they hit the moon this
Yeah,
time. Right in the face.
Am I allowed to talk though, Bansor?
You can
Oh,
talk
give
about
it
the moon.
up, Nate. Come on. Yes, you're allowed to
No
talk.
more basketball talk.
Of course. I just wanted
Okay.
you two to disengage. It was just going. It was getting out of control. Is that the Artemis SC?
Yeah. It's the window for today, and tomorrow is another window. And if that doesn't happen, well, next year, Bandy. So sad.
Next year. So what? They were able to find a piece of bubble gum and stick it in the leak, were they?
Yeah, apparently they found some Play-Doh lying around, and that they fixed the leak. Yeah.
Oh, we'll see.
Fingers crossed.
We're taking bets. We're taking bets, are we, guys?
Guys, I have
I
a
don't
question.
think
How long does it actually take to get to the moon?
It takes
Who
about a
knows?
week.
Who knows?
No, but like seriously, based on their calculations, humor me for a moment. How long does it actually take to get to the moon?
I think a week, they said. If I'm not
Okay,
mistaken.
so here's the
Artemis
thing.
is going to be the longest trip to the moon.
Hang on one second though. If the moon leaves, if the rocket leaves today or even tomorrow, and it arrives in the moon in a week, that means the moon is only going to be a quarter of the way full. What part of the moon are they going to be landing on if the moon is only going to be a quarter of the way full?
What do you mean a quarter of the way full?
The new moon cycle starts in 2 days. That means it's completely gone out of the sky. So if they're planning
no, that's not what it means. It just means
I get it now. He's saying
we can
that
only see a quarter of it. It doesn't mean that because we can only see a quarter, the rest has disappeared and physically isn't there. That's not how it works.
Oh, really?
Unless you joke.
The last time I saw the moon, and it looked like I could kind of see it in daylight. It looked semi-transparent. I could see through it.
Oh, come on!
All
right. Hang on. All right, let me just get clarity.
Yo,
let me just
don't
get
interrupt,
clarity.
Nate. He was in the middle of talking. Don't interrupt. He was in the middle of talking. Stop seriously, Nate. You're interrupting. You're
all right, but I just want to ask him a question. Can I ask you a question?
Let him finish.
Let him finish. But that's my thought is that if we look at all these different moon landings and we look at the phases of the moon at those times, the moon appears to be semi-transparent during every 28 days. There's a part in the cycle where it goes, it starts to empty halfway and then it opens up halfway and then it becomes full every 28 days. So my thought is if you're going to try to land on something that appears to be semi-transparent, why would you try to land on it in a week's time when it's only going to be a quarter of the way visible?
All right, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Because
please do.
You're done, right?
Pardon me? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So just to get clarity, because maybe I misunderstood you. For you, when we only see a quarter of the moon in the night sky, the 3 quarters that we can't see, you feel they physically aren't there anymore. And if try to land, if I try to touch those 3 quarters, my hand would just go through empty space.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because here's the thing: have you ever tried to land on your ceiling? Have you ever tried to land on your ceiling?
That's what you think?
Yeah, it's exactly what I think. Because when the moon is spotted, just like I saw it this morning at 5:45 this morning in the morning sky, where the sunlight was present, but the sun wasn't present, and the moon was present in the sky, right? It appeared that I could see right through that bitch.
But hold on. Question though, are you saying that if it is lit, like it's a full moon, that we could land on it, or what?
I don't. You tell me. The Globers are the one with the science to say that you can land on something that disappears every 28 days.
No,
so
I'm trying to push this. I'm trying to make sure, like, you know. Okay, so okay, let me just try to figure this out. So,
right?
yeah. So okay, so if it is full moon, right, there is at least visually something there, right, and basically, you know, we should be able to land on there, right? Or is what? Like, I need it.
Yeah, Armor. He's saying that if it's a full moon, we can only land on the parts of the moon that are illuminated with light. The parts that we can't see apparently have disappeared and they're not there, and we can't land on those parts.
I had a feeling he was talking about that, but that's really
Yeah,
silly.
yeah,
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, you know. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but
no. As a Glober, you can try to give me the benefit of the doubt as a Glober, but you can still try to explain to me why the moon appears to be translucent. And as soon as an object appears to be translucent, it's no longer an object; it's an image.
Here, I'll show you.
Wait.
By the way, the moon is at 6% now, guys. If anybody has a chance, you can see it in the daytime. 6%.
In the daytime, I don't see it right now.
It's
But yeah, it
clearly
should
a
be out though.
reflection. It can't be landed on.
Well,
It's a reflection of
here-
fluidity, though.
Here, I like to flaunt around my 3D model, so let me show you real fast. What's his name?
3D model of the moon. That's rich.
Well, no, it's not. It's not so much the 3D model of the moon, but it's more so to show you the atmosphere and this transparency effect. Like it's really simple light.
I find it hilarious that you're going to attempt to show something that's a 3D object when we've only seen one thing looking at us that only turns like a steering wheel on a car versus rotating like a ball. If it were in fact an object.
It's just
Hang on, just real quick. King's Clone, how paranoid are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Anyway, go on.
Paranoid
Go
or what?
on,
Why are you attacking my person versus my observation? Thanks for coming out, friend.
I'm just asking why you think this.
No, you don't need to justify why you're asking a question. We're observing something, and you can attack the observation versus the person making the observation. Thanks for coming out, friend.
Okay, well.
Okay, paranoia. See you a little bit.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so yeah. So what was it? All right, the moon phase thing. Right. Yeah. Now I was just gonna show you at least like in Blender just to show you like what is kind of going on because it's at the end of the day it's a light thing. All right. Basically, the moon the part of the moon that isn't lit up. Obviously, there's no light coming from that. You know, and when we have the atmosphere, right, that's blue. Obviously, there is blue light that's, you know, whether it's coming from the atmosphere or, you know, it's bouncing off the atmosphere. In any case, there is blue light coming from that direction, right? So what happens is you have the lit part of the moon, right? That's nice and bright. Then you have the part of the moon that isn't lit up. Then you have the atmosphere in front of that part that's not lit up, right? And so what's happening is you're getting that blue light where the part of the moon that isn't lit up, and so it appears transparent, but that's not the case. It's just, you know, lights overlapping each other. That's it. Right? Or lights overlapping, you know, shit. And so I can show you that in Blender, right? Because the Blender does a really good job of that. You could just put like a nice blue sky kind of like, you know, thing or whatever and have the moon in the background, and it literally does exactly that. So I could show you that if you want. King's Clown? Hello?
No, that's just, I'm sorry, but again, I was poking absolute hilarity at the fact that this rocket is being launched in a couple of days, and I'm just basing my observation based on the Farmer's Almanac, which is written record of what's happening. And again, based on the Farmer's Almanac, it's maybe going to be 25% lit up in 7 days. So in terms of how it actually works in your model that you think exists, I'm really not interested. I'm just poking fun at the stupid rocket. Thanks.
Okay, I mean, I guess the only argument you could have is that, you know, they're landing on surface that's going to be like dark, assuming they're landing on the part that's facing us, because at that point, yeah, they'll be landing in, you know, a dark area, and that's kind of hard to navigate around. Although I doubt it. But yeah, I guess that's the only argument.
There's a lot of holes because even back in the old Apollo missions, there shows to be 2 light sources that appear to pop up on the moon, creating dual shadows. So, I mean, there's all kinds of holes in the problem that is the moon. Again, you don't need to go in on me in terms of the review of the moon and how it works, because it's a waste of time, because the moon is just an image. It's not an object. Thanks, though. I appreciate the explanation.
Very good. It's a reflection. It's an observer-dependent reflection, and it's ultimately reflection of the sun. The only things in our whole universal sky that have an equivalence, the moon and the sun. Very good.
So is the plan to land on the unlit side of the moon? Is it? Is that the plan?
I'm not sure.
No, on the lit one.
On
As
the
far as
lit.
I can know, I
I
think.
mean, one would
So
imagine.
So we should be able to see it then, shouldn't we?
Are you kidding? It's too far away, Bandy.
Come on. Come on.
Well, okay, if one is too far away, and two, I mean, the moon is going into.
You see that?
Well, yeah, but two. Well, how is that? Hold on, how's that even fucking funny? I don't get it. Like, how's that funny?
It is fucking hilarious.
How
Absolutely.
how should we see that though? I mean, we're talking about. Think about the scale. Like, literally, you're not gonna be able to see that. It's like
Put off till
ISS
September 27th. Correction, guys.
It's the same idea of being able to see the ISS from the Earth's surface. There's so many. Can you see the ISS from the Earth's surface officially?
If you zoom in, yeah. If you zoom in with like a camera or you have like a telescope, yeah, you can see it. What's your point?
So we have a telescope that can see back in time 13 billion light years, but we can't see anything on the moon. Gotcha.
Come on, you gotta understand the science of how that works. Okay, so first off, all right,
science.
Yeah, I mean, because so from my understanding, I could be wrong about this, but the stars are basically so far away that I'm not even gonna be talking about the size of them, but like their brightness is bright enough to where even though they're small, they're too small for us to make out. Their light can still, we can still pick up their light, right? So, when it comes to that, right? Like obviously, yeah, of course you could see that, right? Because there's a whole science on that. Like as long as something is bright enough, you will see it. Albeit it'll be like a tiny dot or whatever, but you'll still be able to pick it up though. So there's no issue with that. All right. Also, all right, it's like trying to see a gnat, right, on a tree, like a good, like, I don't know, 100 feet away. You're not gonna fucking see that.
Yeah, but we can see the cosmic microwave background radiation that happened 13.9 billion years ago, right?
Yeah, the context matters though. I mean, it's not the same thing. The context matters.
Dude, you've been sold a bag of goods, man. I don't understand how. Look, with my P900, I can zoom into the moon 250,000 miles away and see craters that are 20 miles wide. You don't see the thing in that? With a shitty little camera, I can zoom in 250,000 miles away.
Imagine if you had a good camera, SC. Imagine if you had a good one.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's big enough, though. I mean, you guys seriously don't think about this. It's hilarious.
Not to mention how bad the operator of the camera is.
Yeah, it's hilarious how you guys.
Pretty bad at that. Yes, thank you.
It's just hilarious how you guys get this stuff wrong. Like, I mean, come on.
I mean, we have all researched the globe model. We know what you're saying.
I don't think you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
We know the official story. End of story.
Well, you don't. It's not enough, apparently.
Yeah, we can easily Google, bud. So don't be.
All right. Well, Google better, I guess.
On yourself that you're the educator.
Yeah,
of all
Google
of us.
better.
Google better. That's
Google
the
better.
problem. For
Well, there's some
8
speculation as
years,
to what the moon
people
might
have
be.
been. Yeah, for 8 years, people have been learning how to use Google.
Yeah, no, you haven't. You guys are doing a bad job because everything you guys have been saying is just really poopy. I'm sorry. Like
really poopy. Just
really poopy. Yeah.
Gas required in a closed environment, right?
Absolute dookie, man.
I flushed the spider down the toilet like the globe. Bye, globe.
Okay, you didn't flush shit down. All right. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, like for example, King Clown is getting this whole like he posted a stupid meme about we should see the shaded part of the moon like we see this ping pong. First off, all right, your ping pong, all right, isn't a really far distance away, where the atmosphere is going to get in front of it. All right, so that's stupid. First off, have you ever seen mountains in the distance where the farther you go, the more like they don't appear. I don't want to say transparent per se, but they get bluer and bluer because they have more atmosphere in front of them, right? Obviously, you get to a point where you're outside of the atmosphere,
That's
right?
actually called atmospheric refraction. That's actually the one time
that's not
refraction works
refraction.
to the glober's advantage.
That's not
because
refraction. What are you talking
that
about?
in between your eyesight and the object that you're looking at is called the atmospheric refraction, i.e. distortion that impacts your ability to see the item. But at the end of the day, just like the horizon and the mountains are still there. They don't go anywhere because they are physical objects.
Is people really gonna let him say atmospheric? Hold on, atmospheric refraction. Because last time I checked, refraction, all right, is not that. Refraction is, you know, when the light actually bends. I'm talking about like this fog effect that the atmosphere has. Okay, look, I'm not gonna fucking get into the fucking, you know, whether it bends or not. All right. Point is, the image moves up and down. All right. That's all you need to know. Point is, he used the word wrong. You guys didn't even call him out on that. It's not atmospheric it's not atmospheric refraction. All right. It is
Did
the
I
fog
use
effect.
the word wrong? Did I really? Because
Yeah, you did. Because I said
Livestream text. Hopefully it posts up because I've been having some trouble. But yeah, there it is. That to me looks like atmospheric refraction because hey, that coastline, ladies and gentlemen, is still there, and my eyesight thing or the thing taking the picture is still there. The only thing that has changed is the
that is.
air
I'm
in
not talking
between
about that.
my eyesight and the thing that is sitting there,
Okay.
which is the coastline.
And this is okay, yeah. So in this example, I guess you used it fine. But what I was talking about was totally unrelated to what you were talking about. I was saying the
Wait a
further
second.
things.
Did you just concede to the sample that I provided? You said what I just said, or sorry, what I just posted is okay, fine, and then you went but. So it sounds like you're lily padding on the explanation I just provided. What happened, friend?
No, because I originally was talking about how mountains get bluer in the distance, and somehow you brought up atmospheric refraction. It was totally unrelated. All right, so let's first address that. Okay. Second off, yes, I will admit the GIF that you posted. This does show what appears to be refraction. All right, where you got this bending. You know, the image is moving, you know, up and down and whatnot. All right, but what I was pointing out is that you totally missed the point that I was talking about. I was talking about the further things that get, the more bluer-ish they appear because they got atmosphere in front of that. And you came out of nowhere with atmospheric refraction.
What's happening to it?
What?
If the light isn't being refracted, then what's happening to it?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about fucking blue mountains because they're in the distance.
Yeah, yes. So when you can't see the mountain, there's some haze in front of it. Why can't you see the mountain? What's happening to the light? If it's not being refracted,
mountains never really get to that point where they totally disappear from fucking atmosphere. All right, first off,
Well,
they never get so blue from what I've seen anyway.
Around the mountain, and it's making the mountains disappear. That would introduce the idea that the blue in the sky is actually taking over the visual sensation of the mountain. But again, the sky in real life doesn't actually get to swallow a mountain. As you get closer to the mountain will reappear. This is why I'm explaining to you that the visual distortion, which is the atmospheric refraction, from my understanding, will cause the visual sensation of the mountains appearing to disappear into the sky.
I don't even. How are you equating that? The GIF that you sent is literally showing, all right, this bending, all right, and somehow you're equating what, like the atmosphere. I don't even. You're not even making sense right now.
My
just so
simple explanation, and you're scattering like I don't even know what you are, like a shotgun at this point. Just leaves
no,
me with
you're
a point that I
scattering. You're
need
going.
to
You're
withdraw.
you're
No,
mixing
my
things
friend.
up and whatnot.
I've provided two specific sniped approaches to your explanation of what we're observing to take down your foundation of what you're explaining. You have just shotgunned the entire thing. I must withdraw. Have a wonderful day, my friend.
Okay, you can get out of here. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, back to what I was saying though. He got clearly the moon phase thing wrong. He said apparently we should see the shaded part just as we see the ping pong ball, which is false once again because the ping pong ball isn't so far. It's not outside the atmosphere like the moon is. All right, so you're not going to get this effect. Okay, you're gonna get light bouncing, off of like the ground, off of the guy holding the ping pong ball, onto that ping pong ball. Okay. So it's not going to blend into the sky, all right? With the moon,
it's outside. The moon is.
What?
How do you know? How do you know where the moon is?
I don't need to because I'm telling you, if my model works this way, then this is how it would work. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying my model is legit. I'm not saying my model. The Earth is a globe. I'm just saying if it is a globe, all right, and we assume these things, then it checks out. But this guy over here is saying that we
know that.
That sounds so poopy.
No,
but really, like, okay. So if you believe in Santa Claus, then you assume that all of these things are true. Then it's right.
Okay. Who are you? Who's talking right now? Who's talking right now? Fuzzy? Okay, so Fuzzy, check this out. All right. So I want you to now look at this. All right, and tell me whether or not this is silly. All right, assuming the globe model. All right, Is it silly or not? Assuming the globe model, because if it's not silly assuming the globe model, then why even make the fucking meme? It's stupid.
Are you kidding? There's lots of stupid memes out there that don't make sense.
Okay, so then it's a stupid meme. That was my whole point.
I don't know what meme am I looking at?
I just posted. I literally. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Okay, I just pinged you. It's literally 17 minutes after the 17 minutes after the. Yeah, I literally if assuming the globe Earth, right, the model and whatnot, does that meme make sense, or is it silly? Yeah, my bad. Is it silly or does it make sense?
It doesn't prove anything one way or the other.
So it's a silly fucking meme then.
Sure, whatever, but it doesn't
there you
prove
go.
anything one way or the other.
I know. I'm not saying it's proof.
Hold on. The reasons why you're saying or calling it silly, I don't necessarily agree with.
Well, it's not correct if you assume the globe model, and that's the whole point, right? It's supposed to be attacking the globe model, right?
Well, it's supposed to be, but I would say it's trying to get people to think for themselves, because you can expose for certain things and see the actual more of the moon. But the point here is that the reason you're claiming it to be silly is because you think you know where the moon is.
If I assume the globe model, then that goes without saying. I mean, it's the fucking globe model.
Okay, but here again.
The whole when you attack an argument, you're supposed to.
I know. If I'm going to use the Santa Claus argument again, right? If we're going to sit here and talk about how, okay, if you assume the Santa Claus model and you look at all these assumptions, right? And we could assume all these different things, but what you're doing is trying to argue about reindeer magic and whether or not, because you know about reindeer magic, you're using that as a justification for your Santa Claus model.
But it's not even magic though. It's how light works though. If the shaded part of the moon isn't emitting any light, but the sky is, then of course the part where the moon isn't shaded is going to have blue there. Because what do you expect there to be black there? That doesn't make any sense. Black isn't a light. That doesn't emit anything. So therefore, obviously, you're going to get the blue instead.
At nighttime, when I've exposed for the moon when it's partially illuminated or partially lit, you can expose in a certain way so you can actually see the other parts of the moon. But it's black at that point. It's not during the day.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes you have moonshine or whatever, and sometimes you could just or sometimes maybe it's an exposure thing or some shit, whatever. I don't know, but that's fine, right? Also, that's another thing too. I mean, that kind of destroys what the other guy was saying earlier, though. But look, the point at the end of the day, all right, is that this logically is sound. All right, you really shouldn't be able to see the dark side of the moon shouldn't look like anything else but that. All right, if we're assuming
I agree, but if you're talking about logically sound based on assumptions, then yes, my Santa Claus logic is sound because we're basing the entire thing on a number of assumptions.
All right.
But you at least appreciate that, right? I hear what you're saying that it's silly, but what you're calling silly is you don't actually have proof of that, of why. You're assuming it is. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Sure.
The moon is a little bit more dynamic than just seeing a phase in the sky. It's simultaneous observations. It's flipped orientation in the south, completely upside down for me here in New Zealand. Okay, the fact that you're not allowing the globe model to actually be the complete thing that you're attacking is quite dishonest. The fact that the moon's phases are predicted and there's nothing that equates on flat Earth is dishonest again. So you can attack the globe model, but use all of it. Use everything and use simultaneous observations while at the same time explaining those little problems I just mentioned, because these are the questions I have for flat Earth.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. What you're saying, again, to use the Santa Claus logic, right? If we're sitting here arguing about Santa Claus, and you're going to say what you just also said is like, well, okay, but you're discounting elf magic. Okay, you're also discounting reindeer magic and how that works. So what you got to do is use all of those things to look at Santa Claus.
No. See, you take it into the weeds by going to the Santa Claus crap. Santa Claus is something we can't see. The moon is in the sky. Do you deny the moon is in the sky?
No, I'm denying your claim as to what and how and where it is in the sky.
I mean,
no.
No. Okay. And
Oh,
every
okay,
Christmas
so
morning, every Christmas morning, I can see a half drinking milk, and I can see cookies half
alright.
eaten. I can
Fair
see
enough.
that. Are you denying that those cookies are not eaten?
No, let's use the moon because it's something we can't manipulate. It's cookies we can't control. Okay, so the moon is there. Do you deny cardinal directions?
The moon appears to us up in the sky.
Right. So you see it. It's as real as anything else. As your
That's
hand
my
in front
only
of your
claim. That's my only
It's in the
claim is that I
sky.
see
Right.
something in the sky that we call the moon. That's
Right, and the
about
direction
the end of
you
my
have
claim.
to look. The direction you have to look dictates when you're going to see the moon or not, right? If the moon's north and you look south, you're not looking at the moon anymore. So the fact that you can see it in a northern hemisphere location based on my southern hemisphere location using the globe model, that's data that you can use. Now that's the model you're not attacking because the phases are the same, but the entire moon is flipped upside down for me. And I took a photo of it, and I asked the person in the UK to do it, and they're completely flipped up. Same phase, same time of the day type thing, completely flipped upside down. I need an explanation.
So all right, so if you and I are in the big room, and we put a smiley face on the ceiling of the room, and you on one side of the room look at the smiley face, and I look at the smiley face, one of us is going to have a frowny face, correct? Or a sideways face, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's it. Oh.
So burn. You're discounting the model that it makes the moon to be whatever it is I want to claim that to be, and our observation stays exactly the same.
No, I mean,
model.
hold on. It's
The
not a.
entire model changes, and our observation is the exact same thing.
Let me reply. If that was the case and there was a point in which it began to turn in our observation, then there'll be somewhere in the middle of the observations, location wise, across the known locations, where someone would have been like, oh, look, it's an ellipse. But the moon's shape and phase we never see never changes shape, ever, no matter what way we look at it, from wherever we look at it. So that analogy, your analogy is destroyed.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Arma. Hey, can you model the moon?
You got to call more friends to get in the room to look at it.
Hold on, dude. Real quick. Real quick. Just let me say something,
Guys, one at a
Arma,
time, please.
because I know. Can I just ask something
I'm
for
curious.
Arma?
If it's
Because
quick, go.
yeah, hold on. So Arma modeled the one of the gibbous moon phases for me. And I'm asking him if he could do the same thing because he knows my location. Can he do the same thing for me 2 hours ago or like 1 hour ago and show the moon phase that it was in today? Because now it's totally flipped upside down. It was flipped upside down.
Moon phase. Let me see. I need to see what the current moon phase is first, for me to even. Let me see. Moon phase.
Yeah, it looks like God's thumbnail. It's one of those, but it's inverted as opposed to what it was the other day.
All right. Oh my God, what is going on here?
So everybody in North America got this moon phase. It's not just me. So, but it was close to the horizon as well. Did everybody get to see the moon today?
It's at about 6%. Any lucky guy want to
Yeah.
film that?
6%.
Yeah, well, 3 days ago it was actually upside down, inverted from what you see now, and about 60%.
Real fast. Let me see. How many hours after moonrise is it for you? I need to know.
About an hour. Yeah, about an hour.
It's an hour right now. Okay, let me see.
No, right now is like 2 hours, but when I made my observation, it was about an hour ago.
Okay. Hope I'm not stalling the combo right now. I feel like
Well,
yeah, go for it, guys.
I don't exactly know.
That's
I don't
all I
know
wanted to
exactly
say.
how this is gonna. Yeah, this isn't really gonna solve much because what you said before, how we have to use the entire globe model and all the different assumptions. why aren't you using all the flat Earth ideas to make your model? Because what you're doing is you're swapping one idea from the globe model with the flat Earth model and trying to make that peg fit into that hole. But it would, without discounting all the other assumptions you make. That's part of the problem.
Well, what I'm saying is that the stance that you tried to make from the beginning of, we don't know what the moon is, we have no idea, is it physical, all the rest of it, but the amount of data that we have and the ability of the backyard astronomer these days to be able to film them, video the moon, connected to or take high definition photographs and things, these are things that you're not including in the data set that we have for the moon.
What would those include? What would those help prove other by looking at it?
Well, we can see as that, like if I got someone in Australia right now to take a photo of the moon, I mean not right now, but like
what is that going to prove?
It will show that slight orientation difference from me to them, and as you go around the same latitude, it's not gonna change. You see? This gives us two data points from two separate locations, two simultaneous observers. You never address the fact that the moon is flipped upside down while you're looking it up a different way. But the fact that you say we don't stand on our head, all you have to do is stand on your head to see the moon like I see it.
All I just did, I just gave you an example of a model that has something on the ceiling that looks different from both people.
And I destroyed it by saying, where is the point where it's an ellipse? Because I do it though. Do it yourself. Do it, and there'll be an angle at where you see it, and it will be an ellipse. And that means that somewhere in the location between where you see it and I see it, it has to be an ellipse.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Reese. You're assuming solidity to the moon. And the reason why you see it in an inverted fashion that I see it here is because of the nature of the barrier above us, as a contour is highest at the equatorial areas and away at the southern peripherals and the northern peripherals over a flat plane, Reese. It doesn't have to be an ellipse. It's only, yes, if there was solidity associated with it, yes, your point would be made. But what assumptions have you made about the moon, or what explorations have you made in terms of what it might be?
A shadow can cast on an object, so that's what we see. I mean,
Yes,
there is some very, very, very clear observations, and I'm not even referring to NASA. I'm referring to people who put like 20,000 US into a telescope equipment with big high resolution lenses on it, and they show craters and contour lighting. Now that can't happen. You can't put a shadow with light.
How do you know that Earth is causing that shadow?
Well, then again,
we use
the data set.
Hold on, dude. Whatever we use, the only way we get shadows on the moon is from the sun. The Earth has nothing to do with it. Ask Arma.
Well, that's the phases.
The sun makes a direct parallel rays. Remember, you guys claimed that the sun only has parallel rays. There's only parallel rays responsible for the shadow of the moon.
Right, so anyway, the phases are caused by the sun, but the shadow if a shadow is ever cast onto the moon, well, that's the eclipse.
All right. Well, a good white, real fast. I mean, join my stream. I mean, I'm not streaming for nothing. Join it, man.
Well, I didn't know you joined the stream.
Did man land on the moon, Reese? Did man land on the moon in 1969, Reese?
Oh, that one I can't give to them.
Okay.
Good white.
Thank you for that, at least.
What the hell's good white? He asked me to show the God's thumbnail thing, whatever the fuck it's called, and he's not joining my stream.
Akers, the Cyrus Akers confession. Who? Fuzzy Ewok or someone else? King Clown?
King Clown, maybe. He was here earlier. He was talking
nonsense. The one who said it wasn't
here he is.
physical?
He's still here. He's talking nonsense.
The one who said it wasn't physical, or one who I was talking to?
Oh, King Clown is the one that. Yeah, he was the one about the physical. But I want. Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, we were talking to two people, Fuzzy Ewok and King's Clown.
Yeah, we're watching, bro. Everybody watch your stream. We're talking about the moon and how it gets this shadow. Go, bro.
Oh. All right, hold on. So we real fast. 180. Here we go.
While you're doing that, have you heard of? Do you know what a Selenilian eclipse is?
Yep.
Refraction.
I'd love to hear the globe model's explanation for that. I'd love to hear that or anything
Well,
to that.
the explanation is the same. Refraction.
Well, that's convenient.
It is actually refraction.
But it's refraction. It's a refraction 180 degrees the other way.
It is refracting the moon up above the horizon.
The Selenilian eclipse is only seen just after sunset or before sunrise, never anywhere else.
Well, both the sun and the moon are in the same, and then the shadow being cast on the moon is from the other side of the Earth, the opposite side of the sun. That's a lot of refraction.
The moon, yeah, it is, and that's why the Selenilian eclipse doesn't complete, and that's why they can never. No, that's why they can never determine how long it's going to be. Like other eclipses, down to the second, is because it's based on how much is in that refraction zone that day. And I'm only using you the globe model explanation. Okay, that's all I'm giving to you because that's what you're attacking. So that's what I'm giving to you.
How does that make
There's a refraction. There's a refraction zone. No, but it's a refraction zone. So it's
schools that you went to.
I know, but it's the only eclipse that's not the actual object being eclipsed. It's the refracted image of the.
Hold Fuzzy. Time out. Yo.
Sorry, I know. I'm sorry. I thought he was done. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I'm just saying time out. Like, what do you mean that the Selenilian is the only time they can't block the? I heard you. But my retort to that is, but Selenilian eclipse happens within all lunar eclipses. Why is it that only when it's partial? Is it because I don't get the justification for what you're saying when all lunar eclipses include a Selenilian eclipse?
No, I said it's the only eclipse that doesn't.
Lunar eclipses in general, you mean?
That we don't actually watch. That we don't actually watch the eclipse, the object being eclipsed itself. We're watching a refracted image of the already set moon that's been eclipsed below the horizon or visual line.
You're talking about.
So that's why it doesn't. Eclipse. No. Let me explain. That's why the eclipse doesn't finish its course. It simply disappears from the sky, like demanifests.
Listen to what I asked you. Are you talking about all lunar eclipses? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, this is the Selenilian eclipse.
Yeah, the Selenilian is a part of all lunar eclipses. Sometimes it's partial and sometimes it's full, but the Selenilian part of it happens every lunar eclipse. Somewhere on the Earth, the sun and the moon is above.
That's correct. Anytime there's a lunar eclipse, there's always a Selenilian eclipse.
Always.
It happens before sunrise or after sunset. If it falls within that, then I agree.
Yeah, it always every lunar eclipse. Yes.
Wait, doesn't that assume like extreme refraction though somewhere or what? I mean,
yeah, it's extreme refraction because the eclipse doesn't have a time limit. It's based on how much you're going to be able to see based on the visual conditions of that day. That's why they never have it's going to last for this long because it doesn't finish like a normal eclipse where the whatever's been eclipsed comes back to full view. It looks like it phases out like magic from the sky.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I guess what I was saying is, isn't it a little like ballsy to assume that somewhere on Earth there's like this extreme refraction causing the Selenilian? Because someone was saying that there's always, whenever there is a lunar eclipse, that there is also a Selenilian just somewhere on the Earth. But I would assume.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard that. I agree.
I think Kosho told us that there's always a Selenilian eclipse every lunar eclipse.
I mean, because you don't need kosher to tell you that. Like a partial. Look, think about it. If something is partial, that means you're only getting one portion of the whole. So when the whole thing happens, that partial part is in that. It happens all the time. Like I
So
don't.
Elijah, are you saying that like where if I'm seeing a full lunar eclipse, the partial selenelian is happening at that same time, and I just can't see it as a selenelian?
I don't know if you
Based on
can't
your
see it.
location.
But I don't know if you can't see it as a selenilian. The part where you're at the position where you can see the sun and the moon, probably not. But you're still going to see the same effects on the moon.
I have to look
Yeah,
into that. I've never heard that before.
yeah, because
Every
the way it
eclipse has a
sounded to me,
selenelian. That sounds strange.
the way that it sounded to me was that it was only the selenelian was only going to be seen on the east coast of the states.
There you go.
I just find that weird because it's like it is because if were there to be a selenelian somewhere else on the Earth, like always, that means that always somewhere on Earth there is this extreme refraction that's allowing the selenelian to happen.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that, unfortunately, because it takes so many. I mean, the last lunar eclipse was a total lunar eclipse last year. I filmed the whole thing, across the course of 5 hours. So full moon, shadow across the moon, red face, red illuminated shadow, back to dark, moving shadow, then back to full moon in 5 hours. And that began at 11, 18, I think was maximum eclipse, in New Zealand. So the sun had already been set for 5 hours. So
Right. So that's saying that at a different location on the Earth, a selenelian was happening, just not in your area.
Yeah, I mean, I have never heard that. Based on how rare they claim them to be, that they happen everywhere. Because you'd think there'd be more footage of them instead of just like the 2 that we can find.
No, not everywhere, every time. Only
Yeah,
in
exactly. Every time, Jeremy. So somewhere more than
So I
2
guess the
times.
problem is that when some eclipses are just partial eclipses, then the selenelian is always going to happen, and it always happens to occur on the days that are the most refracted. That's convenient.
Well, it happened.
It would happen. It would happen on
within the
parts
refraction
where there
zone.
is the least refraction.
You have to refract. You have to have the sun casting light onto the Earth to cause a shadow on the opposite side of the moon. Refraction.
There is no such thing as under the Earth. You don't understand.
That's the explanation for a lot of globers as to why the selenelian causes a shadow on the other side.
Oh, they're saying it's highly refractive. Yeah, but that's not true. It's actually less refractive, the conditions that cause the selenelian. Well, that allow for it to be viewed.
How do you?
Well, now
how do
I'm
you
all
figure
kinds
that?
of confused. Yeah.
How do you figure that? Because it's the selenelian states that it's lifted up. The moon is physically below the horizon, and it's lifted up within the refraction zone. And while it's doing its
No,
eclipse,
you don't get it. You don't get it. The horizon is not an object. So if it's behind the horizon, it's behind the horizon. If it's above the horizon, it's above the horizon. There is no it lifts it above the horizon. It either is or it isn't above the horizon.
So the
have you
horizon is
seen a
not a
selenelian
physical.
eclipse?
Well,
Have you seen one? Have you watched
yeah.
the video of one happening at the end? Have you seen what happens at the end?
Yeah. So other than hijacking the fact that the moon seems to dematerialize out of the sky, that's actually because of that band or that wall. Anybody who's watched it, like the sunrise, that purplish paint looking color all the way out there towards the horizon, like on top of the horizon, that little few degrees, you're not looking at anything through that. Unfortunately, you know what I mean. So when the moon goes beyond that, guess what? It appears like it dematerializes. I've never seen the moon set, not over water. That don't happen because the light probably isn't bright enough.
I tell you, I saw the fucking weirdest thing in
Wait,
existence.
well, hold on. Sorry. So to the point about the Selenilian though, like I know, like well, you said it happens just before dawn or just after sunset. So the thing about that is, I seen the video of the one like just before dawn, and it's like I saw the same thing you did, I believe. That the guy could have literally been sat there all night looking at the moon. It's it's crazy to think that it would have traversed that sky all night, then entered the zone of the eclipse, and at some point you're actually not looking at the actual moon because it's actually below the horizon, but you didn't see it do anything but traverse the sky. That's a weird claim.
Yeah.
If it was being refracted, it should be. If it was being refracted upwards, then you'd be seeing a reflection of it. But if it's being refracted downwards, like in normal refractive conditions, then you would expect to see less of it, not more of it.
Still don't know why the shadow's on the opposite side.
You mean coming from the top?
Yeah, the opposite.
Hey, Arma.
Right.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Arma. Hey, because Arma, he has Blender. So does Blender account for refraction as well, Arma?
I mean, there is like you can use, I know, glass in Blender. I mean, but I mean in terms of like actual like a gradient, I mean I don't think you could really pull that off.
Where you hopping and hone, but
you could do like some like glass light bending and whatnot. Like if you have a glass that works, but
Oh, so you have to actually you have to actually follow Snell's law and use another boundary for the refraction. How interesting.
yes.
Yeah, you got to actually Photoshop it in there. Kind of like Alyssa Pagan from NASA, how she Photoshops all the James Webb Telescope images. Yeah, like that.
I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but I still don't know why the shadow's on the top of the moon, guys.
Yeah, nobody has a good answer for that. So going back to what Elijah said in describing what happens, it's almost like we've talked about this before. It's like looking at a fish in the water, and that fish is in an apparent position, but the physical fish is just offset, and we don't see two images. We don't see two fish. We see one fish, which is the apparent position of the fish, which means the physical fish is, let's say, one fish length away from the apparent position. So if that fish were to start swimming away from us, at some point, the apparent fish that we see would have to just sit there and wait while the fish really swims away farther and farther and farther, which is what the concept would dictate. In order for the moon to be fully behind the Earth, that's what would have to happen. You'd have to have an increase of distance between the apparent position of the fish and the real fish moving away. And that it's just an insane claim to make, that at some point in the sky, if I'm tracking the moon all night long, I'm watching it. At some point when it gets close to the horizon, the apparent position just sits there and waits for the eclipse to happen. Like, that's crazy.
Why are they moving differently though?
I'm not.
If one's moving away, that's the physical fish. Then the apparent fish that's moving away will be shown. It'll be moving too. Right?
It's the
physical
yes.
movement.
Yeah.
And that the top shadow, using the globe model explanation, it's the shadow of Earth being cast on the top of the moon, then the moon's refracted up. That's why you have the two different types of selenilium: the shadow from the bottom and the shadow from the top. The claim that it happens everywhere and that you can see it every single lunar eclipse, that's
I don't know.
honestly the first time I've ever heard. It's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah,
so wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
I can't confirm the way. Just to let y'all know, that's something that I've also heard, and it wasn't from a flat earther. But and then I realized, obviously, because partial means part of, so I just figured, well, okay, so it happens during the lunar eclipse all the time. But I'm pretty sure I read that on the internet. from one of these lunar sites or whatever. But I could be wrong.
Okay, so wait a minute, hold on.
If the shadow comes in from the opposite direction, it would be occurring, partial or not. If it's coming from the opposite direction of where the sun is, top to bottom, then that's what. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
back
so
to
hold
that.
on just real
What
quick.
did
So
you say about the I didn't get that. Like it's sometimes at the top,
Yeah,
the
I
bottom.
didn't either. That was ridiculous. That was like a. Can you clarify that, please?
well, I don't know who you're talking to, but
Oh,
if
well,
we're
you just said why. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
that's okay. So if we have so we have a lunar eclipse happening in one location, and the eclipse is coming from the bottom of the moon, traversing to the top. But at the Selenelian location, the shadow is coming from the top. That's what's got to be happening.
There's actually two types of Selenelian: top shadow and bottom shadow.
Okay.
And
So
the
then
partial,
my question
the
would
partial
be,
is its path, right? It doesn't completely pass over, versus total, where it does completely eclipse the object and then back again, like last year.
Okay, so then the question is then, if you have a Selenelian where the shadow is coming from the top, then whoever has a full eclipse, the shadow would have to be coming from the top too. Do full eclipses happen from the top down?
Full eclipses seem to happen from like a diagonal across. Like if you were to take, well, at least from where I filmed it last year, I say film, but you know what I mean. It's a diagonal from the. I guess if you split if you were looking at the Earth like a pie, the moon like a pie, you took the top two quadrants, and took the right hand side one, looking at it, diagonal line through that, kind of that path across, and the shadow comes across, and then right across the face. So that's how I saw it. That's how I videoed it. So.
But I still am asking the question is, do most full lunar eclipses happen from the bottom? If it's diagonal or not, it's coming from the bottom, traversing across the top, because I would have to think that both the Selenelian and the full would have to have the same terminator happening at the same position.
For me, in the south, it started from the top and went across to the bottom. You know, if you're trying to use it like that. So that's a reference point, I guess you could say.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've got an adventure on our hands, boys. We've got to see what's going on. I'm going to try to do this on the East Coast. I think it's a Tuesday. So,
What we should be doing is trying to get some Foucault pendulums going all over the place, right? Because if you can get that Elias effect or Alias effect, whatever it's called, that's a wrap for why the fucking pendulum swings. Like they couldn't talk their way out of that if they tried. If we get that effect.
You need to get someone on the equator.
Yeah,
why the equator?
Don't they claim that it doesn't move?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's good. If you get a Foucault pendulum on the equator and then you get some deviation, yeah, that'd be fucking great. All over. Everyone that can do a pendulum, because I mean, dude, how big of a pendulum do you got to do?
Exactly. Right. What are the building materials? Who's going to pay for this? Come on.
I mean, the building materials are cheap. You just need a place to do it at.
Is it a geographic anomaly that they don't have a Foucault pendulum at the equator?
I'm just saying.
Shouldn't there be a permanent installation?
Foucault pendulum wouldn't work at the equator. It wouldn't move at all.
But that's the claim, right? That's the claim. So like I'm all about testing the claim, and if there's nothing to hide, then nothing should be worried to be questioned.
Wait a minute. They already don't move. You have to move them.
That we need here. Very, very good.
If you have to move them, or if they have to be powered by some kind of motor, then how would it not be moving on the equator?
No, there's no precession. He means that's what it means.
Oh,
So yeah, if you did one at the equator and got precession out of it during an eclipse or something, that'd be something. I mean,
would be
Like, I want to be like the biggest advocate for the globe. I want to prove this thing once and for all that the globe is the truth.
Did they explain why the moon the shadow catches up?
Yeah, I still don't even have an explanation. I don't even know what the explanation is for that. Still, sorry.
It's got to just be some wacky inversion of refraction.
But I mean, there's not. But that's literally the explanation. Is it's got magical, wacky refraction. That's the official claim because there's not even like a good bullshit explanation.
Well, that's the thing. The claim that it happened, the Salinellian happens every time. We would have more than a few, options to look at, right? But the top shadow versus the bottom shadow, that's location important as well. You know what I mean? You can't just ignore that one. The location of both the observer and the position of the moon in that time.
Well, the position of the moon above the sky, you mean?
Yeah.
Or the position of the moon in a 3D representation.
The position where the observer is looking at it.
Yeah, I don't understand how even in that video that you can see I think the guy had like a red beard or something. I can't remember, but he's looking at the sun rise and he's also still seeing the moon and the shadows on the top. I'm trying to figure out how the earth is causing, like, if the moon is shifting into the earth shadow, so it's above his head apparently, and it appears to go down. It's supposed to be moving into the zone of the earth shadow. Mind you, at some point, I'm not looking at the actual moon. I'm looking at the apparent moon, even though nothing is happening other than me watching the moon traverse the sky. So now also, at some point, when the eclipse begins to happen, not only am I not looking, at some point now I'm looking at an apparent moon, but also it's moving into the zone of the shadow of the earth above me, and the shadow's coming from the top. How? I don't understand how just saying it depends on where you are. It doesn't depend where I am. Like in my room, when I see the light source and I see me causing a shadow, like that's just like obvious what's happening.
Yeah, it's a refraction thing. I mean, I actually just did it right now in Blender. You can do refraction, but like I said, only like with glass or some shit. You can't do like a gradient. So I actually threw in like a little glass thing, whatever, and I got the moon to sort of pop back up from the horizon, whatever, and it has the thing where the shadows on top and whatnot. So it's
but where hold on, Arma, wait, hold on. Where is glass found naturally when we look at the moon?
Well,
why are you adding things? Why are you adding glass? Do you ever look?
It's not actually.
No.
I don't think he has.
No, you're adding things, dude. We never make this observation with glass.
Well, let me explain. So it's not okay. So it's not actually glass. It's what the program Blender calls glass. Really, it's just a material that allows you to change pretty much the refractive. What is it called?
Can you
index or something? You can change the. You can change the. Yeah. So, but it's not actually glass though. That's just the name they give it though. You can give it glass-like properties, or you can make it bend more like water, or make it bend more like air or whatnot. But yeah. It's
So is there glass when
the video? Where's the video?
Fuck
that. Where's the video? Let him show the video.
Once again, that's just what the program calls it. It's not technically glass.
There's technical glass in the atmosphere.
Oh my God, yo, bro, we know that there's no glass or any other.
Okay,
material.
well, I want him to admit it.
No, he can't. Listen, it's obvious. We don't need to argue about that. It's obvious.
It's obvious what? Hold on. It's
Well,
obvious
no,
what?
man.
It's obvious what? It's obvious what? It's obvious what?
Let
It's
him be
obvious
honest
that
and
there's
answer
not
for
another
himself.
medium in the
Why,
air. Like,
hey,
okay,
why are
your
you
argument is
grandstanding for
made
Globers, bro?
because I need to
Can
see
you
the
answer me
fucking
that?
video, bro. That's all I want to see. Like, you just yapping about it. Like, I don't want to
Well,
argue
let
about
him.
shit that we know is not in the
No,
air.
Hold on, both of you guys. Hold on,
nobody
stop for a
knows.
second. Guys,
Hey,
stop. Why would you even want to see a video of something that doesn't even apply?
Because I know it's impossible. I
Right.
need,
So,
I
but
need for him
the
to.
Globers
for the same
don't.
reason he wants you to admit it, you want him to admit it for the same reason he wants the other guy to admit it.
No, I just want to see this video. I just want to see it. That's all.
What
I want to
video?
see what he's
Yeah, but
talking about.
he's gonna show you glass, bro. You want to
Oh,
see glass?
you're talking about my stream.
Or post the video of this.
It's not a
No,
video. It's
man.
a stream. I can only do a stream.
Oh, you did
Yeah,
it live.
stream up,
He's
stream
adding.
up. Do your thing. Stream up, stream up.
Give me a
Forget what
second.
this
Hold on.
other guy's talking about.
All right.
Hey,
So it's
Alicia wants to see glass, bro.
all right. Anyway, all right. So me real fast. So I have I called it refraction. I can untoggle it. So
Okay,
let
where
me.
are you on Earth? Where's that at?
Okay, let me real fast show you where I'm on off. So as of right now, hold on. Here we go. It's a little pixely because I'm using the actual Blender render. So just or rapid cycles, whatever. So let me real fast see where my camera is. So my camera is going to be right over here. I called it selenilian, although I might have spelled it wrong. So it's right here. Let me take off the atmosphere real fast, so things a little more obvious. And let me
Can you
take off.
pause for a second?
Okay, I'm right now in the middle of the ocean, unfortunately, though. But yeah, what's up?
So you're gonna put us on the surface of the sphere? Is what you're saying?
What?
Is that for the camera is on the surface of the sphere, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And so basically we have right here, that's the moon in the distance. Let me real fast toggle the moon so you can see what it looks like. We got that right there. All right. Let me real fast show you what that looks like with the lighting and whatnot. That's the moon. All right. And we go back to the camera, selenilian. All right. So from this right here, all right, when I go to look at it, oh, well, that is dark. Holy shit, I can't see anything. All right. Yeah. So we cut. Oh my bad. The sky. That's why I can cut the sky back on. So basically, if I toggle right here, so the moon is actually past the horizon. As you can see, it's this little dot here. The horizon's right here. It is past that, so we actually can't see it. But I have it where you can see like the sort of silhouette, so you know where it is relative to the horizon. So it's actually past the horizon. But when I actually toggle this refraction thing, which is basically just it's called glass. Once again, you get to choose which type of refract, the strength of the refraction, whatever. That brings it back up. Like I said, I can change the type of the strength of it. So I can do, for example, 1.1. It's a bit more warpy. I got up here. I could do 1.02. Now it's kind of peaking up, but I had it at 1.05, and that kind of brings it up right there. And so if I play it now, right?
The horizon is
Hold
that
on.
blue supposed
Real
to
quick,
represent
does
right?
it account for standard refraction?
I would have to know like the math for that, like the numbers and shit.
Is that blue line supposed to represent the horizon?
More or less, yeah, that's the horizon. It's a little weird though, but that would be the horizon.
Isn't standard refraction 7/6R?
Yeah, but I don't know how to put that into like this because this is like dealing with IOR. Like I'm not really sure what that number is, So I'll have to figure out what this is first, and then figure out standard refraction and whatnot.
Well, ultimately, standard refraction and looming are so closely figured together that when we do have a selenilian, allegedly, that is looming because it's bringing it up from behind the curve. So you're doing it right now with the glass.
Yeah, that is the claim. I mean, that is the globe claim. It is not even the physical object. It is a refracted image of the already.
I'm still waiting for the experience of an eclipse. This is very far from that. Being patient.
Okay. Well, here we go. I have to do it kind of in steps because unfortunately it's kind of pixely. So here it is being eclipsed from top. I guess I should rotate my camera so it's more like okay, we're actually whatever. So let me real fast rotate my camera so it's more. Here we go. -90. Give me a second. Let me just roll it. And okay. It's a little hard to tell where the horizon is. Let me real fast click the Earth. I'm sorry, by the way, for Taking a bit of time. Give me a second. Okay, so right there. I don't know why it's not visible now, but that's the surface right there though. So let's real fast play it step by step. All right, we have top of it, and then as we play it, oh, hold on. See, so it would be like that, entering the little whatever. I added a little redness. All right, that's not actually in the Blender program. That's just for effects. I could take the redness out. It would still be a shadow though, but I added a little redness though, for the sake of making it like, oh look, it's the red moon. And then it's now coming out of the shadow. Wait, let me go back a little bit. Yeah, so it's coming out of the shadow. And then,
I'm kind of like so not convinced right now. Like
See, here's where it's supposed to be. Here's the refraction kind of making up upper.
I know what I'm looking at because this is supposed to be simulating what I see. Like this is like not it, not yet.
It's hard though, Elijah, because you stated in the beginning that it wouldn't be as accurate without the numbers and the refraction and the
No. I mean, I
calculation.
don't know what I'm looking at all. Like if I was to be like, hey, babe, look at this. What's this? Just gonna be like, what is that?
I know it's just a little tough, all right? Because it's just we're dealing with pixels here because of the rendering and whatnot, and I know it's kind of hard to see shit and whatnot, but like, just, work with me here, all right? It's not easy.
He's got a moon. He's got a moon. Out.
How is the shadow? Where's the shadow coming in from the when?
The Earth's the shadow.
What?
Yes, the Earth's shadow.
It's the Earth's shadow. Do you have a sun? Do you have a sun or just light generating in this program?
And then, second of all, we don't even see the sun in relation to it either. Like we don't see.
Okay,
well, you wouldn't. You can't really.
Well, I have the sun. I have the sun here. This is all to scale. We have the sun 93, million units away. I'm not going to say miles because that doesn't really exist in 3D programs. 93 million units. Everything is to scale here.
Angularly is like 180 degrees, but it can't see. Well, I guess it's less than 180 degrees.
The sun should. Where is the sun at?
But
the sun should be right over. Oh my God, where's the sky? Hold on, my bad. Give me a second. Yeah, where is it? Here we go.
Are you not sharing your screen right now? I can't open up that window.
There is the
He
sun.
is sharing. He is sharing.
Might take a while to load sometimes.
Is the sun also refracted?
The sun, I don't have that refracted because I didn't add a second refraction. Like I have to kind of put that in kind of manually. I put like a little.
Yeah.
There's the sun.
So as the sun rises, the moon changes in position, or the sun staying still and you're refracting the atmosphere.
As of right now, I'm going to be honest. Because I didn't feel like attaching the camera to the Earth. Right now, I have the camera sort of still here. If you want, I could attach it to the Earth so we can actually get like the sun like rising or setting, whatever. But would you guys want that? Because as of right now, look. As of right now, the camera's just sort of still, and so it's actually floating.
You said.
What was that?
I asked you, is the camera on the Earth, and you said, yeah.
I mean, it's on the Earth, yeah, but it's not like attached to it. So as the Earth rotates, it kind of just.
We're attached to the Earth. I mean.
Okay, so let me attach it then. Give me a second. My bad. Just because it's going to take a.
13.3 feet above the surface.
You're what now?
3 feet.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we're kind of high above here. We're probably like around like plane height or something, So I mean, I'll say that much. I mean, it's kind of hard to get it like really, really close, but I would say it's decent. It's decently, close to the surface.
Why can't you do it from an egocentric point of view on the ground?
Egocentric. Hold on. You mean this like what do you mean?
First person.
Oh yeah. Well, I did do that a second ago. Let me a second. Let me just where is it? Easy. Okay. So
I mean, if Arma can't do this, no one has any hope.
Armor is getting better at Blender. Give him that.
It's crazy, man. Crazy lines.
All right, let me see something. Okay, so now we're attached to the surface. But now, with that being said, though, I'm going to see how much I feel like. Hold on, let me real fast rotate the camera. Selenilian, where are you? Okay, that's under Earth now. My bad. Okay, so here we go. Selenilian, where are you? Here we go. Okay, let me rotate the camera. Unfortunately, let me see. There's this little weird, like, not glitch, but basically I can't do it like left to right. I have to kind of do it like this. Unless, let me see. What if I do 0 and then try to? Okay, let me try this real fast.
This is like watching Rumpus try to get stuff ready.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm just
way more pleasant
That's true.
because he's talking to. I'm just gonna. Oh, that's good heaven. Oh,
And then yeah. God damn it!
Oh,
All right, there we go.
You bastard! That's not what I wanted to do, you bastard.
Oh, why is it doing that? Oh, bear with me. Bear with me.
That's hilarious.
It has no right being that accurate. Anyway, okay. Yeah, never been accurate. Okay, here we go. Okay, so do 90. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now I believe if I press play, we're actually moving along with the surface. So it might actually have to. Let me see. So here we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we're actually moving along with the surface. Unfortunately, once again, we're dealing with like pixels because of the renderer.
Mhm.
You know what? Actually, you know what? Maybe give me a bit more time, just because because I'm realizing that I have it set up to where when the shadow is above. Yeah, give me a bit of time. We'll come back to this. All right.
Okay, so look, here's what I. Yeah, absolutely. So here's what I would suggest is like if you go away and film your screen to make it into a movie for us, get it right, play the movie, record it, and then push play when you come back. That way we can just watch the movie instead of watching try to fiddle with it.
That's a good point. All right, fair enough.
I always used to tell Zanuck, like, dude, before you go on Oakley's, a little video together or something with some kind of coherent argument, because he just goes up on there and he's all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like, have your shit ready.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Fair
All right.
enough. Good effort, Armor. Good effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, good effort. Thank you for trying to. Yeah.
In all fairness, we were giving you new insight to your observation and your idea, inside the program real time. So you were doing pretty well keeping up with, takeaway orders type thing.
Yeah.
Be better prepared next time, Armor. Amateur effort.
I mean, you get an A for effort, but that's what they tell people that.
Yeah.
So
that's right. A for effort, but the effort was amateur.
The A is very amateur.
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You thought you had like proof of this before you showed it to us.
Well, I mean, I was showing you just the refraction part, but I guess I should also do it where it's attached to the Earth. So when the Earth is rotating, there's the whole day and whatnot. So fair enough. I didn't include all the variables, like the fact that the sun's coming up and the other thing. So good enough.
All my point is, right? I'm just saying, just because people who might have a lesser standard for evidence or proof would just look at what you did and be like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, globe.
Get those calculations right, Armor. Get the refraction calculations. Get everything right. Come back to us.
Back to the refraction station you go. But
So
yeah,
listen.
no.
Go ahead, Eli.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was gonna say, and the materials for a Foucault pendulum is dirt cheap, right? Dude, you need string and like a fucking rock or something, whatever, just to have weight on the bottom. The problem is you need a place.
No.
The problem is you need. What's up?
Well, technically, no. You have to. Apparently, the one that Mitchell in Australia showed that was broken. Apparently, it did because it didn't work, and then they shut down the exhibit. And that was just a string and a thing. Like if that doesn't do it, then it's going to have to cost a lot more. If that makes sense.
I mean, if you're gonna build a small little model, like if it's gonna be a 6-foot frame, a 10-foot frame, it's not gonna swing perpetually. You're gonna have to keep kicking that thing into gear. It's gonna be ridiculous.
That's the thing. Yes, you need one that's big enough, because the bigger it is, the higher up you are, it'll swing on its own, and you don't want to have any kind of influence on moving it at all. So yeah, and you can't do it outside, So you know what I mean, and you need to do it indoors somewhere. So yeah, it's not easy to do.
Yeah,
or donkey.
And they've all got to be identical. So if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be
And
like,
at the
oh, that
same
one's not the
latitude,
same.
right? You got to be at the same latitude, otherwise. Just kidding.
Well, you should have two
No,
per latitude.
no, they
You
don't.
should have at least 2 per latitude to have a control, just to make sure, because both of them should be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
No, why? No, we're just guys. All we're trying to do is get the Elias effect. It doesn't matter if they're on the latitude, different latitudes, opposite.
No, but
underside
you
of the
want
Earth.
two. You want two at the same location so that you have them both doing the exact same thing. Because if they're both off and not matching, that's what the point was.
Or one is doing one thing and the other is doing another thing. Really, you should have 3.
You see
have
how
3
much we're
technically,
dancing
but-
for these guys? We're dancing for these clowns.
Well,
I mean, I would.
Is it for them or is it for ourselves?
I don't need to do this.
Okay, then. Well,
This is for me. This is for me. I want to see if this effect happens because I mean, apparently it happened, and now they haven't been able to capture it since. I don't know how hard they're trying to capture it.
I mean,
don't
you
really
would also
think they're trying to blow their paradigm apart. So
You'd also think that there would be some way, if there is an energy that affects the pendulum, you'd think that there would be another way to detect it without having to build the pendulum. Like there's this presence of energy that comes because of the eclipse. You know,
Wouldn't 2 plumb bobs do the job?
you're a plumb bob.
I know.
What do you want to do, SC?
2 plumb bobs, bro.
They're not
For
moving though.
what you want to do should do the trick, no?
But the plumb bobs aren't even moving now. What are we gonna? What are we
You
gonna
swing
see?
them. You swing them. That's what they do,
You
no?
do the old. You can do the old like light a wick. You know the rope. You know the rope
That's
wick
right.
stuff that they use for like the old school dynamite stuff. Use one of those and just light it, and then
That's how they do it.
yeah.
And
None of this
how are we
mechanical
gonna-
shit.
How are we going to measure the variables if there are any variables?
You won't. Nothing's going to happen. You're just going to laugh, film it, and say, look, ha, ha, ha. Nothing happened.
No, I'm not necessarily. I don't necessarily think that there isn't some sort of procession with.
I do. I think it's bull.
Well, I'm
But
just saying if we could cap.
Go, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Banta. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, but what causes it? That's the question. Like, is it what they say? Because
Yeah, but does it happen, Bandy? You got to start off with, does it happen?
exactly. And I'm not too sure that it doesn't happen, SC. To be honest with you, like I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen.
Whether it happens or not, if we swing a rope back and forth, a pendulum back and forth during an eclipse and get the Elias effect or Alias effect, whatever it's called, that'll blow the lid off this whole pendulum thing in the first place. So
what
What's
is
the
the
effect meant to do? Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Elijah. We asked the same question. What is this?
the Elias effect?
Yeah. Like what would be C if the Elias effect was taking place? Type thing.
Supposedly, some guy a long time ago was playing around with pendulums. I mean, and it wasn't just some guy playing around. I think this guy was like a scientist or something. And his shit was, they say his shit was meticulous. If you go to research it, they downplay it. But apparently during an eclipse, you swing the pendulum and you get, it doesn't process correctly, or I've heard, it possibly swings in the opposite, it processes in the opposite direction. So something. So you're
Magic.
The effect is it's not going to process
the way it used to before the eclipse took place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, after the eclipse taking place, say the next day, it's going to be switched again.
Yeah, it's back to normal.
Back to reality.
This seems to imply that the sun is the main.
Yeah. What is that?
It's
I mean,
nonsense. This is all nonsense.
this is
Nonsense. I see Montreal. Don't say it's nonsense because it's not nonsense.
Like,
Well, have you ever seen it process Pete backwards? Have you ever seen that?
No, but the point is that if there is some influence, we know the sun is an energy source. If there's some sort of energy flow around the system and suddenly the source is blocked off or negated
somehow, then if the pendulum itself is reacting according to this flow, and the flow is stymied somewhat, well then it won't be nonsense, but we will notice an effect. So I think this is what Jeremy is pointing towards, and as you say, that man's work isn't heard too much of, because it probably refers to a real phenomenon that they can't or they don't want to deal with.
Well, maybe I'm prejudging, Pete. You're right, but I don't believe the Earth spins or moves. So yeah, let's see.
There could be some sort of precession though, SC, due to other factors. Now, one of those factors could be electrostatic effect. All right, so the electrostatic effect is stronger at the poles and less at the equator. Okay, now they say that the precession, right, is more at the poles and less at the equator because of gravity and the centrifugal force and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
But it could be due to the electromagnetic forces that are in place, because the electrostatic force is stronger at the poles and less at the equator as well.
Right.
So there's a couple of different things in there that could be, or ether drift is another one that's put out there. So there's many different explanations or theories out there as to why this effect may take place that people have observed.
We say as well that we're within a closed system. That matters a lot, because if this force is being generated from within the system and is confined by the boundaries, then we will expect a certain pattern. Anyone who adheres to ether has surely considered that the ether moves as the starlights move 15 degrees per hour. So if there's some electromagnetical, if you want to say flow, field in play that's in motion, the location beneath the barrier is most significant. The way I look at it, the highest point of the barrier we're under is at the equator. That's where we have the lesser influence, and the pendulum doesn't precess at all at the equator because it's the highest point. As we move north and south, we get closer to ground level as we have more inclement weather north and south, even though it's not symmetrical, it just stretches out more as we go to the south. So yeah, flow beneath this this confining barrier is, I think, fundamental. And any last thing I will say, any energy source, which of course the sun is a massive input, if that's blocked out, the moon, it's temporarily castrated, if you want, but then anything that's reacting previously will maybe stop reacting in quite the same manner as it did.
So what's the claim? Is there a particular location or time, or does it have to be full eclipse, or what's the claim exactly?
Jeremy,
the claim is that during the lunar eclipse, the pendulum precesses the opposite way.
Yeah, I got that part, but is it everywhere? Is it certain locations? Is it more prevalent at the equator? What's the exact?
Yeah, is it any eclipse, partial eclipse, total eclipse?
I don't know. Apparently they haven't been able to capture this again. Like I said, I don't know how hard they're looking for it, because it would literally like destroy their paradigm if this even happened. So I don't know how hard they're looking for it, but
I remember.
Yeah, we should be trying to do it. We should be trying to do it everywhere we can, just to, because if you can capture that anywhere,
probably about
it's
as
over.
hard as they're trying to solve world hunger, Jeremy. And on that note, I just want to say, if the Artemis rocket doesn't launch, then they should put all the money they're putting into the rocket stuff, scrap the program because it's not important. We've got problems here on Earth, wherever we are, and put it towards the poverty. If they claim, for 2 years that it's about our health and safety and well-being, well, what about the starving people? The billions of dollars going into rockets that sit on platforms and have hydrogen leaks and all this other crap.
What about the
Bullshit.
strippers?
The thing is,
we got to take care of, they got kids. We
What's
got
that?
the strippers paid,
Well, we get the strippers paid and get more people getting more wages and salaries so they can go to the strip bars,
Well, let's have more money
thing
towards
is,
the
nobody-
Ukrainians, bringing the Ukrainians all over. Let's evacuate the whole of the Ukraine and let's help all the people there. So yeah, let's put that more money.
Oh yeah. No, let's not give 14 billion to world hunger, but let's give 40 billion to war. You know what I mean? Ridiculous.
Come on.
Ridiculous.
The thing is,
So yeah, that's my standpoint on it. If you don't launch, if this technology can't launch, scrap the whole program. Put all the funding and future funding to world hunger.
I'm sure that'll solve it.
By the way, the mission has been delayed again.
No.
So not today. I know it's unheard of. I know. So not today, the 27th.
What?
Let me just
Why?
say something to what.
It's the launch out of Cape Canaveral. There is a fucking hurricane off the coast, and there's thunderstorms even now over here.
Okay. Let me
Okay,
say
then
something.
that's legit, I
Just
guess.
on the last point. Just on the last point, real quick, that Sheeple made. Never mind.
On, Jeremy.
I think something's wrong with my mic.
No, we heard you, man.
Hey, check your DM, Jeremy.
Okay. While you're talking, let me just say one more thing. The Artemis mission, that's what the original moon mission should have been called, because Artemis, twin of Apollo, relates to the moon, Selene, and Apollo relates to the sun. So we got to ask ourselves, why did they call the missions to the moon, the polar opposite of the sun in that sense, the Apollo missions, which relates to the sun? I haven't answered myself. So yeah, this mission, if anything, should be called the Apollo mission, not the primary one, which is part of the Gemini missions as well, Gemini being twins. So everything here is there for our decoding. That's the way I look at it, and I can't help but look at it in any other way, because I know that the fucking truth is known, or at least much greater levels of the truth than what I'm aware of, which I want to fucking know. So I'll leave it at that. I'll talk to you later.
Check. So yeah, on the poverty thing, like there's billionaires, so many billionaires, they could each give a few bucks and end that. The government could do it. They, all these places, claim they want to help people and do good. The Catholic Church has like $60 billion in assets. That's not even counting their properties. I mean, they could end homelessness and world hunger on their own. And they just don't do it. Nobody gives a fuck.
No, they can
Yeah,
do it
in the
overnight.
Exactly. In the past, it was like, okay. But when someone like Elon Musk went from 32 billion to 332 billion during the COVID stuff, and then they come out after everyone's gone through all the shit and they say it was a lucrative product, and they're boasting how that every week during the pandemic there was another billionaire being made. You're right. There's just no more excuses. In the past, might not have enough, but there's just an abundance, and the imbalance is such in your face. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, we just take it, lie down and take it.
Conditioning. We've been conditioned from the school. From that first bell you heard during recess, that was the first conditioning.
Sorry, Reese, let me just say one more thing. Forget about Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, characters on the stage. We look at corporations like Vanguard and BlackRock, and between them they have 40 trillion. So, there are higher, deeper forces which are calling the shots in all of this. So this is what I suppose, I don't know if it's healthy to put our mind that way, because it might just drive you mad, but that these powers are in play and they're the ones we don't hear of. Well, yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, $500.
Sorry about that. You go.
$500 of that 400 trillion is mine. Vanguard.
Hopefully, though, now that the Queen is dead, we all get what's ours. We all get what's ours, as is maybe deemed from the outset. And let's all step into our own authority here. I will say that. So, yeah, I'll definitely leave that as the last word. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Say, sheeple. I think my mic's clipping the first part of my sentences.
It is a little bit, Jeremy. Keep on telling you. Keep on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's fine, but it'll go back
1,
to
2, 3,
normal
4.
again. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Get in contact with Kim. I keep on telling you. Send him an email. Drop him a line.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
My AirPods are made.
Uh-huh. Yep. You drive me crazy.
So the state of New York City can't get their cell phone shit together. What's going on up there?
What happened with cell phones?
You know how Mike and Jeremy.
What happened with the cell
Empire
phone?
State, bro. What's going on? It's almost as bad as Rakia's reception.
My reception's good. It's these fucking AirPods. I don't know. I went 2 years. I had no problems for 2 years straight. They worked perfect. And now the shit's all fucked up. It's some kind of Discord setting or something because I went and bought a brand new pair of AirPods and it still does the same shit.
Listen, you shouldn't be frying your brain anyway, man.
There's another guy with shit mic all the time.
Oh, thanks, Essie.
You're welcome, bro.
But he's like on the road though. like literally traveling between reception areas, you know.
Yeah. I bet he can't honk his horn. He can't prove he's a truck driver. Okay.
There it is.
Left lane's the one that amazes me. He never has any background noise or anything. I thought this
Yeah, left
truck's so
lane.
loud.
Give us a toot. Give us a toot,
Toot
left
it.
lane.
Toot it.
Check 1,
Come
2.
on, left lane.
Yeah. We got your check.
One,
Left
two,
lane's
three,
not
four.
here.
Have you got automatics input set up on your AirPod? Because that
would-
failed the other day in the update. If you've got anything automatic set in your settings, you might as well change them. Yeah, that automatic thing went out the window.
Auto sensitivity, you're saying?
Yeah, that shit's fucked. Yeah.
Just now.
Yeah, the last 2 updates killed it, you know.
Yeah.
I got proper headphones, you know, and there's just no, you know, there's just no way.
The last 2 updates have created havoc with Discord, especially on your phone. On the PC, it's not so bad, but on the phone, it's been crazy.
Yeah, tell me
Yeah,
that
same here.
holding push to talk and it's staying on is not some stupid
Yeah,
thing that they've done. Like the amount of hot mics and like pocket mics and screeches and oh man, I
Also,
prefer a
they got rid of-
chalkboard noise. You know, nails
They
on a
got rid of
chalkboard over
voice.
that any day.
Yeah. You guys lose voice overlay, so you don't see that little thing there. No one, like, you don't know who's talking anymore. You guys lose that option as well?
Yep. On the mobile,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gone.
Yeah,
Yep.
on the
you have no,
mobile.
you have no idea. You have no idea. Yeah.
Hey, I got a good one, SC. Everybody, but I don't know if SC was here. He'll enjoy this. Rumpus this morning said because he reads surveyor books, he knows that surveyors are not creating a horizontal line; they're creating a curved line.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, their tools are creating curved lines over distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to create a horizontal line, they have to adjust for the curvature of the earth.
And he
I
told
knew
that
it.
to a guy that owns a cement company? Wow.
We said this 2 years ago that they were having to curve the horizontal line. Rumpus did it this morning. I was laughing while he was rumpusing the shit out of Bambi.
He basically told me, SC, because I don't read a book, I haven't got a book, I just don't understand.
Well, tell him how Jesse was going to make his straight line. Bandsaw, remember last night?
Oh my god. Yeah. So
Absolutely ridiculous.
he was going to make his straight line, his horizontal line, put all the marks on the stakes, SC, and then go along, right, with his little marker and measure up from those marks to make sure it was horizontal because he was making a curved horizontal line.
Yeah, we said it. We said it for a long time, Bandy, that they got to get rid of the horizontal. The horizontal has been sacrificed.
Yep. And we were also told, well, he was told, because we missed it, that if we go to a surveyor and ask them to mark out for us a horizontal line, we have to use the word flat line, otherwise the surveyor flat. It was flat because if it was a straight line, it would just be in a direction from point A to point B, and that would be a curved line.
Curving
So
here's what he said. Here's what he said. He said that we had to distinctly clarify what we wanted, because if we just said horizontal line,
The guy might make a level line curved.
Yeah.
Think that's he would think that level line is horizontal. I'm like, dude, nobody thinks horizontal's fucking curving.
Yeah.
You remember the other day when they were saying the story pole, like the tape measure doesn't matter if it's leaning or not, like that doesn't throw your measurement off. Well, this morning I've made that little 22-second video I posted in here, and it shows you the horizontal line, like it's beeping, it's perfectly straight, and then if you lean it forward or backwards, it gets off. The measurement's off.
Yeah.
I mean,
Does your
it's
story
really.
pole have a?
Let me
have some
ask a
kind of
silly
thing in it?
question. Oh, sorry, I clipped somebody.
No, Jeremy's trying to clip me and piss me off. He's doing it on purpose.
Does your story?
He should be muted.
Rocky, you're hot micing. Does the story pole have a setting in it that tells you when it's like, plumb?
This one does not, but a lot of them do have a bubble level.
All right,
This
no doubt.
this one's a cheaper version. It doesn't, but a lot of them do.
Did Rumpus, by any stretch of the imagination, say how his test was going? The rec test? Didn't think so.
Dude, he's doing some nutcase shit.
Yeah, I don't think we should let him back until he's got that shit ready.
No,
Yes,
he's got to read. He's got to read a few more books first. We've got to make him read a few books.
He's not doing
guys
that,
think-
Jess.
I know.
Rumpus always sounds like he's got that, I don't know, that like hoity-toity British accent.
Don't be a tosser.
What do you mean? That's ridiculous.
Don't be
absolutely
a
ridiculous.
tosser. Don't be a tosser.
How dare you assume such a thing? The insinuation alone is absolutely disgusting.
You utter.
I always picture Dudley Moore. Rumpus is like Dudley Moore.
His old profile picture of him drinking a beer. That was all you needed to look at when you were listening to him. I say.
I picture Rumpus in a bowler hat and tails. I picture him in.
That's how I pictured him, but he doesn't look at all like, if that's his real picture, he doesn't look at all like what he sounds like.
Yeah.
You know the movie The Jerk with Steve Martin? He's got the hat with the big feather, like a 2 or 3 foot long feather coming out of it. That's what I always pictured. Like with some type of pipes, like cigarette on the end of a stick out of his mouth.
That movie was awesome. I remember that. He invented that thing for the glasses.
No more, the Opti grab it. No more of this old stuff. Bring us some fresh wine. We want this year. He takes us for 2 fools.
I came for 9 holes in a martini.
Come on, shithead. He named his dog Shithead.
Yeah, they don't make comedies like that anymore.
No.
Comedy is racist.
Was that Jeremy hot micing a while ago too? We gotta take care of that.
Okay.
Can you guys hear the machine? I'm rolling cigarette.
There he is again. Bandy, can you let Jeremy know he's hot mic?
Yeah, hot mic.
Yeah, pencil. You want to handle
rolling
that?
some. You're not. They're not cigarettes though. Whatever you're rolling.
Somebody woke me up today. Listen to this, Rikia. The reason I'm up today early is somebody woke me up today, sent me a text saying that 8 factories here in Montreal are going to test the emergency siren system.
Why?
I have no clue. And you hear stuff, like I'm just saying this, you hear stuff that they're saying something's going to happen around the 24th or something, so I don't know.
Yeah, why?
You gotta
why
test
would
this shit out.
Why would they say it though? Like a German parliament, yelling Germans is quite a daunting thing to listen to, but an airy sentence in German saying everybody will remember where they were on September 24th, 2022.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Everybody, that's an airy statement, And then you've got other things like
that's creepy. Who
people
said
saying, The German, someone in the German parliament.
I heard the same shit. Yup.
And this
And,
is just not any
and here
parliament,
in New Zealand,
right?
2 days ago, they just did army drills up at my local shops.
No kidding.
Fully armed guards claiming to have no bullets in their guns, going into local shops and will be purchasing items. Don't know, they're getting coffees and things. I don't know why, but you know, for New Zealand, it's pretty strange. And then on top of that, you know, from the same post was another link with someone in I can't exactly, somewhere I think in America, asking for crews to be ready for crisis acting, you know, on the 24th. You know?
Really?
Yeah. I'll send you. I'll post the thing that my lady sent me.
Yeah, I was laughing at it, and then I hear this today. I go, "What the hell, man?"
Hey,
Testing
Bandy,
sirens.
Are you smoking a cigarette right now, Bandy?
You can call it a cigarette, yes.
Okay. It sounded like you were taking a drag.
Banso's doing
You
drugs.
remember during the 9/11 guys? They had a drill. They were doing drills.
Yeah.
On the same day.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say everyone remembers where they were 9/11. Like saying everyone's gonna remember where you are on the 24th. That's fucking
chilly,
scary,
man.
dude. What is this guy? A gypsy fortune teller, or does he know something that we don't know?
If it wasn't the German parliament, I wouldn't take it serious. But you know, Germany is a serious country. No joke. Who knows? Maybe the guy was high or something. I don't know.
Why was he saying that? Like, what did he say before that? Like, I feel like I need some context to it.
Good question. I'm not sure.
You know, are they going to pass a bill that's going to change, you know, some kind of serious thing in their government, and that's why he said it, or?
Yeah, taken out of context. Yeah.
I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier. Okay? You're being totally unreasonable. Baby powder pimp slap you, okay?
Can I also get an apology, please?
What's up?
Can I also get an apology?
Yeah, I just said I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier.
Oh, was that for me? Oh, apology accepted.
I was still baby powder pimp slap you.
Hey, me too. Come on, Jeremy.
Jeremy's been destroying y'all. It's amazing. Who would have thought?
You guys got my blood pressure rising for real.
Nate told Jeremy Nate told Jeremy that he thinks he needs to go have breakfast 4 times.
What state is KS?
Kentucky.
That's Kansas.
And
Okay.
Jayhawks.
Okay, so volunteers needed for mass casualty exercise Saturday, September 24th, 2022, Okaloosa Fire Station.
Hey,
Kansas.
put that in the chat.
Yeah.
What else?
Make it public record.
Boom. The woke collective.
Yeah, it's this person goes around and writes while the people, you know, all the celebrities are doing their live streams. They write, "Why do you eat babies?" and stuff like that, and the capture the person's face live. It's hilarious. They run under the names of all the, you know, the social warrior stuff, so they can get their messages out. I think.
Oh yeah.
You know, they use the woke title to actually hide.
Yeah.
Not their first account.
Look
That's
at
why
that
there's now dots between their names because it's not their first account. You know. I think it's going to be something to do with the money. You know, because it's ATMs and things. You know. All
Maybe
sorts of
get
stuff.
rid of paper money.
No, I just think
paper money died.
Yeah, well, yeah. The moment they do that, I mean, think about it. Yeah.
Oh,
Then they
it's
really
coming.
could just turn you off.
It's coming. They can turn you off now at the flick of a button.
Well,
They don't need. They don't really need the digital for that.
But I can still take local, coins down to my local, dairy, but without
Yeah, but
cash.
for
I
how
can't.
long? If they deem that invaluable, you couldn't do that. There would be no value to. They did that in Germany or somewhere. The people got scared of the banks and started putting all their money in their mattresses, and then the government said, "Okay, that's not worth anything anymore." Blip. So all the money they had in their mattresses had no value.
Yeah, exactly.
They control it. They control it.
They did that here, Rakia. We used to have $500 bills, and I think $1,000 bills also. They just set a date and they said anybody that has this money after this certain date, it's no longer valid. So all them
that's
people,
crazy.
drug dealers and whatever, people that were stashing money, right? They had piles of it. They had to get rid of it. It was no longer good.
That's crazy because even if you have like a silver certificate nowadays or something like an old ass bill or whatever, that shit's still good. Like you still get face value for it.
But that's why I think they won't do away with the paper money because they're in the drug business and most of their drug money is cash. So it's a tough thing, right? Catch-22 for them.
Good point.
Yeah,
yeah.
they have to go legal.
The black budget basically is drug money, right? So if you take away the paper money, you have no more black budget.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the joke. The war on drugs. They run both sides of it.
Yeah, but wasn't the whole thing with the whole cryptocurrency? So it was anonymous, non-traceable.
I hear they got their tentacles in that as well.
Of course they have SE, of course.
Remember, if it's electronic, they can get to it. It's as simple as that.
Well, it's the flick of a button, really. I remember reading an article, but when you guys had that that big truck protest over there, SE, I think it was earlier on this year, with the whole pandemic and all that sort of stuff. Apparently, they were getting a lot of donations through cryptocurrency, and I think the Canadian government overnight turned off. They turned off about, I think, it was anywhere between half a dozen and a dozen wallets. They just closed them down overnight, so they didn't have access to that crypto anymore.
Yeah, not only that, they the leaders, the truck drivers, the leaders of the protest, they stopped their bank accounts. They froze their bank accounts.
Yep.
Credit cards, everything gone.
Yep.
Telling you, the power
That's
they
why
have is unbelievable.
That's why if you're doing some kind of thing like that, trying to fund something or donate, you don't have it sent to a site or a wallet on a site. You have that shit sent directly to somebody's fucking Bitcoin wallet, and they can't. There's no stopping that.
And when you go to cash it in, what do you think is going to happen?
The money's anonymous.
Money?
Once you send it to that wallet, nobody knows. You could send it to another wallet and then send it to an exchange to cash out or a Bitcoin ATM. There's tons. Cashing it out isn't an issue.
Are you sure?
Them being able to stop. Yeah, because I could. Okay, send me Bitcoin. They know this wallet is for, but then I send that Bitcoin to another wallet. It's a wrap after that. Like, you can do anything you want with it at that point. They can still see that wallet sent Bitcoin to that other wallet, but they don't know if you cashed it in or whose wallet that is or anything. Like, that could have been anyone. So once you do that, it's
no, that's actually wrong. You can trace the transfers of Bitcoin to every single wallet, and you can tell when they go to an exchange that you can cash out.
Said that. Okay, once let's say I'm taking donations for something like the truck drivers were, but I have a personal wallet.
Okay.
everyone sends me the money. Now it's in my personal wallet. Now I send that Bitcoin to another private Bitcoin wallet.
Okay.
That happens. They can still trace it all the way to an exchange, yes. But once that happens, they don't know how I got the Bitcoin. I could have bought that Bitcoin legally. Like, they don't know whose wallet that second wallet was.
Right. But the problem is that you can only turn that Bitcoin into actual dollars or euros or whatever on an exchange. And once it goes to an exchange, they can trace every transaction to and from that exchange.
But once the Bitcoin goes through the second wallet, they don't know. First of all, that's not the only way. Second of all, once the Bitcoin goes to the second wallet, it has nothing to do with the person from the first wallet anymore. That's somebody else's Bitcoin. Like, they can't stop that. They don't know if I acquired that like legally. I could have legally bought that Bitcoin. Like, they can't just.
They don't know the origination of it. You're right. They don't know how you got it, but they know where it came from. And
yeah, but that doesn't really do it.
The thing is, they can trace it back to an owner. They can't trace the origination, but they can find the original owner. And I mean, that's tricky. They don't know that you're right. They don't know how you got it, but they do know who got it. They can trace it back to a person.
Well, I'm just saying that, and there's other ways to cash it out other than an exchange. Plus, there's systems that'll totally rinse the crypto for you. Like, you can deposit crypto into this spot, and it'll totally clean it and give you a whole new address, the other crypto. Like, they'll funnel it through mad things. You could cash it out. There's Bitcoin ATMs you could cash it out of. There's platforms where you can sell it face to face with people. Like, there's a lot of ways to turn crypto into cash. It's not like an exchange. Exchange is the easiest and most popular way, yes, but.
Well, I mean, there are some. I think Monero is one. There's a couple of others where basically you move, like, most of the time when you're doing crypto, you go from one account or address to another. And I mean, you can trace the actual to and from transaction. But there's a few of them where basically it's like a mixer. All these transactions go into this, I guess you want to call it a cloud or whatever, and then some money comes out on the other side, but you don't see what happens in the middle. And so you don't know what transactions are from what account. And that's
what I'm saying. There's ways.
Yeah, that when you're saying there's ways to kind of rinse it or clean it, that's kind of what they do. And the government, none of the governments like that stuff because that makes them nervous.
Can't stop that. That's what I mean. If I was to do, okay, I'm the truck driving people. Everyone sends me their money to my personal private thing. Then I do that thing, whatever, one of the things where you can clean it, and it gets sent to a whole different crap. Then that person can take it to an exchange or whatever. Like, you can't stop that.
Well, the only way to stop it is to shut down those cleaning cryptocurrency not transactions.
Bro,
but
I could clean it on my own. I could clean it on my own, bro, without that places.
Not everybody is as smart as you.
Jeremy is the crypto cleaner.
There you go. That sounds like
you send a whole bunch of different.
Cleans toilets by day and crypto by night.
Crypto, send it to a whole bunch of different wallets, right? I can have as many wallets as I want. And nobody knows whose wallets they are. You send it to a whole bunch of different wallets. Anyways.
Jeremy is the crypto chief.
Do you know a guy, Jeremy? You should know a guy that can get you in. That sounds like a good side job there for the mafia.
Jeremy's got a math guy. He's got a crypto guy. He's got everything.
Very funny. I mean, crypto was originally invented for the. That's why it was invented, but I know it was big in Prime. You know, because it's untraceable essentially.
Hey Jeremy, did the floor drop out of the NFT market, or is that still going strong?
I don't know. I got a couple NFTs. I haven't checked them recently. I never bought anything crazy though. Bucks worth, but
I had a few co that loved NFTs, and they would
up?
buy and sell like 5 to 600 at around 100 each, and it just dried up like a fucking desert about 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh yeah, no one's fucking with it. I don't know. I bought ones that give passive income. I don't even know how they're doing. I haven't checked them in probably 6 months or something.
Have you seen when some of the exchanges or whatever get hacked, and they move the hacked funds off of that exchange or whatever and into another multiple accounts, and the authorities know where those funds go, and they can basically tell if any exchange ever gets funds from this address, alert us and don't process the transaction. And that money
Yeah, but
is
then they
set
send
there
them.
and cannot be moved because nobody will ever touch it.
Then they send that crypto. Okay, let's say you hacked an exchange and you got some crypto. They know what wallet it went to, and you can trace that all the way down. But like somebody along the line could have gotten the crypto legitimately, saying I could have traded or bought something for that. And what? The exchange will never take that Bitcoin again because it originated from the hacker.
What I'm saying is, if they have they have an address and it went to that address. Anything that came from the hack that went to that address is now basically banned. And if somebody sends legitimate money to that address, it's gone too, because that address is basically blacklisted. And anything that comes or goes to that address is blacklisted on down the line. Anything ever gets associated with that particular address cannot be moved or used. I mean,
you can't do that though, because it's like pouring poison in a river. You have no way of knowing where that poison is going to end up. If you launder $1 million and you send that to 100 different accounts in chunks of $1,000 or $10,000 each, then what you're saying is that every trickle down from each of those accounts that you send it to is banned as well. You'll end up banning innocent people as well as the hacked Bitcoin. It's not feasible.
Possible, because somebody could have took that hacked Bitcoin. Now they have it in one wallet. They send a chunk of it to another wallet, and then that other wallet is at store or something. Because tons of stores are taking Bitcoin now. So you're telling me Gucci's going to just be out on the $3,000 purchase they made or something? Like, it's not even, can't do that.
Yeah, it's not feasible. It's why it's why they use it, and it's why they do it, because you can have 100 people in your business, and you could be in the business of laundering money. It doesn't matter. But if you take a hunk of money and you send it to all 100 of your associates, and they then send it to 10 of their associates, suddenly you have this massive chain of money, and there's no way that you can tell which is legitimate and which isn't, because it's all anonymous.
Yeah, like the only thing they know for certain is that one Bitcoin wallet that it went to originally. They know that that's definitely a dirty wallet, and that's the hacker. But after that, you don't know if that guy spent it at legitimate shit or what. Like, and crypto extremists.
Has anybody like really made some serious money with crypto that you know of?
Yeah, I did.
Right.
Too crazy, but definitely some serious money.
You made, like, you didn't lose, you made.
Yeah, I'm probably up like in total.
What's up?
Over 50 G's.
Really?
Yeah. I've been fucking with Bitcoin since they were like $100, $200.
Didn't you turn like $40 into $5,000 one day, Jeremy?
Yeah, Miggy had a dope ass fucking. He used to make these picks, and he'd be like, "Oh, get this coin, get this coin." I would buy every coin Miggy said. A lot of them coins, like he had his mind. I made probably $9,000 off Shiba Inu, $5,000 off this coin called Pig. No one ever fucking heard of it. Tons of coins. Dogecoin, I bubbled off Dogecoin. Bitcoin itself.
Right.
Yeah. But just as many success stories were also huge scams. Like you can look at news articles of influencers scamming their followers using crypto. It's a huge racket. Like that's why it's unregulated for a reason.
Scammed so many times. It's like the wild, wild west, pretty much. Like when I first started off fucking with crypto, I bought 2 miners, and they were like, I don't know, 2 or 3, 4 miners. They were like $1,200. I was mining with them. It went good. Then I was like, okay, I'm gonna step it up. I was gonna buy $4,000 worth of miners. Send them the money. Never got the miners or the money back. There was times I invested in cloud mining. The site would go down a month later. Well, I'd lose $500 or a G or something. Tons of scams, yeah.
I lost 40,000 on a scam.
Did you really? In crypto?
Yep.
Oof.
Which one?
It was called. Hold on, let me think. Titanium Blockchain was the name of it.
It sounds strong.
I mean, they had a great tagline, and I have to admit, so they were purporting to be kind of a cloud computing on the blockchain is basically what their tagline was. So they were sort of like wanting to be the Amazon Web Services of blockchain. And that's a fairly exciting idea and tagline. So I put quite a bit into it. And basically, the guy just spent it on himself.
Like once you send crypto to a spot, to a website or anything, that's it. Like it's basically theirs now. And if they want to give it back to you ever, they can. But if not, like they could just close their website and you're done. You're out.
Well, it wasn't like that. I didn't send the money to him. I mean, basically, you bought his particular coin, and now he's got, you buy Ethereum, you buy his coin with Ethereum, so he's got your Ethereum, you've got his coin. Well, as long as his coin stays okay compared to your Ethereum, you're fine. But once your coin bottoms and Ethereum either goes up or stays the same, I mean, he just went and spent the Ethereum.
Yeah, tons of scam coins out there. Tons of them. Dude, there's some you can actually go to the list and see what the new coins are. There's a new coin comes out like every 20 seconds, and the guy that's making them has an imagination barrier. They're called like Giraffe Coin or Pelican Coin. Just no imagination. Whoever's making them.
When I did that, the guy actually got eventually arrested, and I can't remember if the case has already been resolved or not. I don't remember if he's been sentenced. But anyway, they've done this whole civil litigation to recover the money, and we had to fill out this form saying, here's our wallet, here's how much we spent, and eventually I'm hoping to get some of it back. I have no idea if I'll get 5% or 50% or what, but I'm hoping to get some of it back.
Right. How long would that swing for right there?
Do what?
Yo, if someone's streaming, right, how do I turn it off on my phone?
Say again?
Who's streaming? Oh, you just go up
Brian,
to Brian. Yeah, you just right click him and you say disable video.
I'm on my phone, Ben. So how do I do it on the phone?
Oh, on your phone. Oh, gee, I can't tell you. Might be the same thing. If you go over to his name, and you click his name, you know how you get options on the name like profile,
I'll
message.
turn it off,
call.
man.
Brian, how long would that swing for?
Thank you.
I was timing it, man. So far it's been swinging for 3.5 minutes. This particular swing. So I'll tell you when it stops.
How tall is it?
It's about 9 foot.
What are you guys doing?
That ain't gonna show anything.
No,
We're
that
trying
ain't.
to do-
I just.
we're
No, I know that, but I just fucking around just to time it because I want to see the different swing times for different sizes. You know.
Yeah, you need to fucking. We're trying to see if the alias effect is there when this fucking eclipse happens.
This is my little setup, man. I got a big ass setup too.
Why don't you go? I don't know where you are, but most universities, if there's a physics department, most universities have a focal pendulum in their department. You could go there during an eclipse and you can watch it. That way you don't have to.
They should.
Go ahead.
They should be live streaming them.
I mean, I'm not doing this to detect the precession, but I mean, in 4.5 minutes, it ain't precessed any at all. But I'm not expecting it to. But I just want to see how long it'll swing for, and then I'm gonna do a different height and see how long that swings for, just to see. And you know, because it's gonna hit a certain point where it's kind of pointless. Like even if it's barely moving, it's kind of pointless to for a measurement. But it's still going pretty strong after 5 minutes.
You know, they should be live streaming those ones at the physics department, the pendulums.
Some schools, I mean, my school used to, when I went to college, they used to have a camera set up in the lobby of the old students. They had a student affairs center, and the Foucault pendulum was actually set up there with a bunch of little ballasts and ropes so that no one walked in on it or anything. But when they tore down the center and rebuilt it, they didn't ratted it back.
I mean, literally, we live stream everything. I can find a guy live streaming making pizzas right now, or somebody live streaming playing Call of Duty, just anything you could think of. There's a place in my city that they have just the streets live streaming. Like,
yeah. Well, you have to be careful when you're in a university or an academic environment, because if it's broadcast live, then you're opening up yourself to potentially people being able to access the network. It's I mean, again, we had a lobby camera that you could view. The college had their student center department, and they had live camera feeds that you were able to see through the web. But even being able to access a live camera feed through the web opens up the possibility of you being able to gain unwanted access, which is probably why they didn't bother resetting it up again when they rebuilt the student center. But anyways.
You're telling me if somebody's live streaming on TikTok or YouTube, it opens them up to...
Yeah, sure. Definitely.
So surely the Artemis mission will be live with camera 360 view, the whole mission, right?
I don't know, bro. You don't want to open them up to hackers or anything.
Yeah. Surely, I mean, that they can pull that off, right? One of the biggest achievements of mankind after 50 years.
If you have a closed circuit camera system, it's not that big a deal. But you're talking about a university live streaming one of the lobbies of their schools. Most camera systems in universities are a part of their production network. So if you broadcast that through a web service, then you are enabling a handshake with whoever is watching it. And if there is a vulnerability that they're not aware of, you could potentially gain access.
How about the Artemis? How about the Artemis mission? What's the potential dangers of a live feed?
I mean, from what I know, it's all closed circuit except for what they broadcast through mission control, and I'm assuming that the broadcast through mission control is on a public channel, so I don't think there's any particular issue with that.
So they can do that easily, right? A couple of cameras.
Sure. I mean, if it's just a camera system set up with that's broadcasting to a channel, and it's not a part of any other particular network, like the problem with cameras like security cameras or things on campuses, those are usually connected to a network, and that network is usually a production network for whatever environment you're in. But if it's just like a closed circuit camera system that's not connected to the internet or intranet in any way, there's no problem.
Well, they were able to broadcast live TV in 1969 with modified truck batteries, so I don't see an issue here.
Yeah, sure. I don't see an issue either.
So what are the chances you think that it's going to happen?
What, Artemis? I don't know, man. That Hurricane Fiona or whatever that's out there is it messes up things pretty bad. This is like the worst. Like hurricane season is the worst for launches.
It will
Yeah, so
eventually
let's
happen.
plan a rocket launch during a hurricane season.
I was going to say that. Good call, Travis.
Yeah, good one.
Good call, Travis. Don't you think that the people at NASA would know that this and not try to launch rockets during hurricane season?
Oh, no,
Where's
you
Bob?
plan.
Who scheduled this launch? Where'd Bob go?
Wouldn't you
Stop
plan for
thinking
this?
logically. Come on now.
I mean, hurricane season is like 4 months. You can't just say for 4 months we're not going to launch because there's potentiality for a hurricane. But they will scrub it if the conditions aren't nice. I mean, that just stands to reason.
I mean, why wouldn't you just skip the 4 months?
Because that's
What's the
4 months of
necessity?
not doing. Like, why would a company just not be in business for 4 months out of the year? I mean, that's just silly.
Because of hurricanes, maybe.
Oh my God, these people that visit this place.
If you know there's a hurricane season and that it's very bad time to do a launch, wouldn't you just not do launches for those 4 months?
No,
you don't want to bring you don't want to have to bring the rocket out, fuel it up, whatever, keep bringing it back and forth or getting ready and then having to scrub it and shit. Isn't this all time and money wasted?
Yeah, it's time and money wasted either way, though, Jeremy. If you don't do launches for 4 months, you're wasting money.
It's embarrassing.
When the money's not yours, you don't care. You waste it.
Hold on. How are you wasting money if you just don't have anyone do anything?
Because you're not because you're using it's like renting a building out and not using the building. Like you're still wasting money. You still have overhead. You're still paying employees. You're still doing you're still paying for equipment. You're still paying for electricity. You're still paying for things. But you're just straight up saying, well, we live in Florida. There's a hurricane season. I guess we're just not going to work for this. It's silly.
Jeremy, stop arguing with the fan.
I understand. You think it's cheaper not do anything than to try to launch it, have to scrub it. You think that's cheap? It's the same amount of money?
No, it's definitely not the same amount of money. But just saying because there's a hurricane season, therefore we should never do business during hurricane season is, in my opinion, flawed reasoning. Because hurricane season doesn't mean hurricanes. The last 2 years, the hurricane season produced no hurricanes. So you're saying they should have had 2 years of no production or I guess 8 months of no production because of the potentiality of hurricanes, even though there weren't any. That's faulty reasoning.
Yeah, but you're also equating them trying to launch the rocket during hurricane season to a company actually producing things during hurricane season. That's completely different. NASA could be building the rocket, doing everything that the rocket needs, the testing, all that kind of stuff. The concern is more about trying to specifically launch the rocket, which is the only aspect of the whole entire process that could be affected by the hurricanes.
You know what they could do in those 4 months? Hold on,
right?
you know what they could do in those 4 months?
Hang on. NASA gets paid money to do launches. you requisition the pads. You have private companies like T-Mobile or some of the telecommunication companies that want more satellites up in the in orbit. So you have contracts and you have business that goes up in payloads for rockets. And if you if you equate it with a truck driver, that's like saying for 4 months out of the year we're not delivering. I mean, you lose money, man, if you don't do it. You try, and if conditions are bad, then you scrub it for another day. But just to say don't try it at all, from a business standpoint, that's just not sound.
You know what they could spend the 4 months doing? Instead of having to try do these rocket launches and scrub them, they could take those 4 months and figure out how to actually fuel the thing up.
Yeah, they could spend those 4 months tightening all the nuts and bolts that seem to not be tight enough for the rocket to launch.
They could spend more time in the movie studio filming the moon footage.
Why not just invest the money in a torque wrench? I torque them all up.
For every launch like the Artemis that got scrubbed, there's like 6 to 10 per month that happen without a hitch. So
I was going to ask that.
I know you guys are super skeptical about it all, but I mean, there's tons of rockets that go up every week, and there's no issue. But the one that's televised because it has a little bit of clout behind it because it's an important mission. You know, if they scrub it for safety concerns, I mean, you would want them to do that. You don't want them to send up a rocket that's not safe. I don't understand the
not
criticism
safe
of it.
for dummies. Not safe
Over the last 50 years, how many
test launches for manned missions? So it would be unsafe for the people that go up in the manned mission.
Tons of rockets every week. Tons.
Yeah, like
that's interesting. I didn't realize we had tons of rockets every week.
Do you have the statistics on when it's clear for launch during February? Yeah, that's good. When's the hurricane season again? September? All right, let's plan it for September.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
see what launches they have lined up for
contact with Musk or Bezos and said, "Hey guys, how do you tighten up some bolts?" That might have been a handy phone call.
I mean, when I went for my 8th anniversary, launches scheduled in those 4 days, and they scrubbed one of the launches on they did the so.
Is he breaking up for everybody else?
Look, it doesn't matter. It's just an excuse, so it doesn't matter if it's.
Yeah, but we're entertaining him.
Oh.
Yeah, what are you guys talking?
You guys are entertaining.
Like, seriously.
Nate, we're talking about
how
to,
dangerous it is to have sex during a lunar eclipse.
I was going to ask, over the last 50 years, how many, and I don't have the numbers, I'm just curious, just a sort of rhetorical question, but over the last 50 years, how many rocket launches have been scrubbed because of, storms, hurricanes, tropical storms, whatever?
I don't know what the big deal is, right? Because the Challenger exploded, yet some of them people are still walking around. So, apparently you can live through those. So I don't know why the precautions, if you could live through like an exploding rocket.
Not true. I can go to Christina McAuliffe's grave over here in Florida, and the kids that were her students know for a fact that she's gone. Like her family knows for a fact she's gone. That's just not true. Disrespectful to say otherwise.
So why is it that these people are still like teaching at colleges and stuff and have like twins all of a sudden?
You are a sheep that believes lies. That's why.
They aren't. You've been lied to.
Yeah, the people in the Challenger, they died. They are no longer alive.
There was no one on the Challenger.
Yeah, a guy did it live, and you could still see the video unless they pulled it, but he went to Vital Statistics, and there was no twins for Emosho or the other guy on Vital Statistics anyway. But I haven't seen any death certificates, so I can't say for sure, but Boy, that
Golf
sure is
was
a
a
fucking
teacher.
coincidence.
Golf was a teacher. We visit her gravesite every few years because it's close by.
Did you
You
open the
Who,
never
coffin
see
and
them.
see her?
hold on. Krista McAuliffe? Is that who you're talking about, Nidhug?
Yeah, the
Where's
teacher
her
that went up in the
gravesite?
town
Concord, New
over
Hampshire?
here.
Is that where you?
Oh yeah, I know. It's in. My wife's from New Hampshire. We went to visit it when we went up there to visit her parents.
I thought you said in Florida. You said we visit the gravesite here in Florida.
We went to visit New Hampshire where her parents live.
You
We
said
went up
twice it was in Florida.
to visit. Yeah, well, it's I'm allowed to do that, aren't I?
Nope, you're not.
Allowed to do what?
Oh, okay.
What, make shit up and then say that we're making shit up?
Why? Yeah. Why would you lie about something stupid like that?
You guys talking about NASA being
He
lies
wants to
against that?
believe, dude. He wants to believe he's got a bias.
No, wait a minute.
bias.
He just said it was disrespectful when we told something that wasn't true, but he just told something that wasn't true, but now all of a sudden what he said is respectful, right?
Well,
When he
it's
lies about
So
her, it's respectful.
I'm
it's the way
the location. I didn't say anything untrue.
it's to dissuade
Disgrace.
people from hearing the point that the people on the Challenger who are supposed to be dead, remember, rockets aren't really going anywhere. They're not sending people up in these things. Anyway, so the people that are supposedly dead from this sham event also have older pictures of these people, like just doing stuff today. And the critique is, oh, that's disrespectful. Don't talk about it. And it like elicits an emotional response like, yeah, that's disrespectful. Let's not. No, that's fucking like these people are lying. The fact that I could get a fucking family to say that, "Hey, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like these people are lying. I don't give a
Older
shit.
pictures of them.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to
breaking
drop
up.
Nidhug. Yeah, just drop Nidhug. Don't come back.
Yeah, I'd like Elijah's got it 100% on. You're not gonna lie and then play victim. No.
Yeah, I'm not a victim, buddy.
But is it you guys think they're lying because Earth is flat, or you just don't trust NASA, or what is the reason they're lying about the Challenger blowing up? Or these people dying?
Because these people are still walking around today. You can
How
like
do you know
see
they're
where
still
the
walking around?
Still walking.
The old
do you,
director
do you,
of
hold
the
on,
FBI says that they lie about
Yeah,
everything.
can I have a
I
one-on-one
was
with
asked a
Hank?
question. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was asked a question. Real fast, yeah. So it turns out that humans are really good at recognizing humans' faces. Like even after years and years of being apart, especially when they're already adults, right? It's difficult when someone's a child and then they grow into their adult body and they get the man hair on their face and things are different, right? But when someone is already an adult and you see them 20, 30 years later passing by in Russia, you'd be like, hey, I know you. I went to school with you back in college. Right? Hey, we should meet up later. Let's exchange information. That's because human recognition for faces is like uncanny, right? So I would just ask you to look at some of the photographs of their twins, right? And I would ask you, what are the chances of three of them had twins? It's like real convenient.
Yeah, let's run through it. I mean, who are
All
these
right, I'll
three
see.
people?
I'll
What are
post
the
the
images we've
images
seen
that
of
I can
them
find.
supposedly after they've died, and how have we verified that that was actually them? Let's run through it. Do you have the images with you, Hank? Hello.
Yeah, we had
Well,
one fanboy hand the baton off to another one. Okay.
So I gotta search. I got a lot of photos here. So.
Okay.
We got to do your homework for you.
Oh, I will say,
Hold on, Nate.
it is. I think it is possible in this day and age that someone who is on the side of trying to get like this deception out could also lie to help propagate that message. It could be that they use the same technology that exists right now. Like you know how Snoop bases on everybody. You know what I mean? Like it's possible that that could have happened also. But what we do know is no one died in a fake rocket mission. That's
Let's
that.
yeah.
You're just
I think you're right. We can't say
introspective.
100% for sure, but hold on, check this out. Say if you take and if you've seen one of the guys and you're like, damn, that looks just like this guy. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna you know what? Let me see what other names were on that list, and then you're gonna do an investigation, and then you're gonna go through every name on that list and find a matching face with a matching name for everybody on that list. I mean, that is a what are the odds, man? That's fucking crazy.
Do you do that, bro?
No, but I'm just saying that's how it had to happen. I mean, that's how I imagine it happening practically. Is
All right.
these
So what
teams-
have you done to verify that these people didn't die and they're actually still alive today?
I watched a live stream where the guy pulled vital statistics, and there was no twins at all for Ashima or whatever his name is, and the black dude, I forgot his name
What
too.
does that?
So they don't have
what does that
they
prove?
don't have twins.
Doesn't
But
prove
what have
anything.
you done
It
to
proves that
verify
they're
they're
twins.
still alive
The twins
today?
weren't recognized by the United States.
They do have twins, or they don't have twins. I'm confused, bro.
Vital statistics didn't have any twins.
Elsewhere.
For the parents,
Okay.
all he could do is check the parents and the kids they had. There was no twins.
Like
Yeah, who's the guy robot?
you understand that people
Nidhug, you keep roboting, man. You're gonna need to
man.
get out and get
Like
back
Nidhug,
in.
just give up, man. Just give up, bro. Unfortunately, you can't be a part of this conversation. Just give up. Just listen to the YouTube live stream.
A hand off on the cell towers is shit bridge.
What do you think the odds are if I give somebody 6 random names and 6, or I'll give you 7 because there were 7, and I challenge you to find 6. I give you 6 pictures from somebody from, let's say, 1990 at in their 20s. Okay, not real common names, but fairly common names. I mean, a couple of them are fucking definitely not common at all. But I'll just give you 7 random names and 7 random pictures of them people, and challenge you to find somebody who matches the age, name, and facial recognition. I'd say your odds are almost 0, man.
Did that happen?
Yeah,
Or
let
is
me
this
show
a-
you
is
the
this just a hy-
picture.
is
See, he ain't even seen
this
it.
a
Wait, he ain't even
hypothetical?
seen it. No, let me show you a picture of what we're talking about. You don't even know what we're talking
Okay,
about.
yeah. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I'm asking for.
7 billion people.
Yo, Nidhug, give up, bro. Come on.
Yeah, Nidhug, you're roboting like crazy. You're just kind of
Yeah, Nidhug,
cutting
go
into the
away.
conversation. So, till your signal gets a little bit better, try to refrain from talking.
Yeah, Nidhug.
I just went over a couple of 100 pictures and I couldn't find it on my phone. Maybe I
You
overlooked
couldn't
it.
find it, Hank. Interesting.
Yeah, do your own
Yeah,
homework,
I'm
Nate.
kinda-
Go
I'm
look,
kind of
man.
Interesting.
I'm kind of disorganized, so just be patient, Nate.
All right. I'm very patient. Don't worry.
So, Nate, you asked why they would be lying about it, right?
No, that
kinda-
wasn't my question.
That was kind of your initial
question was-
question, right? Why would they lie about these things? Is it because
No,
the
I
Earth
never
is
asked that
flat?
question.
Hmm.
My
Okay.
question was, what have you guys seen or done, or what can you show me where, that makes you believe these people never died and they're still alive today? That's what I'm asking for. Hank said he had something. He couldn't find it, but he's still looking, which is fine. And Brian is going to show us something where there's 6 people who supposedly died, but somehow, we have information of them being alive today.
Well,
Hang on,
for
give me
me,
20.
if you accept whatever mainstream narrative they put out, I usually just go with whatever the government-sponsored narrative is. I just go with that.
It just goes to basic narrative. Don't question it.
I mean, just a quick search on DuckDuckGo. Challenger astronaut still alive, and I got quite a few images here. The black guy, I mean, that's a dead one, right? He's making like almost the exact same face. The white guy, look at his teeth. The one that's got his mouth open. The Asian guy. Now, I'm not really too familiar with Asian genetics, so I can't really say much about him. But the two ladies, for sure.
Yeah, they had a real like rainbow coalition of like all different cultures and shit on that, Hank. You remember that one? Well, you just read them off, right? They had a black jazz musician, bro. They had Asian dude, right? They had like all these people that should have had skin in the game, right? Because they're like, oh yeah, one of me is going up in a rocket ship. They're gonna go up, you know what I mean? And then it blows up, and then
So-
we cry about it. But
I have to borrow the whole the whole flat Earth rhetoric on this. Have you personally interviewed any of these people? And
Have you personally spoken to somebody that said that their grandfather actually blew up the Challenger because he had to press the button? He was the guy that had to push the button. I talked to that girl. I mean, I don't know. People are going to have their narratives, man.
So let me ask the question again. Have you personally spoken to any of these people that are reported to be the actual people that didn't get blown up on the shuttles? Have you personally interviewed them and
No,
spoken to
have
them?
you personally asked someone if they've been on a rocket before when they haven't?
No.
Why
But
would
my
you?
whole point is we get constantly asked, have you personally done this? Have you personally done that? And yet we're said, well, if you haven't done it personally, then why do you believe it? So that is my question to you. If you haven't personally interviewed these people,
So
why do you believe it?
you think I'm gonna ask people that have like sworn compartmentalization and sworn not to open their mouth and have gag orders and all this stuff with the military need to know basis? Apparently nobody needs to fucking know what they're doing. Right? You think they're just going to tell me the truth? Like, hey, some guy from Texas called and, he finally made the right FOIA request and we had to spill the beans on the Challenger thing and we had to admit that, yeah, we faked our death. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think the government's just... You think the government's not going to redact the fuck out of the FOIA request?
First of all, somebody has interviewed these people or at least done some of the research. So, I mean, it's out there. And second of all, my whole point is that if it's okay for us, when we get criticized for not personally doing something, but it's not okay for us to criticize the flat earthers for not personally doing something.
Oh, you can criticize us all you want, right? But the thing is, you're supposed to look at everything with like an open mind and be like a sober judge. And when you look at these photographs, you're not supposed to be like, well, what did you do? You're supposed to like look at the information first and then think, what could I do to verify or falsify this?
Okay, so what's the answer to that question? What can you do personally to verify this information?
Well, you could take it to a photo forensics, like a sketch artist or some sort of, people that work with cops, find people and what they look like, and just hand them the original photos and get them to, sketch what they would look like today if they were still alive. That sort of thing. Yeah, you could pay a little bit of money and get some sketches done and then compare the sketches to the real people. Or, you could find out, like, did, this black guy, did he have a twin? Did he grow up with a twin? Are there any photos of Mr. Challenger, with a twin? Or the lady, she has a twin, and apparently that guy has a twin, and that guy has a twin, and, where are the twin pictures? Because usually when you have a twin, the parents can't fucking help but dress them the same for like the first 18 years of their life, and they're taking birthday pictures on the same day. So, research could be done. I grant you that. We could dig a little deeper, right?
But
Fair
we don't
enough.
know if the rocket is actually a thing. That's the point, right? Investigating a story that happened about a thing that actually never really happened. What's the point?
So there's three ways to lie before the court. When you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right? If you swear, then you're telling everybody you never read the damn thing. But if you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that's because there's three ways to lie, right? The first one's outright lie. The second one is where you withhold information, and the third one is where you add stuff to it, right? So there's lie by omission, a lie by addition, and an outright lie, right? So when you do a FOIA request and the government marks out stuff, right, this is because of national security. Well, recently they released some stuff, and I can't remember where I got my source from on this. You have to forgive me. But when they did, someone had already did the FOIA request and got an unredacted version where they redacted the spot, and it wasn't because of national security. It was because of, like, campaigning or something else, right? So we know that the government lies. And when people have a hard time with this, I'm just like, what is wrong with you people? Like, it's never occurred to you that a man could lie because he has, like, a badge or, like, some sort of certificate from the government? Like, what kind of drugs are you smoking if you don't think that men and women can lie?
Cheap drugs if you're smoking.
Well, they don't hide it. They tell you they lie sometimes for national security, right? It's called propaganda. Or, that's one portion of it. They admit that they're lying to protect the public.
Yeah, so these are literally known liars. And if you're talking about NASA, this is like the propaganda campaign or the public relation arms, right, for the military industrial complex. So if anybody's going to be lying, right, it's them, right? Because you can tell the American people's underlying goodness because they have to be tricked into war, right? That shows that we're good people, because if we didn't have to be tricked to go into war, like with 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, or the Lusitania, I think it was, for World War I. I could be wrong about that. Or Vietnam, right? There was an incident with some ships in Vietnam that tricked us into that war. Like, if we didn't have to be tricked and we were just like going to war and bloodthirsty and let's expand the empire, cheap gas and cheap lattes, but that's not how we are. Like, as a people, we're usually pretty good, but unfortunately, when good people are lied to, sometimes they're a little bit gullible, right? Because they project that goodness onto other people, which is always a mistake to underestimate your opponent. Always a mistake.
Let's talk to a huge portion of the military. They feel like they were tricked and fooled, and they lost buddies and limbs, and have mental issues because of it. Like, what I'm saying, it's a shame that that's happened. I'm not putting down the military. I'm just saying, just talk to some of them. They'll tell you the truth. They experienced it firsthand.
Yeah, I've actually spent my whole life interviewing vets and asking them questions about their service. And it's really unfortunate, some of the answers that I've gotten and some of the things that they've shared with me without me even having to ask. It's really sad that, the government would just like chew them up and spit them out and then put them in some sort of like socialist like healthcare system. It's really disgusting, and I just wish that we could do commerce instead of war, because that's your only other choice. You can either try to stab me in the back, kill me, and kill my family, or we could just do commerce. Like, I would much rather just do commerce, but apparently, these world banks, they're not going to rest and stop sending us to die in the trenches or in the deserts or wherever they need us to go in the jungles until there's a World Bank in every single country. But that's just a coincidence, right, Glovers? The fact that all the countries we went to war with since 9/11 didn't have a World Bank, IMF type banking system.
Yeah,
That's
what they
just a
call
coincidence, right?
it's a spurious correlation. Just jumping to conclusions, Hank.
Hey, they gave us the list and then
Yeah,
went
they
to
did.
war straight down the list.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
told us what they were going to do, and nobody said, wait a minute, no? How about no? How about fuck no? Instead, they were like, I'll join up. $5,000 sign on bonus? I could get a car. Free college? Okay. Only have to pay with my life? All right.
yeah, it is actually a shame. But that's basically what they do. They usually target the well, I'll just say it, the lower income part of society to give them incentives to join the military and fight for uh the higher end basically. And it's a shame because some of them want to do it. Like I think patriotism is a thing, but some of them are just kind of goaded into it. They don't know what else to do. They don't have any money, no prospects. Oh, here's the recruiter, promising pie in the sky, free education, free this, sign on bonuses. And why wouldn't they? I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah, it's usually people in minority or poor people that get drafted in. I say people in minority because a lot of them want to get citizenship. So they'll join the army for so many years to get citizenship. And yeah, this is really sad. I mean, I think that's definitely taking advantage of people. But do they know what they're signing their life away? And there's never really, I've been learning recently that there's never really a discharge. Like, you're not really not a part of the army if you're a part of the army. Like, at any time, you could be called back. And I think this was part of the stop loss that they started doing back in the day, to where if they had somebody sign up, there is a stop loss clause in the contract that basically says that, if they ever need to start drafting, they're going to call you back into service first. So it's a lifelong deal where you sign your life away. You're literally, trading your body, your, human vessel for benefits and privileges, and you lose all your rights.
Hey, Jeremy, is that going fast enough? You think it's still legitimate to record, or is that about time to stop recording the time? It's still moving, but it's slowed down significant.
What's your fulcrum situation?
You can't see the screen?
No, I'm driving.
It's going about, let's see, it's going about 20 inches one way and 20 inches the other. It's been about 42. It's been 42 minutes. It hasn't processed.
I mean, when the fulcrum, where your pendulum's hanging, like, what is it? Just like
it's about 9 foot on a swivel knot.
Swivel knot, and is that just on a bar or something?
Let's say this. It took me 4 tries, dude. I kept snapping the line because the best way to get the swing is to use the absolute skinniest line you can. And I got about a 15-pound piece of I don't know. It's really, I have to weigh this piece, but I think it's about maybe 10 pounds actually, maybe even 5. But it kept snapping 12-pound line. But on the 4th try, I got it not to snap. It's a heavy ass little lead ball. But I got a bigger setup with about a 40-pound lead ball. It's part of the Cavendish setup. But yeah, so I got real skinny line, so it's real sensitive. So it's still swinging, and I'll post the time. I keep posting it periodically in text. But let's see, it's been going for 42 minutes. It's been going for about 42 minutes.
See, my thing is that if we were to actually be testing this, there wouldn't be nothing but, the pendulum would have to have, what are those 3-axis gimbals called? Like a really, high-end, like one of those, like a gimbal, right? Or whatever those swings on. I'm not familiar with the mechanism. You probably know because you're doing it. But you can only swing a ball by itself for so long, like 45 minutes. So whenever they say that, the precession is 15 degrees an hour, it's like, wait a minute, how do you get your pendulum to swing for an hour? It's like,
Well, I mean, just this one here, hold on, just this one here has been going for almost 45 minutes, and it's only 9 foot tall. So let's just say I do one a little bit bigger and I get it going for an hour, because I didn't really swing it that large to begin with. I posted like about a minute after I started, and I've been just posting little random times, and just watching it. It's still moving back and forth.
But isn't it slowing down?
Yeah, it's slowing down. It's only going probably about 12 inches, maybe 14 inches each direction. So it's still a couple foot swing, and it's like in slow motion, but it's definitely still moving. But here's my point. My point is if in 1 hour, 15 degrees, that's easily measured. If you're talking 2 or 3 degrees, that might be a little tough. But anything past about 5 degrees, you could measure without even drawing lines. You could just see that it is processing. And what I've experienced, I've probably done it 50 times, random shit. But it's wildly inaccurate, in my opinion. But if I get a good start where it's perfect and no rotation at the bottom, I don't ever see it process. But I've never done it a big one inside though. So just to be honest, I've done it with zero wind. To me, it does whatever the fuck it wants to do. A lot of the time, it just starts circling. It makes itself circle.
I can get a brand new industrial broom and stand it up on a tile floor, straight up in the air, and walk past it, work around it, and the broom is, perfectly still, right? So if we're detecting motion, wouldn't that broom that's barely balanced, where if I started 1 millimeter to the left, it wouldn't have stood up, but if I started 1 millimeter to the right, it wouldn't have stood up? I have to get that perfect tilt pitch just to get it to like stand up on its own. Like it would seem to me that if there was any kind of, orbits where, this isn't a perfect circle, which that's the claim, right? Ever since, what's his name? Kepler took all the information from his, he died. Whoops. I'll just take all this right here. And ever since, then, like they've been saying there's no circular orbit. So how come the broom doesn't fall down whenever we start going around, a tighter turn around the sun, If these, things are happening, but these motions aren't detectable.
I forgot what the response was, but why is it that the momentum of the pendulum gives it precession when a simple plumb bob doesn't? Like, they're both just as sensitive to motion. So why would you get the centrifugal force on the plumb bob, but simply because you now put it in motion, now it's going to process? I don't get that.
That's my thoughts. I'm like, when I see it hanging there, it's so delicate, dude. It takes forever to stop. It'll start vibrating sometimes and just vibrate for what seems like hours, but it probably isn't, but it's just like you just check on it and then 10 minutes later you look at it, still like just barely vibrating. And but when it stops, it stops. So to me, how could you get something so sensitive to stop at all for emotion? I understand that the human body might be able to perceive it, but something that sensitive just dangling by a string that's trying to break, like it's barely strong enough to even hold it. It's so sensitive, you could just, a gnat could go by and make it vibrate a little bit, but the earth movement, it doesn't detect that at all when it's stationary. That's a tough one for me to grasp.
Anybody?
Well, I just think all you flat earthers need to just let it go. This is like really old science. The new science is the LIGO, right? In the LIGO experiment, they detected, a gravity wave that was like less than the nucleus of an atom. So if you guys just don't believe in science, I don't know what to
Right,
say.
but what do they claim for science? They only have a few science claims, and that's Foucault is a major one that they lean on, and that ties into the gyroscopic precession. That ties into basically Cavendish. Well, maybe not Cavendish, but that's the few limited demonstrations they even have. So if we can bust this one, I mean, what are they going to claim after that? If we can, bust it during
Hey,
eclipse. Yeah.
Hey, so obviously you don't have to if you don't want to, but I would wonder if you would be willing to film. Are you recording this pendulum?
It's recorded on YouTube. YouTube Flat Earth Awakenings. Earth Awakenings. You can go and watch it.
Yeah, that's
about
not
every
big enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, but about it. But if you get a magnifying glass, you can see it. About every 5 minutes, I turn it on for a few seconds and then
All right,
showed the timer.
Okay, so here's what I don't know if I think I might have told you this or not, but anybody who's listening who's interested in doing grassroots science, I've got a YouTube channel that I put up, but I haven't put any content on it because I just anyway. So it's called New Earth Science, and I want it to be completely devoid of all flat Earth discussion, but I want us to be doing physics, right? So to me, what you're doing right now, since you're doing it, do you have any like markers to knock over, like dominoes? Like if it does precess, like how would you even know? How are you measuring that diameter of
I wasn't. To be honest, man, I like the idea. By the way, I like the. I didn't know you had that channel, but I was just really timing it to see how long it would swing for at this size, and I was going to do a couple different sizes just to see how long it swung. But no, I'll tell you what I'll do. Give me a week or so, maybe a couple days, maybe a week. But I'll set up some markers, and I'll set up something they could knock over, and when I see which one is the best, effective for the time, I'll record it. And together with that, I got a couple other things that you might be interested in putting on the on your channel. That's a great idea, man. So go ahead.
Yeah, so if you do that and you want to talk on the video, just talk in general about who you are and what you're doing, and just make it all about physics. Nothing else that has to be skewing or muddying the waters in terms of anybody's appreciation for the observation.
Roger that. In my opinion, if I trust Mitchell, and I don't think he did anything deceptive. I don't think he wants the Earth to be flat bad enough to do something deceptive just because he didn't show the whole time lapse. To me, he did kind of what I'm doing here. Like I'm just showing it periodically. I mean, why would I fucking change anything? That's deception on purpose. I don't believe Mitchell did that. And he had a big ass indoor pendulum where the magnetics, whatever, aren't working, but the pendulum itself still worked. And he swung it, and for 4 hours he got zero precession. And I would claim that, dude. If I had a big indoor pendulum, my prediction after doing this so many times would be, it ain't gonna do shit. It's gonna go back and forth if you get a perfect release. And that'd be my prediction, and that's exactly what he experienced. Then they said, well, we didn't see the whole thing, so he went back to do the whole time lapse because they basically called him a liar. The exhibit was closed. Imagine what they did. They bombarded phone calls to that science center, and they closed the exhibit down when he went back. He told him he was going to go back and get the time lapse. He gets there, it's closed down. What the fuck is that? You telling me I can't open this door and just push this fucking pendulum, just tie it off and fucking pop the line? Literally, they'd rather say it's broke and keep the illusion up than let him prove with a pendulum that's just hanging there. So the only thing that stopped him was a fucking note in a lock. So they locked the door, put a note up, and That's fucking horseshit. That should be enough for any ball earther listening to be like, oh, that's a little bit suspicious. I mean, it's just horseshit, bro. I can't even express.
Don't you think?
I gotta say this, as someone who dabbled with hypnotism in my youth, I always used a pocket watch that my dad left me. The pendulum works really well for putting people in like a small state of hypnotism, and then your voice does the rest. You can take them deeper and deeper and deeper. But once you get people to like focus in, it's kind of like the TV. Really, it puts them in like an alpha state to where everything else that information is coming in, they kind of suspend their disbelief. You know, think about how popular like wrestling was in like the 80s and 90s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Like all those people were like suspending their disbelief. Like, wait a minute, why is he stomping the ground as he's hitting the guy's face? Like that's not how you punch, right? All martial artists know that, right? But people would still watch it, even though the martial artists are going, hey, I don't think this is exactly like a real fight. You know, and I really got to point it out there that I think the pendulum like really does hypnotize people. But I also wanted to say this, and I'm sorry for being so long-winded. I've been doing a lot of research on the Casimir effect and the 0 point energy, you know, for the past few years. And then what Montreal was showing us the other day, how they allegedly pulled something out of nothing. We all know that's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So that's bullshit. They didn't pull it out of nothing. They pulled it out of the ether. I'm guessing some people are just really afraid to say ether, so they say stuff like maximum nothingness instead. But I'm wondering if the Casimir effect, which has an attraction between both of the plates, wonder if the Casimir effect would affect the Cavendish experiment, so-called, because it would attract the two balls the same way that the two plates are being attracted.
That is exactly the experiment I'm about to do, man. I didn't know if you was done, but man, that just rung. I have the Cavendish. Them are my small balls, the one I'm using for the pendulum, and I forgot how much it even weighs, dude. I'll weigh it in a minute. But my big balls are pretty damn big. But so what I was gonna do?
That's what she said.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it in a spot, and my independent variable is gonna be my ground wires in one of the experiments. So I'm gonna do it with no ground at all, and then I'm gonna do it grounded, and I'm gonna ground it with a long ass piece of rebar, like a real good ground, and I'm gonna test the differences because they say you're eliminating the electrostatics by grounding it, by grounding them all together. But I'm thinking, man, just the residual electrostatics it's drawing from the air could be enough to make it. If you ground, in other words, if you ground it, you could get a consistent attraction the way blue got, but it could still be electrostatics. In other words, if I grounded it a little bit worse or something, then it might go a little faster. If I ground them separate, I might get a repulsion. I think it all has to do. I think I could prove it. I'm not doing a good job of explaining this, but I think that I could prove that it's electrostatic effect causing Cavendish, if it is.
Good luck with that.
These are all things we could be doing and ain't doing. I try to do too many things at once, so I'll be in the middle of 10 dumbass projects instead of just focusing on one.
I did it in college, and it wasn't electrostatics.
You're saying that, but you didn't vary that.
Wait a minute. How do you control for electrostatics? It's like everywhere. They can't even like get it out of the vacuum. So if they can't like remove all the quantum foam from a vacuum, how did you remove the quantum foam from the vacuum?
Remove quantum foam. All we did was ground the torsion wire. And you can easily tell that that's not the reason, because you can put the objects in there far apart and they won't attract. It's only when they're close to each other that they will.
Yeah, but I showed.
Yeah, that's kind of what the balloon does to the wall, right? Like it doesn't attract unless it's like close to one another. Then you can rub the balloon on the little boy's head and then stick it on the wall, and it'll stick for a while.
Yeah, but eventually it won't stick anymore, right?
Yeah, that's because the charge dissipates after a while, right?
Right. So
wait, how are you so sure? How are you so sure that it can't be electrostatic? I mean, is that an honest stance? I mean, did you vary for that?
Yes, dude. Yes. You guys think that it's electrostatic? You think that You think that rubbing your feet on the carpet is going to make large objects move towards one another? It's not true.
That's a straw man, dude. That's a straw man. Okay, our point is we watch Blue in real time over the course of a couple months vary and get different results because of electrostatics, and then he got it just right, and then he called it gravity. Okay, so the only thing he varied was the different, the different grounding, a different background because he used foil, copper foil. I have, so I admire his experiment and the work he put in and all that. But to me, to claim anything for certain,
These guys are skipping this.
I mean, you can easily show this is not the case. Instead of using heavy lead balls, you can use 2 pieces of foam, or you can use 2 pieces of plastic, and you can put them in there.
Plastic's more electrostatic than metal. What are you talking about?
No, I know. If you'd let me finish, you'd hear why it's not electrostatics. You can replace them with plastic, and you will watch them not move towards each other 1 iota. So you can discount that it's electrostatics, because if it were, then they would have.
Bro, he used sandbags and they stalled. They did nothing at all. Okay?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
whatever you're saying, do you really know that for sure? He tried sandbags and got nothing at all. I don't know why you want to interrupt. I ain't been talking that much.
Guys, listen, we can't hear either of you when you cut each other off.
Yeah, I ain't been talking that much, man. I don't know why he interrupts when I go to respond. My point is that when he used the sandbags and they stalled, in other words, he took off the lead balls and put 2 sandbags up, and it didn't do what the lead balls were doing. So for you to just discount something altogether, that's not honest.
Well, if it was see, this is why I don't think you actually understand what Cavendish is doing. You use heavy mass lead balls because the amount of area, the density of those balls, and the mass attributed to them is great in comparison to other things, like a piece of plastic or a piece of soap, something like that has mass but not a lot of density. And it's not a lot of it. You need a lot of it in a small concentrated area to notice the effect. That's why you use
big ass
heavy mass lead.
bag of sand wouldn't qualify.
You use heavy mass lead with a close center point of gravity in order to be able to determine this. You can't just use a big object and say it should work. That's not how it works.
He stopped because it stalled. He stopped what he was doing. He didn't try it again. He just stopped. Okay, because I'm not sure if he calculated how much attraction or how much he was supposed to get, but he wasn't planning on it stalling. So are you trying to tell me that the big ass bag of sand should have not attract? I mean, is that what it was supposed to happen because of what you're saying? It's supposed to stall?
A big ass bag of sand, center point of gravity is somewhere located roughly towards the center of it. Most people's center of gravity is at the center point of that. But if you have a large physical object, then you're how do I explain this so it makes a lot of sense?
Symmetrical. It's more symmetrical.
Can you answer the question? Was it supposed to stall, you think, due to gravity?
You shouldn't see that. That's why you use objects that are very dense and have a high mass to put them next to each other, because then that attractive element, the mass attracting mass, you can actually notice.
Well, this is what Blue claims.
If you have a large volume object, then the physicality of the object gets in the way of it.
This is what Blue said. He said it was the electrostatics on the because it was in a plastic bag that made it stall. So you're not even in line with your fellow baller, but you still ain't answering my question, man. I'm saying, should it have stalled? It was a big ass bag, probably about the same amount of weight as lead. In the same position, basically. Maybe it was a little further because of center of mass, but should it have stalled? Take out electrostatics.
I'm being very honest with you. I have no idea, because you're describing it very generically. I don't know what it stalling means. I don't know the mass of the sandbag. I don't know his setup.
Well, then why are you talking, dude? Why are you talking, telling me I'm wrong or something when you don't even know what's going on?
Because I've done the experiment before, and I can tell you that in a controlled environment with high mass, small objects like lead weights, you can easily show that mass attracts mass using Cavendish. If you're
Well,
using other objects, you don't just use any object. You can have a low weight, high volume object, and it won't show the same effect because
before you put the copper foil up, they repelled. Okay, so what?
Hang on,
now
Brian.
what?
He's done it. Can we see it?
I've done it. Can you see it? Explain what you're asking. I did this in college 15ish years ago.
Oh, I thought you did it personally. You did it.
I did do it personally in college 15 years ago.
Okay.
Did you do it in a lab
In
or
a
in the classroom?
stairwell. No,
Yes,
in a
Did you do it in a lab?
stairwell.
Yes, I did it in a lab. Our entire class did it together.
Okay, so the entire class went to the lab and y'all set up a Cavendish, or did they already have it?
Yes, we set it up over a week.
Wasn't it in the stairwell?
No, it wasn't in a stairwell. It was in our classroom.
I think Doofus
So did
was
you
the one
prove the
that
mass of the Earth?
Oh,
was the one that did it in a
yeah.
stairwell.
Doofus and Nidhug sound like twins to me.
So did you prove the mass of the Earth?
What college?
We proved the mass of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the do you think Cavendish proves the mass?
See, this guy paid to go to college. This guy paid to go to college, and I'm a high school dropout.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the experiment, was to measure the mass of the Earth.
The point of the Cavendish experiment.
You probably think it's to prove mass attracts mass.
Hold on, Rocky. You let him lie.
It shows mass attracts mass.
Now
Apparently
we don't
you need
believe
to read
anything
the
you said
original-
because apparently you've never even read the paper.
You never read the paper. Cavendish wrote. That's pretty sad, bro.
Your dog ate your homework, bro. Woof woof.
Mass attracting mass is a byproduct of the Cavendish, they say. It's not what he
Somebody
was
play
testing
that. Somebody play that sound when Pac-Man dies.
I like
Very
playing jump
simple.
around when people do that.
It's very simple. In the physics lab, they use the
Oh,
Cavendish.
here we go.
They use the Cavendish.
Rumpus, you're not allowed to be here. You're not allowed to be here. Go get
Rumpus.
your
Hang on.
observation
He's absolutely
done.
allowed to be here, guys. Settle down.
Hang on. Now, first off, Rumpus, hang on.
Relax,
You
bro.
got to let the clowns finish giggling because they've never done this experiment before, and yet they think that because I actually did it, that somehow it's wrong. I don't even know. They're all laughing and
Yeah,
giggling.
but they're trying to get you on the fact that Cavendish originally did it to determine the density of the Earth. What they don't understand is it was a two-stage process. Cavendish determined effectively the value of big G, the attraction of mass attraction, and then used that to go further and then determine the density of the Earth. Now, Nidhug here obviously just did the first stage of that. He just simply determined effectively the value of G. He didn't go on to determine
the cause.
So that
lead
doesn't.
attracting
So the
lead.
Cavendish experiment in a physics lab is just used to determine G. They don't bother to go on to determine the density of the Earth. That's it. Easy.
Okay, I'm trying to find the cause of lead attracting lead. I'm not just talking about the effect and making claims. We're trying to get the cause of lead attracting lead.
Well, we know that. We absolutely know the cause. It's mass attracts mass. Has been tested hundreds of thousands.
Well, what's the cause of mass attracting mass?
Y'all let these goofy global
Well,
talk
ultimately,
down to
it is the
y'all.
bending of
Stupid.
space-time.
Well, I don't believe that.
Sorry?
I don't believe that.
Who cares?
Well, yeah, but you're a science denier, so who cares what you think?
Yeah, well, vary space-time bending, and then you'll have something to talk about. Otherwise, you're just blowing hot air.
Well, he's just making experiments. So what are you guys even commenting
We
on?
can demonstrate that mass
you've
attracts
jumped,
mass.
You've jumped all the way to concluding all that, and then you're going to make fun. You've jumped all the way to either you're scientists or not.
The point is, the Cavendish experiment, as executed by Nidhug, demonstrates that mass attracts mass. Now, then, Newton did not propose a cause for this. He said he couldn't work it out, and he said, do not assign to me the mechanism by which this occurs. He was just describing the effect. Now,
Good, but we've already done it with
done.
Coulomb. We've already showed the attraction with Coulomb. Okay, now if you ground something, you're grounding basically into an incoherent static source.
Yo, Newton didn't even.
You're only going to get an
effect.
attraction.
Newton did. My bad. I thought you were done, Brian.
What's Coulomb got?
No, my bad. Go ahead.
No, Newton didn't even get the effect right.
No, he got the effect absolutely correct.
Because he said the effect happens instantaneously.
Oh, right. Okay, yes. From that point of view, he said that. Yes, he made that claim. Did he actually make that claim? I think he presumed it. Yes, so he wasn't happy about it.
Oh my God! Why do we do this?
I can't remember if he
Well, he
actually
didn't get
said
the
it happened
effect right.
instantly. But that's why he didn't. He wasn't happy about the idea of there being
You're
a
stammering,
accident.
Rumpus.
Be
You're
quiet. Be quiet. He wasn't happy with the idea of action at a distance, and that's why he disowned. He said, "Do not ascribe a mechanism to me because I don't know what it is." All he said was, "Oh, for God's sake!" But what he said was,
"You keep changing your story, bro,
Shut
and you're mad
up!
that I'm interrupting
Shut
it."
up! But what he said was, "This is the effect, and it's caused by the mass."
This is really fun. I'm gonna
inverse square law.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, you're just being a wanker. Yeah, just interrupt by being a wanker. You can do that. Yeah, I can do it to you now. Now, when you start,
mass can't be the cause, bro. That's the effect.
Can we start over? Can everybody take a deep breath? Start over.
Guys, listen. Yeah, let's start over and not interrupt, please. Thank you.
So
yeah, let's not
what's
yell either. Let me add something to that moderation.
So let Brian
no
was
matter
making
what
a claim.
happens, let's not yell into the mic, please, because
Right,
we've been
well-
having a calm, civil conversation
Yeah,
until
well, now
this
you're
character showed up.
right,
And now
Brian.
he's going to blame it on us.
Yeah,
but
well,
he's
you're
yelling
responsible
and,
for
you know,
90% of
his
it.
name is
Rakia.
Rumpus, so he's obviously going to
No,
rumpus
you're
people.
the one who causes most of the friction and confrontation. So, Brian,
See, I told you he was going to blame it on us.
Here's my point.
You are to blame.
Shut
You
up,
can't avoid
Rumpus.
this.
Shut up for 1 second, Rumpus. 1 second. Here's my point. Lead attracting lead is the effect. We're looking for the cause. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, so he's described the effect, and he's described an equation that characterizes the effect, which is that mass attracts mass. Now, if you want to find the cause, then I'm afraid you're going to have to go to
lead attracting lead. Quit saying mass, bro. Lead attracting lead.
No, it is mass. Any mass will do it.
No, that's not the point. Specific.
Yes.
You're talking
No,
about
it's not
science,
specifically
bro.
lead. For instance,
that's like saying height attracts height or something.
What are you talking
you gotta
about?
say what it is.
No,
it's
mass.
tall.
No, it's not lead. For instance,
Mass is
there
a
is a
descriptor,
laboratory.
bro.
There is a laboratory in New England somewhere that specializes in determining accurate values of G. They do not use lead balls, but it's a more complicated version of the Cavendish effect. It's not just lead. You've just made this claim with absolutely no backing up. It's not just lead.
Rumpus, how did they account for the Casimir effect, and how did they control for that?
Well, the Casimir effect, you have to have a vacuum to get that. You have the Casimir effect.
No, it's
And we
there
don't
whether
have a
the vacuum's there or not. You don't have to have the vacuum.
Well, it's so small, you can't measure it without having a vacuum. It's such a tiny effect.
So it's really tiny, but they just recently used a new type of material to get like really high energy out of it. So there's a high energy potential there.
There's no high energy in it at all. You just made that up.
Real quick, let me point out where shit all falls. Let me just point out where this shit all falls apart. When they say mass attracts mass, they checked it with lead. Maybe they checked it with a few other things. But when you say mass attracts mass, that's a fallacy of division, I believe it's called. Where just because this one thing does it, you think all of that.
They do. Well, that's we do. Just like because the formula you end up with for determining how, for instance, two balls of whatever mass, whether gold or something, attract, follows exactly the same formula for the way the moon goes round the Earth and the Earth goes round the sun. It's universal. That's why it's called the universal law of gravitation, and it's determined and has been experimentally shown to be any mass behaves in this manner.
They had a predetermined number.
What Nikola Tesla described, where you create these mathematical models that have no relation to reality. We know.
He did not disagree with the universal law of gravitation. He also did. He also went round the bend in his last few years.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. You know who does disagree with the universal law of gravitation? Andrea Ghez, the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner.
Who?
Andrea Ghez, Nobel Prize for Physics in 2020.
What did she say?
What's her claim? She said laws should work everywhere.
She said what? Sorry.
So where does law not work?
Was?
Yeah, but where
Could Jeremy finish his sentence?
not
Could
work.
Jeremy be allowed to finish what he's saying?
Whoever's talking, whoever's
did say
talking,
it.
your mic's. Shush. You shush.
Mike's fucked up.
So, Jeremy, is this another misconception, like when Feynman says F doesn't equal ma at the quantum level, but therefore you guys extrapolated across all fields, including the macro? Is that what you're talking about?
Talking about when Andrea Ghez said laws should work everywhere, and that she found Newton law doesn't work in this place, which would be everywhere,
Which
part of
place?
everywhere.
Oh, we know that things, but we know that it doesn't work in black holes.
Wait,
The laws of
work,
physics change all over. If you go to a black hole, or if you go, like as Feynman pointed out, someone quoted what Feynman said about the universal law of gravitational force equal to mass times acceleration. We know that if you're in a field, if you go at very fast velocities, or you're in a very deep gravitational field, as you find around a black hole neutron star, Newton's laws break down. We know this.
I know, but Andrea Ghez said laws should work everywhere, and they found a place where
I bet she didn't say that. I bet she didn't.
Are you saying natural laws break down? Are you denying
That's
natural
not
laws?
even in content. That's
Are
not
you
even
a
in
natural?
There's no such thing as a
My
natural
bad.
law.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead,
Is
Hank.
the first or second law of thermodynamics a natural law?
We don't call. No one calls it a natural law except QE. It's a law.
Oh, so what do you call it?
I call it the first
Law
law
of thermodynamics.
We could. I mean, you could call it the laws.
Hey,
of
let me
nature.
take it out of black. Let me get out of space here. Let me bring it back down to reality.
I'm interrupting here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The first law of thermodynamics is called the first law of thermodynamics, and we talk about the laws of nature, but no one, except in the field of lawyers and judiciary, talk about natural law. That's something that QE made up.
All right. Well, just look at what
Jeremy,
I posted,
sorry.
right? Because if you see what I posted at 12 minutes after the hour, you'll see that you're wrong. The Schwinger effect is now verified. That teaches us the universe truly makes something from nothing. If you mark out nothing and put ether, that would be a correct statement.
Well, we know you in our conference you can't get something. Yeah, we know you can get something from nothing. That's what quantum
That's
virtual
the
particles
first
are all
law.
about.
That's violating the first law, Dunning. That's
No,
conservation of energy.
what
Yeah,
you don't
can't
understand
create
about
something
hold
from
on.
nothing.
Let
Yo,
me
don't
explain
call
to you.
names. Hold on.
Right.
Don't call
So
names, guys.
the first law, what you're basically saying
I
is you can't get
apologize.
energy. You can't get energy from nothing, and this does not violate that law because the virtual particles come in positive and negative pairs. The net energy is zero, so it does not create energy. It creates a positive energy in effect of what is negative energy. So there is no energy created.
Rumpus. I just did a Foucault
Apparently, you
pendulum for
don't.
an hour and 14 minutes, showing it
Sorry?
on screen periodically and showing the timer, and I haven't got any precession at all, man. How much precession?
Brian, I love.
But that's because.
Why did you just jump in here and ejaculate all
So,
over this
Brian, you're
conversation?
saying that because you've created an experiment that doesn't work, therefore you're invalidating all the hundreds of years and the hundreds of thousands of experiments that show that it does work. So basically,
Bro, I've seen it heading toward black holes, Travis. I didn't want this shit heading toward black holes and fucking.
I mean, you're
bullshit.
just saying you're incompetent, and therefore, because you're incompetent and can't do this experiment, therefore every other person that has managed to do it is wrong.
No, I
Let me
didn't ask you a
verify.
question. I didn't ask you to tell me I'm incompetent. I'm just asking. So your
Well,
claim is
you've just
that I
cited
swung it
your own
wrong or what?
experience. You've just cited your own experience of not being able to get an effect as somehow relevant. When this
Well,
been
I'm asking why,
repeated-
sir. Maybe you can tell me what I did wrong. I got a swivel.
Well,
What are you using as a tension wire?
Well, I mean, if you look at the way Blue Marble,
first.
if you see what Blue Marble had to do to get this to work, and it is a difficult experiment, the Cavendish one. That forces.
I'm talking about a Foucault. I'm talking about the Foucault.
Sorry, I'm sorry, the Foucault. Yes, even that one is moderately. Sorry, yes, you were actually sorry about that. Yes, even the Foucault one is a little bit tricky. You need to get the mount done really quite well. You can easily cock it up. It's not a trivial experiment to get right, but we can demonstrate it. We've got lots of videos of this happening. It's been repeated hundreds of thousands of times.
But then we just had this discussion. We had this discussion where because every time I do it, man, I don't see nothing consistent. But okay, maybe I'm doing it wrong. So don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me, please. Let me make my point.
I'm saying well done.
Mitchell,
Sorry, I was trying to compliment you.
Yeah, thank you. I trust that Mitchell ain't a bold-faced liar. I don't think he wants effects to happen so bad he would lie, but that's my opinion. So he went to the Science Institute where they had an indoor pendulum, an enclosed indoor pendulum, and with no magnetics, okay? So it's just hanging on its swivel, and he swung it, and he sat there and got 0 precession over 4 hours. They basically called him a liar, and so he had to go back and do the whole time lapse to show it, so they would believe him. He went back, they put a note on the door. Why would they put a note on the door instead of letting him go in and swing it? to record it. They'd rather have a note on the door because they knew what would happen again and again and again. Every time you swing it,
the
you get
Foucault
no
pendulum
effect.
has been repeated hundreds of thousands of times, and you can go and see it in action and videos about it. The fact that you've got some story from Flat
Story,
Earth...
it's a video, bro.
Okay, a video, whatever it is.
You got stories.
No, we've got verified scientific experiments and reproduced experiments across the world over hundreds of years. That's what we've got. Documented by professional scientists, professional engineers who are absolutely rigorous in the scientific method. Then you've got Mitchell, who's a flat earther and an idiot doing something. Who knows what he did?
So Rumpus,
please don't
say
don't
that
call names.
No more name calling
I
on
don't care if the
me.
people are in this room or not. There's no name calling.
right? So Rumpus, would you say that the Foucault's pendulum is a scientific experiment? Is that your claim?
Yes.
It's a scientific observation. Let's be pedantic like you flat Earth.
Well, no, it's an experiment because you pick the position. You have got an independent variable. You can set the latitude, and then that will you've got the ability to set that. So effectively, you are setting an independent variable, and then you'll get a response, a dependent variable.
I encourage you to do this yourself, and you'll see it ain't gonna prove shit. Just how I really encourage you to not trust anybody. Do it yourself.
Ron, it's been done hundreds of thousands of times. Just because you're having a problem, I'm afraid, is your problem.
Rumpus can't even get his canal observation off the ground.
I never said I'm having a problem.
Can I get 2 minutes with Rumpus, guys? Can I get 2 minutes with Rumpus, guys, with this experiment?
Yeah,
come on, man. Are you come on, Jeremy? I just want to ask you something quickly before you solve with Rumpus. What you said about the Nobel Physics Prize winner, right? Did she now say that because gravity it can't be explained within the singularity of a black hole, that there isn't a universal law of gravitation, or is that something you extrapolated?
She said laws.
Black hole.
That was for Nidhogg. Nidhogg, go ahead. Answer Mike the question he asked me.
Shut the fuck up, Nidhogg.
Yeah,
go ahead, Jeremy.
I'll answer as you. My name's
No,
Jeremy.
Nidhogg, shut the fuck up. I'm asking Jeremy, man. Come on.
All right, go ahead.
Please, man.
That's the
Jeremy?
games they play. They don't want anything to ever get done or anything. Now, Andrea Ghez said universal laws should work everywhere. That was a quote.
Uh-huh.
She found a place where this law doesn't work. So.
Uh-huh. And then, based on that, did she then make the claim that gravity, therefore, is not a universal law? Or are you making that claim?
You can take what you want from that, but if we got this Nobel Prize winner saying laws should work everywhere, and we found a spot where Newton's law doesn't work, what do you think? Where should we go from there?
But okay, but I just want clarity, Jeremy. Is it a claim she made, or you are insinuating this?
She found a spot in the universe. She found a spot in the universe where Newton's law doesn't work. And she said and a law should work everywhere. So you can go where you want with it.
Newton's law of gravity is not a universal law. Did she say that, Jeremy?
Are you obfuscating?
You can take what you want from it. If somebody says
Jeremy,
law
just
should
answer
work
the question, bro, please. It's not a gotcha.
You're obfuscating. You're obfuscating.
I just want to know, did she say that, Jeremy?
You're obfuscating.
He said laws should work everywhere, and then she also found a place where this law doesn't work. So you can take what you want from it. If she says, man,
that's a red herring, Nate. Stop asking that question.
Jeremy, don't repeat yourself.
There was more, but you cut me off. Getting loud and aggravated with you. I don't even want to deal with you after what you put me through this morning with your bullshit.
I apologize. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Andrea Ghez said universal laws should work everywhere. She found a place where they don't work. Now, if she's saying they should work everywhere and she found a place where this doesn't work and she says it's still a law, I mean, she would be contradicting herself at that point, right?
Maybe, I don't know, but that's not what I'm asking you, Jeremy. Can you answer the question I'm asking?
No, it's a red herring, Nate. It's a red herring.
She must think.
Travis, nobody is talking to you. I'm trying to get Jeremy to answer my question. Jeremy, can you mute Travis, please?
Nate, why are you giving Jeremy a hard time, Nate?
I'm
Nate,
not
why
giving
are you
Jeremy a
doing
hard
that?
time. I'm just asking Jeremy a question. So,
A
Jeremy,
red
my
herring.
question now is:
Hold on, Travis.
after she found this place where gravity doesn't work, did she then say gravity is no more a universal law? Did she say that?
No, she didn't. She did not say those
Okay.
words. She did say that. Did say that laws should work everywhere. She found a place where this law doesn't work.
Are you sure about that, Jeremy?
Therefore, not even in contention. Those two things I said about her saying laws should work everywhere and her finding a place where Newton's law
You
didn't
sure?
work.
You sure?
That's
You
not
sure
in
she said that?
contention. Hold on,
You be
man.
She did say that. Jeremy showed
That's
me
not
that
even
clip.
in contention. I went, guys. Finish one time,
What are
please.
y'all
You guys are.
rumpusing Jeremy? What the hell, dude?
Because the
I
bit that
mean,
I'm
now
reading
both of
about
them are
it,
doing it.
she's confirming that Einstein's correct. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying. What law she's saying didn't work. Is she the woman who discovered who discovered that the requirement for dark matter? Is that the point you're
Here he
making?
goes again. Go on, Rumpus.
Well, that's what I just. Is she the woman who basically discovered dark matter was required for rotation of galaxies? Is that what you're talking about?
That's not what he's talking about, Rob.
I think she's the woman who found the rotation issues with galaxies, isn't she?
Yeah, you Googled it. Cool. But that's not
No,
what
I'm
Jeremy's
aware
talking
of the woman. I just know if it's the same one. That's all.
Yeah, but you Googled it, bro. Like, you didn't know what Jeremy was talking about 5 minutes ago. Well, what you
I'm
were doing
checking
isn't
it's
really
the
helping.
same woman. Jesus Christ. I
It
didn't
is
recognize the
that
name, but
woman.
I know the
that
woman who discovered the problems with the
her.
rotation of galaxies.
This
Is that the issue
It's
you're...
her, Rump.
Can I just make my
One
point
day,
one
Jeremy,
time,
you'll
please?
get your 2 minutes with Rumpus.
Someday.
One day.
Someday.
Which
Jeremy,
Nate interrupted
is it
with
dark?
one
Is it a dark
question
matter issue
that has
you've got
turned
here?
into a 30-minute Rumpus fest.
Jeremy, is it the dark matter? Is that the issue you're saying she's got, and therefore that she's claiming the law
Oh my
is a
God.
problem because of dark matters required? Is that what you're saying?
Still want that 2
She's
minutes
straight
with
up-
Rumpus, Jeremy?
She straight up said, I don't even remember what I was going to do with the 2 minutes with Rumpus at this point. We've totally derailed. This is what these guys do. They derail the shit out of you so that you can never fucking get anywhere. But Andrea Ghez straight up said, go ahead, Nate. I'll wait. Listen, everyone get it out of your system. I'll wait. Go ahead.
I'm not even talking, bro.
I think we want to know, Jeremy, what you get out of being
No,
quote
Nidhug,
unquote.
that was not the opportunity for you to speak. Jeremy, if you want to finish with Nate, that's fine. Rumpus, Nidhug, relax. Jeremy, the 2 minutes you wanted with Rumpus was to go over whether the Foucault pendulum was or was not a scientific experiment. But if you want to finish up with... Yeah, if you want to finish up with
Nidhug and Nate are trying to save him from that. Nidhug and Nate are trying to save him from that. With your independent variable being latitude change. Go ahead. My bad. I'll wait.
Don't
listen,
involve me.
Everyone
Yeah, now Nate is going to say he's not involved when you were so graciously kind to let him interrupt your 2 minutes with Rumpus for his one question, and then he rumpused the shit out of you the whole time you went over his question with him instead of doing your 2 minutes with Rumpus. And now Nate is going to say, don't bring my name into it because that's his tactic.
And here we
Or
are
whatever.
again.
Fuck you, Rocky.
Here
Don't
we are.
involve me in all of that, Jeremy. You
Here
answered my
we are
question,
again.
and I left you alone.
These fucking trolls are wasting our lives.
The answer to your question is you have to be quiet in order to hear it. The answer to your question is she didn't flat out say Newton's law isn't a law or whatever you want. However, she did say that work everywhere, and she did say she found a place where Newton's law doesn't work. So
you give us
you
a
can
citation
take
for
from
that,
that what
Jeremy.
you will.
I'm trying to find that, and I can't find
Rumpus,
what the fuck,
this is
man?
not the time for you to talk. Let Jeremy finish with
Well, he's
Nate.
making a claim, and he's not offering any...
Yeah, so here's the problem. You're going to let him finish with Nate, and then you and Jeremy can go back and forth, okay?
After I'm done with this, I'm gonna fuck you up on this Foucault pendulum science bullshit, Rumpus. So slow down.
We'll get on with it then.
I got you.
But if you
I'm
could
trying.
just give me
I'm
this,
trying.
if you could just give me a
Trying to get.
citation for this
No one
woman.
will let me. I don't
Why
know
not
why.
just mute Rumpus?
I got it, Nate.
All right. Go ahead, Jeremy.
So if Andrea Guess says universal laws should work everywhere, and she also says that she found a place where Newton's law doesn't work, you can take from that what you will. But if she still thinks Newton's law is a law, even though it doesn't work everywhere, she's contradicting herself, and now she doesn't even make sense.
Okay. All right. All right. I just wanted clarity on that. Cool.
Awesome. That was, you guys made that as difficult as fucking possible. Unbelievable. That could have been over in like 10 seconds.
My bad.
Now,
I do
Well,
apologize.
it does make a difference when people think that they're like animals and they don't think that they're like men or whatever, because some sort of like arbitrary classification system told them that they were animals. So if we could, act like, civilized men, that'd be great.
okay, now onto this Foucault pendulum bullshit. You're independent. You're claiming this is science.
No one claims that Newton's laws work everywhere. That's the whole point of the
Why are
bloody
you
Einstein.
yelling? Why are you yelling, bro?
That's like a man.
That's like an animal man.
Similar
Dude, I just heard like a chimpanzee like throw some food at somebody.
So
Don't
so
associate
let's-
me with Rumpus.
Hey, Nate.
And
So let's
his
chill.
weird shit.
So Jeremy's gonna talk to Rumpus about the scientific experiments or lack thereof called the Foucault's pendulum, right?
And
So
being
Rumpus, let's not go back to what Jeremy was just talking about with Nate. That has been settled. We don't care about your opinion on that. We want to talk about the Foucault's pendulum, all right?
No, it has not been settled. Jeremy seems to be saying that, oh my God, this woman's saying that Newton's laws don't work, and this is ancient history. We've known this for 100 years. No one in cosmology claims that Newton's laws work in near neutron stars, black holes, or around very dense matter, or the bending of
So
light.
why do you guys?
Have you
Why do you
just
guys say mass
ignored the
attracts
whole of
mass?
Einstein? What the hell are you doing? You're suddenly
Why
saying
do
we've
you guys?
discovered Einstein.
Why do you guys say mass attracts mass and gravity is a force then?
Mass does attract mass because we can see that in an experiment.
Well, that's
But
the
the
Newtonian
cause,
law. That's the
no,
Newtonian law.
and
What
the
did you just say 10
Newtonian
seconds ago?
law, and the Newtonian law works. It's a reduction of Einstein's general theory of relativity. It's field equations, and it works perfectly and is used by NASA to guide rockets and things all around the solar system. It works perfectly well.
So
But when you
Einstein's
get
law,
into
which was
extreme, and
Einstein's
so
law, which was created first as a reduction of Newton. Wait, so Newton's law was created first.
yes.
How could Einstein's law be a reduction of it?
No, it's not. You didn't listen to what I said, you
Say it
moron.
again.
Newton's
No,
laws are a
hold on,
reduction
Rumpus.
of
You can't call
Einstein's
names. No,
laws.
Rumpus. No
Rumpus
name
doesn't need a
calling.
warning, Jeremy. He doesn't need a warning.
I
He
gotta break you off for
misrepresented what I said
I
because he
wanted to go
didn't
through this
listen.
Foucault thing with you,
No, I
and
got it
now we're
backwards
never going to
because
be
I'm
able to
retarded.
because I got to give you a warning. Everyone's done talking with the Rumpus. Now
Can I say one more thing to him?
No. Can we just have 2 minutes? Jeremy, you go ahead with Rumpus. I've muted him for calling someone a moron. You go ahead with Rumpus. If literally anyone else talks, I'm muting them. No warnings.
Right, so you now accept then that your comment earlier that she was saying that Newton's laws don't work everywhere is not at all shocking. Hopefully you now understand that. So when you make that claim as though you've made a point, hopefully now you realise you didn't make any sort of point whatsoever. Newton's laws, they're called laws, but they don't work near when you're moving very quickly or when you're near a mass. Newton's laws are an approximation. They do not work universally, but they work in about 99.9% of the universe. And the laws, for instance, thermodynamics. Entropy, we don't know what the hell happens inside a black hole. All the laws we talk about are provisional. And we know there are going to be places, and Newton's laws don't work at the quantum level either. So all these laws have got a context in which they work or
Right.
not.
Catch up. They don't work in catch up either.
Yeah, so Jeremy's going to be allowed to respond now.
all laws are quantum mechanical. First of all, second of all, Andrea Ghez said that it should work everywhere. know where you're getting this from.
You're getting it all wrong.
2020.
You made the claim that she said Newton's law should work on it, and no one who's a cosmologist thinks that. No one who knows anything about this subject thinks that. So for you to claim that she thinks that is absolutely ridiculous.
Andrea Guest said all laws should work everywhere. Okay,
where's the citation of this? Because I think you've clearly got misunderstood.
I ain't looking that shit up, dude. I'm not
right.
looking
So you're just going to make this claim. Nothing I've read agrees with you.
We went over it in Gems for about a whole day once. I'm not bothering to go find the citation. All right, if you don't know or the quote, if you don't know that she said that, I could care less. Can we move on to this phone call?
You couldn't care less. Yeah, well, the point is her studies resulted in the discovery of dark matter, and that's what I think you're referring to. There wasn't enough mass to account for what was going on, so she said because the laws work everywhere, therefore there must be other matter, dark matter. So we created this dark matter thing for which there is lots of evidence. So that's all the point she probably was making. She probably wasn't just. So I mean, you think you've only got half a story here. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Oh, we got the Saint Nick fallacy right there.
Yo, guys, can we just let these two go?
If you want to offer up a citation, then we could discuss it. But you clearly don't understand what she said.
Andrea Guest made a quote: "Laws should work everywhere." She found a place that's not in dispute with people that know. Everyone at Gems, I went over this with these guys for hours one day over in Gems.
Well, you got it wrong.
We started debating on what the word should means, and all kinds of weird, goofy shit. Okay,
well, you got it wrong because Newton's laws do not work everywhere. No one claims that Newton's laws work everywhere. No one.
So I'm gonna settle this because I have the quote. Professor Gez was quoted saying, "Einstein's right, at least for now. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Our observations are consistent with Einstein's theory of general relativity. However, his theory is not definitively showing vulnerability. It cannot fully explain gravity inside a black hole, and at some point we will need to move beyond Einstein's theory to a more comprehensive theory of gravity that explains what a black hole is."
Well, there we go. Exactly what I said.
No,
Jeremy, you're completely wrong. Well done.
That's not there we go. That's not the quote. She made a quote saying laws should work everywhere.
Yeah, but you claimed she said Newton's laws work, and no one thinks that. So you have misunderstood what she said.
Not what he said.
Give us a citation then, so we know what she said. Because so far you haven't offered up what you think she said.
I'm not going.
So far, everything she said
Can we get into this phone call thing or what?
Well, you made a claim, and a ridiculous claim, and now you've been shown to not understand what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, if you want to, I'm happy I've made the point now.
Hold on, we're not going to end it on that note. We're not ending it on that note. I'll tell you that right now. I do understand.
In which case, provide the citation, then we can discuss it. You keep on making this claim, and you clearly didn't read the sentence around it, or you only got half a sentence because you've misunderstood it. And if you want to rectify that, then provide us with the citation of what she actually said, and we can discuss it.
Okay, first of all, it's a quote, and she said that I'm not going to
give us the quote then.
I'll tell you the quote. She said laws should work everywhere.
No, you won't, because you've clearly misunderstood everything so far, and you'll have taken the quote out of context.
This has been said for 20 minutes. All this shit has been repeated.
Yeah, let's move on.
But he won't provide the citation, and you can clear it up straight away.
Let's just move on.
Let's move on to the phone call.
Okay.
Okay. Now this is a scientific experiment with this phone call thing, right?
Yep. Correct.
Okay, and the changing latitudes is your independent variable. That's going to be the cause of why the.
Correct.
That's the cause of why the.
Well, there are two causes. There's the rotation of the Earth and there's the latitude. There are almost with all effects. There are almost always two causes. One of the causes is the rotation of the Earth, and the other one is the latitude. Those two things combined gives you the particular period of precession.
Okay, but you've only tested for this latitude change.
So that's still an independent variable.
All right, so you think if we get different precession with latitude change, that it means Earth is rotating?
Correct.
That isn't affirming the consequent fallacy, is there?
All science like that, and that's what you do with all scientific experiments. You say, if I do this and this, I get that, and provisionally you then test it, you try and eliminate all the other confounding variables, and you're left with the ones that you think you've left that cause the effect. You say, well, so far I think these are the only variables that seem to do anything, therefore I've got two independent variables with the case of the focal pendulum, that's the rotation of the Earth and the latitude. So we've got two variables there, but I can play with one of those very easily, the independent variable for latitude, and I get a different effect. So therefore, that's enough and what's more, be quiet. What's more, it's a necessary consequence of be quiet. There's a necessary consequence of rotating Earth. If we didn't get this effect, then you could say that be quiet. Then we could say that the Earth is not rotating because we get this effect. Therefore, we can say the Earth's rotating. Finished.
What just happened? Wait, Jeremy. What just happened right now was the same thing that Ruhip did. Basically, Rumpus just said, yes, that's affirming the consequent. That's what science is.
Exactly. That's what science does. You say...
No, don't say it again. Do not say it again.
Science is about affirming the consequent. That's exactly what science is. You say, I'm looking for this effect, but you don't know, and then you get this effect, and therefore you say, be quiet, be quiet, stop trying to sabotage the discussion.
Can I respond to what you said the first time, Rumpus?
Jesus Christ. So when you get this effect, you then
somebody
say,
just put him on. Why aren't you guys putting him on mute?
Be quiet, be quiet.
Why aren't you putting him on mute?
You then eliminate the other variables
interrupting him.
until you get down to the variables you think cause the effect, and then you say, because I'm getting this thing, therefore because I get it, therefore the independent variables are the causes. It's very simple.
Okay, you have a viable independent variable with the latitude change. All right, I'll give you that. Now, however, when it comes to Earth rotation, you're just making that part up out of thin air. You have no way to test for it. You can't manipulate it or anything. You're just changing your latitude. It doesn't show us that Earth is actually rotating. You made that shit up.
I mean, if you had already proved that the Earth was rotating,
let him respond. Let him respond.
Sorry.
You have any response to that?
I don't think. Is he here still? There's no way he can't be talking. If Rumpus could talk, he'll talk. Did Jesus come back? And Rumpus
I'm
was the only
muted. I've
believer?
been muted all this time. Right, it's quite simple. You have two independent variables for the the precession. You can vary one of them, but just like with all experiments, just like with the things that have multiple causes, you have to have all the... Be quiet! You have to have all...
You know what? You can be quiet. Travis, you were going to go ahead. I've just heard him say the same thing 4 times. He's going to say it again, so I'm bored of that.
Right.
So
well,
Travis,
the thing that basically what I was going to say is he's not answering Jeremy's question directly. Jeremy asked him a direct question. All he's doing now is exactly what you just said.
Yeah, so should we move on, or what do you guys want to do?
It's over with Rumpus. Well done, Crypto.
Well done, Jeremy. Good job, Jeremy. You won.
I'd like to analyze what he said. Affirming the consequence is science. How could a logical fallacy be science unless you're an absolute science denier who doesn't understand the fundamentals of the process of elimination?
Did you guys just have Rumpus and Jeremy go at it, and then you mute Rumpus and then circle the jerk?
Actually, no, hold on. No, I want to address that. I want to address that. Actually, I asked for only Rumpus and Jeremy to talk, and you were the first person to break that Nidhug. So stop being a hypocrite.
All right, so I'm gonna try again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Rumpus is still muted, isn't he?
Hey,
It wasn't at the time that you interrupted their conversation. There was a Nidhug.
Yeah, but he's still muted, right? And you guys circle jerk.
So you're the one who interrupted it, and now you are the one complaining about that, which is why you're a hypocrite.
He can't participate in the conversation.
Can't you just accept that you're a hypocrite? You can't just accept you're a hypocrite, can you?
Isn't that right?
This is the game Rumpus plays. When you mute him, he deafens. So that's what he did. He took himself out. Do you understand?
Yeah, why would he participate when you guys just mute him and then circle jerk pat each other on the back?
Yeah, you know he just talks, so give it up.
Exactly.
Yeah. He was actually just repeating the same thing again, so I'm not really into being mantraed.
Listen, you could do the same thing with the Foucault. I could just as easily say, I could do latitude change as my independent variable, and then I could say, there's another independent variable. Invisible unicorns are making it precess. There's more invisible unicorns at each latitude. You can put anything you want in that spot. You have no way to test it.
If I can just get like 30
or
more
invisible
seconds.
unicorns. You could put Earth rotation in it, or invisible unicorns, or whatever you want to do.
Can I say something real
You
quick?
can't test it.
Just want to say something real quick. I think that this is a reasonable analysis For many years, we've been told that science does not affirm the consequent, and now it does. That's really interesting how that dialogue has changed.
Right. So
You
going back
remember?
to the, sorry, just real fast. I want to go back to the permanent consequent thing. If that's how you think science really works, then I understand why they go around saying that science doesn't prove anything. Because these people have denied like the fundamentals of the scientific method while having all the control variables, you know, stationary, while manipulating the cause and seeing the effect, right? Everybody would know that this is like firsthand experience, right? I mean, by the time you're 10 years old, you know what firsthand experience is. And manipulating the cause and seeing the effect like a light and a switch, right? You see the bulb go on in the same pattern that you flick the switch. That's firsthand experience. There's not a whole lot of questioning after that. Now, at any time, somebody could come up and say, hey, I did this a little bit different. Check it out, right? And you're supposed to be open-minded and check it out, right? But what you can't do is you can't say science doesn't prove anything. Like, science proves all sorts of things if you do it right. But if you do it like a logical fallacy, which is the opposite way you're supposed to do it, because science is based off of logic, right? It's based off of philosophy that's actually very sound. When you eliminate all the other possible causes that you can think of, and then you manipulate a cause and see the effect, like, that's part of the proof of what's going on. The proof is in the pudding. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, so science does make if-then statements, like heat, then water will boil, right? The thing is, with statement, you have to actually do it or know it's happening or something. You can't just make something up and throw it in the if spot, like if invisible unicorns or if Earth is rotating. It has to be something you can actually, you have to know that it's happening, first of all. You have to know your independent variable exists before you can even use it as an independent variable.
Well, yeah, I mean, then surely you'd have to manipulate the Earth spinning, right?
You have to know it exists. You can't even use it until you know it exists.
No, but even if it did exist, right? Let's just give that to them. How would you go about manipulating that to then observe the change in effect?
That's a good point,
Right.
but you can't even use it in the
It's
first place
statement.
because you don't.
Sorry, but go ahead.
You can't use an independent variable if you don't know. Right? Like you're never going to be able to do a space-time experiment until you know that space-time.
Like, affirming the consequent isn't what you guys are saying. You guys are forming a hypothesis and testing to see if it's true. That's not affirming the consequent.
What is affirming the consequent then? Let's see if you know this one, because you got poisoned the well one the other day with Soundly, so I'm interested to know what you think.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so yeah, if a pigeon, for a pigeon to take off and fly, it needs wings, right? And a penguin has wings. So
No, that's very poorly formed. So the idea of affirming the consequent is if X therefore Y, Y therefore X, right?
Right.
So for instance,
needs wings. Penguins have wings. Penguins should be able to fly. That's affirming the consequent.
Okay, yeah, I can accept that. So obviously the fact that penguins can't fly elucidates the fallacy, right?
I beg to differ. They fly in the water.
Boom.
So I was gonna say that. See.
Too late, bro. Beat you to it.
Okay, textbook affirming the consequent.
How is that analogous to saying,
go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm going to do an experiment to find if something is true, and then when you do the experiment, you find out that the thing is true? How is that any way similar?
Wait a minute, you guys don't believe in truth, absolute proof, correct?
In the context of doing a hypothesis, performing an experiment.
Yeah, but if you perform that hypothesis to succession, is it 100% proof in your mind of the experiment?
I mean, if you do it enough times and you iterate enough times and you remove enough variables that there's no other seemingly reasonable cause for it, then you could say that it is a truth until you find that variable or that cause that makes it untrue.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you do the experiment and prove it, like you just said, is it 100% proof?
I mean, I wouldn't say 100%, but it's true until proven otherwise. How's that?
See, you have to say that. I know. I just
Well,
wanted to
no,
bring that
because
out.
it's being accurate. I don't like. What are you trying? Are you trying to catch me out in something that's just accurate?
Well, you're virtue signaling, right? You're making it out like you're not orthodoxical at all, and anything that anybody comes at you is going to be like, well, it's not 100% true. So let me ask you this: is the globe 100% proven?
Yes, yes, we have without a shadow of a doubt shown that we live on a globe.
Wow.
Okay.
Is the statement nothing's 100% true a true statement? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then Hank asks him if it's true
If you
100%
want me-
of the globe, and he said yes.
If you want me to phrase it in the phraseology that I just used, there hasn't been any evidence to be that until it's not true.
So is the
statement.
globe 100% proven to you? You live on a globe.
It is a globe without a shadow of a doubt, and there
Sorry?
has been no evidence.
Yeah, so nothing can be proven 100% except the globe.
Fine. Again, we can word it in that paradigm. It has been shown.
So you're
to be
not answering directly.
There's
You
no
just said
evidence.
nothing can be proven 100%, and then you went on to say the globe's been proven 100% without a shadow of a doubt.
Why are you over talking me? It being 100% a globe is my
They have
opinion.
to, Brian. They have to.
Scientifically, there has been no evidence to show contrary.
That's not true.
So you're.
It's 100%.
So you're not 100% sure.
That's not true.
All right. Well, how is it not true? What has been shown
There's
that it is
nothing
not?
the fact there's no curve. So you got to, if
You're
we're on a globe, it's got to be round.
Now you're over talking, sir. You know, you just bitched about over talking. Now you're over talking. You do realize that, right? And now blame it on me. Maybe say something in your script like, "But you over talk all the time, right?"
Dave, I don't care about your opinion. Go ahead.
Did you just use? I need a mod. I need a mod.
I'm right here. I hear you. Rocky.
How many days do you allow this?
I am right here. Hello.
Listen, he should not be allowed back.
Don't call him.
What is wrong with
That's
you?
bullshit, Jeremy. That's bullshit.
It's such a
You want to
taking care of it right now.
No. Okay, what are you doing?
Right now.
What are you doing?
Rocky, is that okay with you? Does that work for you?
No,
I'm asking what you did. Bullshit.
I'm telling him not to use your. I was trying to do it, but Travis interrupted.
You mean like you did yesterday and the day before and the day before that with the same exact guy? You mean that's what you're doing, Jeremy? No, that's not good enough.
Eventually, he's going to have so many warnings that the warnings are going to mute him or time him out whole day, and then 2 days, and then 4 days, and then 16 days, however it works. All right.
So let me get this straight. Hang on, let me get this straight, and I'll calm down. So the rule is when someone uses someone else's real name, which is considered doxing, I believe. The rule at this server is to give them so many warnings until they're timed out. They can dox you as many times as they want until they get timed out. And then when they come back from you being timed out, they can start doxing you all over again. Is that the rule?
We'll run it by Geo. I don't know.
Thank you.
We'll run it by Geo. We'll run it by Geo when he gets here because I'm not sure. I haven't even read the rules myself.
I appreciate it, Jeremy. I will calm down. Thank you for being a great
Holy
mod.
shit.
No, not holy shit, dude. If someone's using your real name every day and you don't want them
I know.
it's the same guy, right? Make sure Geo realizes that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, you know that Nidhug just did that intentionally, purposefully. He absolutely intentionally, purposefully crossed the line.
To be fair to Jeremy, he's doing what he thinks is best, according to what Geo's told him to do. So I'm fine with that. Just check on it, please. Thanks.
I'm telling you, man, I'm going to keep
Geo.
saying this. Sorry, Jeremy, I didn't know you were talking.
Check with I know. Maybe I interrupted you. I don't know. I'm gonna check with Geo. All right, we'll see what he says with this.
No problem. Appreciate it. I'll tell you thank you again. So let's move on.
Yeah, so I do want to point out how they say that science doesn't prove anything, and right, that's them virtue signaling that they're not, part of the orthodoxy. But you start asking them questions about the globe, and they'll straight up confirm their orthodoxy right before your eyes. So please don't let them get away with this. They're feigning to be open-minded, right? Saying that science doesn't prove anything. And that's just because their idea of science being theoretical astrophysics, cosmology, and astronomy that doesn't actually prove anything, they want to then label all that stuff onto actual science. And a good example of that would be like the buoyancy and density thing, and then they come slap gravity on top of density like it's the cause. How could gravity be the cause of density?
Nobody made that argument, man. There's no need to be dishonest.
Look at the equation. Look at the equation.
Yeah, it doesn't say that, bro.
Oh, it doesn't say gravity?
No, it doesn't say gravity causes density.
Okay, so what does it say?
Nah, bro, you made the assertion. That's what it says, or that's what somebody claimed it said. Back it up, or fucking retract it.
I don't see how the independent variable has to be the cause, because like we can vary things that don't necessarily cause something. Like, okay, I'll concede that you can vary latitude, but it can't really cause that. That's like saying that latitude caused heat, right?
The new character is now interrupting. Called that Larry dishonest, said he was being dishonest. Now interrupted Brian the first time he talked. I'd like to point it out. Let it be on
what I
record.
to point out is that I was actually having an interaction with somebody else, and Brian jumped in to make his own nonsensical point that's not relevant.
You
now,
made your point, bro. I was just responding.
You made your point. You paused after calling that guy dishonest, saying he was being dishonest for your first words out of your mouth, and I'm going to point that out. Yeah.
Let's not interrupt, guys. Negator, come on.
Yeah, so what I'm going to ask, if you're going to force the interruption
rule, shocker, a known character,
is that you enforce normal standards of conversation. So I made a statement, and the person that I responded to then provides a rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm looking if you could just be patient or maybe be quiet while the other guy's talking.
Yeah, this is an open this is an open forum, so people can talk in between conversations. That's what Brian did.
That's all.
Yeah, that's not really a reasonable thing to do because you end up hopping around.
According to
who? This isn't your
Are
server.
you interrupting? Are you guys both interrupting me?
I'm asking you a question. According to who?
My bad. I couldn't understand you over the interruptions.
Okay, let me repeat what you said. It's not reasonable for that to happen because it causes jumping around, and it's not a good thing. According to who? So it seems I did hear what you said, and now I'm asking you a question, which, because you're a character, won't answer, you will deflect and somehow blame it on me, just like you did, Larry, or whoever that was. You wouldn't answer his question.
I mean, I don't need to, but why don't you just shut the fuck up until Hank gets back with an answer?
Yeah, okay. Mod. I don't have to shut up. I'll keep pointing out what a character you are.
Dude, Larry's getting the citation. Do you want complete silence until he comes back with this citation? We're definitely not doing that.
I don't need silence. You guys can go ahead and talk.
No, he's asking the other guy. He's asking Negator if he wants complete silence, because that's what he's implying. He wants to control the conversation. I don't know what that's called, right? A control freak? I don't know what y'all call it. I don't want to label him, but he's just wanting to dictate the whole thing, right? No, we can talk.
We're not gonna have complete silence till Larry finds his thing. All right. What if it takes him 5 minutes?
All right, so I made the claim that they want to slap gravitation on the buoyancy and density thing, right? So what is the technical term when we're talking about relative density? Is it called
specific gravity?
Oh, got him.
So your specific claim was gravity causes density. Those are the words you said.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming, right?
Where is that?
Isn't that what they're claiming? So what causes density? It's volume per mass, right? Isn't that what actually causes density?
You're the one looking it up. What does it say?
Trolls usually don't. I'm sorry. Characters they usually don't answer questions, right? That's what we're seeing here. It's a telltale. It's not a conversation. It's a control freak.
All right, man. Again, We're having a conversation. I don't know why you feel like you need to.
No, I don't think that's a
your
conversation. When he
personal
asked you a question and you said, well, you're the one looking it up, he's asking you what you know, your thoughts in the conversation on the topic.
All right, I got you. So what you claimed was that gravity causes density, right? Somebody made that claim, or is that written in a book?
No, my claim is you guys go and slap gravity all over everything that has actual proof, right? When you need like proof of gravity. Like,
what do you mean actual?
For example,
what is actual?
For example, when you're showing people the trampoline and the bowling ball in the middle, and you say, "Look, this is space time," it has absolutely nothing to do with space time because space time fabric is made out of nothing, right? It exists in a near perfect vacuum. So the whole idea of space time fabric being equivalent to the fabric of a trampoline, I mean, that has nothing to do with the same thing. But you guys love slapping gravity all over everything.
So
how could an effect cause anything?
I understand when you say it has nothing to do. Because I don't think anybody is saying that trampolines cause gravity or trampolines are gravity. It's merely an analogy.
It's a false
analogy. In your science, space-time bending causes gravity. Gravity is the effect. Gravity can't cause nothing, right? Gravity is the effect. But don't you got to show that something's real to cause something? So everything about gravity is messed up on its face.
I'm not sure what you mean by show that something's real. Can I show that radio waves are real coming off of my Wi-Fi router?
No, can you show space-time as something?
If you're going to have an independent variable, negator, if you're going to have an independent variable in a scientific experiment, do you have to know that your independent variable is real or not?
I think we're diverging on terms and just playing semantics. When you say real, like what do you mean?
I'll clarify. That's fine. If you're going to have an independent variable in science, you have to know that your independent variable exists in reality.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So there's definitely not going to be any space-time experiments, right? Because, I mean, do you even know if space-time is actually bending?
Well, what sort of experiment would you do where my independent variable is space-time?
I don't know. Maybe a general relativity experiment or something. Guess right now.
You can't science
What the
space
fuck?
time. You can't science it at all, right? Because it's a concept. It only exists in your imagination.
It is a concept, yeah.
Right. So
well, I'm curious though, because it sounds like
if you were to add concreteness to it, that would be a fallacy, right?
You guys are being way too vague right now. Can you give me an example of an experiment where that is the independent variable and where somebody is adding concreteness to it improperly?
Well, by saying that the reason that my cell phone hits the floor is because, the Earth is made of gravity well, and the cell phone went into the gravity well, and that's why it hit the ground. See, that's adding concreteness to an abstract idea, right?
No, it sounds like, and maybe I'm misinterpreting. You're taking a concept that has lots of evidence behind it, and applying it to something that, like dropping the cell phone, and saying,
like what kind of evidence?
Well, that the bending of space-time causes things with mass to move towards things with larger masses is true.
Manipulate
right?
space-time and show me. That would be evidence, right? Go ahead.
Well, when you say manipulate the space-time, it sounds like we're playing word games about how to conduct an experiment.
Well, usually in an experiment, you manipulate the cause to see the effect, correct?
You would manipulate something to get an effect. Now, it sounds like you're telling me I need to manipulate space-time, which is weird.
You mean like a cause when you say something?
Well, and what sort of experiment can I do where I'm manipulating actual space-time of reality?
No such thing as actual space-time. Nice try, bro.
So yeah,
Well, that's
actual
what he's.
space-time doesn't fit into a scientific experiment, right? It only fits into a thought experiment because that's the only place that it actually exists. That's why Einstein was famous for his thought experiments. He wasn't really famous for his scientific experiments.
So where's the practical impact on the world around us based on what you just said? I can't manipulate space-time. Okay, fine. What sort of experiments are you telling me I cannot do that I think I can do?
Any? Is there any other kinds of time?
If they're beyond your senses, please tell me what logical reason you have to believe what you believe, testing something unseen to you.
Well, again, we're using this like super vague terminology with zero analogies and zero examples.
To you, it's unseen to you. You cannot see it, but you believe it exists and it's there, right?
I mean, I don't see the emanations from my Wi-Fi router, do I?
Okay, so
you don't need to see it.
I don't see my brain, but you can open your brain. You can actually see it if you wanted to, right? So you don't see your brain, but it exists, right? You're going to use that argument?
No, I actually,
but my brain exists.
I don't see when. I don't see when.
The arguments that
you're trying to quantify the unseen. We're trying to say to you, cannot quantify the unseen.
Right, but it's weird because I literally made an argument with an example, and instead of rebut that example, you made up a new example that was silly because I can see your brain if I opened your head.
Let me ask a genuine question.
What I cannot see.
Guys, don't interrupt. Hold on. Don't interrupt. Yo, don't interrupt, guys. Negator was right in the middle. Come on.
You will hold your position
What I cannot see. He literally just told you to stop interrupting me. I would really appreciate it if you would.
I was about to
hold
talk
on.
and then you
Hold on, Nidhogg. Nidhogg, hold on. Go ahead.
What I cannot see would be the emanations from my Wi-Fi router connecting my phone to it. But I do know it's there through experimentation.
But what you can see is that when you invite a friend over, you can let them get like a little screenshot of that little tag that you get from your Wi-Fi router, or you can give them the password, and you can verify that, hey, the Wi-Fi router is actually working because now your friend has internet access when you gave them the specific
No, he's
code.
pulling a smoke and mirrors. This is a false equivalency. He's using something that has been created to do something, right?
No,
A router has been created. A router has been created to do something. Okay? It would be ridiculous to say anything about the router that it wasn't created to do. We're talking about the manipulation of space-time. When we challenged him on the manipulation of space-time, he said, well, I can't see the radio waves from my router. That's a false equivalency. We're not talking about something that was created to do something. We're talking about something you cannot sense or see or even know to be there at all.
But I can know it to be there because mass attracts mass, right?
Hey, how many other kinds of time are there? Is space time? I'm assuming that's a description of a type of time, like space time. How many total types of time? That's a genuine question. Like, are there other types of time?
But how do you know?
Brian, you realize that he just brought up a response, right? But mass attracts mass, right? So we should stay on the claims that he's making right now. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Mass attracts mass. So I could say there's little invisible unicorns that are pushing the mass together, or you could say space-time's bending. Or you could say there's swirling ether, or you could say a whole bunch of shit. Pretty much anything you want. You don't know if space-time exists, and you don't know if the little leprechauns exist, or the invisible unicorns, or whatever.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. You could be right. It could very well be little unicorns or leprechauns.
That's right.
Space-time is just the word that we use.
Scientific.
Attracts mass, then the opposite be true that mass repels mass. Then correct? So
What
if you're
does that
claiming that
mean?
mass attracts, if you claim that mass attracts mass and that's due to gravity, but then mass repelling mass is not due to gravity?
Let me make sure I understand what I don't think I understand.
You're claiming there's an effect, mass attracting mass. Well, if that is true, there has to be the opposite reaction to that as well, which means mass has to repel mass.
That's a great point.
It has to be equal to both. You can't have gravity have one force, but then yet you have multiple reactions. Why is gravity only giving you one reaction? Why doesn't gravity repel forces? If we observe repelling forces, why is it not gravity? Why is it only attracting forces called gravity?
Is this entire argument based on the supposition that for every force out there, there's also an opposite force?
Yeah, I know, but you don't consider it to be gravity. You consider it to be a buoyancy effect, which apparently is derived from the effects of gravity, which is volume per mass or whatever. But at the end of the day, you claiming that it's a mass attracting a mass, and there has to be an opposite force then, because according to Newton's laws of motion, every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Well, if there's attracting forces, then there's repelling forces. But why is gravity why is gravity only associated with attracting forces?
Okay, before we go down this road, can I just reply to something the Gator said a minute ago? He said, it's just a word we use, right? It's not, but that's not correct. It's not just a word we use to show the effect. That word is very specific. Fourth dimensional space-time is bending, causing these things to fall into each other. It's not just a word we use to describe the effect. Go ahead with your forces or whatever.
That's another great point, dude.
Okay. So I'm still curious why you think there should be an opposing force. Like you haven't presented an argument to substantiate that claim.
Well, there's an action. Got to be a reaction, right? There's got to be equal and opposite forces.
Well, I mean, this feels nonsensical at its face value, right? Like, it sounds like you guys are telling me, since I'm standing on the ground, I'm falling towards the earth, that there should also be a simultaneous opposite force that's repelling me away from the ground. Is that the argument?
I'd be happy if you specified whether gravity was a cause and effect. Then we could even have a conversation. But you got to tell me, is it the cause or is it an effect?
I'd be happy if we stuck to a line of reasoning, right? Like I just made a comment, and I'd really appreciate it if you made a rebuttal to it.
Well, if you can use gravity for every response.
Hold on, Brian. Let Data finish up this force thing, and then you can go to whatever thing you want, because we're all over the place. Do you have a response for Negator?
I don't know. It's okay. Maybe we can talk.
I think it's a reasonable question, though, Negator, to ask if it's a cause or an effect. If we're going to have a conversation about all this stuff, at least agree on what it is. So, is it a cause or an effect? Please answer, please.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that it is reasonable. So there's the universal law of gravitation that talks about what we observe, right? We observe things falling towards Earth at a certain rate. And then there's the theory of gravity that attempts to describe why that happens. So I don't know if a cause is the right word. We just know it sort of does. But it revolves around the universal law of gravitation that says this will happen if you do X.
That's the problem. If we don't know what something is, we can use it as the cause, as the effect. We could at least understand our problem with most of these conversations and why they never get anywhere. Is because that's what Jeremy said. We could make up green pixies. It doesn't matter. If we don't know something's real, then we could just make whatever claims we want.
I'd argue that it's not really relevant to know why. You just need to know the what.
Well, we're talking about science, and you can't even answer whether gravity's a cause or an effect directly.
Well, I actually did.
So is it or isn't it? Which is it?
So what I told you was that the universal law of gravitation describes what happens, the effect. And the theory behind gravity is the why, and the why is mass attracts mass. Now, if you want to take it another step further, why does mass attract mass? Man, I don't know.
Okay, so it's the effect. It's not the cause. Okay, so why do I fall down? Why do things fall to the ground?
I mean, you don't know why. However, there's a huge claim on the table as to why mass attracts mass. It's space-time bending. It's not like just because you say you don't know, the whole rest of the scientific community knows it's space-time bending. They've done supposed experiments on this, prove GR.
Even though science doesn't prove anything, they know it to be true.
They've done experiments on this to have evidence for GR.
But
what's the rate of falsification?
Who was that directed at?
Well, when you do the experiment with the apple and the pail of water, the falsification is at 100%. That's the rate of falsification for mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, because every time I shoot a hole in a pail of water, the apple goes to the bottom. And every time I fill that pail back up with water, the apple goes to the top. So by manipulating the relative density between the apple and the medium that it's in, I have proved a cause and effect relationship by the up and down potential of the apple. So there's no downward bias. There's a downward and upward bias depending on the relativity between the object and the medium that it's in. It will always seek equilibrium, no matter what.
That's not true on a zero-G airplane.
Show me a zero-G airplane in nature.
It doesn't matter. You don't need to find it in nature to be able to learn something about it. Let's not play
First
like
of
that
all,
demo.
in nature,
hold on. When you're standing still,
because that's all it takes.
We're talking about natural science,
hold on, let me respond.
natural phenomenon, right?
This same thing
Zero-G
applies if
density.
something falls. All it has to do is fall. That's all it has to do. Fall and balance out the 9.8 meter per second squared downward acceleration. If that is balanced in any way, whether it's on a zero-G airplane or just falling off a cliff, then you don't have what you're talking about, relative density.
Let me just respond to that, Hank. So when you were standing still and not moving on Earth, this relative density holds true. Yes, you can shake the jar up and move and mix it up, and then the density will get thrown off. Yes.
Yeah, your whole claim about a zero-G plane is completely non sequitur to what Hank was talking about.
Right. So are things falling at 9.82 meters per second inside the plane? No, outside the plane.
Yeah, Hank said a bunch. Larry said a bunch of good things.
Yeah, it's non sequitur because you're basically moving the objects, right? And you're placing them in motion, and you're placing them in a falling motion.
Okay.
So when Larry says, things will always equilibrate, right? And relative density will sort out kind of the up down, right? Meaning he can add water to his bucket and it raises the apple. And you say, oh, well, if we put that in a zero-G plane and basically we drop the bucket, the water, and the apple, and since we drop these things and now they're in motion, then that no longer applies. Well,
so you change the motion of the medium too.
You're changing everything that he's speaking about and saying, oh, these no longer apply because now we've put them into motion.
But in his case, he specifically said that the more dense region will always be on the bottom. That is not true.
Did he say that?
He basically said it always happens. Okay, so anyway,
I mean, everyone knows
that.
Everyone knows that when you shake the density tower up or whatever, you can make things go out of equilibrium. Yes.
Right, but eventually that equilibrium will be restored because he did say specifically that it always seeks equilibrium. That is not true if it is falling. If it falls forever, it will never seek equilibrium.
Show me something falling forever. Are you claiming the solar system is like a perpetual energy motion, perpetual motion?
That's what I mean. The thought experiment, it goes a little too far.
Yeah, and everything in your zero-G plane will eventually come back to the ground, right? And then all your density towers are going to sort themselves back out. The apple's going to go where the apple's going to go. So that's why I'm saying your zero-G plane example is completely non sequitur to what Larry was talking about.
Let me restate it. As long as the 9.8 meter per second downward acceleration is matched or canceled out or whatever term you want to use, then that will not seek equilibrium. Now that happens as long as it's on the 0G plane, as long as it's falling, if it's on the ISS, if there's no gravity, if there's no 9.8 meter per second downward acceleration, or if at least that's evened out, then there is no seeking of equilibrium. However long that lasts, whether it's 30 seconds on a plane or forever in zero gravity in space.
See, the question is whether or not the energy. The question is whether or not the energy
microgravity,
applied.
whatever.
The question is whether the energy applied to the object that is elevated has an exponential acceleration, and you're claiming that there's a cause for that. The idea is that you're moving the object, applying pressure to it. What do you think justifies the exponential rate of fall when the object is released? You're trying to equate as a word called gravity, which is the coalescing of mass, right? You're trying to justify the exponential rate of acceleration when the object has been moved out of its equalized state or its equilibrium state. You're applying pressure to do that. Now you're trying to conflate that acceleration as some sort of gravity.
He's also immediately going back to it being a cause instead of the effect. He just switches back and forth.
Yeah, and he's trying to claim that 9.8 meters per second squared is always going to be the case, which that's just an agreed upon average, and that's within a vacuum. So if I drop a rock in my pool and it's not falling at 9.8 meters per second, is what's taking place within my pool is that rock is falling, has nothing to do with gravity then, I guess, right? Because it's not 9.8 meters per second squared. It didn't drop 9.8 meters per second squared before it hit the water, and it certainly slowed down once it hit the water. So I don't really see what he's trying to say here, to be honest with you.
That's well put by his logic.
So
basically, that's the question he needs to answer right there. The one just
four
addressed.
people have chimed in. Can we get all the flat earthers here to make a response before somebody else responds from the globe side? Any other flat earther? You got a comment?
Yeah,
go for it, bro.
It's tough, guys. You guys got to give him a chance to.
Yeah.
Boy, it's mad frustrating.
I'm done. I'm not talking anymore.
Yeah, he's not going to reply to it because he doesn't have an answer. So that's why we keep just piling on.
Okay, I'll tell you what. My answer is
I have an answer, but and again, it would be civil for you to stop making snarky comments to allow that to happen. Is that all right?
Go ahead, Negator. What do you got?
Thanks, man. I'm curious why you mentioned dropping a rock in a pool and stating, well, hey, it's not accelerating at the same rate anymore. Why do you think that anybody has ever said that objects under the influence of gravity can not be under the influence of other things?
That's the whole point, bro.
Good point.
Just because the relative density tower is acting differently because you change the density of the medium by dropping it. So you're saying that relative density is no longer the cause, but he just pointed out by using gravity, by dropping apple in the pool, hey, now this ain't happening the same. So you're negating relative density as being a cause just from giving it another variable. And he just did the same with gravity, but you want to cling on to gravity and dismiss relative density, even though it's not really breaking the rule because it is changing the density of the medium, free falling, I think.
Yeah, well, that was Extremis's claim initially, right? Was something about a 0G plane, and then we have everything within that plane allegedly falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, somehow then negating the gravity, and then why isn't the equilibrium being sought? Because allegedly things falling at the same rate within that plane somehow negates gravity, and now these objects are going to do something other than what they were going to do. But the problem is the example that we use is that when you drop something, right, the reason it's going downwards, the reason the rock goes back to the ground after I pick it up off the ground and drop it, that reason is because of allegedly gravity, right?
It's a dirty, rotten trick, dude.
So when we start dropping things and they're all dropping, we're saying, okay, since everything's dropping, now we've eliminated the whole gravity thing. Why aren't these now seeking their equilibrium based off of, some sort of ratio of mass?
right? But you're not eliminating the whole gravity aspect of it because these objects are still falling within the alleged effect of gravity that we're seeing. So you're not eliminating it at all whatsoever. That's
And
the problem.
I also want to point out that, I was talking about specific gravity, which nobody on Earth denies. We all know what happens to ice after you drink tea. It goes to the bottom of the cup. Like, we've all experienced this. Nobody in the world is going to be brave enough to say, nuh-uh. So what he did was, instead of saying, nuh-uh, he said, well, this doesn't happen in a parabolic dive, a parabolic plane, right? Well, what about your gravity? Is it working in a parabolic dive? No. So why would you expect specific gravity to work there? And act like you got some kind of victory dance, right? Like, oh, got him. It doesn't work in a plane. Neither does your shit, bro.
Yeah, because technically, hold on for just a second, because in the zero G plane, and we're allegedly, eliminating
I
this
don't
gravity.
understand this. Hold on for just a
You
second.
gotta
Thank
let
you.
him
There's
respond,
three
guys.
people.
You gotta let him respond.
Thanks, yeah, I appreciate it. So, number one, what happens when you drop objects of different densities in a vacuum?
A lead ball doesn't
Different
fall at the same rate as
densities
a helium
in a
balloon.
vacuum. They all seek equilibrium and go to material, right, at the bottom, right? Because there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up.
And that fall rate is unaffected by each individual object's density, correct?
Right. It's just going to fall.
And why doesn't it fall upwards?
You throw it upwards. You released
Right,
it.
right.
It's trying to seek equilibrium. So is it going to go to the cosmos? Is that where it belongs, right? Whatever element it is. Does the elements belong in the ground or in the cosmos?
Well,
This is the ultimate
for you
question.
to
I've been
answer.
waiting for this.
There's a way they
This is the
tricked us,
ultimate
guys.
question
It
that the
sounds like-
Glovers asked.
Is that the
There's a
ultimate
way, a universal way they tricked us, and that is by thinking zero is free falling.
My mic
Zero
fucked up?
is balanced on the ground.
So this is the ultimate question right here. Negator just asked it. Why down? Right? They have their answer.
The lack of
bending
buoyant
space.
force.
Wait a second. Why
Space-time.
shouldn't it be down? I don't understand the issue. If you are going to remove an object from its position and then wonder why it goes down, first of all, you're the cause why you've moved it from position. Falling down at a rate at a certain height sure can be consistent and quantified, but how does that lead you to believe that it coalesces things to the center of mass? How does that lead you from that observation to the center of mass and the coalescing of matter?
Well, so first, I want to talk about what Jeremy brought up is the why down, and I want to build a picture in your head. Let's say there was no Earth. Are we arguing that things will fall infinitely due to the universal density gradient, or are we arguing that
that's what you guys are claiming?
At some measured vertical distance in the universe, there's a layer that things will become suspended based on their density?
So you guys are claiming that things will fall perpetually at 9.8 meters a second squared. Well, we know damn well that there's things called terminal velocity and the ground that's going to keep that from happening.
No, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a thought experiment for you guys are claiming a density tower.
Can you build a scientific experiment?
Here's the thing. You're talking about physical interaction. You're talking about physical interaction with objects, though. You're talking about they have to physically.
Let Negator finish, though.
He's not. But he's not.
Larry cut him off, then you jumped in. What's going on?
They have to have physical interaction.
You have to interrupt.
That's how you get a pressure differential, right?
I know.
It's how you get displacement, right?
Can't
so
stop.
if he wants
You
to
can't
have a
stop.
thought, if he wants to have a thought experiment, apply it to reality.
So all I'm asking is you guys just relax. I'm not the bad guy. Just open your mind for a minute and think about what I'm saying, because you're telling me that if things fall to find equilibrium, will they fall forever? And does that make sense? Is there a universal falling effect going on for no particular reason?
I say nothing falls unless you lift it up. Everything's going to go back to zero. So what I'm claiming is that everything, when you walk outside, that's zero everywhere. The trick is getting you to think that falling is zero. That's not natural. Everything is just sitting down wherever it is, and unless it's trapped, like bubbles underground or something in the ocean, they're trapped. As soon as they get a chance, they're going to equalize. They're going to go to where their equalization is. And everything heavy, like if you undermine something and dig it where nothing's holding it up, or roll a rock off the mountain, it's going to go down towards sea level.
Why down?
Why up? Because up.
I know it. Witsit knows it. All the Globers know it. Why
Yeah,
down
so
question?
Because up. If not for down, I mean, why up? Because down. Why down? Because up. I'm just saying. There's not zero is where everything's sitting outside. I don't know why. That's the trick you got to get past, Jeremy. Is they
No,
think
I
they
used
make
to
you think
think
free fall is zero.
I used to think relative density was it, and that was the answer to it all. I don't think it can be, because you're still left with this question: why down?
It might not be, but there's a obviously something that makes down down, but I don't necessarily think that we should call free falling zero, and because you have to lift everything up. The whole point is you have to lift everything up or
So
don't
I
fall
have
at
a
all.
question. If you have a density tower on a zero-G airplane, and it's correct, all the different things are in the correct layers, and it's got everything right, and now you free fall, and the layers mixed up, what has changed that causes the layers to mix up? Because you're still, the most dense thing is still, I mean, the densities didn't change.
The densities do change.
What?
When something's free falling, you're telling me that it's not going to be less dense?
What is
spreads
density?
out?
What is density, Brian? What is
Volume
density?
and volume. It's the volume and the mass and the volume. So you tell me the
Okay.
volume didn't change? Hold on. You're going to tell me that the liquid ain't spread out more in the density tower? Are you literally trying to tell me that?
How did it spread out more? It's the same volume. You have a density
free
tower
falling.
holding
It's spread
a
out.
liter. Do what?
It's spread. It's spread out. But when it's free falling,
it's a liter. It didn't change the liter.
Dude, if you fill it up all the way, it's not gonna. That effect won't happen. You have to have a little gap at the top, I think.
Seriously? You think that's true?
Yes, I do.
What the absolute fuck, Brian?
So, extremisist, the thing is, asking this question is actually going to be detrimental to your concept, right? So the reason that things appear the way that they appear within a zero-G plane is because people only appear to float relative to the plane, right? So they're not really floating around in air. That's only relative to how you're looking at them within the plane. If you look from an outside perspective, they're technically just falling straight to the ground. So if mass attracts mass, and all items will coalesce together based on their mass, why in a zero-G plane then, if the density tower gets all messed up, let's say you have a bunch of Skittles in your pocket. Based on your theory, in the zero-G plane, those Skittles should start to coalesce into one very large Skittle based on the principles of gravity and the bending and warping of space-time. Why don't we see this?
Wait, so just to be clear, you think the force of gravity would make a Skittle attracted to another Skittle in zero-G?
Well, we've eliminated. So this is your folly of trying to use the zero-G plane as some sort of gotcha when it comes to density and buoyancy and all that kind of stuff. Because in your theory, right, if we're in a zero-G plane, we have no gravity. So there's no outside gravitational effect, allegedly, on any of the objects in this zero-G plane. So they should be able to experience their own gravity, meaning they should have mass attracting mass, and we should see all of these masses start to coalesce together into one large clump, right? Because effectively, we've eliminated any other type of gravitational influence.
So by that same logic, all of the humans should clump up into one clump that's floating.
No, but a pitcher of water should not spread out the way it does in free fall. It should clump together.
But see,
Why don't
that's
you answer his question, bro? Why don't you address what he's saying?
No, I just want to make sure that that's you know that this whole idea of gravitational attraction is based on big G, right?
Why don't you address what he's saying?
So I'm going to. I want to know
No, you're
that
not.
he knows this. We're going to do this in baby steps. Okay.
We don't need the baby steps.
We don't need
you
the
to
baby
address
steps,
what he's
bro.
saying.
Okay, fine. I'll just tell you because it's too fucking small and you're too goddamn stupid. That's my
Look how
fucking
mad he
answer.
is.
Right, yeah,
Wow,
nice
dude.
one. So Napalm, his argument is that your intelligence affects gravity. Cool.
Yeah.
Wow, this guy's crushing.
Then he's going to go ahead and.
At
go
what
on
size is it
Justin.
not too small? So would we need like a swimming pool of water not to spread out in free fall? Would we need like a pitcher of water not to spread out in free fall? Would we need a lake of water? What's the size where it's big enough, bro?
Well, see, that idea
We're too
destroys their whole
stupid.
destroys their whole entire model, right? Because allegedly there was this big bang and all these little particles started to coalesce with one another, right? So if he's claiming that somehow, in some way, shape, or form, that people aren't big enough or Skittles aren't big enough to coalesce together into larger and larger clumps, then how did his universe form? And the problem is he's gone on deaf so that he can't actually like interact.
Well,
he's
usually pretty cool. But Witsit, let me ask you a question real quick. What led you to believe that relative density wasn't the answer to it, and there had to be something else? Because I feel the same way,
It's just
but I don't
common
know
sense. Yeah, because there has to be something that sets the up and down.
Yeah, I believe that something sets you up and down, but I mean, relative density dictates everything here on Earth. I mean, I don't think any of us, but yeah, something has to set up from down. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
It's not primary.
Density and
Not the primary.
capacitance of electricity kind of follow the same curve. Density and its ability to conduct the
magnetic nature of the world, basically.
Yeah, the question is why does it seek its equilibrium the way that it does? That's the actual question. So that is the question, right? And if you ever talk to a rover, they'll say, why doesn't it go side to side?
Well, I say because you didn't spin it like it caused centrifugal force. That's why.
Yeah, that's
they're going to say, why doesn't it go side to side?
Right, because they didn't spin it.
No, that doesn't answer the question. Like if I put it in water, it goes something sinks or goes up, right? So the flat earthers just say, yeah, we live on a flat earth and there's just up and down. But what sets the up and down?
It will go to side if the left side's denser.
See,
I think
I
was telling him, but I'm not arguing with you with it. But I think
no, it won't. No, it won't. Nothing's gonna go straight to the side.
If I poured salt in the left side of the aquarium, you don't think it would push the egg off to the right?
Do you think that it will still go up and down?
Yeah. That's why I'm not disagreeing with you. But as far as the argument goes, I think you had it right when you say that the electrostatic sets the bias. Like that's claiming, because I think it's a good natural law. I think we could use it as a natural law, like he's saying, like hot goes to cold, and low pressure goes to, or high pressure goes to low pressure. Same thing up, anything you lift up goes back down. But yeah, I think you both could be right. I don't have a problem. But
let me just
there does have to be something.
I'm not
disagreeing. I was trying to tell him earlier. Go ahead.
I was saying everyone needs to understand the misnomer with positive and negative. Okay, so it's just a convention we have, and we mathematically describe it. Well, there's charge and discharge. So when this was first described, it was basically like, okay, the conservation of energy. So it applies to the conservation of charge. Like if you take quote unquote positive charge, you automatically have reciprocation of negative charge. Like you can't take positive charge without affecting negative charge, without affecting quote unquote negative charge. It has this duality that's built in. But what it really is it's like in layman terms, as simple as I've thought of to say it, I was just saying it to Kai. If you increase something's charge, if you have like an excess, say you draw a line visually in your head in the middle, okay, that line represents equilibrium. If you're above it, you have an excess of charge, okay? We call that positive. If you're below it, you have a deficiency of charge, okay? We call that negative. So if you put something that has more than enough charge near something that doesn't have enough, It's going to seek equilibrium. The two systems are going to seek equilibrium, and that excess of charge is going to go over, just like gas would, to fill the available space seeking equilibrium. It will go to the negative place to try to balance out. That's why we get quote unquote attraction with positive and negative. Now,
That's
both
why
systems,
sorry.
if both systems are have excess of charge or have a deficiency, they're going to go away from each other because they don't need each other in very crude layman terms, right? It's not going to help them find equilibrium. They need more charge or they need less charge, so they don't need each other.
That's why I said disequilibrium is the cause of it all, basically. I mean, maybe that doesn't explain it all,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
fundamental.
The first natural law should be all things seek equilibrium via pressure mediation. That should be the natural law.
Right. So can we call it the Hank Hill law? That all objects are seeking equilibrium? Because
Well, not if you're
that's
just saying density, though.
well, I'm willing to incorporate what you're saying into it. I just don't want to be like riding all over your arguments and then copying everything you say. I like to think for myself, but I don't disagree with you. So if I do in the future, start saying what you're saying, right? But I want to point out that they have this idea that electrons flow from like negative to positive always, right? I don't think there's any way that you could know that. Like, how could you know the direction of flow of these electrons that are
It's
in
just
this?
the way they measure charge, man. It's a convention they've used to measure charge by. You got to count it. I mean, to simulate it, to make devices, you got to give it a number. So they made it a particle, But everybody needs to realize that's just a convention. There's not literally little tiny electrons. It's the charge moving around, the charge itself.
No, there's no such thing as electrons, and there's no such thing as positive and negative charge. But you can objectively demonstrate that when something has a lot of charge and something has a deficiency of charge, they come together, right? You can do it a million ways. This is why I bought the balloons. I'm like, I guess we have to go back to square one, right? Where I'm going to make a video with balloons and rods because I know visualization clicks with some people, but dude, again, if I take the rod and I make it negative charge, I can repel or attract a balloon relative to its charge. If you have like a metal balloon, right, a metallic balloon, it's going to do something different than just a regular balloon because it's much more of a conductor. And these regular balloons are not conductors. Right? There are other balloons that are not conductors. And you can show the difference. It's much more difficult to get one to interact than the other. It's much more to get one charged up than the other. Like, okay, also, like, for example, if you wear like a nylon shirt, if you turn all your lights off in your room and you stand in front of a mirror and you have a nylon shirt on, when you take your shirt off, if it's pitch black, you'll actually see like a glow as you take it off. And you'll even hear it like sparking, crackling.
Hey,
right?
let me say something real quick.
I agree.
Hey, remember that Picard story when he goes up into the atmosphere with the balloon, right? Wasn't he in a metal container?
Yeah, he metal with glass mirror with a glass door, basically.
Right. Well, what if they changed the charge for him as he was going up to make it easier?
That's what I was saying, dude. Like they could, so they can't use Austin's convention, or not Austin's, but as far as the ether and all that, they'd have to say that when you go up, that physically electrons, you're losing them. They're like, or they're trying to, they're bouncing off you and going to the ground or something. They'd have to come up with some shit like that. But they probably could vary the weight of that balloon. I think NASA does it like with a string or a cable hanging down. That they manipulate the charge in the string and make the balloon go up and down. But I don't think they could lift the whole person or nothing. But you understand?
Well, you'd have to start using like more coherent forces, like electrogravitic propulsion, magnetic levitation, to be able to do something with devices. But the first step is understanding the natural state of equilibrium here on the Earth and what sets the bias in its natural state. So like the physicist is asking me, why do things accelerate slower on top of why do they accelerate different on top of a mountain? Well, you can demonstrate that whenever you have a peak of matter, the charge is different. You can demonstrate it. Everything. Okay, have you guys ever heard of the right-hand rule? It's the idea that if you have like a current and let's say in a wire, well, actually it's around the outside of the wire, right? But you have a current in wire, like
we know what that is.
You'll have a magnetic field. Okay. And so the right hand rule is if you take your right hand and then in whatever direction your thumb is going, your other fingers are going in the direction that the magnetic field will be moving. Okay. So now if you understand that we have positive going up and then we have negative below us, so there's this downward bias, quote unquote, right? So if you put your right hand out and you point your thumb down, now then look at your fingers. What a coincidence. That's the way that the stars move.
Right, so if everything's electrical, right, and that things fall down because of electrostatics, then surely we would be able to measure the electric charge in everything that falls down.
Yeah, we literally can.
Right, so how much electric charge is in rocks?
Enough.
Enough.
Can I answer that?
That's your answer, enough.
Yeah, because if there's
made
any, then you're just making my point stronger. The point is that it's always there. It doesn't matter how much is there.
And people have measured the electrical charge in rocks and the electrical charge in trees before they fall down.
Yeah, everything that exists has a charge.
Can I say something real fast? So Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's been known to say something stupid like, humans are just vials of fecal matter, right? Obviously, the dude's projecting. He's the one full of shit. I mean, take a look at the guy, right? But I want to point out that actually, our stomachs are full of acid, and all the nerve impulses are electric in nature, and our heart is electromagnetic in nature. So, I mean, we're literally like walking, talking electromagnetic meat suits, carbon-based meat suits.
Yeah, you couldn't see color. You couldn't see without electrics. You couldn't breathe without electric. You couldn't pump blood, quote unquote, pump blood without electrics. And you couldn't think without electric. Literally. Look, I have this balloon. I just blew it up. As I move it closer to my leg, all the hair on my leg moves towards the balloon. The directionality of things is primarily set with the electric nature of all the things involved. Wow, so profound. The only reason that we need gravity is to explain the orbital trajectory of things in the sky on the planetary scale, because the distances are so great and the alleged masses are so big that electrostatics would be too weak to explain it. That's the only evidence for gravity, is an egregious begging the question fallacy, and it has to be there. Like if you look at Don Pettit, he's like a genius. Don Pettit, he uses the electrostatic needle with little bubbles where he's supposedly in 0G, right? And like probably a vomit comment, but either way. And he shows the bubbles moving around the needle in an orbit, right? Well, he had to use electrostatics to show that. And of course, that's a small scale, so it's strong enough. And the bubbles are so close to the needle that it moves. And so it moves faster and faster and faster and gets closer and closer to the needle till eventually they pop. Okay, so that's what would actually happen even with gravity. Eventually, things would get so close that they would like hit each other. They would hit each other, but the problem is that electrostatics, they have to use electrostatics to demonstrate it, but it's too weak, right? It's too weak on this gigantic scale, but it's significantly stronger on the local scale, the terrestrial scale. This is why when they invented gravity and it worked over years and years and years, they ended up saying, well, the difference is that it's scalar, and the more mass you have, it increases proportionate to that. And so eventually gravity takes over. It's just out in space it just happens out in space.
What device do I need to buy to measure this electrical charge and all the items that I want to measure?
You use a voltmeter.
Right, so I can go out and buy a voltmeter and it will tell me how much electrical charge is in the grass and my wheelie bin and the wood outside my house.
Yeah. Yeah. How about you just do this? How about you, instead of acting like I'm dumb because you don't know the basics of the world, how about you just Google it?
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Wait,
Hold
Austin,
on a
I think
fucking minute. Right?
Yeah, well, hold on,
You're saying
Highlander.
that I'm acting like you're dumb, right? I only asked you a fucking question, right? I asked you, what fucking device do I buy to measure this stuff? I wasn't trying to make
He
you
answered
look
you.
like you're
He
dumb,
answered you.
right? Don't
No,
fucking
He
start
It's your
answered your
fourth. It's your
question.
because
fourth
I asked you a
hold
fucking
condescending
on,
in a row.
question.
Actually, it's actually
no,
his fifth
hold on,
condescending question in a row.
hold
So.
on. I didn't take it that way. I took Highlander at face value. I do feel like the response was more than it deserved.
Yeah, but that's
But
based on
what
prior
about the?
history. What was the answer though? What did he tell you to go buy?
A voltmeter, and I will go
Okay,
and buy
and did
one.
it? Okay, and he asked you just to go do it, right?
Or just use
Right?
use a static field meter. More would be better. And just so you understand, though,
Like,
the reason I responded like
hold
that,
on,
that was
because
his fourth. See what I'm saying? See, he
hold
doesn't actually
on.
want to learn. He wants to prove me wrong. That's
Right,
all he's trying to
hold
do.
on, 'cause I don't know much about electrics. That's why I don't put my fingers in sockets and shit. Right. So which is it? You told me a voltmeter, and now you've told me to go and buy something else. So which device do I need to buy to measure this shit?
Yeah, you use a field meter. And so you see what's happening, Copernicus? That's his fourth question, right? His first one was, oh, rocks have a charge. Oh, yeah? Everything has a... Yeah.
I didn't. No, I really don't feel he wasn't asking with that tone of voice, and I really don't think. All right,
I agree.
I'm genuinely wanting to go and buy one of these devices to see if what you're saying is true, right?
Hey.
That's all I want to do, right?
Hey,
now
sorry.
I asked you what
Good luck with that.
asked you what device did I buy. You told me a voltmeter. Now you're telling me no, go and buy a field meter. So which is it?
Oh,
Which one do I
Now,
go?
look, I just answered that question.
I already answered that too.
See what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, but he's being so genuine. He's being so genuine, dude. The fuck? I said, if you want to get a more intricate, delicate measurement of this electrostatic, you should actually buy a static field meter.
Right, so a static field meter is the thing I want to buy.
Yeah.
Right. That's all you had to say right at the beginning. If you want to test the electric charge and things, go and buy an electric static field meter. Right? That's all you had to say. There's no need to get chitty and attack me. Yeah?
Well, it was your condescending tone for the first four questions.
Talk about
that
attack. He did
Yeah.
say it 4 times.
So just to
Maybe
throw
say
this
it
in
one
there.
more.
I actually put a link there in for Amazon's the static field meter. There's a link in chat there.
How much
Looks
are
like
they?
they're running $200. I don't know what that is.
You can get
foreign
something
currency.
cheaper than that.
Well, I would definitely be buying one.
Amazon's a ripoff.
Amazon
Yeah,
has
I
good
mean,
deals.
think about it, Scotsman. Think about it, bro. If you think about it long and hard, if you believe in, like the atomic theory and everything's based off of atoms, doesn't everything have electrons? And isn't there certain things that you can do to like knock electrons off of certain atoms, right?
His name's Highlander. There can only be one.
I apologize. To me, Scotsman and Highlander are synonymous. If I
There can only be
caused
one
any
Highlander.
offense, well, if I caused any offense, I apologize.
I was just letting you know his name, man. I wanted to throw that. There can only be one shout out. Anyways, go ahead.
Everybody knows I'm not good with names, and I mean no ill will.
Yeah, that's a good point, Larry. I mean, if people want to talk about mass attracting mass and you want to talk about atoms, let's talk about the periodic table of elements. How is that structured? It's structured by mass. How is the mass determined, right? How is atomic mass determined? It's determined by protons, neutrons, and electrons found within these elements. And those are all determined based on charge. So when Highlander
says,
so when
there's
Highlander
electrostatic
comes out,
nature and
says,
everything, everybody starts losing their mind. Sorry, bro. Go ahead, please.
yeah, no, it's like when Highlander says, oh, so you're telling me the rock has an electric charge? It's like, yeah, bro, it's comprised of elements. All the elements are structured based on their charges. That's the way things work. People get very confused when they hear that something is quote unquote neutrally charged and they think that they have no electric or electrostatic nature involved with them any longer because they're allegedly quote unquote neutral. I think that's where people's biggest issue lies.
Highlander, if Witz had said no to an electric charge, what would your response have been then? That's what I'm curious about. Because now that he's confirmed it, you need to go test it. But if he said no, what would your response been? Just interested.
Well, everything falls to the ground. Yeah, everything doesn't matter what it's made of. Everything falls to the ground. Yeah. So if something doesn't,
That's not true.
huh?
That's not true.
How is it not? How is it not
It's
true?
literally not true.
Helium balloon doesn't fall to the ground.
Does it not?
No.
No.
The moon's not falling to the ground. You see the moon falling?
Yeah, helium rises, gases disperse in all different directions. So when you say everything, that's just patently false.
Yeah, I'm looking around this room right now. I don't see anything falling.
Yeah, surfers don't fall to the ground. They surf back to the ground, right? And then they might fall, right? But go ahead.
My bad. I didn't see me lighting up. Never mind. Please finish.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was good.
I shouldn't have interrupted. Please carry on.
Yeah, carry on, Highlander. Please, I would like to hear.
Well, before I listen, I just
maybe
you light a
rephrase
lighter,
that
and it's always like, you know what I mean?
Well, let's
Lighter,
let Highlander
you know.
complete his point, but maybe rephrase that statement.
Yeah, go ahead,
Maybe he
Highlander.
doesn't want.
One at a time, please, guys, please.
We're trying to clear the floor for Highlander. He might have to go somewhere. I think we knew what he meant. He just needed to rephrase the everything.
Yeah, I'm
Like there
genuinely
does
interested to know. I'm genuinely interested to know if Witz had said no, what would the explanation be?
If Highlander said no.
No. If Witz had said no, that there's no charge in the rock, or no, yeah.
I think y'all would refer to it as mass, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I want to hear from Highlander.
If you look really close, you can see all the hair on my leg move to the balloon.
Well, this is the thing that I asked Kosho this years ago. He was trying to tell me that there's a downward bias, and I said, well, how do you know there isn't an upward bias for everything? And the answer is, of course, that his worldview asserts that atomism requires the attraction of mass to other mass. That doesn't necessarily mean that any of that's true.
Yeah, but see, there's an acceleration though, man. Like, I thought that way too. But then if you really, really think about it, bro, I know it's probably been nagging you, but if you really think about it, like if you're falling, you know, even if not for very long or whatever, you kind of accelerate. So it's the same. So, but if you level out the speed, then there'll be no motion. So in other words, like if you have a balloon in a car, when you go to take off, it's going to move, you know, backwards if it's a regular balloon. But then when you stop accelerating, it's not going to move anymore. In other words, when we fall, that happens. When we're going up, you know, shit just floats up. It doesn't really accelerate past just getting moving to begin with. So
why does the helium balloon go forward?
I'm confused by that answer. Is there a downward acceleration or not?
Well, sometimes things go up.
Why does the helium balloon go forward when you accelerate?
What?
Well, that's what.
Why does the helium balloon go forward when you accelerate?
In a car.
Conservation of momentum.
Hold on. Everyone talked at the same time.
You think it has something to do with gravity?
Brian, if you're in your car and you have a balloon on a string and it's a helium balloon, why does it go forward when you accelerate?
You trying to say that it's going it's accelerating in the same direction the force is moving? Because that would mean if gravity is accelerating things down,
it accelerates forward. Brian, it's a simple question.
I heard you, bro. I was trying to answer. If the gravity,
you asked me a question with a question.
You're not letting me
shut up. I'm gonna mute you.
Wow, that
didn't take long. I got this, guys. Zanuck, let him respond, and then you can rebuttal after. That's how we have to do this, or it's not going to work.
Okay,
do you understand this?
Coming a little hot. Sorry.
Let Brian respond. You shouldn't be talking right now at all. Let Brian respond, and then you rebuttal. This doesn't need a response from anyone. Go ahead, Brian.
So my example is this. So I agree. The helium balloon goes forward when you accelerate, and so I would ask this. So if the force is moving forward and all the air is moving forward, and the balloon also moves forward, then could you call gravity an acceleration that's moving down? Because if gravity is moving down and you drop the helium balloon, it's no longer going with that force. So that would be opposite of gravity, right, Zanik? The helium balloon would go against that downward force, but in a car it goes with it.
That was
Dude,
a word. That was a
that
word.
was a weird answer. Did anybody else understand
That was a word. Wait. Sherman says it's my turn, real quick.
I did not.
That was a word salad that I've never heard before, at least in a while. Brian, when you
Conservation of momentum. What's it have to do with gravity?
Let Brian try again.
Oh my God!
We'll give
Can I
Brian a
answer any of
mulligan
these
on that.
questions?
Let's give Brian a mulligan. Try again.
Yeah, give me a mulligan on that. So the point is if that car is falling down, if you take that car and you drop it off a cliff, is the helium balloon going to go down?
No, it'll float.
Right. So how are you describing the accelerating car and comparing it to gravity when if I accelerate in a car sideways, the helium balloon goes forward with the force. But if it falls off a cliff, it doesn't go with the force. That's two different reactions. That was the end of it, bro. That was the end of my statement.
Zanik, why are you saying "Oh my God" when he was just finished? Wait, I'm modding. Okay, he said 2 sentences, and you said "Oh my God" when you talk longer than anyone in the whole room. So can you please stop?
That's Rich. You actually talked more than anybody.
That was my mulligan, to be honest, Zanik. And so I just say it's doing different than if it fell off a cliff. Well, it's no longer going with the car.
Well, I'll explain. And just don't interrupt me, and I won't interrupt you either. So when you're in a car and you accelerate the car, so you're not going down anymore. You're not accelerating downward like you suggested, because you could do that test and you would match the acceleration due to gravity, and everything would float regardless of density. You would agree with that, right? God, it shouldn't go that direction, but I hate to even ask the question. But hopefully you agree that if we have a box,
there's no gravity.
If we don't have gravity and we think we do, and we think it's acceleration 9.8 meters per second, and we accelerate downward at 9.8 meters per second, everything in that container will float, regardless of a helium balloon, a rock, gold, water.
What?
Okay,
dude.
Yes.
What? 9.8 meters per second squared is downward acceleration. That's the effect. Okay, that's not the claimed cause, and it's all because of the electric nature of all things.
Well,
nothing to do with the gravity.
Non sequitur, completely non sequitur.
No, it's not.
All I said is we noticed that all mass, when dropped, will have an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Is all matter electrostatic?
Non sequitur. So now we have a box. Yes, just hear me out. And
you see what happens?
No, I have everyone hears. I'm just being very clear and very deliberate here.
You're just hand wave dismissing my rebuttal.
No, it's a non sequitur. That's why I'm not hand waving. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Regardless,
you just mentioned you invoked gravity.
I invoked acceleration. I didn't say gravity.
Okay, you did say gravity.
No, I didn't. I said if we drop something, it has an acceleration. I didn't say gravity. I said everything. Let's say I did. It didn't matter. If we notice everything has an acceleration downward of 9.8 meters per second squared, and we have something in a box, and forcibly put it on a track, a cable, whatever, make sure we accelerate that at a constant acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, everything in that box will float, regardless of density, regardless of whatever the matter is. I didn't want to. That's why I didn't want to bring it up, because I knew we'd go down this rat hole.
Relative to the surface of the Earth.
It's
floating relative to the box.
All we're doing is matching what we observe. This phenomena of things accelerating downward. Okay. Yes, and if we match these things that are falling at that same rate, everything will float in the box. Okay, now go back to the car now, because that's why I didn't want to bring it up, because I knew that would go down this little rat hole. You talk about electrostatics and gravity's made up and all, but it doesn't matter. So in the car, if we now are not accelerating downward, Brian, so we've eliminated that factor, right? What happens? Things have weight. We put things on scale; they all have weight. That's also part of the F equals ma, right? We don't have any movement, but we still have a force. Why? Because there is an acceleration acting on it.
Okay, so why is it doing different? I'm sorry.
Okay, so now we accelerate in the car. All the air in the car rushes backward, right? Because you're accelerating. The air isn't moving. It retains its momentum of 0. You can't create any momentum, as Whitsitt said. And suddenly the car starts moving. Well, how does the air start to move with the car? It is forced to the back of the car. Well, the balloon
That'd be the same thing if it was falling, right?
Hold on. Let me just finish. Everything has a vector backward now. But the balloon, because it's lighter, is less dense, will have a force acting on it called buoyancy in the car with the exact force of the weight. Oh
so it's a different type of acceleration.
Wait, real fast, Zanik. You remember when I told you? Zanik, you remember when? Zanik, you remember when I? Zanik.
Oh, forget it.
Zanik, you remember when I told you talk longer than everyone?
I'm trying to give you a physics lesson in like 2 minutes.
This is like
you were right, Zanik. I was wrong. It has nothing to do with conservation of momentum.
And I'm doing it in 2 minutes.
I was right.
I don't want it.
I was wrong.
I get it. I'm trying to be generous.
We got the
Zanik, here's the problem. Real fast. Let me say this. Zanik, here's the problem. Hank said the answer the second you asked the question. Okay? Like the second you asked the questions, he said the answer. Now, it's been like 8 minutes of you pretending that you're teaching us when he said conservation of momentum as soon as you mentioned it.
It's not conservation of momentum.
It literally is.
It literally is not. I just got done explaining why it's not.
Okay, so the balloon that's accelerating forward, and the car's accelerating forward, and the balloon's moving forward. But the car accelerating down, the balloon's not moving down. Wouldn't the air go to the back of the car if you drop the car? So it's got to be a different kind of acceleration, right? If the balloon's doing different things.
There's different types of acceleration. There are different accelerations, not different types of acceleration.
Well, the balloon goes up in one example and down in the other.
Forward.
Hey, can I jump in just real quick? I
want to finish my sentence. You can't jump in.
It's going to be real brief. It's going to be very brief.
What I'm going to say is brief, and I was already
what
talking.
I'm going to say is brief.
But I was already talking, so you can't.
Travis, you're next. Travis, you're next. Guys, let Zanik finish because it takes forever. If we don't let him finish, then it's a whole thing. Right? Just let him finish. If he goes on for 30, 45 seconds, all right, Travis, go. Travis, you're next.
No, Zanik, keep it concise. Have some respect.
10 seconds. I will keep it concise.
Yeah, keep it concise, but let's.
Okay, we've just had 40 seconds of keeping it concise. The car moves forward, Brian. The air moves backward. The balloon moves less backward because it is less dense, and it moves backward with a force called buoyancy in that container that is equal to the weight going backward, there's a force going backward, of the mass of air that it displaces.
You said it wrong. The balloon doesn't move backwards.
There is left and right buoyancy then. When they always ask us, is there left and right buoyancy? So you're saying there is.
Dude, Zanik, every time someone goes to respond, you start talking over them.
No,
Travis. I think Travis wanted to get in a word.
It was a hug. It was a hug of yes.
I told Travis
Zanik, be quiet. It's Travis's turn.
Travis now.
And Zanik, don't interrupt.
I didn't say anything.
Travis,
when Travis talked.
You was thinking about it.
No, I wasn't. I want to hear Travis talk. Everyone does.
Nobody.
Travis.
I think Travis forfeits his time to Whitsitt. Go ahead, Whitsitt.
Well, I just want to say in your example, Zanik, you said it wrong. The balloon doesn't go backwards.
I just want to go forward. Sorry.
Yeah.
Forward.
I just want to say, you guys see, you see how terrified he is of electrostatics and wants to avoid it at all costs.
Not at all.
Yeah. You haven't even explained how they're relevant. You just shouted electrostatics.
I know, right?
Is that supposed to mean something?
No. Okay, now watch. I'll get interrupted.
Just real quick. Sorry.
Right,
my connection was really bad. This is just a total nitpick, but back when Austin pointed out that Zanik used the word gravity and Zanik said he didn't, I went back and listened. Zanik, you did. Thank you.
I said it didn't matter, and I said I could have said it, but I was.
Which, by the way, that answers.
No, you didn't.
We all heard
no, you didn't.
Let's move on.
Let me say something, please. This goes to that answers the other guy's question, who just jumped in all arrogantly and derogatory and said, "You just shouted electrostatics. It had nothing to do with it."
Instead of poisoning the well, just explain it, Professor.
Now you're interrupting again.
Yeah, that's Ed's new trick. Poisoning the well is his new tactic. Yeah, he did it to me this morning.
Right, so I'm not poisoning the well. Sorry. Right, because I literally was correcting your fallacious statement, right? which you said that I just screamed electrostatics and it had nothing to do with it. When the
He
truth
said
is, the
measure.
reason I mentioned, holy fuck,
I'm very sorry, bro.
the reason that I mentioned electrostatics was he invoked gravity and downward acceleration. Yeah, thank you.
Travis was saying Ed poisoned the well, not you. He wasn't saying you poisoned the well.
No, I know what happened.
Yeah, but yeah, in my defense, yes, I may have said that, and of course, if Travis has found the recording, I said it. Many apologies. They're synonymous in my mind, and most scientists and physicists' mind, that gravity and acceleration is synonymous. So if I said gravity, I'm sorry. I meant to say acceleration just to get rid of the word gravity or whatever could have been causing it. We experience and see this acceleration everywhere, and if we match it going down, things will float in this box that we're accelerating at that same rate. So again, that's the point.
Okay,
that
so
inflicts anything.
Can I just make a quick point?
Yeah.
Zanik, don't you find it annoying then that when people point things out and you say no, and then it's pointed out and someone checks and then it actually turns out to be true?
Because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Now you're interrupting.
I'm sorry.
We'd rather not do that, Zanik. It's one of the things that frustrates me most about this conversation is we can't get, and it's often it isn't you actually. I'll be honest, it isn't often you. Often we'll say things and then people will deny, and then you go back and check, and then it is true. Then when you point it out, it's deflected and it's obfuscated. We're never actually talking about the fucking meat of anything because people are just denying stuff all the time that they actually objectively did.
I agree with you, and like you said, thank you for saying that. I'm not usually doing that because I try not to. But when we have things in minds that are synonymous, we can blurt them out and not realize we're saying it because it doesn't really matter. In the end, it doesn't matter what it's called. We're talking about the effect. Everyone knows we're talking about the effect. So why worry about the effects of the
Oh,
word?
it's just the fact that you lied.
No.
Well,
because everyone knows I was talking about the acceleration of what we observe. I called it gravity. Sorry, it's the acceleration. If we match that gravity or acceleration, sorry, I said
We're not
gravity, then we'll see everything float. So there's no bias with any object in that box.
Can we at least all agree that the acceleration downward is different? The balloon reacts differently.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, can I respond to that and then just shutting up is something a lot of people should do because then it will prevent audio chaos. Yeah, the problem is, Zanik, is when you use these terms interchangeably and someone's actually coming up with a different way of seeing the same phenomena, that is then being challenged. And so you can't use those terms interchangeably if it's the thing up for discussion. Do you see how that's going to be an issue?
Well, no, because like I said, I don't really care what causes it, whether it's electrostatics or gravity, or maybe gravity is caused by electrostatics. We were really, and you know this, we were clearly talking about the effect. And I was talking about that effect in my description, in my analysis. So I don't care if it's electrostatics. That's a whole other discussion. The discussion was acceleration. I call it gravity. He can call it electrostatics. Doesn't really matter.
Actually, that was the discussion when you jumped in the room and immediately started imploding. That literally was the discussion.
No,
so.
we were talking about the balloon, why it goes forward.
Oh, Zanik, I'm just going to start muting you, dude.
I tried.
So just reset,
get an answer for that? Why the helium?
Why be so quick?
Yeah, what is the answer? Why do they behave differently? Why does the balloon behave differently if accelerating forward or laterally? Why is the balloon behaving different? They're both supposed to be accelerating. You just describe one by saying the balloon, goes down or goes forward, and then you have to describe it differently with the other kind of acceleration. Why are they different?
F equals ma, or
Okay.
A equals F over m.
So, all things, this is the actual meat of the subject and the phenomena. All things that exist are electrostatic, and you cannot name one single exception. So therefore, we know that's the primary variable that can be proven. So what we do in science is we manipulate the independent variable to see if it's the cause of the effect. And we're talking about the rate of downward acceleration. Okay. Let's manipulate the variable that we know is there, because literally everything that exists is electrostatic. When we manipulate that variable, we can make things float. We can make things accelerate down faster. We can make things weigh more. So what we have proven with science is that the electrostatic nature of things causes directionality, including downward acceleration.
Can you change this then? How do you manipulate that particular independent variable. Please be very clear.
Yeah, you can use a Van de Graaff generator.
Okay.
You can also rub a balloon on your head. You can scoot your feet on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also appears in nature.
Can I ask the question about the helium balloon regarding the electrostatic?
Just quickly though, it also occurs in nature. You have various animals that use this to varying degrees to manipulate their environments. So
sure.
Yep.
But
okay, so is
do this for a rock. How do you manipulate a rock falling and change its acceleration with electrostatics?
Okay, just stop. What's the guy's question?
Okay, what in electrostatic? What keeps the balloon from falling down?
What keeps it from falling down?
And why is it accelerating under electrostatics? Why is it accelerating upward?
Okay, so the balloon is less dense than the air, and the buoyant force is much stronger than the electrostatic force.
Okay, so you in a sense, then you and Zanuck agree. So really, it is the phenomenon that you're discussing. Is this the acceleration? So if you want to talk about just the phenomenon, you can. Just don't get caught up in the minutia of the cause. You want to talk about the cause, it's one thing, but if it's the phenomenon, it's something different.
No, the cause is what causes the phenomenon, which is we have up and down set on the Earth, and up and down has to be set with something. Density and buoyancy doesn't answer that question. It kicks it down the road and says, it just is, or God must have done it. But no, God made a mechanism that sets the up and down, and we can test what it is.
Okay, so this is where I was getting at before, and Paul, thank you for interjecting that comment. Because when we get the box of everything in that box, the balloon, the helium balloon, a rock, gold, liquid, whatever, and we drop this box, but not only drop it, we accelerate downward to match this phenomenon we call acceleration downward, whatever the cause is, everything floats in it. So how would you change electrostatics in that box so these things would move around relative to each other, or would you, or could you?
Okay, so I would like to point one thing out at the beginning, okay? One thing's for sure, we cannot manipulate the bending and warping of space-time to do it. It's not even on the table. It's not a real variable that can be physically manipulated at all. It has no relation to reality. It's illogically bankrupt.
You mean like the ether?
It seems like you are accidentally interrupting. So we can't just pretend that if you can try to poke a hole in electrostatics, that makes the bending and warping of space-time real, but you don't have to hold it to the same standard. But conveniently...
Wait it 1 second. Somebody's got some crazy background noise going.
Yeah, I think it's Brian.
All right, go ahead with this. All right, sorry.
Real quick.
Go ahead with
it.
Witsit, please continue. Witsit, please continue. I interrupted Witsit to mod because there's background noise, not for someone else to go. Witsit, please continue.
So you see, conveniently, we do have an ability to test this. Now, electrostatics is just very, very weak. Okay, so we're going to manipulate, let's say, rubber or paint chips or glass, little shards of glass. You can use just about anything. It just has to be small because electrostatics is so weak. And whenever we manipulate electrostatic charge, we can make things float, we can make it weigh more, and we can make it accelerate down faster. We also observe this in nature, like Crypto said, with spider ballooning of spiders, bumblebees, beetles. Actually, there's something called electrostatic pollination detachment, where they actually exchange with the pollen on flowers with electrostatics. So anyway, so we can prove it. We can prove that that's the variable that causes the effect of directionality with manipulation.
Hey, I got a bold claim.
Hey, hold on, Brian. Let me get in. I haven't said anything. I just wanted to state one fact that Ed Freeze sounds like Hannibal Lecter. Larry.
Brian, my bad. I muted you, Brian, because you had that background noise going. You got to keep your mic closed when other people are talking.
Yeah, roger that. I almost always remember, but that was me earlier. I apologize. But this is a bold claim, guys. So would this disprove downward acceleration? In other words, let's just say I ain't saying I believe this 100%, but let's say that I think there's a terminal velocity, whether there's air or not. I think it might be faster if we have a vacuum. I think things might fall faster, but I still think it's going to hit a limit. So this is my claim. This is my claim proof.
Why
So
would there be a
we
limit?
take a helium balloon and we just went over. If we take the helium balloon and we put it in a enclosure and we accelerate forward on the ground, the helium balloon will go to the front. It'll go with the moving air. And if we drop it, then it won't go to the bottom. It won't go with the direction of acceleration. But if we drop it from a cliff and propel it forward, then it will move forward. So wouldn't that prove that the downward bias is not necessarily acceleration?
You know, let me steel man what Whitsitt said. So we don't care what causes this force. He's saying it's electrostatics. He's saying that it's everywhere, but it's very weak. But somehow we can't validate it or manipulate that variable to have any effect on something that is larger. But if we do apply a force on anything, we will impart an acceleration, it will impart an acceleration on that body, and it will continue to accelerate as long as that force is present. So when something's going down and we see it continue to accelerate, we have to agree because we have to agree with Newton's
Okay.
basic laws here of F equals acceleration equals force over mass, that it will continue to accelerate as long as that force is present.
Okay, so you said even though we can't do it with something that's bigger, as if somehow that dismisses it. I'll just reiterate the point again that Glovers won't escape past, which is we are 500 steps ahead of your claim of the bending and warping of space-time. You can't manipulate it at all, whether something small or big. You can only beg the question. Now, we can prove it. The problem is if we use a Van de Graaff generator and we use like a little bitty piece of styrofoam or something, or like a little paint chip, that paint chip is like equivalent to the size of Mount Everest. Okay, so the amount of charge you would have to introduce to move something really big is immense. That doesn't in any way mean it's not there. That doesn't in any way discount the phenomena. That is scientifically illiterate. That you can just dismiss what we know is there and what it does because you can't do it on something big.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. It sounds like, hold on, Brian. Let me say this. I'm agreeing with it. So, okay, electrostatics is there. We can't manipulate it because it's everywhere. It's so large and huge. So it's almost like we talk about gravity, like working at the micro scale, but not working in the macro scale. You're saying the same thing with electrostatics. We can manipulate it at this micro scale, but we can't manipulate it and things fall apart.
No, the difference is you can't manipulate it on the micro scale. You're wrong. You can't. It actually doesn't work on the quantum scale. It's nowhere to be found. But everything on all scales is electric and can be manipulated, so it's not the same at all.
Right.
Yeah, I got to get in this.
I think Hank's trying to say something.
I like what you say. 500
5
times
seconds.
understanding.
At the solar system level, the sun is electromagnetic. You know, all the way down to the atomic level, we talked about electrons, neutrons, protons, right? So if you look at the galaxies or whatever, what is that? Well, that's light. Well, that's electromagnetic, right? So where is gravity in all these other places that they're supposed to be? You need black holes and dark matter and to make shit work at the galactic level. We see light coming from it.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah, we're not changing the subject to dark matter. Like, dude.
We're not. The point was light.
I think he was saying it falls apart at the galactic level, and he's
No. Yeah, I'm saying gravity falls apart. Gravity isn't there at the bottom. It's not there at the galactic level.
It doesn't
that was my
get
point.
to that point.
That's what I said. You're right.
It doesn't. We
We
need
fill
to
it-
drive
we fill
from
the
the
blanks with dark
point.
energy.
So it doesn't even get there. We don't get there. It's never validated in the first place. We don't get anywhere close to that, right? So that's what's so. And what's wild? It's like the people that were in here. Like there's this guy in here that just regurgitates FED. As soon as I say this, he just leaves. He's like, "Oh damn! I now have to go see if we can come up with a new argument." Because there's no interest in seeking the truth. It's just how can Austin be wrong? How can I show Austin's wrong? It's weird.
We all agree that there's acceleration, and you're saying it's due to electrostatics. I'm saying it mass attractive mass or bending of space time. I'm not really going to die on the cross on either one of those two. It could be electrostatics because we still, people like you said, scientists still don't agree. Or
We get it. But how can we neutralize? How can we control buoyancy, bro?
You know this, Brian. That wasn't your time to jump in all over me.
Yeah, I agree actually.
So the point is, we all accept that there is this acceleration for all mass that we see in our surroundings. And what the cause is, we may not agree on, but at least we can agree on the effect. Is that true?
Well, do you know why?
Yeah, Brian, jump in again. Fuck.
Do you know
You just
why?
said, can we all agree? I say no. Austin's going to agree. I'm going to disagree. So let me say real quick.
Well, let
how do
Austin
we
agree
control
first,
for
and you can
buoyancy?
agree afterward.
How do we control for buoyancy in an experiment?
It's a non sequitur.
Change the volume of the object.
Literally non
No, we
sequitur.
drop things, right? Ain't that we let things free fall?
No, we don't have to drop things to check for buoyancy.
No, to control for buoyancy or relative density, we do experiments with things free falling, right?
Well, if we have this acceleration we all agreed to, we match the acceleration to remove that from the equation. We change.
That's what I'm doing. I'm disagreeing. We don't all agree.
Well, then,
That's a non sequitur.
Let's talk. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk with Witsit then.
So
me disagreeing is a non sequitur, bro. Y'all agreeing?
Yeah,
me
buoyancy is a non sequitur. Literally.
Yeah, but I can prove the fact there's no downward acceleration by the two facts I stated, or the two hypotheses I stated. So if there's a terminal velocity, if there's still a terminal velocity in a vacuum, if objects hit a point where they stop accelerating, then the downward's not an acceleration. And my backup evidence for that is the fact that dropping the car with the balloon in it and letting it free fall doesn't make the balloon accelerate in the same direction as the downward acceleration as it does laterally. That's different reaction.
God, such a word salad, Brian. It's almost funny.
Okay, so Zanik, just so you understand, right? Like the problem here is you say you don't care and they don't even agree on it. That's cool, but if what I'm saying is true, it's a real problem for your paradigm because electrostatics isn't strong enough to do what gravity needs to do.
So then you're wrong. Then you said it's all electrostatics, but yet now you're saying it's not strong enough to do what gravity does. So
no, not what gravity does. What gravity needs to do to move these gigantic planetary bodies around each other in a vacuum at immense distances. Electrostatics can't do that. That's why they had to come up with gravity. I can cite for you Walter Lewin, who will show you. Walter Lewin from MIT will tell you all phenomena observed on the Earth is electric. The cause of everything we see on the Earth is electric, and it's actually 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity. It's not until we get out on the quote-unquote planetary scale that quote-unquote gravity takes over. Okay, so everyone claiming that things falling on the Earth somehow supports gravity is incompetent. They don't know what they're talking about, even with their own paradigm.
Okay, if it's not electrostatics, not strong enough, and it's not gravity, what is it?
No, there is no gigantic planetary bodies moving around in a vacuum at these immense distances. That's the point. Why? Because there's no actual evidence for that. We have evidence for much more substantive quality to the sky, even within your paradigm. Hence why they say dark matter exists.
Okay. Well, that's at the galactic levels. But in the solar system, or even in our Earth, even in around our Earth, or even it's a flat Earth, and the ISS is spinning around us with some type of magical tether causing the centripetal force to keep it going in a circle, because you need centripetal force to actually make things have a constant change of velocity.
None of that's real.
Okay, but we do measure those things. But why can't you've already, and go back to even smaller level or a smaller scale? We drop something in your living room, and we vary the mass, and that acceleration doesn't change. So we know the acceleration is constant, but the force will change proportionate to the mass.
Okay, so again, when you vary mass, you're varying electrostatics intrinsically, because the only thing that can give you mass is electrostatics. No. It's objective. It's objective. When you have more matter, you have more charge there.
Okay, more mass. So it is electrostatics then. You're
literally.
Do you realize how you're double speaking?
What? No. See, we can only you don't understand. We can only test what's on the Earth terrestrial scale. We're not making up fairy tales about space.
Let me steal real quick.
Things don't fall at the same rate.
Brian, you're just like a Tourette's guy, man. Just stop it. So
Zanik has only one story in mind. He can't entertain an alternative story.
No,
Brian, that doesn't go against me either.
That's your. I'm a steel man. God, crypto, everybody, please. Let me just.
Zanik, listen, man.
I just want to say one thing.
Wait. It's, to be fair, Zanik. It's Zanik's time to say something. Keep it concise, and then crypto.
Will be,
and then...
promise. So
all I said, I want to go next. Wasn't trying to interrupt.
Crypto, really?
He said he's going next.
Okay, but that interrupted me by saying that, so I got
just go.
Shut up, Zanik. Get on with it.
So we got this piece, this mass, this amount of mass, and we increase it. And you're saying, well, more more electrostatics accompany that because that's what mass has. It has electrostatics. Every mass in the world and the universe has electrostatics. You said it 5,000 times. Okay, so we got more mass, and so because it has more electrostatics, it has now more force associated with it. I'm fine with that, actually. If you want to call electrostatics and use it the way you are with your vernacular and have the meaning attached to it, I don't have much of a problem with it.
So now let somebody who disagrees talk.
No, so we keep on changing this mass. It changes the force. So the acceleration is always constant. Is that what you're saying, Whitsitt?
No, acceleration.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, but
God
Brian,
damn it, Brian!
Yeah, Brian.
Fuck.
Brian, you're acting like
Let's
when you
get on
jump
with
in
it,
and say that it's different, you're disagreeing with me, but you're not. So acceleration down 9.8 meters per second squared is just an agreed upon average, right? Like it's an agreed upon average. It's roughly the same every time, but it's not literally the same. Like when we drop elements and we measure them very precisely, or we use interferometry, for example, with very precise measurements of downward acceleration, it's not literally 9.8 every time. It fluctuates around there. The reason it doesn't change much and it's very close to being constant is because electrostatics is so weak. So it wouldn't change it much anyway. Like that's why it doesn't fluctuate much, but it isn't literally constant.
Wait, it's so weak that it fluctuates? And if I have something
No,
really
it's
heavy,
so
I keep
weak
on
that
adding.
it doesn't fluctuate
if you
much.
say that, if I continue to increase the mass, I'd have more electrostatics. So that fluctuation should be less as I get larger of mass. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is the fluctuation in accelerative rates is very small because electrostatics is so weak. The downward acceleration is not literally constant.
Well, it changes with altitude above the distance between the masses, and it would follow suit with. God damn it! What is wrong
Sonic,
with you?
shut the hell up, man. You're never saying anything.
With the idea that it's electrostatics.
Hey, I'm talking. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Zanuck, I didn't make any sense. Sorry.
So we go a little higher.
You weren't in the middle of a sentence. Let somebody else respond, Zanuck.
Whitsitt, defend me.
Whitsitt
I
and
was definitely
Zanuck take a
responding
step
in a very
aside?
polite way. So we have this mass that is close to the ground. You say it fluctuates. It can fluctuate as we go higher. So we go higher away, and you're saying electrostatics is less of a factor because you're farther away from the surface of the Earth. And so, yes, I would agree with you. The acceleration rate definitely changes as you go higher and further away from the source.
How do you know
Okay,
the source
so
is at the Earth? How do you not know the source is coming from
Stop.
above?
Now's not the time. We're having an intellectual conversation and being very polite.
Yeah.
Okay, so like if you go to the top of the mountain, the accelerative rate will change a little bit, but you can demonstrate why with electrics. If you have a peak of matter, then the charge changes, like the nature of the charge changes. You would need to go way high in the air, get a vacuum chamber out with a decent amount of, this is almost an impossible task, right? Like you have to go super high off the Earth with very high altitude. You'd have to have a really tall vacuum chamber that you can drop something high in the air and then watch it change. But we already looked at elements fall at a different rate. So it's just an agreed upon average. It's so close that it's a good convention for us to use for engineering and stuff like that. That's all it is. It's just an agreed upon average. It's not literally constant.
Well, we have very accurate tools to measure gravitational strength. A scale is one, but we have very accurate
changes.
Measurement, and we see it fairly constant, and it will change as you go up. And it may be do what you're saying. I'm not like I've said, I'm not disagreeing. I'm steelmanning your argument. So we have objects that go higher, they have less gravitational force. It'll weigh less on a scale if you go higher. It'll accelerate at a little lower rate, and we get close to the surface, and it has a higher rate. Great, no problem. We were totally in agreement. But
I have a question. I have a question now. Being that you just said that, why would rain affect gravity? Like for instance, there's a lab in the UK that constantly drops this object 1 foot every second, right? Every other second. Constantly dropping. And they notice during heavy rainfall, there's a fluctuation in the rate of drop. Now, wouldn't
the rate of what?
The rate of drop.
You mean that raindrops are falling at a different rate?
No, the object that they drop falls at a different rate when it rains.
Exactly.
Yeah, me and Kosha went over this one day.
Faster or slower?
If the wind blows, it'll affect it. If
Wait,
the wind blows,
No, sorry, Jeremy. Stop your obfuscation, Jeremy. No, vacuum tube.
Faster or slower?
Not obfuscation. I'm talking about the same thing you're talking about. When
Travis,
the wind blows, if it's raining,
faster or slower?
If there's clouds.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Wait, so real fast, does it fall faster or slower? I have the same question as Zanuck.
I believe it's slightly slower. and if the it's just by like 3 decimal points slower or something.
Are you sure about that?
Because it's what's very interesting is what is rain, right?
I could be wrong though.
Why
What
don't
is
you check
rain?
on that? Because one thing that would affect the way things fall is that the density of the air, right? The buoyancy factor and the drag.
Well,
And
if it's
hold on,
rain,
let me. God, can I finish the sentence?
It's in a
So
chamber, Zanuck.
real quick, it's like 5 words. When it rains, the air around it usually is 100% humidity and it's less dense. So things
It's
will
in a
fall
chamber.
Oh, in a chamber. Okay.
Me and Kosho went over this one day. Okay, they drop things in a vacuum chamber. They say that when the wind blows or when there's clouds nearby, there's a whole bunch of different things that can happen in the environment that changes the rate of drop.
Can someone cite it though? I'd like to know exactly what happens, not just a vague idea that it changes.
There's a documentary you can watch on Prime. It's called the Wonder of the Amazing Gravity or something, whatever. They go.
Do you know the name of the lab?
You gotta hit
the city in
you gotta
England.
hit
in the documentary.
You gotta hit Kosho up. You gotta hit Kosho
Okay,
up.
I'll
He's
try and
got all
find
the
it. I'll try and find it. What you've said is
When
enough.
we ask what is rain with it,
Say
then we
something.
must ask what is clouds as a flat earthers, and that's a very interesting
That's
question.
what I was saying, right? You heard me say it. So, okay, so then you have to ask what is rain, and rain comes from clouds, right? And so I don't know how this fits into the gravity paradigm where you have clouds in the air with tons and tons of rain. Like if you've ever been under a strong rainstorm, it's a ton of water. So exactly how does that happen? How does the cloud float up there and have all that rain in it? And the answer is, you guessed it, clouds are held together by electrostatics.
Zanuck actually made the claim 2 or 3 years ago that the clouds formed together because of gravity. And I laughed and laughed and laughed because
Dude, that
it's like
physicist
you see the lightning.
Sorry, the physicist did the same thing, right? Like it's crazy. The BSMA physicist I debated, he was like, the guy asked him about clouds, and how does that work within your paradigm of gravity? And he's like, clouds are a very mysterious thing. I'm not gonna lie, we don't understand it. And I said, that's not the.
Type into Google.
Dude, I'm in the middle of talking. I said wrong. That's not the answer. And he got all triggered, and I'm like, yeah, even within your own paradigm, it's electrostatics. Look it up, right? And
I have
so,
a question.
Go
1
ahead.
second, please, before you come in. What's it? Just on the same topic. Type into Google Images fall streak clouds. It's spelled as it sounds. A mystery to science. I believe I have an answer for it, but can I just pose a question that if it's electrostatics, then the cloud itself has form, but isn't the thing that us flat earthers say is that a water is formless? So how can electrostatics keep the clouds in form if it's water in constituent part?
What? You can't have anything at all that exists that isn't electrostatic. It doesn't matter how you describe it, with or without form. There's not one single thing that can be named in all of existence that doesn't have electrostatics. Can anyone name one single thing?
I agree.
Space-time, if it exists.
Can I jump in and ask my question?
1 second,
Here's the
please.
thing. I got one for you.
Can I
Witsit.
just answer Witsit because it's so specific, please? There's not many other people talking about this. Witsit, when it comes to cloud seeding or chemtrailing, then they use salt, so salt particulate. It seems to me that it might be the salt particulate which absorbs the water, which is resonating at a certain frequency level, depending on how high it's up. So yeah, I think there's more than water involved. Okay.
Can anyone name anything?
Sound is an interesting factor because every time there's a magnetic field, there's either sound or heat, right?
Those are effects.
Yeah, but sound is an underlying attribute to the actual mechanism of magnetism, light, or whatever. Sound.
Really? It's an
Sound
effect,
is a mechanism
though, right?
of magnetism.
It's an effect. No, it's an
Well,
effect because sound is a disturbance in the air. It's a perturbation of the air.
That's for our ears, though, right? Beyond the movement in the air. Sound exists at light level and at magnetism level, right? Or magnetic level.
But yeah, even because we can't physically hear it, it's just like there's a visible spectrum of light. That's not all the light that exists. Like, even though we can't hear all sound, like a dog whistle, right? Like, it's still a vibration in the air, and that's what it is.
It's still
Wouldn't
different.
it be better to say a visual?
Well, hang on, please.
spectrum
Even in even in a
of
vacuum
sound?
chamber where they've evacuated the atmosphere or the air, there is still the ether traveling through. So the alarm clock inside, which makes no sound to our ears, but it still vibrates, will cause this disturbance within the etheric field.
Do you know why that is? This is wonderful. Do you know why that is?
Yes, I
So
do know
we
why
need
that
to
is.
we need to focus on really being very good at speaking one at a time. Elisha, do you want to go next, and then Rags to Riches after?
Yeah, what the last guy said about how the disturbance or the perturbation will still be felt.
Yes.
It's because, well, it's not a claim. I'm proposing that it's because there is a element or a frequency of however you want to describe it. Who cares at this point, right? But that is lighter than hydrogen, higher on the frequencies than hydrogen, whatever you want to call it, and it can pass through anything. It's completely uninhibited.
It adds a tenuity beyond comprehension. What's up, Rags Riches?
Okay, got a question. Okay, this is back to the gravity question, and this goes to both Zanuck and Witsa. So you can give each one of them a chance to answer this question. Most things that I've heard to say cause things to levitate or cause things to not accelerate, it seems like there have to be an opposing force to cause those things. How would you neutralize any force on an object to keep it from accelerating to show whether it's space-time and or electrostatic?
Okay, so space-time is literally nowhere close to the ballpark of electrostatics.
Okay, why don't you let Zanuck answer? Hold on, wait a second. Why don't you let Zanuck answer that question? And obviously, the electrostatic was actually directed at you. So, how would you neutralize all forces to show that's electrostatic instead of imposing another force to cause something to levitate?
Okay, it's not imposing another force, it's the same force, which is electrostatics. So everything that exists is electrostatic. So if all things that exist are electrostatic, that's a variable we know is there. So we can now manipulate that variable in an experiment to see if it's the cause of the effect. And when we manipulate the electrostatic field that an object is within, or the surface charge of that object, we can change its weight, we can make things accelerate down faster, and we can make things levitate. What this proves is that electrostatics affects directionality, just like we did with the density. That's all people show with the density as well. Okay,
No,
so to claim something other than this is asinine, and to deny it makes no sense because all objects that exist are electrostatic. We can manipulate the
Let me
variable
ask
and
you a
make
fair
them-
question. Can you
Well, wait a
prove
minute, though.
that
Okay, hold on a second, though. But the thing is, okay, if you're saying it's electrostatic, that means you would have to remove all electrostatic to show that it's the cause, right?
No, okay, can you remove all density to show it's the cause?
Oh, thank you for the next question to space-time. So how would you eliminate, so most everything you've described, you're inducing an opposite force to it or removing, I mean, you're saying you're increasing and decreasing it, but you've not removed it. So you don't know if there's any other force. Hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second.
No, answer
Hold
my
on a second.
question.
But here's the problem with it. Here's a big problem. I have a big problem. And here, I'll explain really quickly. You say that it's electrostatics, and you say you can impart forces onto objects by increasing electrostatics. The problem is with gravity, we increase the mass. We know the force increases with the mass. You're saying the electrostatics increases the mass, but if we manipulate it, like you want to manipulate this independent variable by having some electrostatic force, and I don't know how you're going to generate it, but you mentioned a couple of methods how you could do that. You can't lift a object with a certain amount of electrostatic force and then double it to double the force. You've got to quadruple it or a million times it in some cases to get the force to act on larger objects with greater density. Or
How is that
greater-
relevant?
It's not irrelevant. For
I said,
example,
how is that relevant? Because
on my table.
just because you're making claims about a force relative to mass doesn't actually make it true. Because you claim it's proportionate, that doesn't make it true.
We can test for that. That's an independent variable we can actually test for.
How so?
We can take the mass. Hold on. We can measure the weight. We have the mass and then measure the weight, and we see they're tied together.
Okay, so this goes back to the point. You can't have quote unquote mass without electrostatics. You can't have weight without electrostatics. And you can manipulate and change something's weight with electrostatics.
Well, if you do, the independent variable being this electrostatic. So what electrostatic force are you going to apply to this guitar pick on the table to make it levitate? And if I turn it into a saucer or a cup or the table itself, how much electrostatic force will I need to raise it?
You would need a ton to levitate a saucer.
That's my question.
I'm trying to answer it. So whenever you take like a paint chip and then you use a Van de Graaff generator and you make it float, that paint chip is equivalent to Mount Everest. Okay, so the amount of charge that you would need is immense, but
Right.
that is not the point, because stop interrupting, because it is there and it sets the up and down. It's just very, very weak. The fact that it's weak doesn't mean you get to discount it.
I'm not discounting. I'm telling you that it's not proportionate. It's disproportionate. When we find
Telling you though, if you scale it up, it is proportional, Zanuck.
being proportional, you're saying the disproportional addition of electrostatics is what required to apply that same force that we say
Once
is
again,
gravity.
you gotta know the definition of weight, which
I
is
know the
just mass. Stop. It's defined in your paradigm as weight equals mass times gravity. Now it's little g, which is just downward acceleration, okay? And it's mass. Now what is mass? People say like resistance to acceleration. Now there's all kinds of different alleged definitions in different scenarios, but now if we use mass spectrometry, what do? We get a charge to mass ratio. How do we find the alleged mass of an alleged electron? We get the charge of it, put it in a presupposed equation to get a mass to charge ratio. Everything is about charge. You can't have mass without charge. There's not one thing, including the neutron, that doesn't have an electric nature to it. So that's
Hey, let me prove that. Another proof. I got one more proof. Start accelerating down. Hold on, Zanuck. Let me cut in, man. You've been going back and forth, back and forth. Let me say one thing. Here's more proof. Here's more proof things aren't accelerating down. Real quick, dude. This is proof to me. Okay, so if something's accelerating down, you say that it hits a terminal velocity because of air resistance. But if it's constantly accelerating, that's like saying something on the ground is you're accelerating your force and you hit a wall that and it's stopping you from accelerating. But if you keep getting more and more and more, then you're gonna push against that wall. Even if it slows you down, you're never gonna hit a wall where you're not. In other words, listen, man, if you're accelerating down, you wouldn't have a terminal velocity.
We stop interrupting.
My point is, if you're falling down and it's a constant acceleration, if it's constant, you would never have a terminal velocity. It might slow you down, but it wouldn't be a terminal velocity.
Okay, now Zanuck's going to respond, and no one's going to interrupt, and keep it concise. And then I think you guys actually cut Paul off also. So if he wants to say something after Zanuck, it's his turn. Please keep it concise.
I also never actually got to respond about 20 minutes ago. So
Okay, fair enough. Crypto has something to
fancy
say.
going to live chat too.
I don't care. You guys tell me. So
Okay, Zanuck, then are you conceding? Okay, now we got Crypto.
No, it's good. I'm happy to wait a few more minutes. Who was it? Brian, you want to go ahead?
I was actually going to
Brian
say something.
just was the one that said something. So Zanuck, if you have something to say back concisely, please go ahead.
So we have something falling, and it does have a constant acceleration, and it will accelerate as long as something isn't impeding its acceleration, which would be a force. Because in order to change momentum, you'd have to have a force. So that force is air resistance, drag. Drag will slow something down, it'll reach a terminal velocity when the force of drag equals its weight. Weight is mass times gravity. Weight is a force.
Okay, stop. Okay, now Crypto, do you have something you want to say?
Oh yeah, so we were talking earlier about something you said actually about talking about having all these giant bodies in a vacuum and how even electrostatics that we know exists isn't capable of it, therefore gravity isn't. I find it very interesting that it's actually when Rumpus said earlier that all science is affirming the consequent, I think this is exactly what he meant. It's the idea that we have all of these planets in a vacuum and that gravity must be holding them together. Gravity is holding them together, therefore we have planets in a vacuum. The entire worldview is perfectly consequent based on nothing. And because they'd already thrown out the ether, they had to find something like gravity to back it up. That was basically what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Can I lay this out for maybe the flat earthers? You guys can tell me with some constructive criticism how this isn't being understood or how I'm wrong. So we have a naturally occurring observable phenomena, right? I mean, for one, we have, thank you, but we have electrostatic levitation. Sorry. We have electrostatic levitation with things like spider balloon, right? Okay, so here's our naturally occurring observable phenomena. Things go up and down, okay? Now, we know that all these things that go up or down are electrostatic. Now, we can demonstrate over here that things will go up or down relative to their density disequilibrium, right? We can manipulate the variable of density of the object relative to the density of the medium, and things will go up or down. So we've established that that's a variable. That's a cause of things going up and down.
No.
Now again, we have the same naturally occurring observable phenomena. Things go up and down. And we know they're electrostatic. And everywhere that they fall up or down or go up or down is electrostatic as well. So that's another variable. So we're now going to test that. We're going to keep the densities the same. We're going to control all the other variables. And we're going to manipulate electrostatics as the independent variable, right? Now, the critique has been that that's man-made, and that's the stupidest critique I've ever heard preemptively, okay? Because you can't do almost any type of scientific experiment without man-made input to manipulate the IV, right? That's what we're doing with the Van de Graaff generator. It's not that that doesn't exist in nature, it literally does, okay? Because the surface of the Earth's electric, the underneath the Earth's electrostatic, the object that falls is electrostatic, and the air is electrostatic, okay? Now, we're just going to put it in a controlled environment and use a man-made device to manipulate that variable that we know's there with or without our input. Now, when we manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics, we can, again, change the weight of an object. We can change the downward acceleration of an object. And we can actually change the direction, making it go up and levitate. Therefore, we have proven with the scientific experiment that the independent variable of electrostatics causes the effect of things going up and down.
No, that's not. That is such flawed
I
logic.
said flat earther, Xanax, not you, dude.
Contain myself. But listen, we can do something like, you want to say density. Density is a cause of something.
Holy shit.
Can't you just understand it as this?
I just finished.
Xanax?
Like, he went on for a freaking full-on monologue. Let me just give one sentence. You guys aren't fair.
It was
to
a
people that are opposing your
question for
views.
flat earthers.
It was a
Can be
question
very
for
How are
flat
you going to
earthers.
answer our question?
If we wanted to check for this one thing you mentioned, because that's why
You're
you
just
long
hogging the
to find
mic, bro.
5 or 6 things in his statement that we have to attack. So density, for example, we can actually use density.
I was listening.
Dan-
I don't think anyone
density
can
as
answer
an independent variable. And if we have this acceleration that we all agree to, that is the phenomena. We can match that and then change the density in that chamber, like I've alluded to and talked about many times, and show that density doesn't change the okay. I can't.
Xanax, dude, stop, please. I asked a question.
On your
I asked a point-blank question about the validity of a scientific experiment, and I was asking the flat earthers, bro.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
So we don't want to hear
absolutely
you
right. I forgot about
lecture
that.
us, okay?
You're right. But I will say one
you
thing.
restate the question?
I will say one thing about
Oh my
that. Just because you add a
mine.
force to something and it
You've not been
moves doesn't mean
mine,
the reason that thing does what it does is
Shut up.
causing.
Danik, shut up and let us respond, for fuck's sake.
Yes. Anyway, can you just restate the question in very, very
Concise, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Compact format.
basically the question is, what's wrong with this, or how is this not a scientific experiment? The naturally occurring observable phenomena, the dependent variable, is things go up or down. The presumed cause is the independent variable, of course, being electrostatics. We then manipulate electrostatics. We can do it, for example, with the Van de Graaff generator. And when we do this, we can make things go up and down relative to the electrostatics that we manipulate. Therefore, we've proven that electrostatics causes things to go up or down.
Well,
I'm good.
It would be pressure. It's pressure differential. So what causes things to go up is pressure. What causes things to go down is pressure. That's the actual true
Yeah, I'm
function,
good
because
with
it has to interact. It has to interact with the environment, and for it to move in its environment, it has to have pressure, right? And that's the driving force behind it, right? So when you say why down, I say pressure is what causes it down.
Okay, pressure mediation is an effect. So we're figuring out.
Yeah, but that is what the action is pressure. That
Wouldn't
result.
pressure come under the control?
It's a non sequitur. We're talking about demonstrating a cause and effect relationship. We're talking about
interaction.
We're talking about demonstrating a cause and effect relationship. Just like we can demonstrate that the density of an object relative to the density of the medium is a cause, not the cause, a cause of things going up and down. Yeah, everything is pressure mediation.
If I pick up
a rock,
That's
not answering the question.
not a cause, because you can eliminate it through a scientific study.
If I pick up a rock and drop the rock, I have applied pressure and potential energy to that rock. What the rate of fall is the question of what's causing that rate of fall.
I think it might be the choice of words. Wouldn't it
No,
be
that's
better
the question.
stated
What
the
sets the up
mechanism?
and down? That's actually the question.
Look, I
It's
perfectly
pressure
understood what
differential. That's what the cause is. Pressure differential. At any
electric
point
pressure.
you're
Thank you.
interacting with a
You're not
medium
answering the
that works
question.
at a pressure field. If you're going to work at frequency
Jacob,
level,
you're not
gas level,
answering
you're
the
going to look at
question.
solid matter level. They're all going to have principal rules within that field, but it's all pressure mediation, whether it's sound, whether
You're
it's
not
light,
answering the
whether it's
question, bro.
It's not answering the question. Why is it so? I perfectly understood what Witsits asked, and every answer has had nothing to do with what he asked. Why is this room like this? I'm pretty sure Elisha would understand exactly what's been asked. Elisha, do you want to go ahead? Maybe you can give a coherent answer.
I think that the issue is the reason people are running their mouths is because it's not easy to answer. Because either they accept it for what it is, or they try and find a fault in it. On its face, it seems completely.
As a bias,
On its face, it seems completely plausible. However, for me, there is something in my mind in the picture that I'm painting that makes me want to see if I can find a flaw in it, because I want to do due diligence, but I can't find it yet, and I don't have the time to do it right now. Does that make sense?
Well, the question is very simple. Is that a viable scientific experiment? Not, can you
Sorry,
please...
yeah. I should have. Yeah, I answered the question backwards. Yeah, it seems plausible. However, I have an inkling that there could be a flaw, but I can't present it right now.
The question is about the validity of the scientific experiment proposed.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
think
it's valid. I don't think it's an acceleration.
It cannot be the underlying cause because
No one's going to answer the question. You guys are worse than Glovers when it comes to that.
No, I said I agree.
That's a valid
It cannot
experiment.
be the underlying cause. You
I'm
have
happy
to
with that.
pressure is the whole force interacting with the object.
You're just going to do it again.
David, you already
just
answered,
real
man.
quick. Austin, just real quick. This is what I said before about going up to a different altitude, but we don't even have to do that, right? We can just stay at our own elevation and place something within a box that can influence with electrostatics, and so then we could actually put that object on a scale and increase or decrease the charge, and then we can see that object will change in weight.
Correct. And you can something else you can do is you can use a scale. Now I want to do this with a spring-loaded scale, but Zach showed where if you put he has this old-timey scale, and it comes with little weights. So there's a 10-gram weight in there, right? And so you put it on the scale, and it registers to the 1,000th decimal point. So it's like 9.990, which is really close. I mean, so they gave a pretty good weight. So anyway, it's 9.990 or 9.992 or something. Okay, so then he introduces a current, and once he turns the current on, within less than a second, the weight goes up by a gram.
Sorry, is this good time for all?
It goes back.
Here's the problem with that.
Is that guy good time for all?
Faraday did the same thing. When you're isolating the object, you have to have that magnetic field isolated from the weight, how it's measured, because those devices, they can change the weight of it. You can read it in the manual, by the way. All those weight scales, if you have a magnetic field increase around them, the weight goes off of them. So this is a fact known by it. So when you're telling me that you're applying a magnetic field around an object that's being weighed by an electric device, there's your flaw right away.
I just said as the preface that we need to do it with a spring-loaded scale.
It doesn't matter if it's.
I have a question with
if it's metal, if it's matter, it's going to be affected by the magnetic field that's produced by the electrical charge applied to the matter. So it's a false premise to begin with, dude. That's why I say you're creating pressure.
What are you talking about?
Dude, you keep saying that, okay? Pressure is an effect. Pressure is an effect. Pressure is an effect.
Yeah,
pressure would be one of the control variables anyway, because you always have pressure, so it's a silly thing.
Yeah,
wait, so I have a question.
The device itself is vulnerable to magnetic fields. So if you're weighing it.
Do yourself a favor and shush. Witsit, how are you? Is this something that's been done already, and how are you accounting for mitigating any other influences or any other controls?
Well, I mean, we can leave
you cannot increase the magnetic
field. Dude, this dude
field
thinks he's like the god of flat
I'm not talking to you, Arbiter. Shut up.
Dude, come on, man. Everyone's being chill, but you're doing what Globers do. You just want to tell us about something that we're not talking about.
Your experiment is not, it's flawed, buddy. I just told you the flaw. You cannot introduce a magnetic field next to a matter and expect to weigh that matter, claiming
Why
that
don't
the
you
elect-
type it out and
matter.
stop repeating your nonsense? I've asked
Why
him a
would I-
question and he still hasn't
I'm
been able
repeating
to answer
nonsense,
because
and
of
you're
your
telling me that you
rumpus.
can weigh something next to a magnetic field?
Can someone just mute
I had
him?
to create that's why you had to create the Faraday cage, right? And even
Someone
the
just
Faraday
mute
cage
him.
is
I'm
still
trying to ask
flawed.
Witzer a question.
No, he doesn't. He's not actually interested in the conversation. He wants to lecture us like Zanny does. So
Then mute him so that you can
No, you
respond
don't have to
without
experiment. I just wanted to
interruptions.
tell you that.
okay, well, you said it 5 times. We heard you. I said it beforehand that I wanted to try it with different scales. So whether this is what we can objectively do without the scale, we can make things float. So if we're weighing downward pressure on a scale and calling it weight, well, if we make something float, objectively, we manipulated its weight.
You make things float with sound too. What's it?
Okay, and sound isn't electrostatic?
It doesn't matter. You can make it float.
Okay.
Oh wow! This is please just mute him, Witzer, because I wanna unpack this coherently. Mute him. He's just gonna continue. I have questions about your control variable setup and other things that you would have to mitigate. I'm trying to paint the picture.
Yeah, the answer to your question about the control variable, it's just in a controlled system. If you leave the weight on the scale infinitely, it's going to weigh the same the whole time. So,
so you just have a repeat in the null, basically, or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I might have stated that weird.
Obviously, it's in a controlled test environment. If it doesn't ever alter, right? If the weight just stays the same, then all the relevant control variables are taken care of. Now, I actually don't disagree with what he's saying to an extent, which is why I prefaced it, which was I actually want to do this with different types of scale, right? Because he's like,
the graviton, right? You know the
Holy
gravimeter.
shit.
I mean, you know the gravimeter, right? What's it? Right. It works off of a spring and a pendulum and a weight at the end, right? That is affected by material that's in the ground. And do you want to introduce a magnetic field to matter and claim that is causing the pressure differential?
What you're saying is retarded.
This is an absurd line
all
of
matter
inquiry.
that exists is electric. We have an electric gradient on the Earth.
But you're
The reason that
introducing
we
the
have
magnetic
the pressure
field,
we have on, I bet if you fundy mute me, then you'll be right. So I've been saying that everything's about pressure mediation for 5 years. So to pretend you're teaching me about pressure is hilarious. Okay,
I'm
I'm
not trying to
stay
teach you about
patient, but
pressure.
You don't know what you're
Go
talking
get
about.
over it, dude. No, I'm talking about your experiment. It's a
Do
non-experiment.
I have to mute you because you just interrupt every time?
Well, you have to get it correct.
Well, stop interrupting me. So now I mentioned it beforehand that I wasn't saying this was the best demonstration ever because we have to try out different scales and it could be affecting the scale itself. Now, what I also explained, though, which you just walked right past it, is that if we have an object and we put it on a scale, it's going down, it has a downward pressure. That's what we measure as weight. Well, if we make something go up and levitate off the scale, then obviously we're manipulating what we call weight. Now, if this was a variable that wasn't previously there, and then we introduced it, that would be different. But the object was electrostatic before we changed it. The air is electrostatic. Everything is. So we're manipulating the variable that's already there, which substantiates the cause and effect relationship.
If that is true, then you could do displacement and just another medium. So like Archimedes did displacement in water. If that is true, take your object, put it in water. You can put it in distilled water, so there's no shock, and you can put I'll hook the device in the water and see if there's displacement in the water. See if it does lift. Because that would be one way of isolating maybe the scale charge of the object, and you're getting displacement in water. So it would show an effect. But if you're using a man-made device, doesn't care if it's a gravimeter with a spring coil, do it in water and see what happens.
A man-made device. Can you name one? Can you name one experiment in the history of man? Can you name one experiment in the history of mankind that doesn't use a man-made device to manipulate the independent variable?
Well, if you're going to put a matter in distilled water, and
Make sure you don't answer my question, though.
Well,
I think it's the way he's addressing it, because he has a good point in terms of the medium that you're using. But he's always.
Well, no, that's not a good
impose
point
his
because I explained already that the buoyant force is much stronger than electrostatics. That doesn't mean electrostatics just goes out the window and disappears. Because the question is, what sets the up and down?
Pressure
But I
differential.
suppose in the
Why is
experiment
there a
you could
pressure
just do
differential?
it in
And
a
if you're
bunch of
going, if you're
mediums.
going to be the person that's
And
going to
the same
apply
results will
pressure
come.
to an object, then you're giving that object potential energy. The correlation between the rate of fall and this coalescing of matter is a whole other
So
conversation.
this really is a cog-dis thing. Why
Yeah. So
didn't you
what
understand that
what
he's
causes
dealing
the
with
pressure differential?
a derivative. The pressure is a derivative.
What
He's
causes the
what
pressure
Witz is,
differential?
what Witz is dealing with
Okay, if
is
I'm
the
interacting with
origination.
the object, I'm the cause of the pressure. I'm applying the energy to the object.
Non sequitur. So I'll ask again. You're going to interrupt me. So,
I'm according to the first law of thermodynamics. I'm taking
this is
energy.
why people don't like talking to you, man, because you do what Xanax does. That's why when you two talk, it's like unbearable. So
Yeah.
Put them in the room together. Can we
before,
move
I'm
on? Honestly, the
transferring
fact that you're
energy.
there
letting
you
him
go
talk
again.
is
Then you're doing
ridiculous.
it. So before we introduce
Ignore that.
anything, there you go again. Before we do
You ignore that.
anything, before we pick anything up, there's a natural pressure differential on the Earth. There's a
Correct.
natural up and down on
Yes.
the Earth, which
Yeah.
means there's a cause of that pressure differential on the Earth that has nothing to do with your
Physical
non sequitur of
interaction.
me picking something up.
Physical interaction. That's what the cause is. Objects physically interacting with each other. Without that physical interaction, you do not have pressure differential.
Okay, let me talk to people that don't think they already know everything with their 5-year-old
Don't
mind.
know everything.
I'm
Sorry.
gonna mute you if you interrupt me again.
Well, you're
So,
making ad homs for no
so
reason.
please stop. So we know we have an electric gradient on the Earth. Okay, we can measure it. It's 100 volts per meter increase equipotential increase. So we can demonstrate that if you have two Gaussian surfaces, two Gaussian plates, one above and one at the bottom, it will create an electric gradient that's equipotential. In fact, it can't be demonstrated that there's any other way to get that. You have to have two Gaussian surfaces, and it creates an equipotential increase from the bottom to the top. Now, this is exactly what we observe on the Earth, which means unless someone can show another way, there has to be a Gaussian surface up above us, and the ground acts as the Gaussian surface below us, and this gives us equipotential increase, meaning it's equal, it's evenly distributed, it increases the same amount, it's perfectly distributed because the pressure is mediated relative to those two surfaces. So what that shows is that there's
you
a
have a-
container on the Earth acting as the top Gaussian surface. Okay, so the answer is something sets the up and down, something creates, puts into place the pressure mediation. Okay, and it's electric. And when flat earthers say it's just density disequilibrium, anyone with credentials is going to laugh at you. And I'm not appealing to credentials. I'm saying anyone that knows what they're talking about is going to laugh at you because you're not answering the question. Like, what gives something density? What sets the up and down? Oh, density. Oh, it just does. Oh, God did it. Okay.
Can you
Okay.
do me a
Up and
favor?
down is differential pressure. That's all it is. The cause is differential pressure. That's
Okay,
it.
I just want to say
Talking to
real
you,
fast.
dude.
Yeah,
Just
just
shut
real
up.
fast. I want to say that Witzit was describing the Casimir effect. I don't know if he knows that it was, but that was like a really good description of the two plates, right?
Oh, that was perfect. That's what I was going to ask. So I just had to search that up, right? Casimir.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they found, of course, that this has effect no matter where they do it in a vacuum chamber or whatever, and they're freaking out because they need it just to be space and time, and so they're like, quantum vacuum energy and all this zero point energy.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to address the other potential issue I was trying to get my head around of, well, what if you did the manipulation, but then you came in with another variable and you could still manipulate it again? Maybe that would mean that there's more to it. Because
Well,
that's
that's
the only thing I could think there is that there is like another constituent part to this.
Well, there
that make
is
sense?
actually. It has to be getting its energy from somewhere. Certainly, if we hold to energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So
So that's fun. Okay, yeah, but then we're dealing with something that goes beyond, I think, the ability for the scientific method.
It does. It's immaterial, seemingly, but it has physical characteristics.
To write the hands talk about pressure makes no sense because you have two objects that are the same size. Completely different. Wait, hold on. I just was in the middle of a sentence. I didn't say anything.
Not right hand though. I don't know who you're addressing.
All right, right the hand was talking about pressure.
No, he wasn't. He's not here.
Who was that?
Yo, Zanuck,
Data. Sorry, Data.
Zanuck.
Right,
We
Data.
should
Doesn't
let
matter.
them
Hold on.
work
You're
this
talking about
out
Christian.
for themselves.
Can
The
I just finish?
Globus should be muted right now.
Winston, are you kidding me? We had a great conversation earlier, and
Yeah, but Zanuck, you should let them discuss this amongst themselves.
I
They're
know, but I
actually
want to make
putting
one
in some
comment
good work
about
right now.
someone not Witsit.
Why
Real
not
quick.
just put your comment in the text chat?
Thank you for
You should
squelching.
let them discuss this amongst themselves. This is good, you know?
No, it's great. It's awesome.
Yeah, so don't ruin it. Just put your
I'm not
comments in the
ruining it. I
text
want to
chat.
make one comment.
All the Globers, including myself,
Witsit.
we should all just be muted right now.
Mr.
Witsit, I
Witsit,
think
and I
we
was
just
thinking,
overlooked
if I
something.
can't make it, okay, fine.
Witsit, I think we overlooked something really fun in the last thing we said. Surely by this we should be able to. I don't know how you would phrase it, and if it can even be done within the bounds of scientific method. But if the constituent, or the influence or the source, would be the ether, or whatever you phrase it, surely you should be able to set up some kind of experiment to determine that's the source of energy for the electric the static effect or electrostatic.
I don't
you understand
think
what I'm
so.
saying?
Yeah, but I don't. Like, I've thought about it. Like, I was very tactical with how I presented it because you can set up lots of experiments that support the validity of it, and you're basically going to be able to manipulate effects of it, but that's not the cause. Like, you can't really get your hand. You can never. It's just like you can never manipulate the whole Earth, right? I mean, you can't manipulate the
I was
background.
thinking just about the field itself, but then how do you manipulate a field that's it's like the king of the castle and does whatever it wants? That's why it can't be in quote scientific, but you should be able to at least indicate the link.
Right. I mean, it has.
Well,
it has
Tesla already
scientific
did
support.
this. So many people have done this, but in terms of a new way, specifically to what you were talking about with the electrostatics.
Yeah, when I say that it has scientific support, meaning that all the science that we can do, it leaves us in a position where we don't have many viable frameworks, right? And that's the beautiful thing about science is basically it's a process of falsification. And so if we apply, for example, the most famous one, the most prominent one, particle physics, we found out that it doesn't work. Particle physics cannot explain magnetism. It cannot explain electricity, and it cannot explain electrostatics. It's like well known. Particle physics makes a prediction, and it's wrong. And we can also look at vacuum chambers based on particle physics, right? There's supposed to be a certain amount of energy in that vacuum chamber, but there's not. There's way more. And so any intellectually honest person would then say, take that as falsification. Particle physics has been falsified. It cannot adequately explain the phenomena. So we must move on and look for something else that still remains viable, that maintains viability. And that's where you get into the bad word, ether. You can call it whatever you want to, right? But there has to be
all-permeating medium is what I'd call it for fun. But
then they'll say
that raises a question. Though.
You said medium. They'll just say that. Like they'll say you said medium. Medium's defined as matter or substance. I gotcha.
That's because they're simple.
Yeah.
But with that in mind, is that 110% concluded and like irrefutable that it's all permeating, or and this is why I ask it because it might lend to a method to actually do some experimentation on it. Is there any record of something that's happened? Because obviously people haven't handled it, but something that's happened that has indicated a void. Does that make sense?
What do you mean a void?
So if it's all permeable, as far as we're concerned, then not much you can do from that. But what if it's not all permeable under certain circumstances?
Yeah, I don't see any evidence for it. Like, if it exists, which again, I consider it like literally the only viable framework. You have to just dismiss phenomena to not address that. But
no, I'm aware of that. I'm just wondering.
No, I know. I'm saying. So with that being the case, then like all this energy that we experience physically, it comes from there. So you actually can invoke anything, any medium, any matter, any substance, anything that wouldn't be getting its intrinsic charge from this, right? And so it would thus permeate all things that we know to exist. Like literally
So,
everything.
Elisha, you asking if there are any ether pockets or ether wells where we can do experiments?
Well,
got a
yeah,
question
in
for
a simplistic term, yes. But what I'm thinking, and again, this is, I don't think it's possible, but I'm stretching the mind to, entertain a possibility, because if there was such, then it would help us. Of either
Sure.
something that, some event, some kind of craziness that either for a moment in time it's not permeating that location, or there is something going on. But again, it's strange credulity at this point. I'm just trying to grasp out how we can actually get there, because otherwise all we've done is we've concluded that we have now reached the base, and there is nothing else you can do once you've reached the base.
Well, you can build upon the framework. Like it's you can logically prove things. It can be argued that the only thing that science can prove is a cause and effect controlling the known variables. You can never definitively 100% prove with science that there's a sole cause. So if you
That's
say it
probably
correctly, you can say science proved this, or this is a cause of the effect, but not the cause. And yeah, that's where there's a disconnect, for example, between Jarrett and FED, because one person's not being honest and having good faith. But so like flat earthers aren't wrong. You can quote unquote prove a cause and effect relationship, but you can't prove that it's the sole cause, because there are all kinds of variables we don't know. Just like if I showed that a ping pong ball floats in water and a golf ball goes down, yeah, I demonstrated that there's a cause and effect relationship, that things go up and down relative to density. But for me to take that and say, okay, well, we now know for 100% definitive fact that the sole cause of things going up and down is density, we would be wrong, right? Because we now know that's not true. There are different things. So that's the danger with being so dogmatic with that word science. But all that to
that's why we
say,
say
like,
within the methodology.
Yeah, like if we have a vacuum chamber, like vacuum chambers are useful. Flat Earth has adopted the script that there's no such thing as a vacuum. Vacuum abhors, or nature abhors a vacuum. Like that's a non sequitur, bro. Like we're just saying that a vacuum chamber is a very controlled environment.
Yes,
So
and it's
I've got a
helpful.
question.
And this raises,
Speaking of a vacuum, if you mind, Witsit, regarding sound and magnetism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a magnet can produce sound, and a magnet can also absorb and translate sound, right?
Yeah.
So if we have a vacuum, we are understanding that sound cannot travel in a vacuum, but all vibrations and all things that produce vibrations actually have sound. Would you agree?
Sure.
So in other words, sound could be the underlying blanket that travels through a vacuum that you could you can't hear, but you can still put things through.
Sound's an effect.
Yeah, no, but I'm to our ears it is, but visible light is a sound. You just can't hear it. Your heartbeat has a sound frequency beat. You just can't hear it, right? So,
Well, I don't disagree. I think sound and light are different modalities of the same
bro,
thing.
right now your blood, if you had the frequency to hear your blood flow, you would hear your blood flow, but you don't have the frequency to hear it, right? So it's not based on things traveling to your ears in this sense.
Yeah, but both
right?
sound and light are effects.
I know, but they vibrate, right? And the underlying vibration is sound. Anytime there's a vibration, the sound will carry through. So I believe the sound field that we live in is the underlying pressure field that we live in. So imagine if you had, because it's just based on vibration, you just can't hear it all. So if there's magnetism, there's vibration. If there's light, there's vibration. If there's sound, there's vibration, right? And we have all of those happening simultaneously, which means there's constant sound around us.
They're all effects, though. So sound, pressure, light, it's all an effect.
Yeah,
One second, data.
Crypto.
Come on, I know you can hear me. Why are you not just? Come on. Are you using sound and frequency interchangeably?
Well, I believe that there's audible, sound and frequency we hear, and then there's beyond the audible, right? And we have visible, invisible things we've described, and including magnetism, all produce sound. And in fact, sound produces heat as well, or magnetism produces sounds and heat, right? So we have this correlation to vibration and pressure, because we know when we move things, we can move it through vibration. So if we're looking at like something like the Casimir effect or a quantum effect, they're talking about a pushing force, but it's uncharged plates, right? But I'm saying there's a vibration there causing a pressure differential in the medium, and that it will work whether there's a vacuum or whether there's not a vacuum, right? Because it depends on whatever instrument is reading or measuring the vibration. And in this case, we're observing an attraction effect, which they're trying to say, oh, this is mysterious. Meanwhile, they're not even talking about sound.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question.
Well,
so this is what I find really frustrating about this. I've asked a very simple yes or no question, and I've had
so go ask your question again. Go ask your question again. Maybe I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Are you using sound and frequency interchangeably or not? This is yes or no question.
Well, I'll give you an answer. You did not hear it. There's the audible, and there's the ones that we can't hear.
So then your answer is yes, is what you're saying.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Specialist.
I didn't ask for all the rest. Like, it's fine. I mean, look, guys, it's great that you guys want to furnish your answers. Fantastic, but often it's not been asked for. I think that's kind of what gets really frustrating, is listening to a bunch of stuff that's not relevant to the question. One thing I did mention, one thing quickly I wanted to mention, a lot of people are using the word non sequitur incorrectly. I've heard at least 4 people do it. A non sequitur means literally it does not follow, whereas diversion from the actual topic is a red herring, and those two aren't interchangeable. Anyway, I just wanted to mention it.
You literally just committed both those fallacies by saying that.
I know.
So I want to address what Arbiter or Data was saying, whatever one of his name is. It's his final point about the difference with vacuum or not vacuum, that you can do it regardless, actually indicates the whole thing we're talking about, the all permeable medium or substance.
Exactly, and I'm saying it's about sound.
No, but I wonder if this is intentional at this point. Sound is second order. I'm talking about first order.
Yeah.
Because you cannot have. Wait.
Sound to us is second order, but the world as it operates is the first order, which everything in that first order is sound based. Everything. Magnetism produces sound. Light produces sound.
Wait, and don't be found a fool. I'm not trying to make you look like a mug, but you don't help yourself. Sound is second order because without the all permeable, you don't have sound. Sound needs that to perturbate, to do its thing, to be received, to exist. So again, I don't know whether you're either being intentional or whether you just don't want to accept what I'm saying.
First order is God. First order is God. That's that light that we see, the magnetism that we experience, all has sound attached to it. So you're looking for this mysterious
I think this is intentional at this point. Yeah, if you want to bring up the creator, that's a different discussion. I'm dealing with what he created.
The first order is God created everything. Through that creation, sound is an underlying blanket.
No, that's before first order.
Sound is the underlying blanket that's mixed in all things. Magnetism, light.
Why are you doing this?
You're just going to keep saying the same thing, though?
Yeah, why are you doing this?
Well, because
even in your example, he's
obfuscating from what I'm saying.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm addressing.
Yeah, you are.
You're obfuscating by bringing up the creator. I'm not talking about the creator. I'm talking about his creation.
Over and over. Okay, he said that sound effectively is an effect. It has an antecedent, a prerequisite requirement of the all permeable thing that allows it to manifest or to become a thing.
Thank you. You put it so
correct.
eloquently.
And I said that light has sound. Magnetism has sound. So while there are an effect,
so he just wants to talk.
Whether they're an effect,
you guys are too generous. I would have kicked him out ages ago.
It's an underlying thing that's not addressed. It's like forgotten.
Okay, so
how?
I'm gonna try to elevate the conversation to some type.
Is he upside down with it?
to some type of. So here's the thing: he has a valuable point, but he's not addressing what you're saying, which is the prerequisite. But it is interesting as far as I can tell, occurring to my simple mind. There is no such thing as being at rest. And there's literally nothing that exists that is literally at rest. Everything has an intrinsic resonance or vibration. That's why it's physically manifest. So this does actually go back to what he's saying to you, though, Data, which is, as Tesla would say, the manifested is the luminiferous ether in motion. And then what we call static electricity is it under strain, meaning like if you were to have something shaken and then you bottled it up and you put it in your hand, you kept closing it and closing it as much as you could, and so just shaking in your hand, but it doesn't have much room to shake a lot. That would be what we call electrostatics. And then once it moves more freely, then that would be what we call magnetism and electricity. So yeah, the point is that it's actually getting this intrinsic resonance or vibration from the permeable background, and then we perceive it manifested and all along a huge spectrum based on how much it moves.
And I'm saying that vibration is sound, because at the end of the day, whether it's an effect, that sound gives pressure. That's how I see it. That vibration is sound-based. That sound-base produces pressure. And whether we can hear it or not, it has an effect. And I think that matter itself, we put our influence into it, our potential energy into it, is already within that field of light, magnetism. It's already in that field of vibration, if you will. So that up force driven by pressure is because we're already in that vibrating field of sound. That's the way I look at it.
You want to just keep saying
the way you
sound,
look
I
at
guess,
it.
'cause you think it's like a profound new way to say it or whatever. We get it. You say it if you want to. Okay, we already have a word for it. It's vibration.
You're welcome to your worldview.
Guess what?
Stop trying to rewrite what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rewrite anything. I got it. The idea came from this organization called Gong, G-O-N-G, which is a study on the sun and how they call the sun. I call it a prismatic gong, but they call it a gong in the sense that it emits all of the frequency vibration through through its layers, if you will. And looking at it, sound is underrated in a lot of this discussion, especially in quantum mechanics.
Okay, but nothing emits.
We've never underrated it. We're just putting it in its place.
It's not
And
discussing.
it's annoying that you keep trying to put it in a different place.
The word is vibration. The word is vibration. The word is vibration. Okay. The word is vibration.
It's really sound. It makes a sound, dude. It has a.
How does it make a sound? How does it even do what it is?
The oscillating resonance that it creates based on whatever size it is, length it is, and the distance. The point is that it has pressure.
Without the medium, it can't be.
Exactly. Like this is the point, right?
Medium comes first, and this is why what you're doing is so annoying. You're breezing
Light-
past the point.
Light and sound are both byproducts of the medium, right? So when we don't emit little sound waves, we don't emit light, right? Like if I go to the middle of a pool and I wave my arms, I'm not emitting waves, okay? I'm just creating a disturbance in the medium. That's what sound and light are. So like if I scream at you down the street and it takes you a second to hear it, it's not because, so we think with our stupid carnal minds, like that means that sound came out of my mouth and physically traveled to you. But that's not what happened. Nothing is emitted, okay? When you talk, your diaphragm vibrates. You vibrate and disturb the air. That's it.
I know that stuff, dude. I'm talking about the unseen vibration, this unheard vibration with our ears. I'm not talking about the stuff that we already know. I'm talking about how the unseen vibration is sound-based. It does create pressure because you can move things with vibration. And if you can move things with vibration, it has to have physical attributes, and that physical attribute has to have a pushing force.
The physical attribute requires the medium.
Want to acknowledge the medium.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, but that's not true because you can have that pushing force done in a vacuum.
But vacuums also have a medium.
That bolsters my position.
Okay, so it has a medium, but it has less of a medium. So it has the same effect. So in other words, it doesn't matter we have the medium or not, essentially, because it's there. That's just the point, right?
There's no such thing or not. There is no such thing as no medium. There's no such thing as nothing, right? It's like we shoot a laser in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but the assumption that it should be different because you do use a vacuum is a presupposition. The fact is, like, the photoelectric effect is done inside of a vacuum, right? And it's moved by pressure, like, but it's done by vibration of a frequency of light, right? See, how do you explain that? You're explaining action at a distance due to what if it's done inside a vacuum?
It's really simple. There's a medium. What's funny about that? Can you explain action at a distance to me without a medium?
Vibration is the effect. The vibrating frequency interacts with the matter.
Vibration of what?
Well, light, in this case, invisible light. You can't see it, right? So they're using a spectrum of light that we can't see. And in this case,
This has to be intentional. There's no way.
You just you're not even, dude. If you have light and if you have action at a distance, okay, that means that it was already there. And so the question is, what's there? Waves aren't things; they're types of movement. Vibration isn't a thing; it's the way something's moving. Oscillation is the way something's moving. It isn't an independent entity that we can come grab and label.
We can alter it. That's why Faraday gold doesn't react to certain frequencies, but other metals do react to certain frequencies, right? Or certain charges.
How is that relevant? You can't have vibration without a medium.
You're saying this action at a distance because the medium's already there. I'm saying that you're physically interacting because you're controlling the vibration to the object. You're
Vibration
still
of what?
The light. You're controlling the frequency. Whatever dial you've dialed in to produce whatever vibration.
This is
to affect whatever.
intentional.
Vibration is light. See, light is the oscillation or disturbance of the medium. Light is the medium.
What's it? On a real note, we were having a productive discussion, and then this comes up, and all it's been is a back and forth. There's no way this is not an actor acting badly.
That's how we communicate, though, bro. They have a.
Okay, so
You're bugged by me asking questions. That's just
no.
bizarre.
That's not what you did.
Questions,
You jumped
reasserting
in to
something
teach
that
us.
you know is false.
You're not
You even said it earlier. Sound is the effect, which is the whole point we were trying to get you to acknowledge.
Sure. Yeah, but you're talking about first order, which I say creation is first, or God is first order, right?
He's pre-first order. God is pre-first order. So
God laid it there for us. It's it's how we use the field to communicate and how we understand that.
Now you're obfuscating.
No, first order is God.
Field of what?
You're obfuscating.
Our translation will always ever be second order anyway to God.
Right, see, this is
if you want to talk about this, maybe we can go into a different venue.
Dude, all the substantive value has left the building.
Wait, when y'all say sound is an effect, do y'all mean that sound can't cause nothing?
No one said that.
You didn't say. Oh, I thought y'all said sound is an effect. Like
that's what you're implying. I'm saying sound does.
Oh my God.
I'm saying sound causes things we observe.
This is so ignorant.
You didn't say that, bro. I apologize.
No, it's not. You don't that doesn't even make sense what you just said. Can an effect cause something else?
So sound can cause things, yes.
What is sound?
Well, I asked a simple question. Can an effect cause something else?
Yeah, it's called a chain reaction.
Yeah.
My God. So what a stupid false dichotomy. So the fact is that sound is an effect. It isn't something in and of itself. To hear sound, for example, it's just a disturbance of the air. To have vibration or oscillation, something has to be vibrating. Vibrating is a dude, stop. Vibrating is a verb. When something vibrates, that's a verb.
Yep.
Okay, so we need the noun.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying now. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah,
for
just
those
like when
who
people
may
say
be
waves, it's as if somebody says the motion is the ocean, when obviously it's the motion of the ocean.
Yeah, it's like
this is what we're dealing with, and this is why it's frustrating.
People reify waves as if nouns. Like waving is a verb. Like when you make your bed and you take the sheet and shake it, like it starts waving, but you have to have the sheet. Like I can wave my hand. I can't hand you a wave.
You can't have a
Wait, this
wave
is
of water without water.
almost... Oh, sorry to cut you off, but I think I know what this is. It's like some like a derivation of sophistry.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you wanna know
no.
what it actually is? You know what it actually is? For many years, flat earthers have been saying certain things, and they have lots of pride because, like the flat earthers have been saying, it's just density, and they've been having to. And it's like, what about helium balloons and stuff? So, like, to talk about how to now update to, there is a downward bias. Like
You
they
keep saying flat earthers, bro. There's only a certain facet of them. Like I got ether videos 4 years
Yeah,
old. I agree
I
with
never
you.
had a
Gotta be
problem with the
quiet.
My
downward
ego
bias
is too
either.
big to be
Okay, I don't
prideful.
mean literally every flat earther, obviously.
Oh, no.
You gotta say every flat earther except Brian.
No. Just a lot of flat earthers have a lot of pride. So, like, if they've been bashing the ether for a few years, they're never going to say there's an ether. And if they've been bashing electrostatics for a few years as the bias that sets up and down, they're never going to. They'll go as far as trying to come up with tons of other things. They'll go as far as just like, outright misrepresenting the position so they can beat up a straw man. But for some reason, it's not even on the table to update their position. It's like weird to me, though, right? Because I think that's the detriment with being really vicious, like having malice. Because then, if you call someone stupid, like very passionately about a subject for years, then you're not gonna go and then take that same position that you ridiculed.
The good news is in here, dude, nobody shuts down the discussion. So there might even be some people who disagree with you and or partially agree with you. And the good news is we can have this discussion in here. Just the more we talk about it, and the more we, the more we hash it out and pin it down further, But I think there's. I want to argue that it's not an acceleration. I think it's a bias, and it determines up from down. But to me, I don't think something will keep accelerating forever. I think. And let me clarify what I was trying to say earlier. Ring a bell to some. So they're saying acceleration, so it's going to keep getting faster, faster, faster. Except the wind stops it and gives it a terminal velocity you can't get past. So that's like saying if I'm accelerating in a car, a certain amount of power, and I'm accelerating to that amount of power, and then I hit a wall of fucking gel or something. So if I'm accelerating, even though the gel slowed me down, if I keep getting faster, 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 then I'm going to keep gaining speed even through that gel, or else I'm not accelerating. You see what I'm saying? So when they say that things accelerate down, that's where I got a problem. I'm good with the electrostatics for the bias. It makes perfect sense. So
We do have an agreed upon average of downward acceleration. It's not constant. But this is the thing, right? I don't understand why people have heard all this and they keep saying, I don't know, and all this. Dude, can anyone name one single thing that exists that is not electric?
That's a good question.
X-rays,
I've got one with
gamma rays, radio waves.
Wow. So you're
That's
saying that's not, wait, are you saying that's not electromagnetic radiation?
It's electromagnetic radiation, but it's not electrostatic.
Dude, electromagnetic is intrinsically electrostatic. It's called the dielectric. You have the magnetic field line and the dielectric, or the electric, that mix up, basically overlap. That's what electromagnetic radiation is.
I think
I don't understand what you just said, but magnetic radiation is not the same as an electrostatic force.
It's comprised of it.
No.
Think of the lightning as the electromagnetism, bro. Think of the lightning as the electromagnetism. So without the electrostatics there in the first place, you can't have the shit in motion. The lightning.
They're two different things, bro.
You might have to paint some pictures with six. I'm not sure if people are aware that, the constituent parts of what they're talking about.
Oh, well, when the Glober comes in, right? They're just going to use their paradigm. So they're using like these inaccurate definitions of things because they want to come tell you that something's not electrostatic, it's electromagnetic. But then you ask them to define and explain exactly what magnetism is, and they don't know. So it's just like a house of cards. It's a bluff. They don't know what they're talking
and this
about.
is the answer to your question. The one thing that doesn't have that is the Glober argument.
It's like, dude, I'm just saying. So, can anyone name anything that exists that is not electrostatic. And the different spectrum of light is not an answer. That's wrong. So
obviously the answer is the globe.
Yeah, I mean, you can just say I'm wrong, but saying I'm
'Cause it
wrong
doesn't
doesn't make me wrong.
I just now explained
It's
why you're
just-
wrong. Do I need to
it's-
cite it
it's
right
whatever.
here? I looked it up for you. Electromagnetic forces include electrostatic forces.
Definitely, electromagnetic forces include electrostatic forces. But what I said isn't that. I said electromagnetic radiation is not the same as electrostatic forces.
Oh, electromagnetic radiation isn't
Yeah, you got to
electromagnetic.
listen to what I say, Winston.
Dude, I
Light
just
is
refuted you.
electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, so
Light is not an electromagnetic force.
then what's electromagnetic radiation comprised of?
And your question was, is there anything that is not electrostatic?
Yeah,
That
you're
was
right.
your question, and I
He's
answered.
talking
I
about
said
matter.
electric, actually,
Matter.
but no, we don't have to. No, he's wrong. So what
Yeah,
is
he is wrong.
what is electromagnetic radiation comprised of?
Electromagnetic radiation is comprised of magnetic and electric fields which oscillate perpendicular to each other
Wow, so
at
they're
different frequencies and
realize what he's
wavelengths.
doing to
Depending on the
himself?
frequencies and wavelengths, will give you a different type of electromagnetic radiation. So
Because we
high
can't
frequency
get away.
electromagnetic radiation
Can I respond,
examples
Brian? Come
are
on.
things like gamma rays. I'm answering your question.
I
It's
wasn't
things like
talking to you.
gamma rays, X-rays. Low frequency would be things like radio waves.
Okay, so when I said, can anyone name anything that's electric? I mean, can anyone name anything that's not electric? You said light, different spectrums of light. I said, that's electromagnetic radiation. And you said, yeah, it's not electrostatic, which I explained. I
Wasn't
explained.
your question, can anyone not name something that's not electrostatic?
I said electric, but then I explained that technically that's the dielectric, and you can call it whatever you want to. You have misdefined it, which is why I used the word electric tactically and on purpose to avoid this stupid obfuscation. So the point is,
Okay.
I then explained that electromagnetic radiation is the oscillating field line of the magnetic and of the dielectric intersecting. And then you continued to just disagree with me. And then once I asked you to define it, then what is electromagnetic radiation comprised of? You said the magnetic and the electric field.
And what are you saying it's comprised of?
I just
That is
said
the dielectric, dummy.
I don't know. I think we're dealing with someone on the wrong side of the curve again. Look, dude, you said
Isn't
he asked you a
something that's
question. He asked you a
dielectric
question.
really
He asked you.
poor
No,
at
look. I'm
conducting an
gonna paint the
electric
picture
current?
for you. I'm gonna paint the picture of you with crayons, right? So he asked you.
Uh-huh.
He asked you, is there anything that doesn't have a seed in it? Right? This is the picture I'm using. And you said the apple. The apple
I
is
don't
the
think
apple
that's
is
what I said.
comprised of seed, skin, flesh, and stalk. I'm being dead ass honest and putting it this simply because you're not understanding, or alternatively, and I hope not, because this would show your character, you're being intentionally dense.
so. Wait,
It's really simple.
Does the electric have like what's the electric comprised of?
Yeah, but I want to, like if I could have a back and forth with with the British guy.
So you're not going to answer. What's the electric
Winston
comprised of?
says, yeah, but Winston, it's hard to answer you when he just made a comment towards me. I should also have a chance to respond to him, right? It's not just about you.
No, it's about the substance of the
So
argument. Now you
British-
guys just want to personally go
Okay,
back.
never mind. I'll just go back on mute.
No, whatever. Just go ahead, man. Go ahead and make sure you obfuscate away from the fact that you were objectively wrong. Do everything in your
Listen, I
power
will
to
respond
not
to
say you were
I
wrong.
will respond to you, but I wanted to respond to him first. That's all, man. God damn. I'm not saying I'm not going to respond, but he did. He did speak before you did, right? So I should respond to him first, or should I
This
just
is the
ignore
problem when
his?
you have multiple people. This is the problem when you have multiple people jumping in. Like, yeah, on our side, it makes it more difficult for us to get somewhere. I mean, if anyone wants to have a 5-minute or a 10-minute one-on-one with someone, just let us know.
Yeah, it's not that, Jeremy. It's that he made a comment, and right after his comment, Winston asked a question. I just wanted a chance to respond.
I know.
To him,
Go ahead.
and then I was
Sorry,
going to
just
address with
respond.
the
Just
question.
respond. Just
Go
respond.
ahead.
Yeah. So, when you brought up the analogy of the seed and the apple, right? So, Richard's question is there anything that isn't electric? I would say, not everything is electric. We do have forces that have nothing to do with electricity, such as nuclear forces. That would be the proper answer I should have given, because I admit I maybe didn't hear his question properly. I thought he said, I guess I assumed he said, is anything that isn't electrostatic? But if there isn't anything that's electric, then I would say, yeah, they are nuclear forces.
Yeah, but gravity, they're not moving up and down, bro. Everything you're naming is off topic. It's not moving up and down the way we're discussing, like matter.
But it answers Witz's question, though. Witz's question wasn't, is there anything that does, it had nothing to do with up and down. He asked, are there
Love
things that
also,
aren't
but it's not
electric?
part of the conversation, right?
I was just answering his question, Brian. That's all. So, British guy, do you have a response to that now?
Well, your response was directed towards Witsit.
All right, then what's the
Because I just don't know if you understood that. Your rebuttal, you're saying that, like, he asked for something, and you're saying there is this thing that isn't what he said. But
I literally just acknowledged it. I literally just admitted I made that mistake.
Right. So that's fine then.
Okay.
But I don't know if he wants to respond to the other thing you said at the end of that. You still
Yeah,
there?
if no one wants to respond to what I said, it's fine. You guys don't have to. We can move on with the conversation.
Cool.
I want you to admit you were wrong.
Huh?
I want you to admit you were wrong.
I was
He
wrong
did.
about what?
He admitted.
Yeah, I
he was
literally
wrong.
did. Like, you're being such a fucking weirdo now. I literally admitted I was wrong,
All right,
and
don't
you and
do
the
that.
British guys still wanna hold on.
I didn't hear that. I
point,
had to restart
and
my
we move
computer.
on.
Calm down.
Oh, you
So
didn't hear?
go
All right,
say
my
it
bad,
again.
my bad. But yeah,
Say it
I
again.
did
What's
admit I was
something that?
wrong. I was wrong.
Okay, fair enough. So
Nate,
now,
but he's
now the
got something though for you that's not electric. Tell him, Nate.
yeah. Anyway,
Should I say it
you got
again?
something that's not electric.
He didn't hear you. Say it again. Yeah, he just
Nuclear
told you
force.
starting his computer. Is
Oh,
anyone listening to anything ever?
nuclear forces.
Yeah, they have nothing to do with electromagnetism.
Really
Really.
interesting. So, like, okay, where do we find these nuclear forces?
What do you mean?
Where
do
do
we
we
find them? We find them everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Wow. So does it specifically where?
Anything that's made of matter has nuclear interactions at its core,
Because
within
of
the
the neutron?
nucleus of those atoms.
Oh yeah, the neutron.
Is this
The nucleus. So the nucleus is made of the neutron and protons. Yeah.
Yeah. Do protons have a charge?
Protons have a charge, but fundamentally, protons are made up of quarks and gluons, which interact through nuclear forces.
Does it have a charge?
A proton does, yeah.
Okay.
I said they do, but fundamentally, they're made of quarks and gluons, which interact through nuclear forces.
Okay. So does the neutrons have a charge?
No, neutrons don't have electric charge. Neutrons are not affected by any electromagnetic forces.
You're incorrect.
How so?
So yeah, neutrons have elementary charge.
Elaborate.
Yeah, they claim that basically there's like no net force or charge, and then they say, well, it can't be affected by it. It's because it's so incredibly weak, though. That's the actual reason. But even within your paradigm of all these quarks and nonsense, the neutron is comprised of electric charge, elementary charge. It's actually represented by a lowercase e, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so it's basically the idea that because neutrons are made of quarks and gluons, it's the quarks that have this elementary charge. So an up quark would have, I think, a third, and a down quark would have 2/3. The problem is quarks do not ever exist in nature individually. They always come in groups of 2 or groups of 3. So you'll never find one quark on its own. If you found a quark on its own, hypothetically, that quark, yes, would be able to interact with electromagnetic forces. But we never see that. They always come in pairs. And because they come in pairs, the electric charges cancel out and there's no interaction whatsoever. It's not even that it's weak or minuscule or, so little. It's that it's non-existent at all. It cancels out to have a neutral charge. That's why neutrons don't have any interactions with electromagnetic fields whatsoever. That's why quarks and gluons as well don't have any interactions with electromagnetic fields whatsoever. All of the interactions are nuclear based. So it's all about the strong and weak nuclear force, and the charges that affect them are flavor charge and color charge.
Once again,
What? Is this a fairy tale?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter because even within this fairy tale, it's admitted. So you just went this long way around trying to basically say, yeah, it does have a charge. The fact that you claim it cancels out means nothing. Right here, I got Washington University. It is found that the neutron has a negative charge both in its inner core and its outer core, with a positive charge sandwiched in between to make the particle electrically neutral.
Yeah, electrically neutral. That's exactly
So
what
they
I
have a
said.
charge, though.
So because it's electrically neutral, it's not affected by electromagnetic forces. It doesn't have an electric charge.
No. It's intrinsically held together with charge.
No, it's not. But I gotta
just
go.
read it.
But
I just read
if you
it.
could post,
Wow.
all right, cool. If you could
Just be a
post
man
what you
and
just
say you're
read,
wrong.
I'll
Already
look
did.
into it. But I actually have to leave. But we'll talk about this later, Whitson.
Okay, I already posted it.
Before you go, I just want to throw in. No, he jammed. Dang it. But what I want to say was, science is always subject to change, right? We get the scientific method. They're trying to prove their hypothesis correct. We know all this stuff about quarks, gluons, and stuff right now, right? But give it some time, and they might come out with a whole new, different angle of science, which incorporates the ether into how atoms interact. So just give it time, guys. That's all I'm going to throw out there.
But what's funny is, I've been asking this question for a long time, and I'm like, is there anything that exists that's not electrostatic? And they always say the neutron. And so what I normally say is, okay, without going to your reification of the subatomic scale, is there any compilation of matter? Is there any matter in existence that's not electrostatic? And then what they used to say was rubber or glass. And I'm like, nope, that's electrostatic. Wood, electrostatic. So now they've heard me say it enough that they've kind of updated it where they concede it. And which just goes to show you that they're just wrong every step of the way. And they fight it till proven wrong. And then I had to cite, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Purdue University. Then so they like to say the neutrino and the neutron and stuff like that. But within their own paradigm, which is just made up particle madness, the cult of bombarding particles is what Kim Miller calls it.
It's Kabbalistic.
Even within that, everything is electric. It has an elementary charge. They just claim it cancels out. That means it's still there and it's still held together by charge. There's nothing that exists that doesn't have some charge.
The fact that it cancels out is your proof right there.
I don't think you understand what.
Cancel it
Now,
out. You can't cancel it out. Even a neutral thing is a charge, a neutral, negative, positive charge.
Yeah,
The charge
it's a
is electric.
state.
It's all
It's
water.
a state
It's
of
all
charge.
air. It's gas. It's all electricity. That's what they argue with me about, saying that air is not electricity and the gas and the water isn't. Well, they are. There's forms of differential electrical, continuity or potential, whatever you want to say. I mean, it's literally like we're little bitty things and we're seeing a sea of electricity. I mean, that's the only way to explain it to me.
I think I might be able to help those who are struggling. It's a state of charge. So you have an x-axis. Wherever you are on the axis, even if you're at the 0 point, you're still on the axis. So the charge is there. You're just at a specific point on that charge.
Exactly. Always trying to find its equilibrium. Right.
that's like saying you owe me money. Well, how much do you owe me? You owe me zero money. Well, I don't actually owe you money then, do I? No. You owe me money.
It's a false
You owe me zero.
equivocation.
We didn't bring in zero math. We didn't bring in negative math.
Let me.
Science did.
Everything has a charge, right? So, in addition, I'll read this energy.gov. So, in addition to having a positive or negative electric charge like protons and neutrons, quarks and gluons can have 3 additional states of charge: positive and negative, redness, greenness, and blueness. So,
Wait,
how is it that
fairy
they
dust as well?
charge?
Yeah, I explained it pretty well with my x-axis thing. So if they don't want to acknowledge that, then clearly they're just not capable or unwilling. We can move on.
Quarks can have a positive or negative electric charge. Up, charm, and top quarks have a positive 2/3 charge. Down, strange, and bottom quarks have a negative 1/3 charge.
I just want to say, good to hear Elisha, man. It's been a while.
And you,
Good to hear you, brother.
and you really can't have a negative
I'm not
something
really
and you're
here.
just like you're missing it. Like you can't have like not two apples, like a negative two apples. Like you either have the two apples there or they're not there. You're just like missing some apples. It's not really a negative number to add to something. You can't add or divide with that. That's what you need. So if
Right.
you're missing a charge or you don't have it, that's what you're looking for. That's what you're trying to create. You're
Yeah,
not
we
really
just
a negative.
yeah, we say negative and positive just so we can like mathematically describe it. But actually it's just charge and discharge. I explained it earlier in like a really simple term. It's like and this was known for a long time. Basically what we call positive charge is just something has like excess charge. It has like a lot of charge. So say if you draw a line through the middle of a piece of paper, that would be the line of equilibrium. Okay. When we call it something positive, right, it has excess charge. It's above that line. When we call something negative, it has like a lack of or deficiency of charge. So it's down beneath that. That's why when you take quote unquote positive and negative, they quote unquote attract, because really it's just seeking equilibrium. So the system that has excess charge migrates to the system that lacks charge, kind of like gas will fill the available space. It just seeks equilibrium.
So nuclear forces do have charge.
Yes, everything.
It negates the flow.
That dude didn't know what you're talking about.
That's right.
He didn't sound like he knew what he was talking about.
Well, he actually works in a field, works in this field, I think.
It's interesting. It seemed like he was having trouble pronouncing some of the sciencey words.
Spectroscopy.
Sciencey words.
Yeah, science words.
You mean the fairy tale lore?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, basic.
So now here's my question for the flat earthers, right? So you've seen the Glober give his best go to try to name something that's not electric. He can't. He tried electromagnetic radiation. It's in the word, of course. That's ridiculous. But what he said was, yeah, gamma rays, X-rays, and like, well, that's electromagnetic radiation. That's electric. So neutrons, neutrinos, quarks, gluons, electric. Even within their paradigm, there are no little bitty particles that small, obviously, but it doesn't matter. So now here's the question, okay? If everything that exists is electric, how is it that we could then say that what causes up and down or causes something to accelerate up and down has nothing to do with electrics?
We can't. If we are being intellectually honest, we can't.
When you put it like that, it just sounds so hilarious. Like, yeah, they would have, okay, good luck in working your test in removing electricity first or electromagnetic.
It's the control variable.
Why up and down? Why not left and right? If it's
Did he
electric.
ever rebuttal though?
Why?
Did he ever give a rebuttal though?
Well, the reason why is because of electrics.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Didn't he ever give his rebuttal for the strong or nuclear force or whatever he said?
We got debunked and left.
Yeah, he had to leave, apparently.
Yeah, I was citing universities in his own paradigm, telling him that he's wrong.
And they all kind of
I sent him a personal message, Jeremy. Told him how he was wrong.
He basically shifted the goalpost over to, oh, well, they cancel out. And they don't have a net charge, which I preemptively addressed. Obviously, I know what they're going to say.
But with it really might just be that they just don't understand.
No, I don't dispute that.
Like, you need to stop.
I
need to
think a lot of
stop
it.
bullying them, do I?
You need to stop.
So
a
wait,
lot of it.
I didn't get
It's
to finish
ego.
my sentence.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you need to. I was gonna say you need to stop messaging people because
Don't worry about what I do. Worry about what you do.
It's kind
I'm
of
a
like
grown ass man.
it's like
I'm a
in
grown
code.
ass man. Don't tell me what to do, buddy.
I know, but you can barely understand
give
it.
yourself
And if you,
advice. Give yourself advice.
Why, Jeremy?
Alright.
Why? Why would we start this? I don't.
Don't worry about what I do, dude. Worry about what you do, little guy.
I'll chill out, man.
I think that's
So-
right on.
All right, chill.
Wise
Listen.
words.
Someone
Hey,
asked
you know,
why up and down, okay? And it's because of the electric nature of all things. So the earth is electric. Down beneath your feet's electric, the air is electric, everything that falls is electric, all matter is electric. So we have equipotential increase of electricity on in the earth's atmos. I mean, it goes 100 volts per meter, okay? The only way that can be demonstrated that you can get this in reality is to have two Gaussian surfaces, one above, one down below, and that creates a electric gradient, so we can replicate it. And so everything's kind of seeking equilibrium, right? And so we have this positive to negative bias, positive energy, positive charge increases the higher you go. So that sets the up and down, the electric gradient.
Hey, wait. Do you think
And half the time, I can't even hear Jeremy talking. His mic breaks up. Like what the hell? I mean,
I thought I just said, "Hey, wit." Hey, wit. So you think we could? It's possible to push against that voltage differential, like because you stated it 100 volts per meter, right? Every 3 feet in elevation.
literally
So
navigate the world on it.
that be pushed against is like what I like to speculate, and technology, like what could be used to push against that force and actually cause lift, because we know the force of magnetism, right, and the attractive. So this could be used in my mind. I'm always thinking of like technology to lift off the ground with. So
yeah, that's what helium does. If you can match what helium does, the inertness of helium. I was wanting to get into the idea of what the really hell that is. Like when they say 10 to the negative 17 torr, they talking about electromagnetic field, a field of negative, something where like the charge wants to dissipate, like the dissipation of currency turns to voltage, or like something like when you feel something with something, there's a radiant energy, like Witsa was saying, it was to put out too, right? So like in this thing, like, is it pulling, pushing? Like, is it 10 to the negative temperature? Is it a degree? Is it like a voltage? Like really, what is that 10 to the negative reaction?
Please.
What? What's the matter?
Don't feed the troll.
Rish,
Stop it.
what's the matter? What is it? How cold is it up there and you're 10 to the negative 13 degrees?
Yeah, no, I would like to know all those.
It's warm and
I've never
warm
seen
and it's cold.
I've never seen anything
Depending
but
on how
theoretics.
fast.
You guys want to argue with Zanuck about the vacuum of space, man? Holy shit.
It's probably like really nice up there.
You guys still
No,
can't
I want to
understand negative
discuss with you guys what you think it is. I don't care about
this
Xanax.
conversation.
Is it short sleeve weather?
Zanuck, we're over here just destroying your religion. I don't know if
You could be in a thermosphere and freeze to death. You know that?
Hey, man. You just sit
you
back
could,
and take it.
you could make sense.
That is making sense.
So,
molecules
the
have
point
a
is, the point is,
statistical distance distribution, and there'd be very few molecules that would actually touch you that were very, very.
do any flat earthers have any critique of what I'm saying about the electric aspect creating the up and down?
Yeah, just tell them.
It's what you asked for is not fair.
You're
How
all
can you
wrong.
critique something that makes perfect sense?
Well, because apparently there are entire shows and entire like waves of people in the flat earth.
I know. At least you're less salty today. But yeah, come on. If they're wrong, they're wrong. Let them be wrong. It's their choice.
Yeah.
This place is great.
Well, and this is the thing: flat earthers need to address this because whenever a glober asks you what sets the
I
up,
wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I would say those who care enough for the truth ought to address it.
Well, I'm saying to even have a sufficient argument as a flat earther, when someone asks you what sets the up and down, if your answer is it just is, I mean,
Yeah, I think it's a really good
this
point
is why,
because
depending
it
on
adds to another thing that the Glovers have to prove. They have to prove they can take away these things, these elements of reality. They have to be able to remove them in order to use them as controls.
Yeah, but whether I agree, sorry, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Yeah. So nobody can do those things because these natural laws, nobody's cracked them. Nobody, it's like they are stuck with pretending they know the answers to all these things, and they come up with these circular reasonings, and it's just like shooting gophers. Like what do they call it?
this makes a good point, though.
Like shooting fish in a barrel. No, but the way you put it earlier, or the way you're putting it's kind of crude. Like saying what causes up and down. It just is. I mean, look, I don't necessarily agree with that argument, bias, but still, even people who argue that it's a fair argument. It's just like saying it's what causes hot to go to cold. It just does. That's an honest answer because nobody. What causes high pressure to go to low pressure? It just does. So, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with that, but it's not. I don't think it's fair making it sound like they're stupid for thinking that. I mean, that's
something has to set the up and down.
It's fair to point it out, and I think the reason pointing it out for me, the most profound part about pointing it out, like Witsit does, is that it gives them this another element that they are literally going to have to try to remove from any kind of test, which we pretty much know they haven't done any tests, but theoretically, if they were to actually do some tests, remove those elements as well, and no one can do this yet. Like if we could do that, we'd all be able to fly around.
To do what? What are we doing? What are you asking?
Removing electromagnetism, removing electrostatics, removing buoyancy density from all the results until you can figure out what a cause is in this phenomenon, whatever you want to go with.
I don't understand how. What do you mean you don't agree with it? Like, can you explain why? Like, because we can use scientific experimentation to prove that the variable of electrostatics determines directionality. So, and then we know that we have equipotential increase of electricity on the Earth. So, can you explain to me, like, what you mean by you don't necessarily agree with it? Because it's not really an agree or disagree thing.
Who's saying they disagree?
I'm just asking Brian what his skepticism is.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah. Did you hear me lay out that I have scientific
it is
experiment?
everything. If something is in debate, then I think it's good to talk about and shit. Like I'm saying, I don't think it's stupid to say that that down is down just because that's we don't know what cause.
But we do, though. I'm asking you a point blank. Okay, so let's ask you like this: do you agree that in Riley's experiment with the egg and the salt and the water, that he demonstrated that density causes directionality?
Yeah, I think you did too with in your example.
So then, why is it that you accept one?
No, I'm not saying that, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I've already made up my mind. I do think there's a downward bias. I think there is a distinction between up and down. I think Zach's experiment was good enough for me. I've always stood open though. I'm open if anybody gives me new information. I could change my mind again. So I like what you presented, but I'm saying it ain't. I mean, I don't think it's fair to make it sound like it's ridiculous to hold the position. I think it could be pointed out as natural. It just is. Like it kind of is stupid, but it's not at the same time because, like I said, we don't know why hot goes to cold.
Dude, objectively, flat earthers should not be going around as if that's like the flat earth answer. Because when you talk to someone that's like, say, they work in this field or they have credentials or something like that, they're going to ask you, well, why does something have density? Or why does it go up and down and not to the side? And people always make fun of the Globers for that question. Why would you think that it does? That's selfish.
Hank just proved it with his balloon in a car, right? He just said it was buoyancy.
The funny thing is that on a ball, these things, we should see a fucking 33-degree rise, a diagonal rise off this thing that we're on. If we are on a ball, up and down, vertical should not be the only thing going on. I don't know what the hell we're missing here.
It's actually pretty true. That's a great point. Everything should go up, and as it goes higher, it should be going at an angle relative to center of mass.
Yeah, so if they can't get helium or a hot air balloon, I'm sorry.
I just didn't want to leave it that note. I wouldn't say ultimately I do causes like where you took it, man. I think we need to be cool and talk to people. Yeah, we don't need to go places who got the topic down because you have a lot of evidence. And all the evidence, man, it's a great proposal, and it makes perfect sense, and it's backed up with some. So ultimately, I'm good with it.
I want to hear the critique though, because, for example, like FED is making fun of me for this and calling me stupid, right? Obviously, I don't care, but I'm just going to use their argument to explain it. So what they're saying is, they're saying that you have to use like some paint chip, and then you can make it flow with a man-made device. and it's you can only do it with like a little bitty paint chip because it's super weak, and it's not science because you have to use a man-made device to do it. Now,
I honestly can't even believe that they're even saying that.
Yeah.
Because even QE knows you can use man-made devices in your experiment.
Yeah, you
as
have
long as
to.
you're not getting your natural observed, as long as you're not getting your natural observed and you're using it in the experiment, that's fine. Like I can't even believe that they're saying that this isn't science worthy because it's a man-made device when you use it in the experiment. That's kind of
It's like,
ridiculous.
like when they ask for an independent variable when you're not even talking about science. It's ridiculous.
Okay, let's make
QE
sure
correcting
that we
them.
don't
Why
misrepresent.
isn't QE correcting them, guys?
No, right. Okay. So they all admit that you can use a man-made device to manipulate the independent variable. Okay. What they're trying to say is that there isn't a naturally occurring observable phenomena because you have to use a Van de Graaff generator to create the environment that you're going to then do it in. Okay. And then obviously the rebuttal is the environment that's in the Van de Graaff generator is also on the Earth, right? Like we have electrostatics in the air. We have the Earth that's electrostatic. So that is a naturally occurring observable phenomena is that things go up or down and that they're electrostatic, all things. So we do have the naturally occurring. So they're just using sophistry and they're saying
What's your natural observed
they're trying to
phenomenon with this? Let me hear it.
disqualify.
Let me hear it. Hold on,
things go
Brian.
up and down.
Brian, take
In
5,
that
bro.
case-
Take 5. Guys, take 5. Let me get 2 minutes of What's it real quick. What's a natural observed phenomena in this?
Things go up and down.
No, with the electrostatics.
That's it. That's it. Things go up and down, and all those things are intrinsically electrostatic. That the observed phenomena. We can go further. Like there's naturally occurring observable phenomena like spider ballooning, but we're not manipulating spiders. Things go up and down. That is just the same as it was with
the observed phenomena.
Yeah, the
same
same
thing as the
exact
relative
Literally a
density
phenomenon.
one, yeah. All right, or maybe not.
No,
Go ahead,
like,
Brian.
That
What
was
is spider
the
balloon?
phenomena for the density test, right? It's the same observed phenomena.
I'm just wondering why they're trying to disqualify a legitimate experiment, whether it's the single sole proof or not. It's proven something, and it's not a parlor trick. Like for fuck's sake, calling a vacuum chamber or an interferometer or a Van de Graaff generator parlor tricks. That's fucking bullshit, man. Excuse my language.
Okay, so the naturally observed phenomena is things go up or down. So we're going to control the hypothesis. So the cause and effect relationship test is that electrostatics causes directionality. Okay.
Yeah, but are they letting you slide? Hold on. Are they letting you slide with that natural observed phenomena? Like things go up and down? Are they cool with that?
Well, that's what their naturally observed phenomena is for their little density test.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, I know, but have
evaluation
you
of the
ever
apples.
make it so
That's
difficult?
funny.
Have you ever pitched this to them? Like, here's my natural observed phenomena. Things go up and down.
No, you don't pitch anything to them. They don't let you talk. They just run around with straw mans on their show. So
I tried to pitch an experiment right after about a week after Austin went on, just to try and bridge the gap because I was kind of in the middle, man, and seeing if we could have a discussion. And I gave an experiment for something similar, not necessarily aspect of it, but
I heard what you did, Brian. That was terrible.
dude, are you gonna
Yo, what
cut
up,
me
though?
off? to say that?
Let's let Wishart run through this experiment.
So you cut me off just to say it was terrible.
Sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
Everything's terrible on a show where you don't even get to finish your. So
Well, I mean, I heard it. I
really got to say that he wouldn't have never got to the point to say that it compares to Mount Everest in scale. He would have never got to say that. He'd have got muted and then something else would. But anyway, I was trying to bring up an experiment like the Michelson-Morley that it's just as valid as the quantum eraser double slit experiment because it's diffraction. That's the freaking natural observed phenomenon, and which path is because there's two paths in an interferometer, so they can't shut shit down. But he shut it down, say you just got to go hear it. He shut it down before I got to even
Betty get it all out though. Betty let you get it out. I heard that, bro.
No, I didn't get to get my hypothesis the whole show, bro. That's all I was trying to do.
Betty let you get your hypothesis out. I heard it.
No, he didn't. What was my hypothesis, Jeremy? Why would you even say that? You heard it. What was it then, Jeremy?
Your hypothesis? I mean, I don't remember. I remember you, Betty, fighting for you, saying let him get his hypothesis
Oh, no,
out.
no.
And,
Okay,
and
I'll forgive you.
QE was.
No,
What's that?
I'm talking about Nathan's show, brother. Yeah, that's right. I did get to. I still never even got to my hypothesis, but we got past it on. But I'm talking about on Nathan's show. I was trying to bridge the gap a little bit. About a week after, after
Oh,
Austin
I didn't
came.
hear that one. All right, I didn't hear that one. It's fine.
I haven't been back since, man. I ain't even listened to him since that.
Well,
Okay, so now they have the test with the egg and the salt and the water, and they say that their observed phenomena is that things go up and down. So they obviously cannot say that that's not a naturally occurring observable phenomena. They used it, right? And it just objectively is, right?
hold on, they're saying that's not a natural observed phenomena. Things go up or down.
No, they're not saying that. They're not
Oh,
saying.
all right.
Okay.
I mean,
They
I'll
don't
go on
even
this show
know.
and pitch this shit. If we can write it down in an experimental form with the hypothesis and all that shit, I'll go pitch it on there.
Well, that's what it's doing right now, right?
It's been doing it for a while.
Write this
They
shit
just-
down, percent.
All right, let's bet money. I'll
Percent,
bet
write
money.
this down.
Yo, it's all up here.
I'll bet money they'll shut it down. They'll find a reason to shut it down. But yeah, this is a good idea, Jeremy.
All right, let him carry on though. Jesus.
Well, I need this written down though, because I'm not going to remember all this.
Yo, this shit is recorded. Did you forget?
I need a secretary.
Well, you don't have a secretary guy, Jeremy? Come on.
Wait, you don't have a
Anyways, go. So the natural observed phenomena sounds good, right? They use it. That's a good observed phenomena. Things go up, some things go down. It's perfect.
I would say the same object can go up and down.
How about
There's directionality with an object, and then you could say with the medium or what have you. But we could just leave it at that.
And then for the dependent variable, it's gonna have to, or the independent variable is gonna have to be what the electrostatic.
And you're roboting.
What the hell? Shall we
Jeremy.
play a game?
How about just an observed phenomena? I don't understand what natural has anything to do with it.
Because we're doing natural science, and you're going to want it definitely. Because we're doing natural science, and you're definitely.
Oh, natural science is just the label for the field of study. Saying a natural observed phenomenon and saying an observed phenomenon, I don't think there's a distinction.
So what about an unnatural observed phenomenon? What would that be?
All right,
that would be man.
You would be that.
Man.
Man-made synthetic oil. Right.
So here's the independent variable is the electrostatic, and so the null hypothesis is if I change the electrostatic field, things won't move up or down, and and the hypothesis would be if I change the electrostatic field, things will move up or down. So something will be proven for sure.
Yeah. But how is that a natural observed phenomenon? You're interacting with it.
Natural observed phenomenon.
Yo, can everyone just like
Objects
type
moving
down
up
and
and
let
down.
Witsit run through the thing, and then we could critique it?
Before he does that, I heard
Don't
somebody
do it.
mention.
Oh my
something.
god, it's that. Oh,
I want something to clear up here. Somebody mentioned synthetic oil. I don't even know what that was a response to. What was synthetic oil?
I don't. That's not important. That's not important.
Well, the flat earthers have interrupted me 20 times, so now the globers are going to do it too. They also don't want me to be able to say it. So you guys are amping them up.
Yeah, our own people make this so difficult. Witsit, I feel your pain, dude. Our own people
I'm
make
sorry,
this
I
shit
didn't know. I
so
just got
fucking
back.
difficult for us, like right now.
No, you're good, Larry.
I just wanted to clear something up. But that's fine. You can go ahead. Go ahead. Don't let me interrupt.
Okay.
Wait. No, go ahead now.
All right, go ahead.
The dependent variable is what has to be natural. Okay. So the naturally occurring observable phenomena, i.e. the dependent variable, is that things, they go up or down. Okay. Then you propose a hypothesis that's a cause and effect relationship test. If this, then that. If we manipulate electrostatics, it will cause things to go up or down. It causes directionality. Okay? So then our independent variable in our hypothesis is obviously electrostatics. So we're going to manipulate and vary the IV to verify or falsify that it's the cause of the effect. So we're going to use a Van de Graaff generator. We
Hey,
manipulate.
hold.
Go ahead.
My bad. Just hold on one second. They're gonna want the independent. They're gonna want the experiment to be the thing that we saw in nature, or we're gonna have an issue. So, like, what did we see in nature go up and down? Because you used the egg, right? That's an egg. You can have an egg falls in a river. You see it go up. You see it go down, or it floats, or whatever. So,
An apple
we
fall.
need to manipulate the thing. The dependent variable needs to be the thing we saw go up and down in nature.
No, it don't.
That's
No, it
true.
don't.
That's incorrect. The dependent variable is the natural observed phenomena. The independent.
Yeah, and they're gonna want your experiment to be that.
Yeah,
Your
Jenny's right on that one.
experiment. Huey's gonna roast me if I go on there and try to name an independent variable. Or sorry, if I name a dependent variable and then I don't use that in the experiment.
Yeah, well, he just said the dependent variable was the things that go up or down.
Yeah, but
How about we
what?
say hair? Hair. Hair
Everything.
goes up and it goes down. It gets stuck
All
on
right,
stuff,
cool.
and it's static between your
You like
sweater
that,
and the
Winston? Can we
hair.
use hair?
I don't
Winston,
care.
can we use? All right, hair. Hair goes up. Well, why we don't see hair going up in nature, though, do we?
Yeah, you do.
When?
Heat.
When your hair
Like, through the
raises because
window,
you're scared or some shit, or you're cold.
Heat rises in nature. Always.
If you get shocked or something.
Statically charged, it can go up. Yep, it sure can.
Or how about
If-
dandelion seeds?
Yeah,
Or air.
this
Better.
goes back to what we were
Flowers,
talking about earlier.
trees,
How the
plants.
weather conditions change how.
Yo, this is
things-
falling apart.
Or air.
This is like,
No,
Winston
guys,
got
I was just
interrupted
trying to
again. I'd
get.
like to point that out.
this is wild to me.
Yo,
I
Winston,
know.
how about
I know.
in terms
Winston,
of
I'm
the,
just trying
the
to.
observation being a
Winston,
little bit
I'm
more
just trying to
specific?
nail it down. I'm just trying to nail it down. So if I bring this to them, like, there's no way to get around it. You know what I'm saying? These guys are making it mad difficult. I understand. It's wild.
So for the naturally observed
Well, then
phenomenon,
answer
instead of saying something goes up and down, like name a specific object, like an
What
apple
Austin
goes
said
down
was
in air
air.
but up in water, or something like that. You know?
Heat goes up. Air goes up in water. Sure.
Yeah.
Things float. Yeah.
Okay, dude.
It's being difficult because what Austin said was valid.
Okay, so when they showed the egg, they used that and then applied it to all things in the world. Okay? They didn't just say only eggs go up and down. My God, dude.
You can't apply
Yeah, but in
to
that
all
experiment, we can observe the egg going up and down. Then you can, after the experiment, you can apply it to everything else. That's what, like, the assumption of science, that it's consistent in other things. But for the experiment itself, it has to match the dependent variable.
That's what I'm saying. We need a thing going up or down. In
We just
nature.
named one. We
Gold's
just
not
named
going to
one.
go up and down.
We just named that hair goes up and down.
Hair. Okay,
If-
cool.
if-
I was cool at hair, and then people went and started running wild with it. Anyway.
I'm not really cool with hair because it's like, you know, it's connected to your body and it's like, you know, affected by
Loose
your body.
animal
If
hair.
you have hair
Cat
alone,
hair.
it's not going to go up and down.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Cat
like,
hair.
you know, when you get goosebumps and you have the follicle kind of like, you know, lifting it up and shit like that. So that
Up and
holds
down where?
a litany
That's
of
my
different
question.
causes.
Hold on.
Where's it going up to?
Stop, Debug. So you're saying that they use the egg as a natural phenomenon, that they seen the egg go up somewhere in nature? Where did they see egg go up in nature?
Saltwater.
You could have an
that's
egg that falls in the river or something, and it floats, and then you know maybe
An egg in the river floats?
Their
the
hair.
egg.
It's
Yeah, a chicken lays an egg. A chicken lays an egg. A fox goes to steal the egg, runs towards the river. Something scares the fox. It drops. I'm just saying, you could see an egg in nature. Like, it's not far fetched to think that an egg would be near water.
So hair. If a shark bit my fucking hair or something and it floated to the top, so anything, hair's perfect. Just move on.
I got a
It
great
doesn't go down and up in the same. What are you talking about, man?
Hold
Why don't you
on
just
one
remove
moment.
the it's observable in nature part and just do an experiment and allow you to interact with it? And solves a lot of your problems right now.
You're observing
Actually,
the
hair can work.
phenomena.
Never mind,
You're
hair can work.
You're observing the phenomena in nature. How you then conduct the experiment does not have to be completely equivalent. Because let's go back to the original one, the basic one. School children, water boiling. When do we actually see that in nature? In a geyser. But you don't go and recreate the
In a
geyser
hot
situation.
spring.
Yeah, you don't
There's
go
hot
and recreate
springs where
right. But
water.
anyway, but the point is, you don't go and recreate that specifically in that way, you've observed the phenomena. And now you conduct it, you go sea level, you get a flipping kettle, flame,
Right.
whatever.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. Their objection is objectively stupid. So you can just
Exactly. They
dismiss it.
use boiling water on a stove and say that that's science. I don't.
Yeah. So all you have to do is cite that in your whole presentation, and then when they then bring up an objection like that, it's already laughed off because they've had to read that before they address it.
But like, just theoretically, if you're going to explain this experiment and like the dependent variable, the observed phenomenon, you should be able to explain it specifically, with specificity. So you should be able to say, for instance, an apple falls, or like a leaf falls down in the air, and then when it lands in the water, it stays buoyant.
Right. Perfect.
And then you should be able to show the same thing with that same similar object, just hypothetically, so
Somebody
people can imagine it cohesively in their minds.
Somebody should be writing this down so that when we get to that point, we can submit this for peer review.
So it sounds like you guys all agree you can omit the whole "it happens in nature" thing. That's not relevant.
No.
No.
No one's agreeing to that.
No, you have to first observe it.
No one agrees to that.
You don't. But you don't. The experiment does not need to recreate the observation. You just agree to that. You don't need to make a geyser
Yes, but
in order to know that water.
My guy, but the phenomena has to be observed in nature first.
Yeah, and we
All
do.
we're dealing with now.
Dude, can we let me talk for a second so I can just stop wasting we're like, this is annoying, dude. Okay, we have spider ballooning, we have bumblebees, we have beetles that can levitate with electrostatics. We have something called non-contact pollen detachment, where honeybees use electrostatics for the pollen to detach and come to them, up to them. Okay, so cool. Game over. All right, so can we move on, dude? Holy shit. And now what people are saying is that you have to use that very specific thing, but they can go boil water on a stove and then bring up.
Yeah, but boiling water is what we observe, right? We observe that natural phenomenon. So we're going to go boil some water.
Once
it's the same.
again, Jeremy, they bring up like a spring, okay? And then they go over there and they try to replicate that phenomena that we see in nature. They don't use a spring, though. So when we say we see things go up, we don't have to use exactly what it is.
No, but
they're using water though.
They
see water boil. Yeah, they see water boil, so they're going to go try to replicate that and make water boil.
Yeah,
you do got to use the thing.
Yeah, but Jeremy,
Huey's going to rip me apart if I go on there.
I'm saying?
Jeremy, I'll help if I can.
He's going to rip me apart if I go on there and try.
Can you listen just for 1 second, please? So what you said is correct, but what we're talking about is that what we're observing is the motion of up or the motion of down. So that doesn't need to be specifically like the water thing. All you have to do is deal with the observation of that motion. So that's why when they use
you don't observe the motion of down or up. Down or up are not tangible things.
Okay, maybe I
they don't
phrase
have
it
motion.
Wrong, but he gets
the object moving.
This is wild, bro.
Why is this wild? Why do you have to overcomplicate things?
I just named something.
Understand it.
So can you guys just shut up for a second, maybe? Okay, so there's something called non-contact pollen detachment. It can be observed in nature in high definition with a camera. Okay.
Okay, so, is that what our dependent variable is going to be?
Sure.
All right, bet.
Okay, pollen goes up with electrostatics. Okay, so pollen goes up or it falls down. Now we could take pollen and go put it in a Van de Graaff generator. And then we can manipulate the electrostatics and the pollen will float.
And then we can remove the electrostatics and it'll fall down.
That's right.
Small correction here. Pollen goes up. You can't say pollen goes up with electrostatics because that's kind of what you're testing for. So you just say pollen goes up. That's it.
Yeah,
that'd be the hypothesis. We've already determined that the result of the experiment. All we're dealing with is presenting it to
honeybees fly over the flower and the pollen comes up to them and they don't contact it. They don't reach down and grab it. It floats up to them.
That works. That's good. Good. And then we can take the pollen. So all we got to do is get this pollen and do we have anything on video of them using pollen with the Van de Graaff generator?
I just made this up.
I don't think it had to be.
That's
I don't think it has to be
It's a very
pollen.
good example, though. No, it's a perfect. It's a perfect.
a great
way to
example.
represent it.
Let's run through it. So you got
Do
pollen
it.
detachment. Your independent variable is going to be what?
Electrostatics.
By like what? How? What tool?
A Van de Graaff generator.
Okay, so you have pollen inside. Is it like a chamber? Explain it to me.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And then you change the electrostatics of that medium, right? And
Yeah.
it lifts the pollen up.
That's correct.
Okay.
And you can do this with tons of things. You can do this with hair. You can take a little piece of hair, put it in the generator, it'll float. You can take little paints of chip, like any material you can think of. It just has to be small enough because, like a little like paint chip is equivalent to like Mount Everest, right? Like the amount of electrostatics required to move like a car or something is unfathomable. But that isn't the point, and that's a non sequitur, right? That doesn't matter.
Okay, do you know anyone with a Van de Graaff generator with it?
Yeah, Zach has one.
You can make them.
Can he do this? Can he do this pollen thing?
Yeah, he could.
I mean, if we get the pollen thing, I got something to bring. If we get the pollen
Well, Jeremy,
thing,
I'm gonna do it. I'm
camera.
going to do it in high definition. I'm gonna do all these experiments. I don't. So
Okay,
it does.
I was
Again,
gonna
also
say-
there's something called spider ballooning, and they used to say that they do that just because of the wind. Then they found out that actually they won't even do it if the wind's too strong. They don't care about the wind. They took them away from wind, and then they saw they could still do it. And then they also saw that during a lightning storm, when it's starting to come, they start to do it more and more effectively. And then when they increased electrostatics, they did spider ballooning more effectively. They used the spider ballooning, or they used the electrostatics to propel themselves.
Okay, so what if I
No
told
doubt.
you?
If we get this,
all materials do it.
Oh God.
It sounds
if we
like
get this pollen thing,
you do.
if we get this pollen thing on, if we get the pollen thing on tape, you know what I'm saying? We'll have something to bring to these guys.
We already have it on tape. It's in time-lapse photography on National Geographic, how a bee takes pollen. How
Yeah.
do you think we learned it? How do you think Witsit knows it?
I'm talking about doing it with the Van de Graaff generator, manipulating the independent variable. Follow along with the conversation, please.
That's been done too.
Don't
watch
even
Mr.
talk.
Wizard.
If you're not following,
Jeremy, Mr.
if you're
Wizard
not
has been
following
on
along
for
with the
years.
conversation,
Jeremy, this has all been done, buddy. Why
Following
do you
along-
think Witsit knows it?
if you're not following along with the
Jeremy, are you
conversation,
okay?
please don't
you work
interject.
in a school? You were supposed to work in a school, but you don't know anything about what's been done already and been filmed for years? What are you talking about, dude?
Okay, so
Do we have pollen going up? What do we have pollen going up in a Van de Graaff generator?
Well, we know that.
suppose that we do. It doesn't seem like it'd be that hard to do.
Animal Planet, National Geographic, on film, slow motion, time lapse photography, and then you have the Van de Graaff on Mr. Wizard and Mr. Science, slow motion. Okay.
Okay, so we do have a Van de Graaff generator lifting pollen up. Cool. Where's it at?
Yo, it's not like far fetched. Let's
This is like-
let's just suppose, Jeremy, that it happens. My issue, my criticism, is that it sounds like we're just changing the medium by doing this, and my thing is that we can change the medium by other means as well, right? You could increase the pressure somehow. You could use cymatics, for instance, use sound waves to lift the thing up.
You can ground up
So-
dried tea leaves or dried leaves and rub your hand
Jesus
over them.
fucking! You can't make a point to save your life in this room.
Adding
tea
salt.
leaves will flow.
Demok, I was talking, man. You don't have to interrupt, okay? Come
I'm
on,
trying
man.
to help you guys out. You don't want it? Okay.
I want it in its turn. So my point is, it sounds like it goes back to things rise or fall depending on their medium, and you're just changing the medium by this particular way. We can change the medium in other ways, so I don't see why you're saying that
not making the
electromagnetism
medium
is the
fit,
cause,
buddy.
when
He's not
electromagnetism
making the
is just
medium
affecting
fit,
the
buddy.
medium.
Why are you interrupting him, man?
Because I mean, we've way over specified, and you're not changing the medium. You're not changing the density of the medium.
You don't think he's changing the medium?
The density? Is it density?
Yes, it's going to be less dense now, or more dense, I should say. The pollen's going to be less dense. That's why it's going to be going up.
Oh, really?
I think so.
No. No.
So you're saying the density doesn't change whatsoever?
Dude, density is the control variable. Like when we put it in a Van de Graaff generator and we make something levitate, it doesn't change its density. It changes the environment, the electrostatic field around it. It transfers its charge to the surface, and then that interacts and causes it to go up.
So you're saying this is debunking the law of relative density?
No.
Then
This
what?
is why.
Now you see why I
Let me
interrupted
try to
you?
explain it. Let me try to explain it. Okay. So heat causes water to boil, right? That's a cause. So does low gas pressure. It also causes water to boil. That's a cause. So things rise and fall because of relative density. That's a cause. And things rise and fall due to electrostatics. That's another cause.
Hold up, Larry. No, because the heat causing the water to boil and the pressure causing the water to boil both can be summed up by density. Both affect the density.
Which if we ever get this, pollen
it is
thing-
true, man. You change the pressure, you're changing the density because pressure PV equals nRT. If you're keeping everything else the same, then that means you're changing the volume. If you're changing the temperature, you're increasing the volume. So of course, and you're increasing the pressure.
That's what Data was saying. Pretty much pressure causes everything. But dude, there's causes to pressure. We've way over specified. We could also do the balloon hanging from the string and use spider ballooning as because it makes it gain weight, or it'll make it float up more. I think we got multiple experiments here. This is it.
The fact that you have to have a chamber to do this thing. Sorry, go ahead, Demok. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Resistance from one to the other equals the idea of pressure.
You don't have to have a chamber. But I bet if you guys just
All you need is some leaves. Break some leaves up. Let them dry out. Go rub your fucking hands over them. They'll fly up and stick to your hands just like the pollen. It's simple, man. Tea leaves, dude.
This is crazy. Okay. You don't have to have a chamber. You can literally.
So
make
if we ever get
balloon
this-
outside of a chamber, you can tie a little weight to the balloon, and then you can tie it to a string to the electrostatic generator. You start to move it, and then the balloon will go up. Okay.
Well, if we ever get one of these,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
if we ever get one of these things on tape, like with the pollen or something that's equivalent to the spider thing or something, we could bring it to them guys with a scientific experiment and show them, and then they can't ignore you anymore. You know what I'm saying? They'll have to acknowledge it.
They never
Maybe you can hire some of those surveyors, and when they come make a level line on the beach, they can rub their hands together on a carpet and see if they can pick up some pieces of paper too.
Well, they just
I'm
proved
telling
the
you right
Schwinger
now,
effect.
if you got this shit laid out, with some in the scientific method, they won't be able to ignore you. I'm telling you right now.
So they just proved the Schwinger effect, right? It's now verified that it teaches the universe truly makes something from nothing.
Can we get
So-
some Globers in here that aren't smart ass?
So if
I'm in here.
That'd be zero. Can I be heard?
It sounds like
Yo, you guys, Rakia, you just interrupted Larry. Please let Larry finish, and then the Globers that Rakia was mentioning.
Yeah,
could pipe up.
I'll be super quick. Go get some Globers. So I think for all the anti-ether flat earthers, once they see the Schwinger effect is now verified, they're either going to have to admit that there's an ether or there's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So I think if we hit them with both of those things at the same time, I don't think they're going to be able to just hand wave dismiss it. But
They'll shut the
that's just-
server down before they admit it. They'll shut their channel down. So I learned that the hard way when I presented evidence that even within the quantum mechanics paradigm, they claimed that photoelectric effect cannot be used as any type of proof of the existence of photons. It could be nothing more than the quote-unquote electron field creating a dot pattern. It was completely ignored, and then I was called shits it for 4 hours, and everyone talked about how stupid I am. And for a month and a half, they're still bragging about how I got destroyed. So if you think that all of a sudden they're going to just have this epiphany of intellectual integrity, I don't know.
Wait. Who is they again? Who is they?
FED.
Pharisaical flat earthers.
Thanks.
Okay,
They're,
so
they're literally
comment.
Kabbalistic
Can I make
and Pharisaic in
one
the whole
comment?
way they approach. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Yo, percentage, that wasn't me, brother. But I'm off mute now. But you muted me the first time I opened my mic. Then I muted myself myself, and then someone else overspoke Larry, and then you muted me for overspeaking Larry. Wasn't me, brother. I was on mute.
I didn't mute you a single time.
Yo,
I
it
thought
wasn't
you
me.
were the one that
Wasn't
spoke
me,
over
yeah.
Larry about
Somebody just
Wilbur's that
I'm sorry.
whatever.
It was me. Oh, you're roboting, Rakia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you spoke over Larry, and so did Nidhug. But I mean, I caught you. Well, never mind.
Guys, we make
I
everything
did that.
so difficult for no reason.
It's like it's been
we
like
make
30
everything.
minutes. 30 minutes. We haven't even said it yet. It's crazy to me. I mean, yeah.
I mean, yo, listen, if you got some real science, bro, and we got it all on tape and shit, there's no way they can deny it. I mean, I'll bring it to them personally.
They can deny it, but all it does is confirm what we already know.
They can't deny it because then they will actually. They can't deny it because then they will actually be science deniers. If we have actual science with the scientific method, they can't. They literally cannot deny it, or they'll be
What do you
science
think
deniers.
What are they denying, Jeremy? I'm still unsure what the whole premise is. I mean, Van de Graaff generators work.
Directionality.
We know Van de Graaff generators work. That's why we have Van de Graaff generators. I'm not sure what I mean. Doing experiments is awesome. I think you should. I think you should reaffirm beliefs that we know. But I don't understand what exactly you're trying to prove other than Van de Graaff generators.
That it sets the up and down observed in the natural world. That we have an up and down, and something sets it, creates a quote unquote bias, affects it's the primary component of directionality observed on Earth. They claim it's only density and frequency.
Stretch based off of just using a Van de Graaff generator on low mass objects.
Well, if everyone would shut the hell up and let me actually say it, though, then maybe we'd actually have a productive conversation instead of everyone circle jerking with misunderstandings and incompetence for 45 minutes.
All right. So what is your posing that Van de Graaff?
I'm on Nidhug's side on this one. Damn.
Well, I literally, someone asked me a question. I try to patiently sit here and let everyone interrupt and talk about stuff they don't know what they're talking about for 40 minutes. You guys still haven't talked about it. It still hasn't even been brought to the table yet. You guys are only vocalizing that you don't understand over and over. Well, if someone's saying they do understand, it probably would be the most efficient thing to actually hear what it is prior to vocalizing disagreement over and over.
I mean, I was just trying to get the experiment straight. That's all.
Well, I got a question for you. If you put something in a Van de Graaff generator, can you make it go down instead of up? Like, can you make the pollen go away from the bee, not towards it?
You can make things go either direction. That's correct. You can make things fall faster.
Yeah,
you can manipulate its way.
Based off of the charge inside it, like a heavy charge on one side attracts it to that side, and then a charge on the other side attracts it. Is it all an attractive force?
Well, it's
I don't think they work like that. I think you could just add or remove electric charge. So
it's like repulsion. You can make something repel. So anyway, this is the actual point. Okay, so we have equipotential increase of electricity on the Earth, and the only way that can be demonstrated ever that you could get an exactly perfect distribution of lines of electricity, equipotential increase, is to have two Gaussian surfaces. Okay, now we have this on the Earth. We have an electric gradient. And it cannot be demonstrated any other way that you have to. Anyway, so we have an electrostatic field on the Earth, objectively. All objects are electrostatic, okay? So we are testing a naturally occurring observable phenomena because literally everything that exists is electrostatic, and we have an electrostatic field in the Earth. So if we now put it in a little box and we manipulate the electrostatic field in that box, that is sufficient experimentation because we know for a fact it exists on the Earth.
Yes, only if you keep all the other variables constant, controlled, right? So you would have the onus of showing that the density is not changing for either the object or the medium. And I don't think you can do that.
But then you're claiming that electrostatics causes density then.
Yeah, you definitely
I'm not.
that. Yes,
I'm
you
saying
can.
that electrostatics maybe affects the density, and if you're changing the electrostatics, you'll change the density, but it all abides by the law of relative density.
It would be it causes it. But how do you have density? What holds the matter together to have
Well, because density can also be caused by heat. It can be caused by sound. It could be caused by other things.
Not the same though. What holds the matter together?
That's not relevant right now, though.
Oh, it's not relevant.
Sure, if there's electric bonds holding the particles together, that doesn't matter though. You're trying to say that changing the electrostatic charge in the medium or the object is causing it to go up and go down. I agree with you, but I think it's because you're just changing the density of the thing, which we already know is like a cause. When you're saying that the density is not changing, that you're making a positive claim that with density being a controlled variable. I don't think you'll do that. That's my speculation.
You can't make rubber float by changing the density. You can't make rubber float on air. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yes, you can.
You have density without matter.
What's that?
Can you have density without matter?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then if all matter is a requirement, a prerequisite for matter is electrostatics. To even invoke density, you have to invoke electrostatics.
Yeah, bro, that's a separate claim, though. I'm not saying that things aren't made up by electrostatic bonds or what have you, or by electromagnetism. That's not what's being argued here. Your hypothesis was that things are being lifted up and down because of this and not because of density. I'm saying this is an aspect of density.
Dude. Listen very carefully.
Iron filings can float on air, bro?
Oh my God, please. Okay, so that means if you manipulate the density, intrinsically, you're manipulating the electrostatics, objectively. You can't manipulate density without manipulating electrostatics because you can't have density without it.
Okay, but you're the one that said you're leaving the density the same. And you're manipulating the electrostatics.
The object's density doesn't change just because we increase electrostatic charge in its environment. It doesn't change the density of the object.
Well, the duty is on you to show that the density is not changing, because again, it's supposed to be a controlled variable in this experiment, right? The only variable you're changing is the electrostatics. So make sure everything else is equal to prove your cause.
The medium.
What would change the density of the object?
Electrostatics can change it.
How light would a medium have to be for iron filing?
You're drawing current.
God, your mic is awful, Brian.
You're creating a super.
I'm sorry. There was trying to answer a question that Rikia just asked. You're just not going to jump all over it when interrupted. The question wasn't towards y'all. Go ahead, percentage.
I think he answered it. What would change the density? You said electrostatics.
But we're saying that electrostatics won't change the density. That electrostatics is the cause, and that density is it's being left equal or the same.
What
and
you're
I disagree with
changing
that.
is the medium around the object, the currency of the medium around the object, not the fucking object's density. Does that help you out?
Yeah, but when you change the medium, you know that the object will behave differently. That's why an apple falls in air, but is buoyant in water.
When I take a balloon and rub it on my head and stick it to the wall, did I change the density of the balloon?
No, but you change the density of the medium between the balloon and the wall.
So how does electrostatics change density if density is mass over volume?
Wait. Are you trying to say that the balloon sticks to the wall because of density?
I think that there would be of course.
Holy
I think that there would be an effect in terms of the actual adhesions between the balloon and the wall. The medium therein is changing.
Did you suffer a brain injury recently, percentage?
I think that.
You're reducing the volume so that this effect would be apparent. If you have the balloon with its, after you rub it just in the middle of the air with no wall nearby, that medium's too wide, so it's not going to have the effect that you need.
That's non sequitur.
It's really not, because we know density is medium mass over volume. So if you're reducing the volume so that this effect can be observed, then you're changing the density.
Wait.
Show me a balloon in static electricity just floating in midair.
Oh my God!
How do you change the volume when you rub the balloon?
I said you're changing the volume when you put it next to a wall.
How are you changing the volume?
You change the density of the air.
Bro, you're reducing the volume as you're putting it closer to the wall. The medium is going to be the space between the wall and the balloon.
Listen, percent. I can set you straight, percent. You put the balloon next to the wall. It doesn't do nothing. It falls to the ground. You put some electrostatics on it. It sticks to the wall. The volume of space in between the balloon and the wall was the same in both instances.
Is it?
Yes.
You can put the balloon 2 inches from the wall. It doesn't stick to the wall. It falls. And you change the electrostatics of the balloon. Now it sticks to the wall. It was the same distance in both instances. Same volume in between the balloon and the wall. You're off the rails on this one.
Fair. Instead, I'll change it to the volume of the balloon itself.
Oh my god, dude, are you just trolling me?
No, for real.
He's
Think
a
about it.
nightmare.
What
He's a nightmare.
does charge, more or less charge, do to matter?
Are you claiming that? So you are claiming. So when I asked you, are you claiming that when I put the charge on the balloon, it changes the density of the balloon? You said no, it changes the air. Now that that's been refuted, you're going back to the first.
I'm running back. Yes, you're changing the density of the balloon itself.
Prove it.
Percentage.
So the idea is, listen. The idea is when you have less charge, it's like less energy, and it's going to be more compact. When it's more charge, more energy, it's almost like more heat, it expands. So you're going to be increasing the volume of the balloon when you're inputting energy into it by static electricity.
It's surface charge. Nope. The volume.
I mean, are you guys let him double talk though, man?
Can I use circular
How's that
reasoning
double talk?
fallacy
I don't know if
here?
he was joking or if he had a brain injury.
How's that double talk?
I mean, because when they ask you that if it was density, that it changes density, the electrostatics changes density, you said no, and then all of a sudden you switch back to yes, it does.
What?
Is that not double talk?
The density is mass over volume. I'm saying you're changing the volume because this thing is expanding due to the energy that you're infusing into it.
Or not, though. You can measure the volume; it stays the same.
Yeah?
Yeah, so can you prove your positive claim that if I put electrostatic charge on the outside of a balloon, it changes its volume?
All right. So you want me to find like a citation for you that changing charge changes shape?
No, changes volume.
That the volume
shape doesn't change.
changes
Doesn't
because it
change.
has
Volume
charge.
is what we want.
This is insane, dude.
You don't think if you're changing the shape of all these pieces of matter, whoever said that, extremistus or what have you, that you're not changing the volume of the thing?
If I have a square and I can change it to a parallelogram, the volume can change, but the shape, the volume can stay the same, but the shape can change. So you can change the shape and not change the volume.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying you're changing the shape and the volume.
You can
Well,
change
you're
it all.
saying that.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
Let me find a citation for you.
Okay. So when you take the balloon and rub it on your head and stick it to the wall, it has nothing to do with density. The density is the same of the wall, the air, and the balloon. Okay, just like Jeremy said, you can have the exact same distance, drop it, then you make it with charge, and then it sticks. My God.
I'll tell you right now. Oh, go ahead with it. My bad.
When you put something in a Van de Graaff generator, that object's density doesn't change. All that changes is the electrostatic field and then how it reacts to the object. And that will make it levitate. Same thing when you change the medium of something and it floats. It's the same thing, right? So you're just manipulating the environment. Only the difference is the variable that's being manipulated is not density, it is electrostatics. And so you're proving that the cause of the directionality is electrostatics. We now apply this to the natural world, and everything that exists is electrostatic. It all can conduct electrostatics. Everything, even insulators, rubber, glass, wood, you name it. All the quote unquote molecules, all the matter itself is held together by electrostatics. We have an electrostatic field in the earth. Therefore, objectively, it is a variable involved with the directionality of objects, and it can cause things to go up and down relative to the electrostatics, and we proved it with a scientific experiment.
I mean, no joke, Witsit. I really have something to bring to these guys with this.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna make it past the first two sentences.
I am going to make it past the first two sentences. I already made sure of that.
You're gonna hold a gun.
Found a quick one. Check out the image in the chat.
All I need to bring it to them is the whatever we see in nature being in the Van de Graaff generator, and we're good.
Not loading.
Apparently, changing the electrostatics of the thing will change the shape, and changing the shape also changes the electrostatics.
Okay, changing the shape doesn't change the volume. It was literally just now explained to you that those are not the same thing. If I squeeze a balloon, like if I tie balloons together like the clowns do, the volume of the balloon's not changing just because I push it together. It gets longer as you decrease the width.
Okay, well, let me say, when I say change shape, I mean changing whether it's compact or, expanded. So it does change the volume. That image didn't load?
No, it didn't.
Ether's
trying to stop you, dude.
The fucking volume, the material. It'll change it from a solid to a gas. It'll change the density or whatever of the object because it'll change the object shape and everything.
You can't even invoke density without electrostatics. So you can't have matter without it. So you can't have mass over volume. You can't have it.
Right. Just explain that the temperature is also electricity. The temperature, like hot and cold, that's electricity also. And once they figure that out, there's the key for all of it.
Yeah, heat's.
I mean, I want this. I want this electrostatic thing to happen, and you know, for people to come together on it. Like, we just need something to bring them. That's all, and we're good. I feel like that'll squash the whole thing, and we can kiss and make up.
Yeah, right. You hold certain segments of humanity in too high esteem.
Well, can they deny the scientific method?
That's what I'm saying, Hank. If you follow the scientific method with it, you can't deny that. You just got to make sure everyone knows what QE's looking for, right? And what Oakley's looking for. So all you got to do is make
sure. I'm
sure.
right about this 3 years ago.
Why are they the authority? Why do you keep referring to them?
Because they're running around trying to police everyone.
Because they stick to the science. Because they stick to the scientific method very strictly, which is what should happen. That way, we can be sure that we're not doing goofy shit, doing pseudoscience, making shit up.
So you agree with them in their interpretation of the scientific method?
I believe that strict scientific method is the best way the closest you can get to 100% proving something using science would be the way they do it. Yes. Natural observed phenomena, hypothesis, experiment.
That's right. Jeremy, when you pass it to them, just say that you got a little peer review work for them to do, and, you just want them to look at it, right? Check this out.
Yeah, I'm not going to bring it to them in any hostile way. I just want, but I need to have the thing with the Van de Graaff generator on tape or something. Like, I don't have anything to bring them right now. There's nothing there.
So I posted the citation if anyone's interested.
If they're reviewing what Witsit's providing as peers, wouldn't they first have to be peers before they can review it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was too easy.
What extremist is? What, you don't believe in the scientific method? Or you don't think the scientific method is actually correct?
I don't agree with their strict interpretation of it. No.
Yeah, he wants to
you don't think
freedom to play for the wrong side.
You don't think that's the closest way we can get to proving something using science?
My reasoning is this. If they are correct, then where are their invention, laws, theories, ideas, tests, experiments? Where are their demonstrations of them using this personally? Not necessarily QE or Nathan Oakley, any of that group. Any of their panel, any of them. Where do they demonstrate this that we can review?
They only have water boils. They do nothing. Water boils, and then scurvy, which is just a name. It's a word that we gave certain type of symptoms. Right? It's not actually.
They got the egg. They got the egg.
This is a good point. The joke aside about them not being peers, for them to actually peer review this, they would have to repeat it themselves. That should be one of the clauses. That's a good point, extremist. That should be one of the clauses. If they're going to address it, they have to actually go and conduct it themselves if they have any rebuttals, before they even try to invoke.
That's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works. If they can spot a flaw in the method that we've used, they don't have to go do it. They can just rip it to pieces in the voice chat.
Their rebuttal
Has everyone been paying
unique.
attention?
I'm not saying they have to repeat something. What I'm saying is they have to do it themselves. A whole new separate, put forth their own hypothesis, their own experiments, blah, blah, blah. They have to do it themselves on something completely separate, come up with their own theories, their own laws, their own explanations, that follow all of these steps? Because I hear them talk about this a lot. I've never actually seen them ever put this into practice.
They did it with the
There's
egg.
105 years. They put it in water.
Riley did the experiment with the egg and followed the
Do
scientific
you guys?
method to the T.
I mean, you don't realize how stupid that they look when after 5 to 7 years they have one thing to talk about and it's a second grade science fair experiment.
I'm just pointing out where they've actually done it in real life. That's all. He said, well, they've never done it, and they have done it with the egg. That's all. What do you want?
So if we apply the way that they behave, how much are we going to learn? How much are we going to progress?
From them, not much.
Bro, I don't know what's it.
And you know what's
Go ahead.
even funnier about this, Witsit, is that if that's really all they've done, and they talk about all the quantum stuff.
Yeah.
What? I don't like. They're literally just talk. This is a good point. I guess at some point you do have to address the integrity of the actors rather than just the substance.
I would like to use the.
Witsit, do you not think?
Go ahead.
Witsit, do you not think that this is their method is the closest way you can get to proving something using science?
Just
not even their method. It's just the method.
The method that they promote. Yeah, sorry. You said their method. The method that they promote and stick with this very strict way. Just relax for a second. Witsit, you there?
I'm talking to my wife. Just a second.
So, Jeremy,
All right, my bad.
I'm going to
so fucking difficult. Everything.
I'm going to use a flat Earth thing. Why are you appealing to the authority of QE as the authority on this? We hear that a lot as Globers. Appeal to authority. So I'm feeling you're appealing to authority on.
We're not.
It's not theirs.
I know he didn't.
To the argument.
He didn't ask me. It's fine. Go ahead, guys.
It's a method of empiricism. It's got nothing to do with them. It's all on its own. You get that, right?
No. I'm saying Jeremy is appealing to them because he keeps saying, if I go to QE with this, he will rip me apart.
Well, maybe he's just trying to bridge some gaps, trying to get everybody together on this thing. That's all.
That's fine, but
I can't answer for myself. I know.
I'm just pointing out what he's saying. So you don't know any question.
Yo, this is the reason why is I keep saying their method or whatever is because I also feel that is the best way to prove something using the scientific method. That very strict way instead of this loosey goosey bullshit way where you got science and maybe it is, maybe it isn't, maybe we'll be 3 million miles close to the sun, maybe we'll be 93 million miles close to the sun. This is the way where you get as close as you possibly can to proving something. So I want to bring it to them and have something legit and solid so that we can maybe actually work together on this instead of being divided.
Oh. But then we can talk about photons though. We can yell at people about photons.
That's another thing.
Oh, it's a whole. They get to do whatever they want. They get to tell their people they're not allowed to talk about things, but they can talk about photons because it's just a different thing. So they're the arbiters of truth. They're the unelected cult leaders of FE, and we can only talk about what they say we can talk about because they own us, and they're the smartest people in the world. And actually, you can't even talk about science unless you give them credit because they are actually the ones that invented the scientific method, and they are the arbiters of truth.
Also,
exactly. I think in terms of friendship, that ship sailed.
Within their definition of science, the ether is not a thing.
Okay, well, ether can't be scientifically and physically manipulated or verified. It's a logical framework.
That's my point is, within their interpretation of the scientific method, you cannot use the ether. Whether it's wrong or right,
about the ether, dude.
That's what
we're
it
talking
is.
about electrostatics. What are you doing?
I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. With that whole subject, it was like, ironically, they use the convention of particle physics, and that's okay, though. Even though it's just a convention, as they would say, it's okay for them to use that. We can't use the convention of ether, though. You see what I'm saying? So
that's all.
The double-speaking clown shows as some type of arbiter of truth, then, you're just setting yourself up to fail. Like, double-speaking, prideful, arrogant, vicious and like disrespectful, intellectually dishonest people, why would you place them as some arbiter of truth? When you it's
Not
dude,
saying they're the
comes second to their
bro.
ego.
I'm
They'll
not.
never say electrostatics are anything because they've been saying that I'm stupid for saying it for 4 years. So they'll never, they'll shut the whole thing down. I refuted everything they say about light. Refuted it
They're
in my
not. They're not the arbiter. Not the arbiter of truth. Right? They didn't create the scientific method. Okay, and we can argue with them about photons if you want, but let's get this whole electrostatic thing straightened out. And I know you feel some sort of way. QE did you pretty dirty. You know, I thought you guys were boys and shit. But nonetheless,
he got intellectually
No.
destroyed. This is the point I'm making to you, Jeremy. I refuted their claims in the presentation. Now, instead of intellectually responding, right? I didn't say anyone's name in the presentation, nothing like that. This is after they've already bashed me and made YouTube shorts with my name in it and all kinds of stuff to get clicks. I still took the high road. I just presented the intellectual argument. Then, 2.5 weeks later, they don't respond to the actual arguments. They just call me names for 4 hours. And to this day, they're bragging about how I got destroyed and they did away with the ether and then exposed shits it gets it. Dude, they literally didn't respond to any of the stuff that I talked about: parametric down conversion, the photoelectric effect, the double slit. I exposed all 3 of those claims with specificity. And they ignored all of it and said that I got destroyed. So what does that show you? What it shows you is that it isn't about intellectual honesty. It isn't about integrity. It's about pride and ego and how they can never have been wrong because they are flat earth debate. They were never wrong about
yeah, we got.
So who cares what they say? Who cares?
This is our comeback, though, man. You know, because they're making points, and we're going to hold them to their own standards and see what they do. Don't you think this is good? This is backing you up.
Yeah, but I think that to like look for their approval is stupid. That's what I think.
Not necessarily looking for their approval, but we're holding them to their own standards, man. So there's a lot of people on the fence, Austin. You got to realize that. So we're going to hold them to their own standard, and see what prevails. Either this idea prevails, or they prevail, or somebody's exposed, us or them. There's no middle ground.
It's not that we're trying.
Go ahead.
Not that we're trying to get their approval. We're trying to get them to see that, look, electrostatics, real thing, makes things go up or down. Let's work together, think about it, brainstorm on this shit. Maybe we can come up with something. You know, I don't know.
You think they don't see it? Jeremy, you are still under the false impression that they don't know that I'm right?
I guarantee.
I don't know. I don't know.
I guarantee that.
Damn well.
I don't watch. I stopped watching them, guys, honestly.
Well, yeah, I can't watch them either. But my point is, they know. It's been explained to them in excruciating detail. I've reached out to Eli and Chocolate behind the scenes. I explained it to QE in Discord 50 times. I have him in my freaking personal messages saying, by the way, I agree with you on this. Here's a quote that you should use to destroy the Globers when they challenge you. And that was the all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. He said, wear a tie and ASIM. He said, by the way, I've never been a density and buoyancy only guy.
Right.
So now that there's all this pride in there, right? He doesn't say anything. The point is very simple, bro. They're like schoolgirls. So I mean, if you want to try to go, you can. I'm not.
Yeah, but Austin, check this out, Austin. Look what percentage you think like he was throwing doubts in his mind. Whether he was right or wrong, he thinks that I don't know how he could think a fucking iron filing should float in the air. I don't think
it depends on how small the filings are, man.
My point is that yeah, they really don't know. I guarantee they don't. But I think if you show them this scientifically, man, it's going to open up a lot of eyes. If not, theirs should open up theirs to open up the topic for discussion for anybody who wants to talk about it, whether you choose to go or not. You know, this is a method, man. Like Jeremy said, this is straight up. This is legitimate. This is something that, shoved down their fucking throats, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, if you want to open up people the idea to this electrostatic thing, you know what I mean? We get it in an actual scientific method. People start looking more closely. I'd be like, oh, look, that's actual science following this scientific method. Let's take a closer look at this.
Okay, but I already explained spider ballooning is a naturally occurring observable phenomenon. So why is there no one addressing it?
We got to have the experiment to go with it. That's all.
We already do. Universities have already done it. They've already taken them out of the wind, manipulate electrostatics, and watch them that they do it more effectively without the wind.
Yeah, but it's possible
changing the electrostatic.
It's possible
changing the electrostatic.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Bro, we can never. Yes to me.
Yep.
Oh, all right, bet. Well, let's bring that to him then.
Jeremy, they saw it 3 years ago.
And they're not denying this then.
They're just liars, bro. What is not being understood?
Bro, when did they?
Jeremy has a nice worldview on humanity, but it just doesn't line up with reality.
I think you'd
I'm
have a
just
hard
saying, if
time
this is
showing
actual
that the density
science-
isn't changing. Then.
I think you have a hard time showing that you can do anything with density without electrostatics. I think you'd have a hard time manipulating anything's density without it changing the electrostatics. That's what I think.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying you're doing, though. You're saying you're changing the electrostatics without changing the density. And I think you're going to have a hard time showing that that's a controlled variable.
Oh, so then you're going to have to claim that even though we measure it in every conventional way we have to measure density, it doesn't change. But you're going to say that it does. Just hard.
No, I mean, show that you're actually accurately
Bro.
making sure that the density isn't changing, and I'll be on board. But I
For
think
the
you're gonna
last
have a
time,
hard
bro,
time doing that.
iron filings don't float in air. There's no iron filings the size that he did in his experiment that could possibly float on air.
Why do you keep on going to iron filings? If you had iron dust and you were heating it up somehow, you could probably make it buoyant.
Then you'd have a case. But that's not what he did. He used iron filings and paint chips and little pieces of bread and hair and everything, bro.
Yeah, if you hit it with enough electric charge, you would be causing it to, you'd be changing the density to make it buoyant. Why is that problematic?
Man, why is there so many specialists in this world?
Like, you could do the same thing with cymatics, for instance. You could hit it with like a sound to make it rise. You see that with salt particles and stuff like that in the air all the time. So what's the big idea?
Is that density, bro? Is the cymatic density?
Yes, it's density because you're changing the volume underneath that particle of salt.
Hey, Jace had a good one. If you phase change, you're changing density, but not changing without electrostatic. That's what he said. Basically, water to ice.
Okay, you can't have water or ice without electrostatic.
No, but the point is not that you don't have it. It's that the electrostatics don't change.
In the end, it boils down to density.
Oh my god, dude.
I can't believe he thinks that you can make the medium of air less dense enough for iron filings to float on it. Bro, they wouldn't even float in a vacuum, bro, so it can't be the density of the medium, bro.
Bro, you can make the density underneath the iron filings. You can make it more dense so as to make the iron filing buoyant.
Are y'all done like tag team trolling with it?
What if he did it in a vacuum percentage? What if we could do it in a vacuum?
Okay,
No, this is the thing.
Just a second.
The thing is,
it's obvious. You had me at spiders.
Yeah. It's a joke. It's just such a joke. If density was all that there was, then bumblebees couldn't fly. They're more dense.
Bumblebees use sound. They use resonance.
Oh, really? So it is the vibration electrostatic?
It depends on what you mean. Everything's electromagnetic, electrostatic, but they actually use
What's the
sound.
argument then?
They're shooting sound into the little cavity or what have you to cause them to be buoyant.
So everything's electrostatic, and we can prove that electrostatics causes things to float. But
this is just another example of the guy saying
do you think the
everything's
density
sound.
in their little compartment where they're shooting the sound into? Do you think it's going to be the same as when they're not doing it?
You don't shoot sound anywhere. Sound's not a thing.
But
I mean,
this is the
it's not an
same
actual thing, but yeah,
that they
they're
do with
exciting the matter therein.
Okay.
Yeah, so you think that they wouldn't be doing that? That the density would be the same?
I think
when matter is excited, it expands. It vibrates more. It takes up more space.
Okay,
The volume
yeah.
changes. The density changes.
Electrostatics percentage.
Yeah, wait, time out. Why don't you apply the same critique to you? So since you're saying that you have to completely control the variable of density, then why don't you have to completely control the variable of electrostatics whenever you do your test for density?
Who's saying it's not being controlled
Uh,
or changing?
Okay, tell us when
Of
and
course
when,
it
where, and
changes.
how. Tell us when, where, and how.
But the
You
point is,
just
it boils
said
down
that we
to density.
Make sure density doesn't change.
How?
So why don't you have to make sure electrostatics doesn't change?
Bro, I told you I'm completely on board with electromagnetism affecting density.
That's
But
a
you're
good
claiming
point.
you're claiming that electromagnetism is the cause without affecting density, with the density being constant, and that's an issue.
When salt's added to the water, it makes it conduct. It definitely adds electrostatic. So even that experiment could be electrostatic.
This
The
is what
issue
they're
is
saying.
there's
So
more than one way to skin a cat. Okay.
their actual critique is that it's really weak, and that you have to use a man-made device, and you can only do it with something like a paint chip, and then they call it parlor trick. Right? That's their argument. Now, of course, the position is that it is really weak. So saying it's really weak isn't a rebuttal. And so we explain that the paint chip is equivalent to Mount Everest in proportion. So there's no way you're going to be able to safely introduce enough electrostatics to an object and make it float. And they're like, oh, well, look, we can.
Tesla might have something to say about that. But
You could, but it'd be a lot of electricity to make something float. But that's not.
we should do that with. We should do that with them. Send them up into the dome, crack their heads at them.
Yo, it's just like it's obvious that it's just freaking. It's just ego, and no one would say that for 4 years, 5 years, whatever, that they've been wrong and that maybe they didn't account for everything.
Based on what I'm hearing, I would say ego is only a component of it. I think it's straight up just. What's the word? In one word, they have no integrity. Because if it was just ego, people wouldn't talk about it. They would go a bit around the bush, but they're straight up lying, which means that they have no integrity. And on top of that, they're contradicting their own standard for what's acceptable.
Yeah. Well, due to pride, they're lying, right? I mean,
Oh, not yet. They ain't. Hold on now. We haven't read. So I'm gonna hold on to hope. I know there's some people.
Yo, I hope when you guys are saying they, you're not talking about me. That's all I got to say.
No, I only yeah. Let me explain that.
Wait, are you a they then?
Hold on, no. Let me explain this percentage. I didn't mean nothing personal, but when Austin said that they already know, like you might think somebody already knows something when you show them, but they have their own beliefs. So I was using you as an example, like tough to convince type of example.
No, I wasn't talking about you, Brian. I was talking about Witsit and Alicia when they were saying they are being egotistical or don't have integrity.
And we were talking about FED, man. So
no. The only thing I have against you is your justification for the density thing, but that's got nothing to do with your integrity.
That is a little weird.
Nothing to do with your integrity. It's just your argument makes no sense.
How does it make no sense, man? You're changing
the
density.
What if you put it in a vacuum chamber? Would you agree that the density
we just debunked that, dude?
Yeah.
How?
I'm just we can leave it. I'm just clarifying. I wasn't doing a personal thing on you. You're not that.
We're talking about FED, who goes on there and bashes everyone for 2 months straight. So, first you said you're changing the volume of the air in between the balloon and the wall, and I said, "Are you?"
Yeah, I ran that back. It's kind of dishonest to repeat something I already ran back. Come on, man.
That's why I said first you said that. The first question I asked you was, "You think electrostatics changes the density of the balloon?" You said no, but now you're positive it does. So you know that's.
Yes, I'm positive the density of the surface of the balloon is changing.
The surface of the balloon.
Well, yes, the inside of the balloon going to be changing.
The surface of the balloon's
balloon, yes.
The density of the surface of the balloon.
Well, the balloon's hollow, so it is.
The surface doesn't have.
You know what I mean, man.
No, I don't know what you mean. The density of
the balloon itself, not the air inside. The balloon is changing. The matter is like the density of it is changing as a result of you infusing this electric energy into it.
Wait, you're adding more of the balloon to the
It's
to the
surface charge. Yeah. Can you please cite where if I put surface charge on a balloon that its density changes?
What do you mean surface charge?
That's what it is.
Is it?
Yeah, electrostatic
Density
charge.
rays. Pew pew pew.
The balloon doesn't change. The medium changes.
Why wouldn't it be the volume charge?
What? Dude, we take the balloon
This hurts
and we
my
put
head.
electrostatics on the surface of the balloon, and then we can stick it to the wall. Once that charge runs out, it falls down to the wall, to the floor. It doesn't fall down changing back to another density. It doesn't change back to another density and then fall down. It just loses its surface charge.
Yeah, and I posted an image showing that when you infuse it with when you basically put in electric charge, the shape of it changes. It becomes more compact, and then it slowly loses that, and it becomes it expands again. You see the thing in the chat. And my question to you is, why are you specifying surface charge when we know the balloon itself is not 2D? It would be 3D, so it would be a volume charge.
It's the surface of the balloon, dude.
No, the surface of the balloon is 2D. It's not a real thing. In life, it's 3D.
Not a
Balloon
real
is 3D.
thing. You're just being a contrarian, dude.
Bro, do you know what a surface charge is?
Are you saying surface charge doesn't exist?
Surface charge talks about like it in per square meter. It's like area. It's 2D. It's not
balloon.
3D. A balloon is 3D. It has
Is the inside
depth to
layer of the balloon getting charged?
the entire balloon, the material of the balloon is getting charged. So it
Bro,
would be
we
a volume
nipped
charge.
this
It
whole
wouldn't be a
thing in the
surface
bud.
charge.
So what?
We
That
can nip this
doesn't matter.
Does the iron filing ever
Laugh
get
at flat
right
earthers,
there?
honestly, because they've said density so long that they're going to do anything they can just to appeal to whatever pops in their head to make sure that they can defend the narrative that they've been saying for a
Yes,
while.
yes, and this
Bro,
is crazy.
I'm
bro.
with you. I'm just saying you have an
There's
uphill
iron
battle of showing
filing.
density is constant. That's all I'm saying. If you're doing it correct, you come correct with it, then I'll gladly be a believer.
How about
But
this?
so far, I'm saying it'd be hard for you to control density and keep this thing, and show that your thing is doing what you think it is.
What if we do it in a
boils down?
vacuum
I think
chamber?
electromagnetism is an effect.
What
of
if we
density.
do it in a vacuum chamber, bro? What if it could be done in a vacuum chamber? Would that satisfy you?
Brian,
on this?
you and me both know there's no perfect vacuum. You're still gonna have a medium there that you're gonna be changing a bit.
But if a helium balloon won't go to the top,
I know.
hold on, the iron filing will, you're still going to claim density, bro. I'm on the side of density. Still think there's got to be a mechanism. Okay, and you're being stubborn as fuck, dude. Iron
So,
filing.
repeat what
will
you
never
said
be
about
less
the
dense than
helium
the air.
balloon?
Iron filing will never be less dense than air, much less a vacuum. Come on, bro. Listen to yourself.
So what you're saying is,
worse?
so wait, let's ask them like this, percent. So if we put the iron filing in a vacuum with a Van de Graaff generator, and then we increase the electrostatics and it floats, are you saying that the iron filing is now less dense in the air?
Yes. I'm
That's
saying you're
so
changing the
stupid.
density to make it less dense in the air, and that's why it's floating.
That's such a stupid statement.
Dude,
not.
you watch a helium balloon. I showed you a helium balloon. I got to add this. It might have been the density making it sink when the vacuum got strong enough, or the pressure inside the balloon shrinking. But still, you think that the helium balloon is going to drop, but the iron filing is going to rise, and you're going to call it density? Dude, listen to what you're saying, bro. Think about it. Think it through. And
Bro, like you can keep on repeating your iron filing thing. The fact of the matter is you're changing the density of that volume of air or whatever due to the charge that you're putting into it, causing
I
this
just
effect.
told you an example where you can't do that because it's in a flipping vacuum. What are you talking about?
Obviously, if the thing is too heavy, then you're gonna need a lot more charge, or you're gonna have to electrify the medium a lot more to get the effect that you want. There's gonna be
and then it won't be
limit to it.
density,
It's-
right?
it's
And
not
then
a
it won't
strong
be
thing.
density. And then it won't be density, right?
No, it's still density. If you were able to do it, the reason it's falling is because it's more dense. If you were able to lift it up, it's because it's less dense. Simple as that.
You have a mental roadblock. You have to get over it.
All right, how about you guys do the experiment, show that the density is not changing, that it's constant, and then change my mind.
Bro, a vacuum
But
will never
see,
have.
It won't change your mind because you don't want to change your mind.
Yeah.
Alicia, stop poisoning the well, man.
A vacuum will never have enough density.
Can I
for iron
interrupt?
filing.
Let me interrupt.
You
What's
have
it
the
did ask
intellect to
for
understand
criticism?
this.
Hold on. What's it did ask for criticism? I think that's what was provided. Witsit, do you want to continue this asking for criticism thing?
Oh yeah, but I already refuted the criticism.
Oh,
You
no,
won't
that's fine.
refute it until you do
Do
the
you want
experiment
more?
where the density is constant, man. That's it.
Yeah, you've gone as far as to make the asinine claim that iron filings become less dense than a vacuum chamber. So
If they're small enough, and if you electrify it enough, then yes. It depends on how small filings are.
How does electrifying a filing in this example change its density?
You're changing the density of both the medium and
Wait,
the object.
please listen to the words and carefully, right?
Yeah, I
How?
just said both the density
No.
and the object.
You didn't answer the how. You just told me what I'm
By
doing.
electrifying it, bro.
How?
By
Does
electrifying
no, listen, please. How does electrifying it change its density?
Because when you electrify it, you're changing the density of the medium
You're
and
just
the
reasserting
object.
what
The way
I'm
you do
asking
that-
you to say.
I already
to
explained this
explain.
like 15 minutes ago, and
You're
I
not
put,
explaining.
Listen,
You're
Alicia,
asserting.
I put even like sources in the chat. I put images in the chat
Dude,
showing that when
dude,
you
listen,
have more
listen,
charge,
listen.
it changes
I
the
know you're
shape, changes the
capable of
volume of the
understanding.
thing. You're not interested
First
in
of all-
learning.
No, first of all, the picture that you posted, it never loaded. But
What
again,
about the other
I'm
ones?
asking you. Look, again, I'm asking you a very specific question. How does electrifying the filing change its density?
Again, I said it 3 times. When you electrify it, you're inputting energy, which is causing it to become more excited, causing the volume to expand, changing the density. This happens to both the medium and the object.
That's just patently false. You're not changing.
It's not. You could look at the sources that I put in the chat. If you care to.
No, I.
So are you saying there's no way it's
so
electrostatic?
bizarre.
Are you saying
What
there's
am
no
I
way
doing?
that are you saying that there's no way that it's electrostatic field making the paint chips float up?
No, I'm not saying that. It could definitely be electrostatics, electromagnetism, but the fact is you're going to be changing the density. You can't get around that.
So let me ask a question, Percentage, with your claim here and what you're stating, right? That if you're introducing the charger, you're changing the electrostatics, that you're changing the density. Would you therefore then be saying that the cause of density is inherently electrostatics?
Towards the end, but if you're saying inherently electrostatic, I would not say that.
Oh, so you
I
just
would
get
say
them. You get to. That's a double standard. You get to just have it both ways. That's why I asked you 5
No, let me
different ways.
expand.
Hold on. Did you not hear me? Did you not hear my full statement? Do you want me to
Yeah, you cut
restate
out
it?
towards the end.
Did I cut out? Okay. So you're claiming that the introduction of electrostatics or a charge changes the density of the object and the medium around it. So would you then conversely be saying that the cause of density is electrostatics?
I wouldn't say it's the cause. I would say it's a cause of changing density. Just like heat is, just like
No.
reducing the pressure is.
I didn't say of changing density. I said of density itself. Is density
No, I
the
wouldn't say
cause of density itself electrostatics?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Then what is?
I don't know.
Okay, and so I
That's
said
a
you
chasm
can't.
that you haven't addressed.
I said
It's
I already
not
did
right.
address this actually. I said you can't have any density without electrostatics. Then I said, why don't you apply the same standard of critique to you if you're claiming it's because of density? That means you have to fully eliminate and control the variable of electrostatics to make sure there's no fluctuation at all. To claim that you know it's strictly density, that you don't even know why you have it. I debated a molecular chemist in San Francisco after doing my activism. We were getting burritos. He started asking me about what I did. I told him about flat earth. And then we got down to this question, right? And I was explaining density. He said, what gives something its density, though? And this is where all the flat earthers tap out.
Yeah,
They
but
just say,
this
I don't.
isn't. Hold up, this isn't relevant though, because it's fallacious to think that because something affects something, that therefore it causes that thing. Okay, heat affects density. Is heat the cause of density? No.
Dude, no, heat's electric, dude.
Okay, so taking the pressure out of a medium affects density. Is pressure the cause of density?
Pressure's electric.
You can't just say that.
Pressure's electric.
Everything's electric, man.